Chapter 1. Chinchu and Phone. Ha ha ha. You have finally met your demise. You dare to thwart my ambitions, you are but a bastard child. Were it not for the spirit hall, you would not even exist. Ha ha ha. A man, his visage grotesque and eyes aflame, laughed maniacally, his body marred with wounds and blood. He appeared utterly disheveled. Tragically, this hideous figure bore 6 resplendent wings. Behind him, 9 rings of varying hues were arranged in quiet splendor. 2 more individuals stood behind him, equally disheveled, each adorned with 9 rings, though their colors differed. This is the Douluo continent, where these rings, known as soul rings, signify the advancement of soul masters and bestow upon them the skills of their craft. A bloodied man, lying prostrate on the ground, gazed faintly at the deranged figure and spoke in halting breaths. Cough, cough. Chinchu and Ji, you speak truthfully. Without the spirit hall, I might have perished long ago. Yet, this does not justify your reckless tyranny. Therefore, it is my duty to put an end to your reign. Cough, cough, cough. Chinchu and Ji, the reigning pope of the spirit hall, was notorious for his malice, his martial spirit being the 6-winged Angela pinnacle-level spirit, rare and almost unseen in a century. Chinchu and Ji gritted his teeth and retorted furiously, silence. To thwart me? Yes, you are formidable. Even the 3 of us, titled Douluo, could barely vanquish you. Before your arrival, everything was mine. Yet after you appeared, all in the spirit hall, regardless of rank, revolve around you. What gave you the right? Merely because your martial spirit surpasses mine? Or because you are more empathetic? Spare me the farce. Chinchu and Phone, you are merely a dog, raised by my father. Chinchu and Phone remained silent, listening intently, though his gaze gradually dimmed a sign of impending death. Chinchu and Ji continued to shout, you are my brother, though not by blood. Yet why does our father favor you? Without you, I would reign supreme. Bye-bye Dong, my disciple and your beloved, is with child. Brother, I bear good tidings. I have merely turned your affection for her against you, luring you back to the spirit hall for an ambush that would result in your demise. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough. Injured and kneeling, Chinchu and Ji gasped for breath, his voice hoarse from fervor. Brother, you must realize that among us, one is from the Haotian sect, and he now serves me. I shall frame your death upon the Haotian sect, igniting war. Only ha. Your holiness, you are too courteous. Brother, let us bury him. At this moment, Qiang Sunji was not yet the pope, but after Qiang Sanfeng's demise, the pope would undoubtedly be him. Indeed, another burly man behind Qiang Sunji nodded in agreement. Qiang Sunji turned around, murmuring to himself, Pope? Ha. I shall soon become the pope. Dear brother, I will remember you. Ha. After carelessly burying Qiang Sanfeng, Qiang Sunji departed with 2 companions. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a woman in the distance witnessed everything unfold. With her hand covering her mouth, tears flowed freely from her eyes. After a long moment, she gritted her teeth and declared fiercely, Qiang Sunji, I swear by Bibi Dong, I will kill you sooner or later. Haotian sect, I will not spare you either. This woman was Bibi Dong. Due to the distance, she only saw the Haotian hammer and failed to hear that the individual had actually betrayed the Haotian sect, thus directing her hatred towards them as well. Reaching the spot where Qiang Sanfeng was buried, she unearthed his body with her bare hands and placed his head upon his abdomen. Brother Feng, listen, the child is still calling for his father. Brother Feng, oh, speak to me. Please speak. Oh, Brother Feng, trust me. I will avenge you and slay that scoundrel. Before that, you must rest in peace. Quietly, she interred Qiang Sanfeng in the tomb of the Wuhuan Temple, a resting place for past popes and super Douluo, filled with noble beings. Each individual had their own separate chamber points. 6 months later, Bibi Dong had now become the saintess of the Wuhuan Temple, while Qiang Sunji ascended to the position of pope. Kneeling in her chamber, Bibi Dong caressed her increasingly prominent belly, smiling softly. Baby, you are now my only treasure. News has reached the Wuhuan Temple that Qiang Sunji is to slay a 100,000-year-old beast that has recently regained its form. It is said that the beast's husband is also from the Haotian sect. He is even a candidate for the next sect master. Regardless of who perishes, they shall accompany your father in death. How delightful! However, if Qiang Sunji survives, then I shall seek an opportunity to eliminate him. Half a year later, within the Wuhuan Temple, as the cries of a newborn filled the air, Bibi Dong successfully gave birth to a baby girl, child. Your name shall be Qian Ringshu. With her eyes slightly narrowed, Bibi Dong continued, your father's death is partly due to you, Brother Feng. Since you wish for a child, I shall keep her. After all, she is a bond between us. Incidentally, that soul beast also gave birth today. On that very day, Qiang Sunji returned to the Wuhuan Temple, his body heavily injured. Cough, cough, cough. Your Holiness. Your Holiness, the Saintess has just given birth. Should you not go and see? Cough. See what? The Saintess has given birth? Quickly, summon the Saintess to bring the child to me. Your Holiness, the Saintess. Hurry. Yes, at once. After a considerable time, a servant approached the Saintess' door and addressed the guard with indifference. Please inform that the Pope requests the Saintess to bring the child. The guard hesitated, considering she had just given birth, but ultimately the Pope's authority prevailed. Saintess, the Pope requests your presence, along with the little. Saintess, lying in her chamber, Bibi Dong opened her eyes and gently embraced Qian Renshua, murmuring, my dear Shua, let us see what our Pope desires. Lady Saint, please take care and be mindful of your health. Bibi Dong cradled Qian Renshua and replied, it matters not. Let us proceed. Report. The Pope has summoned the Saintess. At that moment, Qian Shuanji had already sat up, gazing at Bibi Dong as she entered. He commanded, cough. All of you may leave. I wish to speak with the Saintess. Bibi Dong's expression was impassive as she calmly inquired, what is it that the Pope requires of me? Have you succeeded in obtaining the 100,000-year soul beast? Qian Shuanji chuckled softly, cough. I was on the verge of success, but alas, that soul beast chose to sacrifice itself. It was no match for the Haotian Douluo. Let's not dwell on that. May I see the child? Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Very well. Here. Qian Shuanji took the child, gradually infusing his soul power. The already gravely injured Qian Shuanji appeared even more feeble. In a weak voice, he said, Bibi Dong, I must apologize. As the six-winged angel martial spirit is a singular lineage, I have no offspring of my own, thus I must borrow this child. I presume you would not wish for her to inherit the same martial spirit as you. I've devoted my entire life's cultivation to transforming this child's martial spirit into that of the six-winged angel. Ogmi Bibi Dong wept, exclaiming, Great deity! Master has heard of a 10th Sandier soul beast appearing, and he foolishly took 2 titled Douluos to hunt it. Alas, due to the beast's sacrificial power, the Pope was overwhelmed and suffered a fatal injury to his heart meridian. He has now departed. My master cannot rest in peace. Bibi Dong's outburst dispelled Qian Douluo's lingering doubts about her. The great deity, filled with rage, lamented, Alas, I have only 2 children, and now they are both gone, all because of the Haotian sect. With reddened eyes, Bibi Dong vowed, Great deity, I shall avenge the Haotian sect. Yet, her quest for vengeance bore no relation to Qian Shuanji, but was solely for the sake of Qian Xuanfeng. Observing Bibi Dong's genuine animosity towards the Haotian sect, Qian Douluo's final shred of skepticism dissipated. Bibi Dong proclaimed, Come forth, the Spirit Hall commands. From this day forth, I shall assume the title of Pope. Let it be known, for every disciple of the Haotian sect that is encountered, let them be slain. Seeing that no one responded, the great deity expressed his displeasure, releasing an overwhelming aura that rendered everyone breathless. Did you not hear me? Yes. You may leave. Yes. The great deity turned to the tearful Bibi Dong, asking, Why do you no longer call me father? Also, may I see my granddaughter? Bibi Dong handed over the child, replying, I am now the Pope and must uphold decorum. How could someone as powerful as you fail to protect your own children? Qian Douluo responded, It matters not, you may still call me father. Fenger has also endured great misfortune. I failed to care for him properly. My apologies. Let us choose a favorable day for the Pope's succession ceremony. Upon hearing Qian Douluo mention Qian Xuanfeng, Bibi Dong's eyes moistened once more. Great deity, decorums must remain unchanged as for the succession ceremony. It matters little. A month later, the Pope's succession ceremony took place as scheduled. Bibi Dong ascended to the position of Pope with an astounding spirit power level of 83, becoming the youngest Pope in history. Many were discontent, yet they were quelled by the great deity's formidable presence. Despite lingering dissent, none dared oppose the authority of a 99 level limit Douluo. With Qian Sunji's demise, the 3 soul bones of Qian Xuanfeng returned to Bibi Dong's possession. She refrained from merging them, choosing instead to cherish them, placing them on her bedside. Bibi Dong declared, I wish to awaken to your presence, Brother Feng. Qian Shuanji has perished by my hand. I have avenged you. Brother Feng, I love you. It won't be long before the Haotian sect joins you in eternal rest. Chapter 2. The 10,000-year soul beast, the soft-boned rabbit. 3 years later, within the Spirit Hall, in the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong sat upon the Pope's throne, having transformed over the course of 3 years into a figure of ruthless resolve, growing cold towards all, including Qian Renshua and Qian Douluo. Bibi Dong held Qian Renshue accountable for Qian Zunfeng's death, believing her presence had afforded Qian Xuanji the opportunity to strike. Furthermore, Qian Douluo, as a limit Douluo, had failed to safeguard his offspring, leading to Qian Zunfeng's tragic demise. In truth, Qian Douluo also bore a sense of guilt towards Bibi Dong. Thus, Bibi Dong harbored no fondness for Qian Renshue or Qian Douluo. Employing a regime of violence and iron-fisted policies, Bibi Dong solidified her position as Pope. Certainly, during this brief span of 3 years, Bibi Dong successfully ascended to the rank of title Douluo. Otherwise, dissent would still linger. She does not covet the position of Pope. Her ambition lies in utilizing the Spirit Hall's desire to dominate the continent to eradicate the Haotian clan, seeking vengeance for Qin Shi Huang's demise. In her heart, she believes Qin Shi Huang's death was instigated by the Haotian clan, as evident from the unmistakable imprint of the Haotian hammer upon his lifeless form. Moreover, attaining the papacy and ruling the continent would grant her access to immense cultivation resources. Now that Bibi Dong has become a title Douluo, she is cognizant of the existence of deities and harbors aspirations of divinity, hoping to resurrect Qin Shi Huang. This ambition serves as her sole motivation for survival, aside from her ties to Qian Renshue, in the Douluo continent. Reaching level 90 signifies the status of title Douluo, while level 99 denotes a limit Douluo, and level 100 signifies ascension to godhood. The nature of divine power remains largely a mystery to most. Yet Bibi Dong is convinced that such power is sufficient to bring Qin Shi Huang back to life. Rather than a strong belief, it is more a source of solace, as Bibi Dong herself is uncertain of the true extent of divine strength. Grand Priest Qian Douluo slowly entered the Pope's hall, observing the expressionless Bibi Dong, and sighed, "Ah, Bibi Dong, you have worked hard. Having just advanced to title Douluo, you should seek a spirit ring. Tomorrow, I will send 2 priests to accompany you in obtaining a spirit ring aimed for one that is 100,000 years old." Bibi Dong nodded and replied, "Very well. I have recently heard that there is a solitary 100,000-year spirit beast in the Douluo forest. We shall set out early tomorrow." Qian Douluo responded, "Excellent. I shall find 2 super Douluos to prepare immediately." Super Douluos, with strengths ranging from level 95 to 98, are formidable title Douluos. Ordinary title Douluos appear as mere children in the presence of super Douluos. This highlights the care Qian Douluo extends towards Bibi Dong, as she is not yet overwhelmingly powerful, merely an ordinary title Do. The following day, Bibi Dong, accompanied by the 2 super Douluos arranged by Qian Douluo and a contingent of Spear Hall soldiers, marched resolutely towards the Douluo forest. These 2 priests, both possessing level 96 spirit power, are brothers with the same martial spirit dragon staff, a weapon-type spirit. They ranked 6th and 7th in the priesthood, known as Qianjun and Jiangmo, respectively. As they ventured deeper into the Douluo forest, Qianjun Duo slightly bowed and addressed Bibi Dong, reporting to your holiness, "We have discovered a rabbit ahead. It is the solitary 100,000-year spirit beast softbone rabbit." Bibi Dong nodded slightly and gestured for the army to encircle, ensuring the spirit beast could not escape. A 100,000-year spirit beast is a treasure trove. It not only drops a red 100,000-year spirit ring, but is also guaranteed to yield a soul bone. Soul bones, even more precious than spirit rings, can provide skills and enhance physical constitution, allowing the body to absorb higher quality spirit rings. As the encirclement was completed, the soft-bone rabbit remained oblivious to the impending danger. Bibi Dong approached alongside Qianjun Duo and Jiangmo Duo. The soft-bone rabbit spoke, "Human, what do you intend to do?" Its voice was melodious, exuding a sense of tranquility. This was the innate charm ability of the soft-bone rabbit. Bibi Dong flicked her head and fixed her gaze upon the soft-bone rabbit, saying, "If it were solely up to me, I would indeed be no match for you." Alas, regardless of the type of soul beast, as long as it exceeds 10,000 years, any soul master can absorb a soul ring, provided their body permits it, and will consequently acquire a suitable soul skill. Moreover, you would be bestowing upon me a soul bone. Pray tell, what purpose do I serve here? The soft-bone rabbit, filled with indignation, retorted, "Humph. You humans are insatiably greedy. Even in death, I shall not grant you any ease." Seemingly perceiving the inner thoughts of the soft-bone rabbit, the demon hunter Doa chuckled coldly. "Do not entertain notions of self-detonation. Our spirit hall possesses a toxic powder that prevents your kind from exploding, so it would be prudent for you to surrender willingly, lest we be compelled to act." Realizing that self-detonation was indeed not an option, the soft-bone rabbit's fury intensified. "Despicable, wretched beings." The thousand-gene Doa smiled slightly, baring his teeth. "Behold, a set of pristine white teeth. How could one claim I am toothless?" "You, Bibi Dong," interrupted the conversation, Hurry up and take action. Delay may lead to unforeseen changes, for spirit beasts are quite united. The domain of the god of killing emerged, a power that Bibi Dong had acquired over the past 3 years. During this time, her singular ambition was to grow stronger and ascend to divinity. Her progress was swift, focusing on fortifying her own side, disrupting the minds of her adversaries, and weakening them in the process. Qianjun Douluo and Jiangma Douluo nodded and charged forward. The soft-bone rabbit was inherently unskilled in combat, and its strength was only marginally superior to that of Bibi Dong without a 9th spirit ring, making it no match for the two formidable Douluos, especially as they shared a profound connection as brothers. Soon, the soft-bone rabbit was defeated, a crimson spirit ring floating above its lifeless form, from which a spirit bone was also discovered. Indeed, a spirit ring and spirit bone nearly 20,000 years old. How delightful. Half a day later, Bibi Dong and her companions set off back to the spirit hall, leaving behind a cold, lifeless body. La la la, how amusing it is outside. How delightful it is to be human. I must be 3 years old by now. A little girl wandered through the Douluo forest, unperturbed by fear. She approached the corpse of the soft-bone rabbit, staring vacantly at the small pool of blood. Ha ha ha, Mommy, are you tired? Please wake up and see little Wu. Sob sob, Mommy wah wah wah. Her cries were loud, attracting many spirit beasts. A massive ape rushed over, speaking with human words. What's wrong, little Wu? Auntie. She. Little Wu remained silent, continuing to weep, yet she resolved to exact vengeance for her mother. Chapter 3. Qian Xiaoi Wah Wah Wah. Just as Bibi Dong and her party were about to exit the Douluo forest, they heard the wailing of an infant, causing Bibi Dong to furrow her brow. Qianjun Douluo, go investigate. Is it a manifestation of a 100,000-year spirit beast? Yes. Obeying Bibi Dong's command, Qianjun Douluo responded and made his way toward the source of the sound. Shortly thereafter, Qianjun Douluo returned, cradling an infant, and reported, Your Holiness, it is an abandoned child. Devoid of any spirit beast aura, it is not a 100,000-year spirit beast transformed into human form. Indeed, had it been a 100,000-year spirit beast taking human shape, it would surely be accompanied by formidable guardians. It would be impossible for one to venture alone. Bibi Dong cast a glance without a hint of warmth, coldly ordering, Kill it. Since it is not a 100,000-year spirit beast, it holds no value. What purpose does it serve to keep it alive? Qianjun Douluo was momentarily taken aback. He was aware of the Pope's cold-hearted nature, but never anticipated her ruthlessness would extend to an innocent infant, merely due to the child's cries disturbing her. Bibi Dong, sensing Qianjun Douluo's hesitation, contemplated taking matters into her own hands. However, upon gazing at the child, she found herself struck dumb. The resemblance to her late husband, Qinshuan Feng, was undeniable. Perhaps as the child grew, the likeness would become even more pronounced. Feng, have you returned because you cannot bear to part with me? Bibi Dong mused as she cradled the infant. To her surprise, the previously wailing child quieted instantly, looking up at her with a smile, cooing in a tone reminiscent of calling for a mother. Bibi Dong chuckled. It was her first smile since Qinshuan Feng's death. Bring forth the little master and ensure he is well fed and cared for. From this moment onward, he shall be my son. This declaration left Qianjun Douluo in a state of bewilderment. Moments ago, she had spoken of killing the child, and now he was transformed into her son? Such an unexpected twist. The baby seemed overwhelmed by the sudden change. The expressions of the other members of the spirit hall varied, their thoughts unclear. Despite their musings, none dared to contradict Bibi Dong, for those who had previously opposed her had mysteriously vanished. Upon returning to the spirit hall, Bibi Dong remained in high spirits, leaving Qian Douluo stunned. He began to question if Bibi Dong had lost her sanity. Yet, as he looked upon the child in her arms, who bore a striking resemblance to Qinshuan Feng, he too broke into laughter. Ha ha ha. How reminiscent of the time I brought Feng back. He truly resembles Feng. 6 years later, in the Pope's chamber of the spirit hall, Bibi Dong's voice rang out. Here, soon you will undergo your martial soul awakening. Prepare yourself. Mother, what is a martial soul awakening? And why today? I still want to play with my sister. The boy's tender voice chimed as he, dressed in fine garments and beaming with delight, clung to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong gently patted the head of her 6-year-old son, smiling tenderly. Silly child, when is it not a good time to play with your sister? Here, in our Douluo continent, the martial soul awakening is a significant event. It marks the emergence of one's martial soul, and it represents a pivotal turning point in a child's life. One may rise to greatness or fall to ruin. But fret not. Here, Regardless of what martial soul you awaken, your mother will never forsake you. I shall always protect you. The little boy giggled. Io will surely be a genius. Bibiong smiled warmly. Yes, Io is destined to be a genius. Children typically awaken their martial souls at the age of 6. Though there are exceptions, some awaken at birth, yet the majority do so at 6. Your sister's martial soul is the six-winged angel, a supreme martial soul bestowed upon her by your father's enemy. But rest assured, I have avenged him. Father's enemy? Mother killed him? The boy asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. Bibiong nodded. Indeed. But let us not dwell on that. Prepare yourself. Okay. Qian Shaoi responded with a quiet affirmation and departed, leaving Bibiong seated alone, gazing at the retreating figure of Qian Shaoi while murmuring softly, Fengge, this child bears such a resemblance to you. He is as kind-hearted as you were, and they share a striking likeness. These past 6 years have truly brought me joy. Wait for me, for soon we shall reunite. Throughout these 6 years, Bibiong had smiled more and taken fewer lives, her ambitions having diminished significantly, all due to the arrival of Qian Shaoi. Initially drawn to him for his resemblance to Qian Xuanfeng, she had genuinely grown fond of this obedient and sensible child over the years. After a considerable time, Bibiong led Qian Shaoi to the Hall of Awakening at the Spirit Hall. With a stoic expression, she guided the 6-year-old boy into the sacred chamber. A middle-aged man, his voice low and submissive, spoke, Your Holiness, you have come in person. Though Bibiong had shown a degree of understanding over the past 6 years, it was merely a relative notion. No one had forgotten the ruthless methods she employed to secure her position as the Pope. Maintaining her impassive demeanor, Bibiong stated, I am here for my son's spirit awakening. Prepare at once. Do not squander our time. Chapter 4. The Spirit Awakening. It was not that Bibiong was incapable of awakening Qian Shaoi's spirit. Her sole purpose was to satiate his curiosity. The middle-aged man began to sweat nervously, hastily responding, Yes. Those in line, step aside. The Pope's son is to awaken his spirit. Wait a moment. A youthful voice interrupted before the middle-aged man could finish. Cold sweat drenched his collar as he thought, You reckless child. Do not drag me down with you. The middle-aged man exclaimed, Silence. I am speaking. Ah, it is His Highness. The piercing gaze from Bibiong sent chills down his spine. Though this prince was not her biological son, the Pope's affection for him surpassed that for her own daughter. To accompany a ruler is to tread upon the edge of a blade. Qian Shaoi remarked, Here, everyone is equal, myself included. We shall patiently await our turn. After all, I am in no rush. Mother, may I? What initially appeared to be a serious statement gradually transformed into a playful plea. Bibiong smiled gently and ruffled Qian Shaoi's hair, saying, Listen to my son. Indeed, after a lengthy wait in line, the moment finally arrived for Qian Shaoi. An elderly man approached and bowed respectfully to Bibiong. Addressing her as Your Holiness, we may commence. Bibiong, maintaining her silence, merely nodded to indicate the beginning of the proceedings. This elder was an esteemed 86th level Soul Douluo, holding the highest position within the Spirit Hall's Awakening Pavilion, yet he remained subservient in the presence of the Pope. He extended his hand, palm facing Qian Shaoi, channeling a continuous flow of soul power. The process of soul awakening involves stimulating a child's martial spirit through soul power in order to bring it to fruition. However, this can temporarily affect the child's physique, particularly since children under the age of 6 face challenges due to their incompletely developed meridians. Thus, awakening is ideally conducted at the age of 6 to avert any physical discomfort. A low hum resonated in the air. A humming sound emanated from Qian Shaoi. As her left palm began to emit a radiant glow, Qian Shaoi raised his palm, with the center facing upwards, and beheld the source of the radiance. It was a mark, known as the Soul Seal. Although the original text did not mention the Soul Seal, it has appeared in the manga, which I have included here for clarity. The Soul Seal symbolizes the martial soul, with each distinct martial soul corresponding to a unique and irreplaceable soul seal. In the palm of Qian Shaoi's left hand lies a soul mark resembling a grotesque face. Gazing at this eerie visage, a torrent of bewilderment surged within her, akin to 1,000 long-necked llamas racing past. How could it be that upon awakening my martial spirit, I am bestowed with such a ghastly countenance? Surely, this is not intended for me to appear endearing. Fortunately, there are few onlookers. Otherwise, the embarrassment would be unbearable. Bibiong furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation, while the elder conducting the assessment bore an expression akin to one who had tasted something foul. After a prolonged moment, he finally regained his composure. With an awkward smile, The elder addressed her. Your Highness, please take this crystal ball and ascertain the level of your soul power, as you have only just awakened your martial spirit. Your soul power will range from level 0 to 10, often referred to as innate soul power. Qian Shaoi grasped the crystal orb, channeling her martial spirit. The crystal orb remained unresponsive, and a twitch of her lips betrayed her disbelief. Could it be that her mother was truly that accurate? Indeed, it had plummeted drastically. The elderly man grew increasingly awkward, a wave of fear washing over him as he dreaded that the esteemed pope before him might, in a fit of rage, strike him down with a mere gesture. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, capturing everyone's attention. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound, the very crystal orb that had incited both anger and frustration within Qian Shaoi, now marred by numerous fissures. Bang! In a fit of rage, Qian Shaoi shattered the crystal ball upon the ground. Wah, mother, that crystal ball bullied me. Please, do not abandon her, she cried sorrowfully. Qian Shaoi clung to Bibi Dong, terrified of being forsaken. The delicate form of Qian Shaoi stirred the dazed Bibi Dong, who smiled and said, "All right, ear, let us return home." With a soft whimper, Qian Shaoi continued to weep, but managed to respond affirmatively. He bid farewell to the elderly man before departing with Bibi Dong, leaving the unsettled elder behind. Alas, what a pity! Such a polite child. It is rare to encounter such humility in one so high in stature, truly reminiscent of the esteemed Xuanfeng Douluo. No wonder he is so endearing. The elder gazed thoughtfully at the shattered crystal ball scattered around him, and suddenly enlightened, he smiled and inscribed the name Qian Shaoi. In the spirit hall, only those with innate soul power exceeding level 5 are eligible to have their names recorded in the awakening hall. Upon returning home, Bibi Dong comforted Qian Shaoi, saying, "Ear, do not cry. Everything will be all right." Qian Shaoi continued to weep, lamenting, "Mother, I do not favor this martial spirit. I prefer another." Bibi Dong smiled tenderly, affectionately stroking his little head, saying, "Regardless of your preference, the martial spirit cannot be altered. Do not worry, if you dislike it. We simply shall not use it. I will care for you for a lifetime." At this, Qian Shaoi looked bewildered, gazing at Bibi Dong with innocent eyes. "Mother, you have misunderstood. I did not mean I do not want this ghastly martial spirit. I wish to use another." Bibi Dong gently tapped Qian Shaoi's head. "Silly child. Is it not said another? Do you possess another martial spirit?" Qian Shaoi nodded slightly, remaining silent as she extended her right hand, revealing a soul mark in the palm, resembling a sword. Gradually, a blade manifested from her hand, as if it had grown directly from her very being. The sword's body was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer and shift, its hues ever-changing. Chapter 5. The Sword of Judgment. Bibi Dong gazed at the sword in Qian Shaoi's right hand. Her composure shattered. "A sword? Is your martial soul also a sword? Twin martial souls? I knew it. Such unprecedented martial souls must possess a remarkable rank." Qian Shaoi remarked, "Twin martial souls? They seem quite formidable. By the way, mother, what is Father's martial soul?" Bibi Dong smiled, gazing at the sky. "His martial soul, just like yours, is also a sword, known as the soul-cutting sword." Yeah. A twin martial soul signifies that a person possesses two martial souls, and one with innate full soul power awakens at the 10th level. Any soul master with a twin martial soul is guaranteed to have innate full soul power, which means you are a genius among geniuses. Qian Shaoi said in a daze. "Why did the crystal ball shatter? Does it not look down upon me?" Bibi Dong laughed heartily and replied, "My dear, do you know that when your sister Qian Rinxue awakened her martial soul, the crystal ball shattered? Yet in the end, her soul power was measured at 20. When you were tested, the crystal ball merely cracked. You must have been below 20, but certainly above 10. Qian Shaoi, feeling wronged, said, "Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me cry, you naughty mother." Bibi Dong, rather than getting angry, chuckled even more joyfully. "Ha ha ha, if I had told you. How could I have witnessed my precious darling in tears?" Qian Shaoi felt even more aggrieved. Mommy is bullying me. I won't be good with mommy anymore." Bibi Dong stifled a laugh and said, all right, mommy was wrong. Will you forgive me, little E?" Qian Shaoi's eyes twinkled as she said, "If you tell me what your martial soul is, I shall forgive you." Bibi Dong's expression shifted, and with a hint of discomfort, she replied, "Shaoi, could we perhaps choose another topic? My martial soul is rather unsightly and may frighten you." Qian Shaoi persistently insisted, "No, how could my mother, so beautiful, be ugly? Mother is deceiving me." Bibi Dong replied, "Mother is not lying. After the manifestation of my martial spirit, I truly became quite unappealing. Qian Xiaoyi shook her head and insisted. It's all right, Mama. No matter how unappealing you may appear, you will always be my mother, and I cherish you the most. As she listened to Qian Xiaoyi's words, Bibi Dong's tears fell, and she became lost in reminiscence. Years ago, Qian Xuanfeng had uttered similar sentiments. No matter how you may look, you are still my wife. And I will love you regardless. Unbeknownst to her, tears streamed down Bibi Dong's face. Observing her mother in distress, Qian Xiaoyi, believing Bibi Dong was truly troubled, said, Mama, please don't cry. If it troubles you, I will look away. It was my fault. Upon hearing Qian Xiaoyi's voice, Bibi Dong's consciousness returned. She shook her head and reassured. It's all right, Xiaoyi. I do not blame you. I merely reminisced about some memories. Don't you wish to see my martial spirit? Allow me to show you. But please do not disdain me. With that, she invoked her martial spirit. Martial spirits are categorized into weapon spirits and beast spirits. The manifestation of a martial spirit is a unique ability of beast spirits. Bibi Dong's body trembled as she lowered herself, and the dark purple exoskeleton swiftly enveloped her, transforming her into a colossal spider. Nervously, Bibi Dong lifted her gaze toward Qian Xiaoyi, eager to discern his true feelings. Qian Xiaoyi furrowed her brows and said, it is quite ugly. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong lowered her head, feeling a tinge of sadness, and a hint of tears welled up in her eyes. Qian Xiaoyi revealed a smile of triumph, yet Bibi Dong, with her head bowed, remained oblivious to it. Qian Xiaoyi approached Bibi Dong and said, Mother, you are quite ugly. However, I still love you the most. Bibi Dong smiled with a sense of comfort. You little rascal, how dare you tease your mother? Qian Xiaoyi, somewhat indignant, blinked her eyes and replied, Who made you cry? I'm merely returning the favor. With that, she embraced one of Bibi Dong's spider legs. The momentary smile on Bibi Dong's face vanished, and she hastily withdrew her martial soul manifestation. It is crucial to note that once her martial soul was activated, Bibi Dong was enveloped in lethal poison. If Qian Xiaoyi were to be harmed, Bibi Dong would never forgive herself for eternity. Xiaoyi, are you all right? Bibi Dong inquired anxiously. I will assist you in dispelling the poison. Someone, come quickly. Qian Xiaoyi scratched his head innocently and said, It's nothing. What could possibly be the matter? What poison to cure? What is wrong, mother? Bibi Dong was taken aback, wondering why there was no poisoning. Upon closer inspection, she exclaimed, Oh, indeed, everything is fine. Qian Xiaoyi tilted her head in astonishment and inquired, What is the matter? Your Holiness, do you have any instructions? A soldier from the spirit hall entered and half knelt on the ground, responding. Bibi Dong waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. You may leave. Yes. Bibi Dong gazed at Qian Xiaoyi with curiosity, only to be drawn again by the radiance emanating from the palm of her left hand. Chapter 6, The Eight-Winged Demon? Is it that ghastly face? Can this spirit resist my poison? Soon, Bibi Dong was struck by an astonishing revelation. The ghastly visage transformed slowly, morphing into a truly fearsome demon. Normally, she would be exhilarated. You must now manifest your martial spirit. Qian Xiaoyi awkwardly scratched his head, saying, I am not capable of that. To this, Bibi Dong's lips twitched as she replied, You can simply stimulate it using your soul power. Qian Xiaoyi acquiesced with a brief acknowledgement, attuning to the soul imprint. With a resounding shout, he proclaimed, Martial soul manifestation. A brilliant radiance emanated from the center of his left palm, startling Qian Xiaoyi into swiftly closing his eyes. Subsequently, 2 horns sprouted from his head, and his originally short black hair rapidly elongated, transforming into flowing red locks. 8 black wings unfurled from his back. Qian Xiaoyi slowly opened her eyes and gazed at her hands. Wow, this is so much fun. Huh? The soul mark is no longer a ghostly face? How imposing. I adore it, she exclaimed with a giggle. Bibi Dong remarked, the name of your martial soul will imprint itself in your mind at the moment of awakening. Let us see what it is called. Qian Xiaoyi remarked, Indeed, I would have forgotten had you not mentioned it. That sword is called the Sword of Judgment. And the ghastly visage, or rather, it should now be referred to as the Eight-Winged Demon, bears resemblance to Sister Schwerer's martial spirit. Bibi Dong smiled and replied, Very well. You are truly a prodigy. Remember to dedicate yourself to diligent cultivation from now on. Do you understand? Qian Xiaoyi replied with a simple acknowledgement, Understood. Mother, may I go visit Sister Shui? Bibi Dong's lips twitched as she supported her forehead, saying, You just promised me to focus on your training. Never mind, you may go. Oh, by the way, please bring your grandfather along. Goodbye, mother. Bibi Dong watched as Qian Xiaoyi dashed out, reflecting on the child's playful nature. A trait I have indulged. Hee. After all, who could resist pampering him? Qian Shaoi arrived at the entrance of the worship hall, nodding slightly to the guard before stepping inside. Upon seeing Qian Douluo sitting with his eyes closed in the hall, she said, "Grandfather, Mother asked you to come for a visit." Where's my sister?" Qian Douluo opened his eyes, revealing a rare smile. "Oh, my dear grandson has come to visit me? No, that's not right. You are here to find your sister." "Humph. Grandfather is displeased." "Alas, grandfather. Ear has missed you as well," Qian Shaoi said playfully, planting a kiss on Qian Daolia's cheek, leaving him with a face adorned with drool. Qian Douluo showed no disdain, merely smiling foolishly. "Go on. Your sister is cultivating inside. I shall first visit your mother." Since Qian Shaoi was taken in, apart from being provided with food and clothing, he has never exhibited the airs of nobility, nor has he ever looked down upon anyone. Consequently, he is immensely adored by all, including the servants who hold him in high regard. Qian Shaoi entered Qian Rushue's chamber and beheld a young woman immersed in her cultivation. Aware that interrupting another's practice is a grave offense, he quietly settled himself across from the little girl, remaining utterly silent. The young girl, Qian Rushue, possessed waist-length golden hair, a delicate visage, and a complexion as soft as pink petals. Her white dress accentuated her graceful figure, rendering her exceedingly charming. It was not that Qian Shaoi shunned the company of other children. Rather, upon sight of him, they would flee, fearful of incurring his displeasure. Consequently, over time, Qian Rushue became the sole companion with whom Qian Shaoi could engage and play. Qian Shaoi had just taken a seat in front of Qian Rushue when she spoke. "Ah, you have arrived." Qian Shaoi was momentarily taken aback. "Sister, are you aware of my presence? Were you not in a state of meditation?" Qian Rushue coldly remarked, "Humph. It is merely the sensation of something bothersome. Meditation is a common practice along the path of cultivation. One must close their eyes, calm their mind, and steady their breath to achieve true meditation." Meanwhile, within the papal hall, Qian Douluo inquired, "What troubles you, Your Holiness?" Bibi Dong, with a stern expression, replied, "Today I went to facilitate Ear's martial soul awakening. His innate soul power is on par with Shuer, yet unlike her, Ear possesses a twin martial soul." "Twin martial souls? Just like you?" Qian Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. Bibi Dong nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Alas, I have named him Shaoi, with the hope that he would live a life of ease. But now," Qian Douluo inquired, "what is a martial soul?" Two martial souls that had never been encountered before were named the Sword of Judgment and the Eight-Winged Demon. However, Ear is likely still unaware that the Eight-Winged Demon cannot be utilized. "Cannot be utilized? What is the matter?" Bibi Dong shook her head, expressing her concern. "I am also quite uncertain about it. That martial soul is rather peculiar, as it does not respond to EOS control. Alas, it is unclear whether this is a blessing or a curse." Chapter 7. The Hunt for Soul Beasts in the Chamber of Qian Ringshu. Qian Shaoi sighed, "Sister, do you still despise me? In front of others, you treat me with such kindness, but is it merely for the sake of our mother and grandfather?" I remained silent. "Yet your presence has robbed me of everything. Mother and grandfather greet you with smiles, while they disregard me. Why is that? I am the biological child. You, the illegitimate one, simply know nothing." Qian Rinxue suddenly opened her eyes and exclaimed, her aura erupting, as two yellow soul rings materialized behind her. In the Douluo continent, soul power is categorized into ranks every 10 levels, with each rank requiring the absorption of a soul ring. Soul rings are remnants of deceased soul beasts, and their potency varies with color. The hierarchy, from lowest to highest, is white, yellow, blue, black, and the legendary red. White represents a 10-year soul ring, which falls from soul beasts that have lived less than 10 years. Yellow signifies 100 years, blue 1,000 years, black 10,000 years, and red can only be acquired from soul beasts of 100,000 years. Not all soul rings can be absorbed. One must act within their capacity, assessing their physical condition to determine if absorption is feasible. Naturally, soul beasts do not wait for you to hunt them, and many have perished in the pursuit of capturing these creatures. Qian Rinxue possesses 2 yellow century-old soul rings, a formidable presence that is beyond the capability of the newly awakened Qian Shaoi to contend with. Qian Shaoi was propelled outward, crashing against the wall. How could he, with his newly awakened martial soul, possibly contend with the formidable second ring soul master, Qian Rushue? Cough, cough. "Sister." Qian Rinxue gazed at Qian Shaoi, who lay on the ground after colliding with the wall, her eyes filled with a hint of compassion. She inquired, Did you come here seeking a fight? Qian Xiaoyi gradually approached, raising his right hand, from which a sword slowly materialized, the Sword of Judgment. Do you wish to gain insight? Come forth. Qian Rinxue activated her martial soul, revealing 6 wings behind her. Qian Xiaoyi shook her head and handed the Sword of Judgment to Qian Rinxue. Sister, I have just undergone my martial soul awakening today. This is my martial soul, the Sword of Judgment. I am aware that you harbor resentment towards me, for I have taken everything from you. You may strike me to vent your frustrations, but please refrain from utilizing your martial soul. If I were to be gravely injured, our mother would certainly take notice. Qian Rinxue gritted her teeth and retracted her martial soul, declaring, very well. She gazed at the judgment sword she held aloft, yet hesitated to strike. Qian Xiaoyi glanced at Qian Rinxue and smiled, saying, in truth, elder sister has always cared for me. Dear sister, you continue to love me. The judgment sword, raised by Qian Rinxue, transformed into luminous particles that dispersed through the air. Qian Rinxue embraced Qian Xiaoyi, weeping as she lamented, oh, forgive me, Xiaoyi. I was merely overwhelmed by an imbalance within my heart, and thus, I vented my frustrations upon you. Qian Xiaoyi was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that his sister would actually apologize. Soon after, a smile graced his lips as he gently patted Qian Rinxue on the back. Sister, it's all right. For I love you too. Little Yi had always cherished his sister. In truth, the differing attitudes of sister, mother, and grandfather towards us stem from their varying expectations of us. Qian Rinxue pushed Qian Xiaoyi aside and inquired, what does this mean? Qian Xiaoyi remarked, you possess the 6-winged angel martial soul, akin to my grandfather's, and with an innate soul power of level 20, your future remains an enigma. The so-called gentle abode and the hero's grave cannot afford leniency towards you. As for me, being playful, my mother harbors no significant expectations for me. Thus, she is not stern in her guidance. Today, my martial soul awakened, and I too am a prodigy. Henceforth, I shall diligently cultivate my abilities to alleviate the burdens on my sister. Tears streamed down Qian Rinxue's face as she sobbed against Qian Xiaoyi's chest. Sister, from this moment on, allow me to be your protector. I am your outlet for frustration and your shield against adversity. You may come to me with anything. Qian Xiaoyi comforted her. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, a subtle glow of white radiated from Qian Rinxue, while a dark aura enveloped Qian Xiaoyi, one pure, the other sinister. The following day at the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong addressed Qian Xiaoyi, saying, the advantage of possessing twin martial souls is the ability to acquire double the soul rings of an ordinary soul master. The optimal cultivation strategy is to first develop one of your martial souls. Although your second martial soul currently lacks a soul ring, the potential years of soul rings you can endure remain unchanged. Thus, once you reach the title Douluo level, your second martial soul may very well be adorned with all 100,000-year soul rings. Now, you must decide, which will be your second martial soul? The Judgment Sword or the 8-winged demon? Take your time to contemplate this choice. Qian Xiaoyi hesitated for a moment and said, I desire the 8-winged demon as my second spirit. I do not favor it. Moreover, for reasons unbeknownst to me, I am unable to wield this spirit. The Judgment Sword, on the other hand, suits my development far better. Bibi Dong nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. Let us proceed to the Sunset Forest, where you shall acquire your first spirit. The Judgment Sword, along with its initial spirit ring. Summon the attendants. I shall accompany my son to the Sunset Forest. Yes, Your Excellency. The Sunset Forest, renowned throughout the Douluo continent, is abundant with soul beasts and possesses a diverse landscape. Unlike the monotonous Douluo forest filled solely with trees, it features meadows, lakes, and more. This time, Bibi Dong brought only a few companions, yet it sufficed to seek out a century-old soul beast. Naturally, she would not settle for just any century-old creature. As the Pope, Bibi Dong would ensure her son received the finest. After half a day of careful selection, they ultimately decided upon a 500-year-old blood-eyed saber-toothed tiger. Typically, a soul master's first spirit ring does not exceed 400 years, but Qian Xiaoyi's second spirit, the 8-winged demon, enhanced his physical prowess, allowing him to barely absorb the 500-year ring. Originally, Bibi Dong was reluctant to let Qian Xiaoyi take such a risk, as there have been many who attempted to absorb spirit rings beyond their level, only to meet their demise. It was only after Qian Xiaoyi's assurances that she reluctantly consented. The blood-eyed saber-toothed tiger, with its crimson pupils, stood taller than an average adult, exuding an imposing presence. Its 2 sharp fangs served as its primary means of attack, while its robust limbs showcased remarkable strength. Bibi Dong inquired calmly, "Is this creature suitable, my son?" Qian Shaoi nodded slightly, feeling that it was indeed suitable for him, particularly because of the sword character in its name. Bibi Dong, somewhat taken aback, questioned, "Is it truly fitting for you simply because of the sword character? Are you certain you are not jesting?" "Wait, mother, I wish to try it myself," Qian Shaoi interjected calmly. Chapter 8. The First Soul Ring. "Wait, mother. I wish to try it myself," Qian Shaoi repeated, interrupting Bibi Dong with a composed demeanor. Without a moment's hesitation, Bibi Dong firmly declined. "Be obedient. It is already quite extraordinary for your mother to permit you to absorb a 500-year soul ring. But allowing you to confront it in single combat is out of the question. Moreover, the Blood-Eye Sword-Toothed Tiger is a formidable opponent among its rank." Observing Bibi Dong's resolute expression, Qian Shaoi shook his head. "Mother, even if my soul ring configuration is exceptional, without practical combat experience, I cannot protect myself, let alone safeguard you. Therefore, please allow me to proceed. Besides, you will be there with me. 100-year soul beast poses no threat." Bibi Dong sighed. "Well, all right. Just be cautious." The members of the Spirit Hall encircled the Blood-Eye Sword-Toothed Tiger, surrounding it without intent to kill. The beast, having been battered from side to side, was no longer at its peak strength. Upon seeing the 6-year-old Qian Shaoi approach alone, its eyes glinted with ferocity. Such a creature, at this age, lacked independent consciousness and thus did not consider fleeing. Indeed, escape was not an option. Bibi Dong instructed her followers to clear a space for battle, and Qian Shaoi stepped into the arena. In Qian Shaoi's hand materialized a sword, the Sword of Judgment, as if by an unspoken agreement. Both a person and a tiger surged towards one another. Qian Shaoi understood that century-old soul beasts fought solely by instinct, devoid of any strategy. Yet, one could not afford to be complacent. Raising the Sword of Judgment, he swung it downward, while the blood-pupil blade-toothed tiger lifted its paw in response. Clang! The seemingly fragile paw clashed against the Sword of Judgment, producing a sound akin to steel meeting steel. The blood-pupil blade-toothed tiger snapped its jaws towards Qian Shaoi, who deftly evaded the attack. Qian Shaoi furrowed her brow. "Knowing that your claws and teeth could contend with the Sword of Judgment, I shall evade your fangs and talons." Seeking another opportunity, Bibi Dong anxiously observed the evasive Qian Shaoi, her palms already damp with cold sweat, fixated on Qian Shaoi's battle, fearful of any unforeseen mishaps. In truth, Bibi Dong need not be so perturbed. In a confrontation of this caliber, not only could she, a titled Douluo, intervene in a timely manner, but even a soul master of the fourth ring could provide assistance if necessary. It is merely indicative of Bibi Dong's concern that has led to her disarray. Qian Shaoi evaded the attacks of the blood-eyed saber-toothed tiger, narrowly escaping each time and bearing some scratches, appearing quite disheveled. Suddenly, the blood-eyed saber-toothed tiger lunged at Qian Shaoi. With a swift run-up, he crouched down sharply. The beast soared over his head, and seizing the opportunity, he thrust the judgment sword into the creature's flank. Thud! The sword penetrated the tiger's waist, but Qian Shaoi was sent flying by a powerful kick from its hind leg. Coughing, he gasped for breath. Relieved he wasn't at full capacity, otherwise he would have truly been no match for it. Indeed, it was a formidable soul beast among its kind after 5 centuries. However, for the sake of my spirit ring, it was worth it. Ha! The blood-eyed saber-toothed tiger lay on the ground, convulsing, clearly not yet lifeless, with the judgment sword still lodged in its side. The members of the Spirit Hall erupted in exclamations of astonishment. Truly, the young master is impressive. If it were me, I would have perished long ago. Indeed, although the blood-eyed saber-toothed tiger was not at full strength, it should not be underestimated. When I was at level 10, I was chased around by a century-old soul beast, and it was my father who came to my aid. I never expected the young master to single-handedly slay this 500-year-old soul beast, especially one of such noble lineage. Can you even compare yourself to His Highness? The members of the Spirit Hall exchanged lively banter. This time, the usually stern Bibi Dong remained silent. Had she not been the Pope, she would have joined in their enthusiasm. Feeling quite pleased, observing the blood-eyed saber-toothed tiger's resentful gaze and its pitiful, bloodied form, Qian Shaoi felt a pang of compassion and guilt. Pulling out the judgment sword, he spoke softly, "I apologize for intruding upon your life, but in order to survive in this perilous Douluo continent, to protect my mother and sister, I must acquire your power." Thud! Qian Shaoi has brought an end to the life of the blood-eyed saber-toothed tiger, and from its body, an ethereal yellow soul ring begins to coalesce. Qian Shaoi suppressed the urge to vomit, seated himself, and took a deep breath. Recalling the method for absorbing soul rings that Bibi Dong had imparted to him, meditation, using the judgment sword martial soul to guide the soul ring. Regardless of who one might be, the approach to absorbing a soul ring remains constant. One must utilize their martial soul to lead the soul ring, subsequently absorbing it into their body and digesting the soul power contained within. The yellow soul ring encircled the judgment sword in Qian Shaoi's grasp, and he sensed a surge of pressure. The energy from the soul ring flowed into the judgment sword and then into Qian Shaoi's body, where it was met with his efforts to digest it. However, the rate of absorption far surpassed the pace of assimilation. Gradually, Qian Shaoi began to experience pain, a searing agony that tore through his entire being. Qian Shaoi gritted his teeth, cold sweat trickling down his face, each drop a testament to his profound suffering. Bibi Dong, feeling both sympathy and regret, pondered that she should not have acquiesced to Qian Shaoi's request. Had he chosen a soul beast of a lesser age, his agony would have been significantly alleviated. The 500-year-old soul ring surpassed the threshold that a soul master could typically endure for their first ring, even reaching levels comparable to many soul masters' second and third rings. Bibi Dong found herself powerless. If a soul master were interrupted during the absorption of a soul ring, they would either face death or severe injury. All she could do now was pray. The energy of the soul ring had been fully absorbed. All that remained was to digest the energy within his body to complete the process. After what felt like an eternity, Qian Shaoi finally stood. Casting a grateful glance at the members of the spirit hall, his gaze ultimately resting on Bibi Dong, whose eyes were already glistening with tears, clearly overwhelmed by anxiety and excitement. "Mother, I have succeeded," he proclaimed. Bibi Dong rushed over, enveloping Qian Shaoi in her embrace, her voice trembling with emotion as she exclaimed, "Here, you frightened me to death. From now on, do not engage in endeavors without certainty. Do you understand?" Qian Shaoi nodded, but what thoughts lingered in her mind? Perhaps only she truly comprehended. Chapter 9. The External Soul Bone. As she walked home, a question arose. "By the way, what is your first soul skill?" After absorbing the soul ring, you will instinctively know the soul skill and its attributes that the soul ring imparts, Bibi Dong inquired. Qian Shaoi did not conceal anything. The sword of judgment materialized in his hand, accompanied by a circle of yellow soul rings. This soul skill is known as Sword Qi, and its function is. As he spoke, he wielded the sword of judgment, and a flash of sword light flickered past, severing the trees it touched into two segments. He unleashed the sharp sword Qi, allowing for remote attacks. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. Typically, the first soul ring signifies a minor application of one's martial spirit. Yet this sword Qi was exceedingly potent. The members of the martial soul hall stared wide-eyed. "Hey, did you see that? The young master's first soul skill is astonishingly powerful, rivaling even my third soul skill. Haha, your third soul ring is only a century old. It hardly compares. It's remarkably sharp, as a two-ringed soul master. I certainly cannot achieve such prowess." The whispers of the soldiers failed to capture Bibi Dong's attention, as she remained in disbelief, gazing at Qian Shaoi. Meanwhile, Qian Shaoi inadvertently noticed a fleeting glimpse of a golden-haired beauty. Upon returning to the martial soul hall, Bibi Dong had already separated from Qian Shaoi when his martial spirit awakened, thus he occupied a room alone. Bibi Dong returned to her own chamber, while Qian Shaoi made his way to Qian Renshua's quarters. Pushing open the door, Qian Renshua looked at the travel-worn Qian Shaoi and said, "You have arrived." Qian Shaoi remarked, "It seems that my sister is aware of my impending arrival." Qian Renshua shook her head and said, "I heard that you have returned. I anticipated you would come by. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Qian Shaoi fell into a moment of silence before expressing, "I have decided to depart from this place." Qian Renshua's gaze flickered momentarily as she spoke softly. "Why? Is it solely because of me? Is it not pleasant here?" Qian Shaoi shook her head and said, "Sister, your reasoning is merely a fragment of the truth. The main issue lies with our mother. Her excessive indulgence has hindered my growth, rendering it nearly impossible for me to mature." Although Qian Shaoi had not finished speaking, Qian Renshue already comprehended her intentions. With a hint of disappointment, she inquired, "Is it not possible to stay?" Qian Shaoi chuckled, "Sister, your sadness is a testament to the fact that you still hold me dear in your heart. You remain that loving sister who cherishes her brother. However, I must take my leave, for only then will you be able to lead a better life. Yet, the thought of it weighs heavily on me." Qian Renshue wished to say something further, but was interrupted by Qian Shaoi. "All right, sister, it's not like you're not coming back. You're merely going out to attend school." Qian Shaoi stepped outside, leaving Qian Rushua gazing at her brother's retreating figure. Brother, have I truly regarded you as my sibling? It is my capriciousness to blame. It is you who has continually indulged this so-called sister of yours. Soon, I shall embark on a mission, and perhaps we shall not meet again. Upon returning to her chamber, Qian Shaoi called out, "Come in." A soldier entered, kneeling on one knee. "Young master, what is your command?" "I wish to investigate a matter." "No, rather, find me a school. This institution must be small and impoverished, lest someone recognize me. For the sake of maintaining the secrecy of my identity, it would be best if it were somewhat remote. Do you understand?" The soldier appeared somewhat troubled. "As you wish. However, young master, it may take a bit longer." Qian Shaoi nonchalantly remarked, "It's fine, there's no rush. Take your time to find the most suitable one. Anything less will not suffice." "Understood." The soldiers retreated. In the papal chamber of the spirit hall, Bibi Dong pondered, An academy that is small, impoverished, and remote? What is Ear planning to do? It's so far away. What if danger arises? No, I must inquire about Ear." With that, Bibi Dong hastened to Qian Shaoi's room. "Ear, what do you need an academy for?" "Mother can teach you," Bibi Dong asked, her eyes filled with reluctance. "Mother? What brings you here?" Qian Shaoi responded, "Oh, I wish to venture outside, to explore the world beyond. Though the spirit hall is vast, it does not encompass the entirety of the continent. I cannot perpetually rely on you, mother." Qian Shaoi spoke with resolute determination. Before Bibi Dong could voice her concerns, Qian Douluo entered the room. "Your Holiness, true strength is never forged in the comfort of a cradle. You may wish for him to lead a life of ease, yet have you considered listening to his aspirations?" Bibi Dong gazed at Qian Shaoi with a heavy heart and sighed. "Ear, do as you see fit." Qian Shaoi embraced Bibi Dong, who was only half his height. Thus he could only wrap his arms around her legs. "Mother, it will take a long time to find such an academy," he exclaimed. "Moreover, Eo will often return to visit you." "Indeed. Mother, it's not as if I'm leaving right now. I still have to wait for several years." Bibi Dong nodded and stepped outside, though no one noticed the 2 streaks of tears that had traced down her face. The following day, Qian Shaoi gazed at his left hand, which was entirely covered in a white, bone-like substance, transforming his fingers into sharp blades. He swung his hand toward the ground, leaving 5 deep gashes in its surface. "This seems quite formidable. I should inquire with mother about what this is." Just then, Bibi Dong, having just completed her tasks, noticed Qian Shaoi's arrival. Qian Shaoi extended his left hand and inquired, "Mother, what is this?" "It has appeared ever since I assimilated the soul ring. How can I get rid of it? Otherwise, I might become a monster." Bibi Dong stared blankly at Qian Shaoi's left hand, pondering the external soul bone. Qian Shaoi tilted her head and inquired, "What exactly is an external soul bone?" External soul bones are exceptionally rare, typically produced only by soul beasts of high lineage. It appears that the blood-pupil saber-toothed tiger is indeed remarkable. Let us begin with a discussion on soul bones. Soul bones are extraordinarily unique entities, similar to soul rings. They originate from soul beasts and possess a lifespan equivalent to that of soul rings. However, they exhibit significant differences. Firstly, the probability of a soul bone's manifestation is merely 1 in 1,000 or even lower. Generally, only soul beasts of immense power, who encounter extraordinary circumstances at the moment of their demise, can potentially give rise to soul bones after death. Unlike soul rings, which can be derived from any soul beast, the rarity of soul bones renders them exceedingly precious. Another distinction between soul bones and soul rings lies in their utilization. Soul bones do not require the slayer of the soul beast to be the one who can harness them. Instead, one can extract soul bones from the remains of the soul beast, significantly enhancing the physical attributes of a soul master. This enhancement allows the absorption of higher-tier soul rings, amplifying attributes such as attack, speed, and strength, akin to having an auxiliary support soul master perpetually by one's side. A soul master can only absorb soul bones from the limbs, head, and torso, implying that an average individual can assimilate a total of 6 soul bones, paralleling the capacity to absorb 9 soul rings. Qian Shaoi was taken aback. "Is this a bone from my left arm?" Bibi Dong shook her head once more, patiently elucidating. "No, what you possess is an external spirit bone. External spirit bones are a wondrous phenomenon, a unique entity distinct from the 6 primary categories of spirit bones. Their most remarkable attribute is their capacity to evolve alongside the absorption of spirit rings, additionally bestowing upon you a special spirit skill. If the likelihood of ordinary spirit bones manifesting from spirit beasts is a mere 1 in 1,000, then the occurrence of external spirit bones is even less than 1 in 10,000. Furthermore, the prerequisite for absorbing an external spirit bone is that one must first absorb the spirit ring dropped by the corresponding spirit beast. When we refer to trunk-type spirit bones, we typically mean the sternum. Limb-type bones generally pertain to the bones of the arms and legs, while those of the head usually refer to the skull. However, the spirit bone you have absorbed is that of the hand. Based on my previous observations, I can affirm that it is indeed an external spirit bone. My dear child, are you aware that within the realm of spirit masters, there exists a ranking of the most coveted treasures known as the Spirit Master Dream List? In this esteemed list, external spirit bones consistently hold the second position, surpassed only by the nearly mythical 100,000-year spirit ring, which is deemed virtually impossible to attain. Qian Shaoi exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, that's incredible. Ha ha ha, mother, from now on, I shall be the one to protect you." Bibi Dong chuckled softly, ruffling his hair. There are many formidable beings on this continent. If you wish to protect me, you must strive harder. Now let us examine the abilities of your left palm bone. With exhilaration, Qian Shaoi clenched his fists. Crush. He possessed the ability to reduce anything he encountered to mere dust. Bibi Dong was delighted. The stronger Qian Shaoi became, the more joy it brought her. Indeed, it was time for Ear to venture out and experience the world. Chapter 10, The Encounter of 1, 3, and 5 3 years later, at the Martial Soul Hall. The 9-year-old Qian Shaoi was practicing his swordsmanship when he heard the sound of approaching footsteps. A soldier rushed in, kneeling on one knee, reporting, "Young master. After 3 years of searching, we have finally located an academy that meets your requirements. If it weren't for the existence of a branch hall there, we may never have discovered it." Qian Shaoi retracted the sword of judgment from his martial soul. "Oh, which academy is it? What is its name?" "Young master, this academy aligns perfectly with your requirements. Nestled in a remote mountain, it is impoverished and dilapidated, boasting only 3 students, making it the only institution where the number of teachers exceeds that of students." "What is its name?" Qian Shaoi inquired. It is called Shrek Academy." "And what of its teaching quality?" Qian Shaoi asked once more. The soldier respectfully replied, "It is commendable. Every graduate is at least a soul master, and many are young soul masters with the potential to become high-ranking soul saints in the future, though the admission process is rather stringent." Qian Shaoi smiled and remarked, "A college with merely 3 students is quite remarkable. It is only natural for the admission standards to be stringent." "Indeed. Excellent. Where is this esteemed institution located?" The soldier then informed Qian Shaoi of the address of Shrek Academy. Qian Shaoi instructed, "You shall seek out the Pope and convey my intention to depart. I will first prepare my belongings." "Understood." Bibi Dong entered Qian Shaoi's chamber, accompanied by Qian Renxue. "Sister, what brings you here?" Upon noticing Qian Renxue behind Bibi Dong, Qian Shaoi inquired. Qian Renxue remained silent, her gaze towards Qian Shaoi tinged with a hint of regret and profound reluctance. "Shaoi, are you leaving now?" Bibi Dong inquired, her pink eyes also glistening with unshed tears. Qian Renxue felt no better, shedding tears of her own in shared sorrow. "Yes, I am leaving now. Mother, sister, farewell." Having gathered her belongings, which consisted merely of some money and a few articles of clothing, she declared, "Let us go. Mother will see you off personally. Take this watch. It not only tells time but also serves as a soul guide device." The soul guide device is a spatial contraption designed for storage, requiring only the infusion of one's own soul power to activate. As she bid farewell to Qian Shaoi, watching her receding figure, Qian Renxue's heart was a tumultuous whirlpool of emotions. "It is all my fault. I am so sorry, Shaoi. Safe travels. I wonder how long it will be until we meet again." In a hurried manner, Bibi Dong returned to the spirit hall. "Prepare someone. The crown prince has departed. Assign a title Douluo for protection and report any matters to me. Under no circumstances should they act unless absolutely necessary. However, if anything should befall the crown prince, I expect to see their head." Meanwhile, in the spirit hall, within the offering hall, Qian Douluo opened his eyes, listening to the report from his subordinates. "You say Shaoi has left? Very well, you may go. Summon the 6th and 7th offerings." Qian Renxue wept quietly in her chamber, reflecting on the passage of 6 years since her soul awakening at the tender age of 6. Today marked the first day she had refrained from her rigorous training. And in this moment of solitude, she realized how deeply she had come to rely on her ever-indulgent younger brother. Regret washed over her as she lamented not cherishing their time together, much like Bibi Dong had failed to do. Have you heard? One voice exclaimed. Our esteemed Pope's son has departed. Departed? What happened? Came the curious reply. Oh, the young master treated everyone equally, devoid of arrogance, and yet he has left. It is a tragedy of talent. Fool. He hasn't perished, he has simply gone away to pursue his studies. Then why not clarify that? The other retorted. I was led to believe. Meanwhile, on his journey, Qian Xiaoyi remained blissfully unaware of the commotion his absence had stirred. A month later, a 9-year-old boy ambled along a narrow path. Phew, I'm utterly exhausted. After a month of travel, I am finally nearing my destination, but how remote this place is. I have truly arrived in the countryside. From a distance, Qian Xiaoyi spotted a small village approximately a mile ahead. With the keen vision afforded by the purple extreme demon eye, he could discern that the village comprised around 100 households, encircled by a wooden fence, seemingly erected as a safeguard against wild beasts. A crowd had gathered at the village entrance, and he was curious about the commotion. This must be Shrek Academy. But why are so many people congregated here? He pondered. Well, I shall go and investigate. Qian Xiaoyi resolved, hastening towards the gathering. Oh, there appears to be someone up ahead. As Qian Xiaoyi took a few steps, he soon discerned a figure ahead. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not a solitary individual but rather two youths, approximately 11 or 12 years of age, one male and one female. The girl was perched upon the boy's back, creating the illusion of a single silhouette from a distance. I'm so tired. Brother, look over there. There's a small village. Is Shrek Academy really located there? It looks so dilapidated. I can hardly fathom that such an academy could produce a student like Daimubai. The girl remarked sweetly. The boy, exuding a hint of exasperation, replied, Yes, that should indeed be Shrek Academy. If it can nurture a student like Daimubai, I imagine the academy must be quite remarkable. The teacher summoned me here, not you. And do you really have the right to complain of fatigue? Hee. I was merely speaking on your behalf. The girl teased playfully. Overhearing their conversation, Qian Xiaoyi approached and said, Oh, are you both here to study at Shrek Academy as well? What a coincidence. I am too. Haha, we might even be classmates. By the way, what are your names? Though it truly looks quite shabby. The boy was startled, his gaze sharpening with suspicion as he observed Qian Xiaoyi. Who is this person? I didn't even notice his arrival. Suddenly, Qian Xiaoyi's unexpected presence startled the girl as well, causing her to bury her head in the boy's shoulder while she screamed. The boy's ears were perilously close to the girl's mouth, and her loud shout resonated in his head, momentarily rendering him dazed and causing him to forget his wariness towards Qian Xiaoyi. After a brief moment, the boy shook his head and said, Xiaowu. Keep your voice down, my ears. The girl, named Xiaowu, showed no signs of awareness as she retorted, Tang-san, you scoundrel. Instead of reprimanding this frightening stranger, you come to scold me. Qian Xiaoyi had not anticipated that her inadvertent action would frighten the two individuals. She hurriedly bowed in apology, exclaiming, I'm so sorry. Brother and sister, I did not mean to startle you. At that moment, Tang-san and Xiaowu took a closer look at the person before them, or rather, the child. This child bore an unremarkable appearance, standing a half head shorter than themselves, and appeared to be merely 8 or 9 years old. With long, black hair cascading down her shoulders, crimson pupils, and clad in dark red attire, she presented a rather enchanting sight. Oh, little one, are you here to study? You're so small, Xiaowu remarked candidly. Qian Xiaoyi's lips involuntarily twitched. Small? In what way am I small? Tang-san gently patted Xiaowu and said, It's all right. Little friend, my name is Tang-san, and this is my sister, Xiaowu. Oh, I am called Xiaoyi. You may address me as Xiaoyi as well. After departing from the spirit hall, Qian Xiaoyi donned a human skin mask, as his current visage was not his own, and he had adopted the name Xiaoyi to prevent others from recognizing him. After all, Qian Xiaoyi, the son of the Pope, was a well-known figure across the continent. Being recognized would defeat the purpose of his training. The friends he made were merely drawn to him because of his lineage, lacking genuine connection. Qian Xiaoyi, throughout his life, had many who sought to curry favor with him, yet only one person held his true affection, his sister, Qian Renxue. Thus, Qian Xiaoyi resolved to conceal his identity, adopting a new visage and name. Xiaoyi, Tang-san, Xiaowu, 135. Let us proceed together, Xiaoyi declared. Tang-san and Xiaowu nodded in agreement and advanced. As they drew closer, Qian Xiaoyi sensed something amiss. At the village entrance, a considerable gathering had formed, primarily consisting of youths of similar age, most accompanied by their parents. A table was set up at the village's threshold, behind which sat an elderly man of over 60 years, to the astonishment of Xiao Yi, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. A somewhat tattered plaque hung from a wooden archway at the entrance, inscribed with 5 simple characters, Shrek Academy. Before these characters, a green emblem resembling the head of a humanoid creature was displayed, greenish and somewhat endearing. The elderly man seated behind the table also bore a similar circular green badge, presumably the emblem of Shrek Academy. Chapter 11. Shrek Academy surely not, Xiao Wu exclaimed, jumping down from Tang San's back, her eyes wide as she gazed at the plaque. Then turning back to Tang San, both struck with astonishment. Although Xiao Yi was already aware of Shrek Academy's reputation, witnessing it firsthand elicited a wave of nostalgia. Brother, could it be that the master has made an error? This hardly resembles an academy. Could it be a deception? Tang San replied with a wry smile. Now that we are here, let us observe further. Xiao Yi reassured them. Since we have arrived, we might as well embrace it. Your teacher must have his reasons for bringing you here. I have heard that none who graduate from Shrek Academy are weaklings, even in the royal courts of various nations. They can secure positions of authority. Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of surprise and was somewhat reassured. After all, those serving in the royal courts as spirit masters were at least spirit emperors. This spoke volumes of Shrek Academy's educational standards. The faces of the accompanying parents were etched with profound disappointment. Hiki, perhaps you won't even pass the entrance examination, Xiao Yi whispered mockingly. He had long been informed by the spirit hall of the challenges associated with entering and exiting Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi's gaze lingered not on the applicants for long. Instead, he focused on the front of the line, where the registration was taking place. With the enhancement of his second spirit, his vision and hearing were heightened, allowing him to discern the dialogue occurring at the table. The elderly man responsible for accepting registrations appeared lethargic, his attire described kindly as simple. Yet he bore no resemblance to an esteemed academy instructor. At that moment, a youth stepped forward to register. The elderly man, in a languid tone, stated, "The registration fee is 10 gold spirit coins. Simply place them in that box." The young boy's father hastily retrieved 10 gold soul coins and placed them into a wooden box constructed from several planks. Extending a hand, the elder remarked. The boy complied and presented his hand before the elder, who pinched it twice, shook his head, and said, "Your age is not suitable. You may leave." The father, taken aback by the elder's keen judgment, quickly forced a smile and said, "Esteemed teacher, my son has only just celebrated his 13th birthday. Might you consider making an exception?" The elder, somewhat impatient, replied, "An exception? Certainly. To qualify, one must be over 13 and achieve a level of 25 or higher. So, have you met that requirement? Since you have not, please do not disrupt the others waiting." The boy's father protested, "But what about our registration fee?" The elder, unyielding, stated, "Once registered, fees are non-refundable." Unable to contain his anger, the father retorted, "This is clearly a scam. Refund our registration fee, or we shall not leave. Had we known that this so-called Shrek Academy was in such disrepair, we would never have come." The elder cast a glance at him, disregarding his words, and coolly instructed, "Move by, someone wishes to reclaim their registration fee, handle it." Suddenly, a figure sprang up from the ground, declaring, "If you want a refund, you must first defeat me, and I will return double." Xiao Yi found himself helplessly exasperated. Damubai, without further ado, summoned his soul power and unleashed 3 soul rings, 2 of 100 years and 1 of 1,000 years. The overwhelming soul power created an invisible pressure in the air, and a chilling glint flashed in his eyes as he regarded the father and son. Xiao Yi pressed his forehead, muttering, "This is outright extortion." Among soul masters, soul rings always confer the greatest authority. Seeing Dai Mu Bai's 3 soul rings, including a 1,000-year one, was indicative of the optimal configuration rarely seen among soul masters. The boy's father turned pale, realizing that his own strength could not possibly match Dai Mu Bai's. He muttered that it was their misfortune and hurriedly led his son away. Dai Mu Bai returned to his previous position, casting a cold, sweeping glance at the other applicants and their parents, his intent to intimidate unmistakable. The pressure from his 3 soul rings was not something ordinary individuals could withstand. As this scene concluded, the queue diminished by a third, as many sought to evade potential loss, especially given the unremarkable appearance of Shrek Academy. Another boy approached the elder, accompanied by his parents. His mother confidently placed 10 gold coins into the wooden box, and the boy obediently extended his hand. The elder squeezed his hand, casting a dim gaze upon him, and stated, "Just right at 12 years old. Release your martial soul and let me see." The youth nodded, a pale green soul power emanating from his body, while a century-old yellow soul ring rhythmically encircled him. The aura of the century-old soul ring was undeniably formidable, and as his martial soul manifested, a thick, elongated vine coiled around his form. This martial soul bore some resemblance to Tang San's blue-silver grass. However, his soul was not grass, but a vine itself. Akin to Tang San's second soul ring, the ghost vine, albeit devoid of its toxic properties. The elder shook his head and stated, "Not qualified, you may leave." The boy's parents, initially brimming with confidence, were instantly taken aback by the elder's verdict, their expressions frozen in disbelief. His mother could not help but inquire, "Why?" "My son is an outstanding student at the junior academy. Did you not notice his soul ring is a century old? There are few soul masters with a century-old soul ring." The elder replied nonchalantly, "While it is true that the first soul ring is a century old, he is merely an ordinary person." The boy's father furrowed his brow and remarked, "I do not comprehend your meaning." The elder, displaying impatience, rose from behind the desk. Addressing not only the boy's parents, but also those waiting in line, "We only accept prodigies here, not ordinary folk. At 12 years of age, if one has not reached the second ring as a soul master, they should not squander their gold." Chapter 12. Registration. Tang Sen cast a sidelong glance at the composed Xiao Yi, his expression somewhat peculiar. He mused to himself, another prodigy. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura surged from the elder, a vibrant crimson light erupting from his form. A long staff adorned with intricate patterns appeared in his right hand, and most astonishingly, 6 soul rings ascended from beneath him, their dazzling brilliance capturing the attention of all present. The colors of the 6 soul rings were 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. This elder, who appeared to be an ordinary farmer, was, in fact, a formidable soul emperor of over level 60. With a casual wave of his hand towards the astonished family, he called out, "Next." The radiance of the soul rings receded, and all traces of soul power vanished in an instant, the elder reverting to his previously languid demeanor, as if the formidable aura of a soul emperor had never emanated from him. Now, all present were rendered silent, each individual a commoner who dared not offend a soul emperor-level powerhouse. The disdain and contempt that had briefly flickered in the eyes of the parents and aspiring students dissipated instantly. After all, if the registration teacher possessed over level 60 strength, the faculty of Shrek Academy must be exceptionally formidable. Soon, expressions of regret appeared on the faces of most parents as they quietly led their children away. After all, achieving over level 20 soul power by the age of 12 was an exceedingly daunting requirement. Those who remained were evidently confident in their ability to surpass the elder's scrutiny, as the next few aspiring young soul masters boasted soul powers exceeding level 20, each possessing 2 soul rings. After paying a registration fee of 10 gold coins, the elder informed them that they had successfully passed the first stage of the entrance examination and could proceed to the academy for the second stage. Parents were not permitted to accompany the candidates into the academy. Dai Mubai, responsible for overseeing the gathering, led the successful candidates into the academy. Those who had passed the test awaited their turn, and once 3 were gathered, he would escort them inside, which was also part of his duties. At this moment, Dai Mubai finally spotted Tang San and his companion, as well as Xiao Yi, his expression initially one of surprise. He had not anticipated the presence of such young students here. However, he soon came to terms with it. The academy only stipulated that applicants under 12 years of age were eligible to register. Without any upper age limit, the Xiao Yi was perfectly qualified to enroll. The elder responsible for the registrations displayed a look of uncertainty as he stood before a young girl with short pink hair who had just withdrawn her outstretched hand. This girl was unaccompanied by parents, standing alone. Dressed in a simple white gown, she exuded an aura of cleanliness. Her neatly cropped hair framed her face, and she was somewhat shorter than Xiao Wu, yet only slightly taller than Xiao Yi. Facing away from Tang San and Xiao Wu, her features remained unseen, but the flawless skin visible at her neck suggested an exquisite complexion. "May I inquire if I have successfully passed the preliminary examination?" Her voice was melodious and enchanting, lacking a hint of bravado, instead sounding soft and tender, evoking a sense of warmth. Observing Dai Mubai's gaze towards her, Xiao Yi surmised that the girl must possess great beauty, for within Dai Mubai's eyes shone a predatory glint reminiscent of a wolf. Gradually, the astonishment on the elder's face subsided, and he furrowed his brow, asking, "Are your family members aware of your presence here?" The girl did not directly respond to his question but smiled and said, "It is said that education knows no bounds, as long as I meet the academy's requirements." "You have no reason to refuse me, do you?" The elder shook his head and replied, "Please wait aside. We will escort 3 candidates at a time to avoid overexerting Mubai." The girl obediently stood to the side, awaiting her 2 companions. At last, it was Tang San and Xiao Wu's turn, followed by Xiao Yi. With Tang San and Xiao Wu in front of him, only one other candidate remained behind Xiao Yi. A girl who seemed to have arrived recently. She appeared to be slightly younger than both him and Xiao Wu, with long black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her face slightly lowered. Her height was comparable to that of the girl in the white gown, and her complexion was similarly fair. However, this girl emanated a distinctly unique aura. Her voluptuous figure was strikingly incongruous with her age, had one not focused on her face. They might easily mistake her for an adult, undoubtedly capturing the attention of all men. In stark contrast to her curvaceous form, her expression was notably aloof, an inner coldness radiated from her, pure and unyielding, with her black eyes devoid of any warmth, a contrast to her otherwise beautiful visage. The epitome of an ice-cold beauty. Xiao Yi mused inwardly, this girl has developed even more impressively than my sister. When she grows up, will she be able to move gracefully? Are you registering or not? If not, please step aside. The elder's voice pulled Xiao Yi back to reality. Xiao Yi noticed an amusing detail. Tang San had been fixated on the girl behind him, evidently drawn by Dai Mubai's gaze. Then, Xiao Yi observed that Xiao Wu was glaring fiercely at Tang San, whose hand was already bruised. A knowing smile crept across Xiao Yi's face. At this moment, it was Tang San and Xiao Wu's turn, followed by Xiao Yi. We'll register together, Tang San said, suppressing the pain in his hand as he placed the 20 gold soul coins into the wooden box, extending his hand alongside Xiao Wu's. Due to their unfamiliarity, Tang San did not consider Xiao Yi's registration fee, as his attire suggested a modest background. Of course, Xiao Yi did not require it either. Chapter 13. The Millennium Soul Ring. After Tang San and Xiao Wu passed their test, they were instructed to enter with the short-haired girl. Wait, Xiao Yi exclaimed, drawing the attention of the crowd. He scratched his head and continued, could you hold on a moment? You see, there are still 2 registrations left. Let's all go in together after we finish. I wouldn't want to trouble Dai Mubai again. The elder chuckled, if the 3 of them have no objections. I have no issue. He gestured towards Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the young girl. Naturally, Tang San and Xiao Wu had no objections. And the girl glanced at Xiao Yi, shaking her head to indicate she was not in a hurry. All right, young man, extend your hand, the elder instructed. Xiao Yi complied. And as the elder examined him, he frowned. You are only 9 years old? Xiao Yi nodded, smiling. Yes. Indeed. Grandfather, your regulations state under 12. But they don't specify an age limit above. The girl looked astonished. 9 years old? Can one really join the academy at this age? Dai Mubai also appeared incredulous. Having initially thought Xiao Yi merely looked younger, the girl behind Xiao Yi maintained a stoic expression, though her eyes revealed considerable intrigue. Tang San wore a knowing smile. While Xiao Wu could be overlooked, the elder paused momentarily before laughing. A sharp-tongued lad. Yes, that is permissible. However, release your martial soul and soul ring. Since you are only 9, your soul power must be at level 15, accompanied by a yellow soul ring. Xiao Yi shook his head. No need for special treatment. 4. Qian Xiao Yi summoned the Sword of Judgment, adorned with 1 yellow and 1 blue soul ring, which quietly encircled the blade. I have met the standards of your academy, Qian Xiao Yi declared. The elder stared blankly at Qian Xiao Yi's blue soul ring, exclaiming, a millennium? You possess a 1,000-year soul ring? Not only the elder, but also Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the 2 young girls wore expressions of incredulity. Indeed, I recently achieved this breakthrough. Qian Xiao Yi responded nonchalantly. One could only imagine the expressions if they were to learn that his sister awakened her martial soul at the tender age of 6 with a level of 20. He, however, overlooked the astonishment that the 1,000-year soul ring elicited. During the 3 years since his martial soul awakening, he had diligently cultivated, possessing innate soul power and absorbing his first soul ring, which subsequently nourished him with an additional 2 levels of soul power. Recently, he had ascended to the rank of Great Soul Master, fortunate enough to encounter a howling moonwolf on the verge of its own 1,000-year breakthrough. Seizing the moment when the beast was distracted, Qian Xiao Yi struck it down and absorbed its soul ring. Yet, the process of absorption was perilous. The 1,000-year soul ring nearly claimed his life, but he was fortunate to possess a second martial soul. The elder gradually regained his composure. Go ahead. Next. As he retracted the soul ring, it was the turn of the long-haired girl. Without waiting for the elder's command, she extended her hand. showcasing her martial soul and soul rings. 2 cat ears sprouted from her head, accompanied by a tail, as 2 yellow soul rings began to spin gently. Age is appropriate, surpassing level 20. Proceed. The elder instructed. Daimubai, take these 5 inside. I shall also take my leave to negotiate for a raise with the dean. Upon entering the village, one could see wooden structures that epitomized simplicity and rustic charm. Prepare yourselves, Daimubai announced. I will guide you to the next testing area shortly. Just as Xiaoyi was about to engage in the second test, he heard a soft, enticing voice calling out. Sausages for sale. Only 5 copper coins each. Delicious and affordable. The 5 turned their heads to see a vendor pushing a cart, peddling his wares. A savory aroma wafted from the cart, enticing some students already in line to purchase. Xiaoyi tilted her head, remarking, "It smells delightful. Let us give it a try." "Brother, you're the best." Observing the sibling bond between Tang San and Xiao Wu, Xiaoyi reminisced about his sister far away. "Sister, how are you?" Chapter 14. Oscar Daimubai's expression turned somewhat uneasy as he warned Xiaoyi, "Be cautious. While there are many delectable options here, you must steer clear of that sausage vendor. Do not eat his sausages, remember? It smells so good." As he spoke, Xiaoyi dashed away. Daimubai's face darkened, feeling as though his warnings had fallen on deaf ears. However, when Daimubai observed the direction in which Xiaoyi was heading, his expression suddenly darkened, and he strode towards that very path. As Xiaoyi approached, he noticed the sausage vendor was of similar height to himself, and a wooden board affixed to the cart bore the inscription, "Sausage Specialties." Upon noticing a customer, the vendor promptly greeted enthusiastically, "Would you like a delicious sausage? It's affordable and guaranteed to leave you wanting more." Xiaoyi, not particularly tall, barely reached the cart, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and said, "Excuse me, sir, may I have 2 sausages? I'm quite hungry." The vendor's expression abruptly turned rigid. "Sir? What did you just call me?" Xiaoyi, taken aback, replied, "I called you sir. Is there a problem?" "My mother said to address elderly individuals as sir." The vendor chuckled bitterly. "Elderly? Absolutely not. There is indeed a problem." "Brother, I am merely 14 years old. How dare you call me sir?" Xiaoyi scoffed. "Who are you trying to fool?" 14. The vendor, unperturbed by the remarks of a 9-year-old, confidently asserted, "Indeed, my name is Oscar. I am 14 years old and a student of Shrek Academy. Surely, you cannot call me sir just because I have a bit of hair." He added, "Ask anyone in the academy, and they will confirm my age." Oscar then took 2 bamboo skewers from his cart and impaled 2 sausages for Xiaoyi. At that moment, Daimubai approached with a scowl, glaring at the vendor. Upon seeing Daimubai, Oscar's expression turned to one of distress. "Boss Dai, would you care for a sausage?" "Get lost." Daimubai shot him a glare. "You are a disgrace to the academy. I believe I have warned you more than once not to sell sausages within the academy. Do you wish to make everyone nauseous?" "Xiaoyi, heed my words. Do not eat this sausage." "Why not?" Daimubai's expression shifted to something peculiar. "Oscar, produce a fresh sausage." Oscar's demeanor became awkward. "Boss Dai, is that really necessary? We have been classmates for several years. This will only cause resentment among the new junior students." Daimubai snorted. "I am merely giving my friends a warning, and Xiaoyi is still young. He must not fall for your tricks. Hurry, do not make me take action." Clearly intimidated by Daimubai, Oscar reluctantly extended his right hand, declaring, "I have a large sausage." A burst of yellow light suddenly coalesced in his palm, and 2 yellow rings rose from beneath Oscar's feet, followed by a sausage identical to the one in Tang San's hand appearing in his grasp. The ambiguity of his statement, coupled with his soft voice, diminished any desire others might have had to partake, regardless of the flavor. A sound of chewing captured everyone's attention as Xiaoyi gleefully indulged in a sausage, swiftly devouring the first before reaching for a second. Daimubai's mouth twitched. Could this mischievous child not heed my words? He intercepted Qian Xiaoyi and said, "You cannot eat that." Qian Xiaoyi inquired with a hint of confusion. "Why?" "I find it quite delicious." Daimubai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, It's just that soul curse. Do I have a large sausage or something? What is the matter? Can someone who sells sausages be without sausages?" Observing the innocent and bewildered child, Daimubai felt disinclined to elaborate further. What on earth is happening? This is utterly perplexing. Oscar, overwhelmed with emotion, wept, "Woo-woo, little brother. You are the first to show me such kindness. No need for further words. Whatever you desire, I shall treat you to it." Qian Xiaoyi shook his head, saying he did not need it. for he was financially secure. His mother had once told him that being overly frugal could lead to significant losses. Sir, or rather, brother, my name is Xiaoyi. You may also call me Xiaoyi. However, your sausages are truly delightful. Tang San observed this pair of innocent souls, exclaiming, "Ah, innocence truly possesses a formidable strength. It has bested me. Indeed. Innocence has also triumphed over me," Dai Mubai added. "Let us not tarnish a child's pure heart. Come, I will escort you to the second testing area. Wait for me. Brother Oscar, I wish to grab a few more and will give you a gold soul coin. That should suffice." As he spoke, Xiaoyi handed Oscar a gold soul coin. One gold soul coin equated to 100 silver soul coins, and one silver coin was equivalent to 100 copper coins. Not only could he purchase a few sausages, but he could even afford to buy the entire cart. Dai Mubai remarked, "Let us proceed to the next testing area." As he spoke, he led the 5 of them towards the front of the line. The rules for the next testing area dictated that those with a soul power exceeding 25 could directly undertake the 4th phase of the examination. Otherwise, they must proceed step by step. Among their group, only Xiaoyi had a soul power below 25, and the testing did not require much time. So it would not be long before Xiaoyi moved on to the next stage. Chapter 15. The test. Xiaoyi grasped the crystal ball, and in an instant, it emitted a faint glow, clearly displaying a level of 21. The boy beside him scoffed, "It appears impressive, yet it pales in comparison to my own level." The teacher overseeing the test inquired, "What is your name? Your age?" "Xiaoyi, 9 years old, level 21 Great Soul Master," he concluded, casting a condescending glance at the boy. The boy lowered his head, unable to meet Xiaoyi's gaze. A 9-year-old Great Soul Master indeed possessed the qualification to look down upon him. Xiaoyi did not seek to humiliate further and passed the crystal ball to Tang San and the others. Tang San and Xiao Wu displayed levels of 29. The Ice Mountain Girl showcased 27, while the short-haired beauty revealed 26. The testing teacher's face was etched with unmistakable astonishment. Extraordinary talents were abundant this year, with 5 appearing all at once. Good, good. It seems I may have a chance for a raise. Mubai, please take them along to the 4th phase. Understood. Dai Mubai replied respectfully, casting a complex glance at the cold girl before turning to enter the academy. This time, no student voiced any objections. Strength had spoken for itself. The same martial soul, when developed in different directions, could yield vastly different future accomplishments. The primary purpose of the second phase was to assess the inherent strength of the candidates' martial souls and to determine whether the first 2 soul rings caused any conflicts that might affect future cultivation. Dai Mubai explained, the academy has a stipulation. If a candidate's soul power exceeds 25, they can directly pass through the 2nd and 3rd phases, regardless of the nature of their martial soul. Just as sheer strength can overcome 10 weaknesses, even if your martial soul's quality is somewhat inferior. Possessing significantly higher soul power will still allow you to become a formidable soul master. The 3rd trial evaluates the candidate's mastery of their own martial spirits. Mere possession of soul power and developmental potential is insufficient. One must also exhibit control over their martial spirit. The higher the grade of the martial spirit, the more challenging it is to control, leading to potential complications. Should a candidate's control over their martial spirit fall short of a certain threshold, it indicates a lack of diligence on their part as a soul master. Such candidates are not accepted by us. The 4th trial assesses practical combat experience. Some candidates may possess commendable martial spirits and exhibit good control, yet having been raised in aristocratic households, they remain sheltered and oblivious to the realities of the outside world, let alone the art of combat. Such candidates are also not welcomed by the academy. The esteemed principal has stated that pampered individuals are to be excluded. Xiaoyi chuckled softly. How intriguing. The principal possesses quite a distinctive character. Dai Mubai smiled wryly, replying, thus far, Shrek Academy has admitted a total of 42 students since its inception, averaging just over 2 per year. If all 4 of you are accepted this year, it would indeed set a record. Prior to this, the academy has not received any new students for the past 2 years. Currently, including myself, there are only 3 students actively studying at the academy. Dai Mubai offered a self-deprecating smile, noting that in the entire Douluo continent, our academy might be the only one where the number of teachers surpasses that of the students. Even upon your admission, the student count shall never exceed that of the faculty. Xiaoyi remarked, no wonder this academy appears so dilapidated. Why not recruit more students? Otherwise, it offers no profit. A glimmer of respect crossed Dai Mubai's face as he recalled the principal's words. Better to have fewer than to accept mediocrity. regardless of circumstances. Even if Shrek Academy were to close, we shall never accept the inept, only the exceptional. The Academy has admitted a total of 62 students. Yet only 14 have truly graduated. Of these 14, none have failed to become notable figures in the world. The principal has stated that anyone not reaching the 40th rank should refrain from tarnishing the Academy's reputation. As he concluded, Dai Mubai's demeanor grew noticeably fervent. His respect for the principal of Shrek Academy was palpable. Chapter 16. The unmoving king, we have arrived, Dai Mubai announced, approaching a man and bowing respectfully. Teacher Zhao, I have brought candidates for the 4th trial. We have candidates for the 4th trial this year? And 5 of them, no less. The middle-aged man turned around. His surprise evident as he regarded the 4 young individuals before him, as if encountering an extraordinary occurrence. Due to the difference in height, Zhao Wujing had not noticed Xiao Yi. Hey, what about me? Xiao Yi interjected, feeling somewhat overlooked. Zhao Wujing turned toward the voice. Whose child is this? You bear the title of a great soul master at the age of 9, do you? Zhao inquired, pointing at Xiao Yi. Do you have a problem with that? Xiao Yi nodded defiantly. With a chuckle, Zhao replied, All right, enough idle chatter, let us proceed. My name is Zhao Wujie. Out of sheer boredom, I shall personally engage with you. I will grant you the duration of a single incense stick to familiarize yourselves and deliberate. Once the incense burns out, the test shall commence. The task at hand is for the 5 of you to jointly withstand my onslaught for the span of 1 incense stick. If even one among you can endure until the end, you shall pass. However, do not attempt to employ cunning. No one can escape this designated area with mere speed. Furthermore, I must caution you that it is impossible to repel my attacks relying solely on individual strength. Your only chance of success lies in mutual coordination and cooperation. Upon concluding this statement, I unexpectedly produced an incense stick from seemingly nowhere, igniting it with a mere pinch of my fingers. In an instant, the incense was firmly planted into the ground, unwavering. Dai Mubai, with a serious expression, remarked, I cannot assist you this time. It was unexpected that Teacher Zhao would personally intervene. Xiaowu, with a smile, suggested, this Teacher Zhao cannot possibly be on par with the teacher at the entrance. A Soul Emperor-level powerhouse, can he? Dai Mubai shook his head, replying, No, he is not. Xiaowu, undeterred, responded, Then we need not fear. After all, the 5 of us possess nearly level 30 strength. Surely we can withstand his assault for an incense stick's duration with our combined efforts. Provided our powers are not too disparate? Xiao Yi's demeanor shifted to one of gravity, as he was acutely aware of Zhao Wujie's formidable prowess. Dai Mubai explained. Teacher Zhao is not a soul emperor of the 60th level. He is a soul sage of the 76th level, with a beast martial soul and a battle soul. He is the vice president of the academy. At 76, even in the face of a vast army, a soul sage can maneuver with ease. Though Xiao Yi had encountered numerous soul sages at the martial soul hall, this would be his first direct confrontation, naturally instilling a sense of trepidation. Xiao expressed disbelief. He is 76? Yet he appears much younger than the teacher at the entrance. Dai Mubai responded calmly, Age has never been a reliable indicator of capability. Originally, Teacher Zhao was merely responsible for overseeing the 4th trial. Your opponent should have been me. Had you withstood my assault for the duration of an incense stick, you would have passed. Yet, who could have foreseen that today he would choose to intervene personally? Dai Mubai elaborated on Zhao Wujie's history and strength, leaving the remainder to the fate of the newcomers. In the past, the indomitable Zhao Wujie had a conflict with the Martial Soul Hall, which sought to punish him, only to witness him break free from the siege of 16 bishops. That incident faded into obscurity. The bishops of the Martial Soul Hall are all formidable soul emperors of at least the 60th level, yet at that time, Zhao Wujie was likely only in his 60s. Xiao Yi was not particularly astonished, as he had long been familiar with Zhao Wujie. Chapter 17. The Battle. Dai Mubai silently nodded, stating, at the very least, I have never witnessed Teacher Zhao unleash his full power. Therefore, I advise you to prepare for the worst. Teacher Zhao possesses 7 soul rings, all with optimal ring configurations. You should be able to grasp the terror of his might. Now, take this time to understand one another and devise a strategy. Otherwise, victory will be beyond your reach. After a brief introduction, Xiao Yi discovered that the short-haired girl was named Ning Rongrong, a member of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Her martial spirit. The 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda is a unique possession of the direct descendants of this sect, representing the most formidable auxiliary martial spirit across the continent. Highly favored by all combat-oriented soul masters as their ideal companions. Xiaoyi understood that among the 6 insignias of the Spirit Hall, one was the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, highlighting the immense prestige of this sect within the spirit world. Ning Rongrong's soul skill enhances strength and speed by 30%. However, the greatest limitation of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda is that it can only be cultivated up to level 79. Xiaoyi remarked, if we merely evade, we will surely fail the test. Therefore, we must also take the offensive while ensuring our own safety. Tang-san, I shall refer to you as third brother. I will distract Zhao Wujie, while Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu will harass him together. Ning Rongrong, you provide us with support, but be cautious, as it will be challenging to protect you. If a soul sage aims to eliminate you, no one can stop them. Tang-san frowned. Can you really hold him off? Xiaoyi hesitated for a moment before responding. Rest assured, Teacher Zhao should not make things too difficult for us. After all, a great soul master cannot contend with a soul sage. Moreover, I will not confront him directly. It will be fine. Very well then. Xiao Wu, what about you all? Tang-san inquired about Xiao Wu and the others' opinions. No problem. This was the best strategy they could devise in such a short time. Have you finalized your plans? Zhao Wujie's booming voice echoed, prompting the 4 to turn and observe as the incense on the ground had burned down to its end. Teacher, we may begin. Dai Mubai nodded at Zhao Wujie and quickly stepped aside to watch. Observing was also a form of learning, and Dai Mubai would not miss any opportunity for improvement. Zhao Wujie stood once more, clasping his hands together and stretching his wrists, the sound of cracking bones reverberating ominously, intensifying the invisible pressure in the air. He manifested another stick of incense, but before he could ignite it, Ning Rongrong had already taken the initiative. The 7 treasures spun forth, and as her body gracefully revolved, a dazzling spectrum of colors illuminated the surroundings. In her right hand appeared a delicate, translucent 7-layered pagoda. 2 circles of yellow soul rings rose from beneath her feet, swirling around her. The 7 treasures are renowned, the first being strength. The first soul ring glimmered and enveloped by her left finger's directive. For beams of colorful light simultaneously burst forth from the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, casting a protective aura around Tang-san and his companions. A member of the 7 treasures family among this year's candidates? Ha ha ha, the continent's foremost auxiliary martial spirit. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. As he spoke, he casually tossed the ignited incense into the ground. The 7 treasures are renowned, the second being speed. Once again, for beams of colorful light floated forth as Ning Rongrong activated her second soul ring. The interval between the release of the 2 soul skills was merely a few seconds. His body instantaneously felt lighter, as if he could soar into the sky, with a 30% increase in both strength and speed, bestowing upon the 4 a sense of boundless energy. At that moment, Zhao Wujie made his move. Instead of charging at the enemy, he simultaneously struck the ground with both fists. Chapter 18. Perseverance. Xiao Yi narrowed his eyes and shouted, Ning Rongrong, run. The instant Zhao Wujie unleashed his attack, he had already discerned his opponent's intent. In the realm of Douluo continent, it is common knowledge that should one encounter an adversary possessing the 7 treasure glazed tile school's soul masters, the first priority must be to eliminate them. Otherwise, one would face considerable trouble. Zhao Wujie's assault was evidently not directed solely at Ning Rongrong. His aim was to disrupt her support. A dark blue vine suddenly lashed out, coiling around Ning Rongrong's waist and pulling her out of the attack range. With a resounding thud, the ground trembled violently, making it difficult for even the soul masters to maintain their footing within that zone. A wave of earthy yellow ripples surged toward Tang-san and his companions, expanding rapidly. Xiaoyi drew forth his martial soul, the judgment sword, and charged at Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie laughed heartily. Come on, let me see your strength. Let's see how many of my strikes you can withstand. Xiaoyi remained silent, raising the judgment sword and striking downwards. Zhao Wujie, unperturbed, opted to withstand the blow, eager to test the boy's capabilities. Observing Zhao Wujie's decision to endure, Xiaoyi activated his first yellow soul ring, unleashing the sword energy. A flash of light erupted from the judgment sword, and before Zhao Wujie could brace himself, it struck his waist, leaving a crimson mark. This enhanced sword energy, boosted by 30%, possessed a power comparable to that of a 3-ring soul venerable, yet it held little significance against Zhao Wujie, a soul sage. Though Zhao Wujie's expression remained unchanged, internally he had already envisioned punishing Xiaoyi multiple times. The waist is the most vulnerable area, and even a soul sage would feel considerable pain from such a blow. He raised his fist to strike Xiaoyi, who deftly evaded, countering with a slash at Zhao Wujie's side. Thus, Zhao Wujie repeatedly failed to land a hit on Xiao Yi, who, after dodging, would retaliate with a strike of his own. Although Zhao Wujie found himself in a precarious situation, he sustained no severe injuries. At the same moment, two dull thuds echoed as Xiao Wu deftly landed on Zhao Wujie's shoulder, yet he did not waver, grinning widely. Is that little one trying to draw my attention? However, it seems she lacks strength, he remarked, addressing the young girl with a teasing smile. With a cold snort, Xiao Wu's feet seemed to adhere to Zhao Wujie's shoulders. Suddenly, her toes retracted, landing on either side of Zhao Wujie's carotid arteries, and her body twisted with all her might, spinning in the air. It was evident that Xiao Wu alone could not move Zhao Wujie's formidable frame, yet at this moment, she was not the only one taking action. Thorny vines had frantically entwined themselves around Zhao Wujie's body, binding him tightly. Simultaneously, the vines surging from the ground pushed against him, rendering his feet unable to find purchase. Regardless of one's strength, without a solid foundation, stability is unattainable. Their strength was a disadvantage. Thus, they aimed to overcome brute force with cunning. A spin can be delightful. After all, Zhao Wujie's voice echoed through the air, and Xiao Wu suddenly felt her rapidly spinning body come to an abrupt halt as a tremendous force yanked her backward. Zhao Wujie roared, his already imposing figure swelling instantaneously. 7 dazzling soul rings rose simultaneously, just as Dai Mubai had described, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, enveloping him. The moment Zhu Zhuqing made her move, her speed was fully revealed. What was most terrifying was that Zhu Zhuqing executed her actions without a whisper, silently darting forward, launching her attack without a shred of energy being released, nor a sound of soul power piercing the air. After manifesting her martial soul, Zhu Zhuqing's claws took on a spiky form, and as she moved, a faint illusion trailed behind her, making it difficult to pinpoint her exact location. Her sharp claws targeted vital points, forcing Zhao Wujie to summon his martial soul. Thus, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing created diversions, while Tang Sen exerted control, preventing Zhao Wujie from focusing on the most dangerous opponent, Xiao Yi, who was empowered by Ning Rongrong. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi diligently wielded the judgment blade against Zhao Wujie, employing a myriad of techniques, slashes, thrusts, cuts, and sweeps with remarkable precision. At last, Zhao Wujie could no longer contain himself. You have succeeded in forcing me to utilize 20% of my strength. You may take pride in that. His large hands became extraordinarily heavy, resembling oversized fans. For a soul sage of his caliber, level 76, a few soul masters in their 20s were utterly insignificant. He merely wished to engage with these youngsters, to stretch his limbs, for he was someone who cherished talent. As long as Xiao Yi and his companions sparred with him, that would suffice. However, their strength had far exceeded his expectations. Thus, Zhao Wujie decided to prolong the engagement a little longer, eager to discover their limits. Children, come forth. Let us continue. Chapter 19. Victory. At this moment, the incense had burned for some time, and Zhao Wujie had become increasingly serious. He launched a direct assault on Xiao Yi, and the earnest Zhao Wujie was not someone a few great spirit masters could withstand. Even a single ordinary punch from Zhao Wujie was unavoidable for Xiao Yi. Just as he was about to be struck, Xiao Yi felt a force at his waist. It was the blue-silver grass entwined around him by Tang San, pulling him out of Zhao Wujie's attack range. Xiao Yi nodded at Tang San and charged towards Zhao Wujie once again. Each time Xiao Yi was on the brink of being hit, Tang San would timely pull him back, creating a scene where Xiao Yi darted in and out, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing harassed Zhao Wujie from all sides. Zhao Wujie found himself in a difficult position, akin to a living target, enduring the relentless assault of the three, and even as a soul sage, he could not withstand such relentless onslaught. Unfortunately, his reaction speed and agility were his weaknesses. With a roar, Zhao Wujie unleashed a powerful force that sent Xiao Yi and the others flying to the ground, incapacitated. Xiao Wu, Tang San shouted in anguish, casting a furious glare at Zhao Wujie. Very well, little monsters, you are indeed exceptional, but the incense has not yet extinguished, Zhao Wujie proclaimed with pride. Yet he refrained from uttering his next thought. In truth, you have already qualified, exceeding expectations. Struggling to rise from the ground, Xiao Yi declared, no more holding back. Let's see your true strength. Zhao Wujie silently acknowledged, this young man possesses remarkable resilience. He is quite the promising talent. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing lay unconscious, while Dai Mubai dragged them from the arena. Dozens of cold beams erupted from Tang San's fingertips, targeting Zhao Wujie's eyes, shoulders, throat, and heart, each aimed at a vital point. With no repetition, Although Zhao Wujie could evade, his nature did not allow for retreat. The word dodge did not exist in his vocabulary, only the path of hard steel. With a low growl, Zhao Wujie unleashed his soul power, fully activating the immovable King's body. 10 explosive sounds resonated simultaneously as the cold beams struck Zhao Wujie's body. Yet, enveloped in overwhelming golden light, they were all deflected, causing no harm. While no damage was inflicted, pain was inevitable. Zhao Wujie roared in fury, using his soul power to create an invisible wall around him, halting the cold beams midair. In that moment, Xiao Yi raised the judgment sword and began to slash at the projectiles suspended in the air. Zhao Wujie was momentarily perplexed. Had these children turned against each other? What was the purpose of attacking those projectiles? But soon, he realized the shift. Those projectiles deflected by Xiao Yi were rebounding at sharp angles towards him. By the time Zhao Wujie reacted, it was too late. The projectiles had already pierced his skin. Hee, Teacher Zhao, we have one, Tang San said with a slight smile. Humph. It merely struck me. Even though it is poisonous, its fragrance has yet to dissipate. Pfft. Huh? What? Zhao Wujie's incredulous gaze turned backward. Xiao Yi's left hand was enveloped in a yellow bone, extending to form a blade at his fingertips, which had already penetrated Zhao Wujie's back. This was the external spirit bone, the left palm bone, acquired by Qian Xiaoyi upon absorbing the first spirit ring. It turned out that Zhao Wujie's attention had been diverted by the hidden weapons and Tang San, causing him to overlook Xiao Yi, who stealthily approached from behind to unleash his external spirit bone. The accompanying skill of Xiao Yi's left palm bone, Shatter, struck at Zhao Wujie's cervical vertebrae. While it could not claim the life of a soul sage, it was sufficient to incapacitate Zhao Wujie. Had he not been careless, Xiao Yi would not have succeeded in his ambush. However, it was inevitable for a soul sage to underestimate 3 great soul masters. Teacher Zhao, it seems we have one, Xiao Yi said with a faint smile before gradually collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. He had exhausted far too much soul power. Zhao Wujie stood there in a daze, as if frozen in time. I actually lost? How is that possible? Although I only utilized 30% of my strength. It should have sufficed to deal with them. Zhao Wujie had merely wished to assess the capabilities of these candidates, without fully exerting his own strength. Yet he believed vanquishing the great soul masters should have been trivial. Truly, they are remarkable. The outcome was clear. Only Ning Rongrong and Tang Sen remained standing. Had Tang Sen not feigned an attack at the end, he would likely have fallen long ago. Oscar, come here, Dai Mubai called, using soul power to amplify his voice. A feat achievable by any soul master. Coming. What is it? After a moment, Oscar approached, leisurely pushing a cart. You're fragrant. Soul skill. Give it to the teacher, Dai Mubai said, gesturing towards Zhao Wujie. For a moment, Oscar did not recognize him. Zhao Wujie's face was bruised and battered, leaving Oscar incredulous that anyone from Shrek could have done this to him. Teacher Zhao? Oscar asked cautiously. Seeing Zhao Wujie's murderous expression, he chuckled awkwardly and, with a few incantations of spirit spells, produced 2 sausages, one large and one small. Chapter 20. Passing the assessment, Zhao Wujie instructed, Mubai. You are responsible for accommodating these 5 newcomers. Classes begin tomorrow. With that, he departed. As they watched Zhao Wujie fade into the distance, Oscar could not help but remark. What was up with Teacher Zhao today? He seemed in a rather foul mood. Did you provoke him? Dai Mubai retorted. Why would I seek to provoke him? That would be courting death. And you, can you please act normally? Stop fixating on trivial matters. Carry Xiao Yi, let us go. As he spoke, Dai Mubai lifted Zhu Shiqing from the ground, while Tang San picked up Xiao Wu. Oscar glanced at Dai Mubai, then at Tang San, muttering, Why is it that you both carry beautiful girls, while I'm stuck with a child? Dai Mubai shot him a sidelong glance. That is simply a matter of character. As Qian Xiaoyi gradually awakened from his slumber, he noticed that the sky outside had darkened considerably. Blinking his somewhat dazed eyes, he realized he was lying in a wooden cabin. The room was modest in size, roughly a dozen square meters, featuring not only the bed he occupied, but also 1 or 2 others nearby, indicating it was a dormitory for 3. Oscar was seated on one of the beds, seemingly lost in thought, his expression rather impure. Where am I? Qian Xiaoyi's voice came out hoarse. Upon seeing him awake, Oscar replied, This is our dormitory. From now on, you will share it with me and Tang San. Tang San has gone to see Xiao Wu and will return shortly. Xiaoyi, you were truly impressive today. Even someone as formidable as Teacher Zhao suffered a significant setback at your hands. There is no need to conceal the details of the test. Dai Mubai has already laid everything bare, although his discontent with Zhao Wujin may have influenced his candor. Qian Shaoi smiled without uttering a word. Oscar, unwilling to remain silent, remarked, "We shall be roommates from now on. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Oscar, a level 29 soul master, with the martial soul of a sausage. I am affectionately nicknamed Sausage Vendor. You may refer to me as Sausage Vendor Oscar, or simply as Xiao Ao." Qian Shaoi remarked, "Shaoi, a level 21 assault system soul master. By the way, is it appropriate to call you Xiao Ao? How about I refer to you as Lao Ao instead? Let's not dwell on trivialities. So, Shaoi, among the 3 girls who arrived this time, who do you think is the most beautiful? I believe it's Ning Rongrong. She is simply stunning. She is the goddess in my heart. Ever since the first moment I laid eyes on her, I knew that in this lifetime, I, Oscar, would only love her." As he spoke, Oscar displayed a rather foolish expression. Xiaoyi's lips twitched. "You're only 14 and already discussing matters of a lifetime. If I were to think of my sister, wait, what am I even contemplating? That is your sister we're talking about." In an attempt to dispel that absurd thought, Xiaoyi resorted to chatting with Oscar. "Sister Rongrong is indeed remarkable. No, I should say all 3 of them are quite splendid. However, you mustn't set your sights on Xiaowu and Zhu Shiqing." "Why not?" Oscar asked, unaware of Tang San's infatuation with Xiaowu or Dai Mubai's distress over Zhu Shiqing's injuries. He remained oblivious to the reasons behind Xiao Yi's warning. "If you wish to challenge Dai Mubai, a powerful assault type, and Tang San, a control type, as a support type, that's entirely your choice," Xiao Yi replied. "I only have eyes for Ning Rongrong. She is gentle and kind, truly the epitome of a virtuous wife and good mother," Oscar declared earnestly. "Then perhaps you should shave and add a bit of charm to yourself. At your current state, Sister Rongrong would be more inclined to see you as an eccentric uncle," Xiao Yi quipped. Without giving Oscar a chance to respond, he began to meditate, as he had not yet fully recovered. Strangely, the thought of Oscar pursuing Ning Rongrong left him feeling somewhat discontented, and he preferred to avoid that topic. Not long after, Tang San returned to the dormitory, where he shared quarters with Xiao Yi and Oscar. By the time Tang San arrived, Oscar was already fast asleep, while Xiao Yi was engaged in training. The following morning, as Xiao Yi rose, he noticed that Tang San's bed was empty. Oscar remained bundled in his blanket, sleeping soundly, even drooling in his slumber. "Xiao Ao, wake up." Xiao Yi nudged Oscar. "What is it?" "Let me sleep a little longer," Oscar mumbled groggily. Xiao Yi frowned and said, "You need to get up. It's quite late. Don't you know that the foundation of a day is late in the morning? Besides, aren't you supposed to attend class?" Oscar reluctantly opened his eyes, glancing at Tang San. "I'm not like you guys. You are battle soul masters. I'm a weapon soul master specializing in food. I don't require the same rigorous training as you. Please, don't disturb me. Let me enjoy a few more moments of slumber. It's so comfortable to stay in bed. If you have nothing to do, why not spend some time at the girls' dormitory? Just walk 100 meters east. But remember to behave, or you might get scolded." Xiao Yi, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Hey, what would I even do at the girls' dormitory? Forget it. I'll just go for a walk, you lazy pig." Stepping out of the room, he spotted Tang San meditating on the rooftop. Just as Tang San faced the rising sun, gradually concluding his practice and opening his eyes, Xiao Yi smiled and remarked with admiration, "Third brother, you truly are diligent. At this hour, most people are still lost in slumber." His words carried a clear implication. Tang San scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and replied, "Not at all. I'm just a little bored. Besides, I'm on the verge of a breakthrough, so I might as well put in some effort." As he spoke, Tang San seemed to remember something and inquired, "Oh, by the way, Xiao Yi, I'm going to find Xiaowu. Would you like to join me?" After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yi nodded and replied, "Sure. Let us go. I have nothing else to do anyway, and visiting Sister Xiaowu sounds good. Especially since Oscar just shared the address with me. In truth, I knew that the Shrek Academy's female dormitory was rather impoverished. The entire academy merely occupied a third of the village's area, constructed rather simply. The so-called school buildings were merely wooden houses that once belonged to the villagers. Fortunately, it was relatively close to Soto City, making shopping somewhat convenient. Before long, Xiao Yi and Tang San arrived outside Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong's dormitory. "Should we go in directly?" Tang San hesitated momentarily before softly calling out, "Xiaowu, Xiaowu." Xiao Yi, with a mischievous grin, shouted, "Sister Xiaowu, third brother has come to take you on a date." Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Tang San broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly covered Xiao Yi's mouth, exclaiming, "What nonsense! We are siblings." Xiao Yi freed himself from Tang San's grasp, casting a dubious glance at him. Come on, siblings. Yesterday, when Xiao Wu was injured and unconscious, you were in quite a panic. Tang Xin retorted defensively. Well, that's because an elder brother must take good care of his younger sister. Xiaoyi provocatively suggested, then how about marrying Xiao Wu in the future? Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Xin declared loudly, no way. Just as Xiaoyi was about to respond, a loud crash interrupted him. There stood Xiao Wu at the door. Her demeanor fierce as she voiced her displeasure. What are you all doing? Can you keep it down? Why are you making such a racket so early in the morning? Xiaoyi pointed at Tang San, saying, it's him. He wants to take you out for a meal. Ignoring Xiaoyi, Tang San stepped forward, somewhat puzzled, and asked, Xiao Wu, why did it take you so long? Xiaoyi and I have been chatting for a while. Perhaps Xiao Wu had a bit of morning grumpiness. For she snapped, can I change my clothes? Does changing clothes not require time? Xiao Wu, are you feeling all right now? Chapter 21. The chubby one. It turned out that Xiao Wu had awakened from her coma in the middle of the night, and Ning Rongrong had stayed by her side, fearing for her well-being. Once she regained consciousness, they recounted the events of the previous day. Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly, the fight yesterday was spectacular. Xiaoyi was truly remarkable, managing to ambush a soul sage. Hee. It was nothing much, Xiaoyi said shyly, eliciting a shiver from Tang San. Tang San took Xiao Wu's soft hand and suggested, let us go find something to eat. You must be hungry. You haven't eaten since you fell unconscious yesterday, have you? Yes, indeed, I am hungry. Xiaoyi, would you like to join us? Xiaoyi nodded, her vibrant spirit restored as she eagerly linked her arm with Tang San's. Naturally, one cannot endure hunger. A person is akin to iron, and food is steel. Missing a meal can leave one quite distressed. Do you know where we can dine? She inquired. I do not. He replied. What a coincidence, neither do I. I should have invited Ning Rongrong along. As the trio prepared to seek a local eatery, they noticed a young couple not far ahead, embroiled in a heated argument. The youthful pair appeared to be in their mid-teens. The girl, seemingly around 14 or 15, bore an ordinary appearance yet exuded the essence of youth, clad in simple rural attire, indicative of a villager's offspring. The boy arguing with her appeared even younger, perhaps the same age as Tang San and Xiao Wu, shorter in stature, but possessing a solid build despite his plumpness. Xiaoyi chuckled, oh dear Maya, so young and already in a romantic tiff? Sangu, let us go take a look. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances and nodded. They were in no rush, and a little observation wouldn't hurt. As they approached, it became evident that the stout boy was coercing the young girl. Xiaoyi interjected, hey, you over there. The chubby one, release that girl. Let me. Never mind. You may continue. Initially brimming with bravado, Xiaoyi quickly changed his tone upon noticing the disdainful gazes directed at him from the surrounding onlookers. The boy, named Ma Hongjun, glared at Xiaoyi with fury. And upon realizing that Xiaoyi looked to be under 10, his anger escalated. You little brat, do you want a beating? You're the first to call me chubby. As his words fell, Xiaoyi turned to Tang San and remarked, Sangu, this chubby guy is quite perverse. Not only does he bully women, but he also targets children. How shameless. Ma Hongjuan's forehead throbbed with veins as he gritted his teeth. Very well, already a second person has dared to call me chubby. However, you are even more outrageous. If I do not turn you to ash, I shall not be called Ma Hongjun. Phoenix spirit. Upon hearing the mention of the phoenix, Xiaoyi and the others felt a shiver run down their spines. The phoenix, a symbol of nobility, reigned supreme among birds, akin to the dragon in stature. The fire phoenix martial spirit not only grants the bearer the ability to fly, but also bestows formidable fire-based offensive power, making it one of the finest battle-type martial spirits. Yet, observing his form, Xiao Wu let out a chuckle. Is there really a phoenix that looks so rotund? To me, he resembles a common chicken. Xiaoyi's eyes twitched involuntarily. Good heavens, this lump is a phoenix? Please, do not tarnish the glorious image of the phoenix in my heart. Upon manifesting his martial spirit, Ma Hongjuan's round body was adorned with long, purplish-red feathered arms, and his hair stood upright like a comb. If he were indeed a phoenix, others would surely smile incredulously. Are you jesting with me? A common chicken is just a chicken. Zhang Hongmao cannot simply be a phoenix. If I don a yellow robe, would I then be deemed an emperor? Ma Hongjun seemed to be provoked in a way that awakened his inner fury. Who are you calling a country chicken? If I don't teach you a lesson today, I am not Ma Hongjun. He raised his hands, and his first spirit ring suddenly glowed brightly. With a fierce opening of his mouth, a thin stream of purplish-red flame shot forth towards Xiao Wu. The terms country chicken and fatty were his taboos. Had he just referred to him as a country chicken? Uncertain, he decided to handle it first. The intense heat caused the air to distort, and the purple flames, appearing rather mild, extended through the air like a fiery line. Like dragons, phoenixes come in many varieties, yet the most powerful and noble lineage belongs to the fire phoenix. The flames of the fire phoenix are not mere fire. They can only be extinguished by specific methods. Otherwise, they burn eternally, reducing all to ashes. This flame is known as the eternal flame. Xiaoyi began to take Ma Hongjun seriously. Ma Hongjun's martial spirit was indeed the fire phoenix. Although the flames he wielded were not as uncontrollable as the eternal flame, they were still a top-tier martial spirit. A sword energy sliced through the purple fire line, causing it to dissipate in an instant. Xiaowu, unwilling to remain silent, exclaimed, "Hey, who allowed you to make a move? I could easily defeat him, you know?" Chapter 22. Evil Fire Ma Hongjun. What are you doing? Dressed in white, with impeccably groomed hair, Dai Mubai approached them. Boss Dai? You're here? Ma Hongjun's expression turned somewhat unnatural, betraying his fear of Dai Mubai. Xiaowu pointed at Ma Hongjun and the girl, indignantly saying, "Umph. This fat country chicken is bullying a respectable lady. Aren't you going to do something about it?" A sudden smile broke through Dai Mubai's stern facade. "Xiaowu, I believe you are misunderstanding the situation. Miss Suehua, have you had enough of him?" Suehua's face flushed, and she nodded before turning to flee. This time, Ma Hongjun did not attempt to stop her, his expression one of dejection. Xiaoyi approached Dai Mubai, puzzled, and inquired, "What exactly is going on?" Dai Mubai turned to the fat boy and said, "Would you like to explain it yourself, or shall I do it for you?" Ma Hongjun shot a glance at Dai Mubai, bowing his head. "You go ahead." Dai Mubai laughed heartily. "What is this? The fat boy is shy now? All right. I shall explain. This chubby one is also a student of Shrek. Although I did not witness the events firsthand, I can certainly make an educated guess. This is not the first time this has occurred. In truth, one cannot entirely blame the fat boy. It's merely that his rather inferior martial spirit." Before he could finish, Ma Hongjun roared, "Your martial spirit is the inferior one. My martial spirit is a phoenix." Dai Mubai maintained his smile. "A phoenix? Very well. I shall reluctantly refer to it as a phoenix. However, the fat boy's martial spirit is, in fact, a mutated one." "A mutated martial spirit? What kind of mutation is it, and from which spirits did it arise?" Tang San inquired further. And Xiaoyi promptly addressed his query. "During the awakening of a martial spirit, it may undergo a mutation. Should such a mutation occur, there are typically two outcomes. One may become extraordinarily powerful, while the other may experience a diminishment in strength. The martial spirit of Ma Hongjun before them clearly falls into the category of beneficial mutation. Having spent 9 years in the martial spirit hall, Xiaoyi possessed extensive knowledge regarding martial spirits, and he understood that mutations were not particularly rare. Dai Mubai remarked, "No one truly knows the specifics of Ma Hongjun's martial spirit. All I can tell you is that he was brought back by the director 3 years ago. According to the director, the martial spirits in Ma Hongjun's village predominantly belong to poultry or avian species, which possess no soul power, indicating they are merely ordinary individuals. However, Ma Hongjun is somewhat exceptional. He was tested to have innate full soul power. Although the quality of his martial spirit is not top tier, it is undoubtedly of superior grade. He should be around your age, well, except for you, Xiaoyi." The mutation of his martial spirit granted Ma Hongjun formidable flames, characterized by their extreme temperature, strong adhesion, and remarkable resistance to extinguishment. Should his martial spirit evolve, it could potentially become the legendary Fire Phoenix, known for its unquenchable flames. Yet, with such strength comes a significant flaw. Ma Hongjun's fiery passion is exceedingly vigorous, with desires tenfold that of an ordinary person, necessitating certain outlets. "What outlets?" Xiao Wu inquired. "Do not pry further, Xiao Wu," Tang San replied, his expression growing tense. Some matters were better left unspoken. He inadvertently caught a glimpse of Xiaoyi's gaze towards Ma Hongjun, which seemed tinged with envy. Dai Mubai continued, "Thus, he often finds himself consumed by desires that require release. Although his martial spirit is inherently powerful, managing such desires is no simple task. Nonetheless, Ma Hongjun is a decent person, valuing mutual consent, and he has never coerced anyone. That girl, Suehua, was indeed his girlfriend. As for the reason for their breakup, it was simply because his overwhelming desires proved intolerable for an ordinary person." Ma Hongjun scoffed, "If I were as handsome as you and Oscar, would I be in this predicament? I would have been exploring those places long ago." Dai Mubai shot him a warning glance, lowering his voice. "Fatty, you can indulge in food, but do not speak recklessly. Keep your voice down. Xiaoyi chuckled. Who would have thought? Daiguo, you possess quite the charm. Could it be that your martial spirit harbors a peculiar flaw as well? Absolutely not. Tang Xin could not help but interject. Ma Hongjun, since you are currently without a girlfriend, what will you do in the future? Will you cease your training? Ma Hongjun shrugged. What else can I do? My life is paramount. Perhaps I shall ask the director for some guidance. Xiaoyi chimed in. Do you know where the academy dines? I'm starving. It has been ages since I last ate. Dai Mubai admitted. That was indeed my oversight. Come with me. He turned to Ma Hongjun. Would you like to join us? Or will you head straight to the director? Of course I will eat. If I do not fill my stomach, how can I muster the energy to lose weight? The 5 individuals returned to the confines of Shrek Academy, led by Dai Mubai to the academy's dining hall. This so-called dining hall was merely an arrangement between the academy and the village, employing a few villagers to manage the meals for everyone. Although the breakfast was rather simple, it was plentiful, ensuring no one would leave hungry. Upon their arrival at the dining hall, Ning Rongrong and the icy girl Zhu Shiqing had already made their entrance. Zhu Shiqing appeared pale but otherwise seemed untroubled. Perhaps due to their collaboration the previous day, both young women acknowledged Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Xiaoyan with nods while pointedly disregarding the rotund Ma Hongjun. Zhu Shiqing maintained her usual aloofness, but Ning Rongrong's demeanor was notably warm, her smile revealing delightful dimples that rendered her exceptionally charming. Ma Hongjun stared at the 2 girls with an almost dazed expression, unabashedly swallowing hard. Dai Mubai nudged him with his elbow, whispering, behave yourself. It would be wise to keep your desires in check. Ma Hongjun retorted, why? Do you intend to intervene again? I mean, Dai, even if you are the leader, you ought to leave some room for your brothers. Dai Mubai nudged him once more and glanced discreetly at Zhu Shiqing, who seemed oblivious to their presence, slowly consuming her breakfast with an icy expression still etched upon her face. Xiaoyi settled next to Ning Rongrong, giggling and engaging her in light conversation. When Ning Rongrong cast a surprised glance towards Ma Hongjun, he realized they were undoubtedly discussing him, which disheartened him enough to slump down at the table and pick at his breakfast. Clearing his throat, Dai Mubai remarked, Xiao Ao is still indulging in his slumber. He is perpetually lazy. Aside from Xiao Ao, it seems everyone else is present. We shall be living and studying together for a while. Let us take a moment to get to know one another. Allow me to introduce you. This chubby fellow is our Academy's other student, Ma Hongjun, whose martial spirit is the grass. Oh, pardon me, the phoenix. Upon hearing the word phoenix, Zhu Shiqing lifted her gaze, though it only met Ma Hongjun's for a fleeting moment before her cold demeanor intensified as her eyes drifted past him to Dai Mubai. By the way, Dai, I heard that the new students caused quite a stir for Teacher Zhao yesterday. Who are they? Ma Hongjun inquired. Dai Mubai replied, you have already met them. It's them. He gestured towards Xiaoyi and Tang San as he spoke. Ma Hongjun looked incredulously at Xiaoyi. A rank 20 and a barely 30 level soul master? How could they possibly have troubled Teacher Zhao? He is a rank 76 soul sage. I refuse to believe it. Tang San remained unfazed, while Xiaoyi felt a bit embarrassed by the comment. Actually, it was just luck. Teacher Zhao didn't even utilize a third of his strength and underestimated them, so Tang San suddenly recalled something. Oh, by the way, how did you alter the trajectory of my hidden weapons? Xiaoyi wiped his mouth and replied, Oh, I was born into a large family and have encountered many soul masters who rely on brute force with their soul power. The only aspect that involves skill is the soul techniques, while the more astute soul masters possess intelligence. During my meditation, I suddenly realized that enhancing one's strength through soul power is not the sole method available to soul masters. Upon hearing this, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun perked up their ears, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing also approached, clearly intrigued by the prospect of enhancing their abilities. At that moment, I pondered how to perfectly apply soul power, devoting an entire year to summarizing 3 key points. Just as Xiaoyi mentioned this, he took a bite of his meal. Xiao Wu, gritting her teeth, kicked Xiaoyi's food away and exclaimed, Can you hurry up? What are you eating for? Are you trying to make us 6 anxious? Xiaoyi, looking at the irate crowd with a distressed expression, replied, Sister Xiao Wu, I need to eat too. Xiao Wu, smiling as she leaned closer, said, Xiaoyi, if you don't want to meet your demise, you'd better hurry. All right, I declared, these 3 methods are. Just as I was about to continue, a cheeky voice interrupted Xiaoyi, inciting the ire of everyone present. Hee, everyone is here. On the very first day, our Shrek Academy's members have gathered in the cafeteria. I arrived at just the right moment. Oscar, having just woken up, had shaved his beard to leave a good impression on the younger female students. Upon entering the cafeteria and seeing that everyone was already present, he approached with what he believed to be his most charming smile. However, the result was not applause or admiration, but rather glares filled with fiery anger. Oscar was bewildered. Having shaved, he considered himself quite handsome. With deep-set, peach blossom eyes that conveyed depth, a face as smooth as jade, and a playful smile, he resembled a dashing young nobleman. Logically, he should have received a flurry of compliments, but what was with these angry stares? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he stammered, you all, Xiao Wu slowly retracted her right leg. Her expression devoid of emotion as she fixed her gaze on Xiao Yi, coldly instructing, continue speaking. You have 3 minutes to finish. Xiao Yi nodded vigorously, knowing well that no one wished to endure a beating, especially under life-threatening circumstances. All right, my martial soul is the judgment sword, and after awakening, I began to practice sword techniques. Get to the point. The strength of soul power, its application, and technique. Is that all? Yes. Didn't you ask me to get to the point? Xiao Wu clenched her fists, glaring fiercely at the innocent Xiao Yi, and said, Little one, I now seriously suspect you are toying with me. Can you be a bit more specific? Observing the murderous intent in everyone's expressions, Xiao Yi nodded and asked, Tell me, under the same level, what is the key to determining victory? Dai Mubai, being rather impulsive, was the first to respond. Of course, it's the soul rings. Martial souls and soul bones. Xiao Yi nodded and said, Indeed. However, it is not entirely accurate. No matter how powerful a soul skill may be, if it cannot strike the target, it is utterly futile. It is akin to the purple fire line launched by Ma Hongjun. I can easily evade it and take advantage of the delay following the release of his soul skill to defeat him. This applies not only to soul skills but also to physical strikes, such as those executed by Dai Mubai, which can also be avoided. Furthermore, the mastery of soul power is crucial. Soul masters often rely on their soul power to engage in direct confrontations, yet this is the most rudimentary method. In essence, soul skills are merely a manifestation of the control over soul power. But why do we always refer to Ma Hongjun? At this moment, Oscar has joined the 7 and remarked, Xiao Yi, there is no alternative. He is the most fitting example. Xiao Yi continued. The purple fire line of Ma Hongjun is essentially a compression of flames. Ma Hongjun, I offer you a suggestion. Attempt to rotate your fire line. Its potency will undoubtedly elevate to a higher tier. Tang Xin nodded in agreement. Yes, just like my hidden weapons, if they could spin at high speeds, their impact would escalate significantly. Xiao Yi affirmed, precisely. Skill and mastery over soul power are expeditious methods to enhance strength, and at times, they may even allow one to challenge opponents of a higher rank. Chapter 24. Soul Flow. I am simply providing you with a suggestion. It is not necessary to accelerate soul power through rotation, compression, and transformation are equally effective. Follow me, and I shall demonstrate my application of soul power. With that, Xiao Yi unleashed his martial soul, the sword of judgment, and led the 7 individuals outside. Ma Hongjun hesitated for a moment, and finally, as if making a significant decision, gritted his teeth and said, Damn it. Another meal wasted. Ning Rongring chuckled, Ha ha ha. I thought you had something of great importance. Ma Hongjun retorted. Isn't eating a matter of importance? What is life without sustenance? Xiao Wu shot Ma Hongjun a glare and remarked, Then take your time eating. We are leaving. By the time we return, you will be the weakest one. Let us see if you still have the audacity. Who said I wouldn't go? I am merely reminiscing about my breakfast. Oh, my beloved breakfast. Rest assured, I shall make up for it at lunch. Ugh. Xiao Yi, what are you searching for? Oscar inquired. Xiao Yi replied, I am in search of something sturdier. Otherwise, I cannot demonstrate effectively. Would TA's stone suffice? Ma Hongjun asked, still perplexed. That 1T do. Just stacking stones 1T work. Brother Dai, it's up to you now, Xiao Yi said, suddenly enlightened. Dai Mubai nodded and responded, All right. Watch me. Saying this, Dai Mubai stacked 2 relatively flat stones into a pillar, each standing about a meter high, roughly equivalent to Xiao Yi's height. Xiao Yi picked up the sword of judgment. With a forceful downward strike, the judgment sword cleaved the upper half of the stone pillar, leaving the lower portion unscathed. While the sword became lodged in the middle, unable to advance further, Dai Mubai squinted his eyes, his expression betraying a hint of discomfort. Xiao Yi retracted the judgment sword and remarked, As you all have just witnessed, I utilized my soul power to its fullest. Yet I managed to penetrate only half a meter. Dai Mubai chuckled wryly, half a meter. If I were to unleash my full strength without soul techniques, I would only surpass you by a slight margin, not to mention the 6-year age gap between us. Xiao Yi smiled and replied, Brother Dai, do not belittle yourself. As I have mentioned, my martial spirit is the judgment sword, whose sharpness is its defining trait. In contrast, your weapon is the fist. The essence of the fist lies in its ability to shatter. My attack merely affects a portion of the pillar, one might even describe it as a line, while your fist impacts the entire structure. I can at most split the pillar in two, but you possess the capability to obliterate it. Each has its own merits. Listening to Xiao Yi's words, Dai Mubai felt uplifted. I understand. Xiao Yi continued, consider this. You are a melee-oriented, high-attack soul master, focusing on offense, defense, and technique. These three avenues are your primary paths for development. Your attack and defense are at the pinnacle among your peers, yet your technique is lacking. No. I should say that all of your techniques are deficient. Each of you seems to rely solely on brute strength, oblivious to finesse. Apologies, I digress. Let us proceed. As he spoke, Xiao Yi raised the judgment sword, his gaze growing increasingly solemn. He closed his eyes, channeling his soul power. Soon, a resonant humming emanated from the judgment sword, and Tang San and the others observed as the blade trembled, radiating a crimson glow. Suddenly, Xiao Yi opened his eyes and struck downwards at another stone pillar. There was no thunderous crash as anticipated, nor the sound of blade meeting stone. Instead, it resembled the soft slicing of tofu, barely perceptible unless one listened closely. The judgment sword sliced through the pillar effortlessly, creating two distinct segments, and even leaving a deep gash in the earth beneath. In that moment, disbelief washed over everyone present, including the composed Tang San and the icy Zhu Qing. Remarkable. This fellow has hidden his prowess exceptionally well. Xiao Yi approached the severed pillar, shook his head, and sighed, murmuring, alas, I still have not mastered it fully. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Dai Mubai's lips twitched in disbelief. What? You haven't mastered it yet? Have I squandered these past years? Not mastered it? Xiao Yi. Contentment is a virtue. Indeed, indeed. We are all incapable of such feats, and now you have surpassed us. How exasperating. Huh. Let not impatience take hold. Observe closely. Xiao Yi pointed to the severed pillar and explained, this is the application of my soul power, fluidity. Everyone knows that a martial soul is a manifestation of soul power, capable of maximizing our potential. I channel my soul power with varying intensities along the blade of the judgment sword, creating serrated waves of soul energy, and then control its rapid flow to enhance its might, characterized by its ability to penetrate defenses. If this method of flowing soul power is mastered to its utmost limit, the cross-section of the stone pillar should be as smooth as a mirror. Yet, as you can see, the surface is quite rough and uneven, indicating a lack of mastery. Zhu Qing could not help but interject. Indeed, you're right. When I perfect this technique, I will be ready to take on the next challenge. Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment. The next step? There is more? Xiao Yi nodded and replied, yes. It involves building upon the flow of soul power, adding elements of vibration and compression. My martial soul is a sword, not a spear, thus it is ill-suited for rotational soul power. However, this requires immense mental fortitude. Freak. The crowd exclaimed in unison. Xiao Yi waved his hand dismissively. I am no freak. Moreover, I have already imparted the methods to strengthen yourselves. Thus, you will inevitably become extraordinary. Xiao Wu clenched her fist and said, Xiao Yi, are you asking for a beating? No. Then teach us more. Xiao Yi nodded. Very well. I shall elaborate for each of you. Having read extensively since childhood, I possess considerable knowledge about martial souls. However, I need to understand your martial souls, spirit rings, spirit abilities, and your capabilities. This will facilitate our discussions. That is a valid point. Now, everyone, let us share our introductions. Dai Mubai, being the eldest and the longest enrolled, naturally spoke with authority. He began his introduction. I am Dai Mubai, soon to be 15 years old. A level 37 assault-type soul master with a martial soul of the evil eye white tiger. My first spirit ring is a century old, granting me the ability known as the White Tiger Shield, which enhances my offensive and defensive capabilities. My second spirit ring is also a century old, and my ability, the White Tiger Light Wave, unleashes a powerful light wave with a shattering effect. My third spirit ring is a millennium old, granting me the White Tiger Diamond Transformation, significantly boosting my attack and defense. Ning Rongrong smiled and remarked, how detailed. We must be thorough to be fair to Brother Dai. Just as Xiao Wu was about to speak, Oscar stepped forward, saying, I am Oscar, 14 years old, a level 29 food-type support soul master. My martial soul is sausages. Both my spirit rings are century old. I will refrain from naming them. My first ability restores stamina and soul power, while my second dispels negative effects. Though it is not infallible, if the enemy's soul power is too high, it may not succeed. Chapter 25. 3 Applications. Next. It was Tang San's turn, perhaps due to the name. He was next. I am Tang San, 13 years old, with a martial soul of blue silvergrass. A level 29 control-type soul master, possessing 2 century-old yellow spirit rings. My abilities are entanglement and parasitism. To comprehend the essence of one's reputation is to ensnare adversaries, akin to the parasitic blue silvergrass entwined around them. Furthermore, I possess a modicum of agility and technique. Daimubai inquired, are those your hidden weapons? Tang San slightly nodded, neither affirming nor denying. At that moment, Ma Hongjun interjected, let us finish with the boys first. I am Ma Hongjun, 12 years old and soon to be 13. I am your senior at the Shrek Academy, with the martial soul of the Evil Fire Phoenix. A 27th level assault-type soul master, possessing 2 century-old soul rings. My first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line, allows me to launch a violet flame line to attack enemies, accompanied by explosive effects. My second soul skill, Phoenix Rebirth, enhances my attack and defense capabilities. Once Ma Hongjun concluded his introduction, Xiao Wu eagerly exclaimed, let's save the youngest for last. I am Xiao Wu, age 12 and a half, with the martial soul of the soft bone rabbit, a 29th level agility-type soul master. As for my soul rings, they are all century-old. My first soul skill is soft technique, and my second, enchantment, which controls and stuns enemies for a brief period. Longer for those of lesser strength, though ineffective against significantly stronger foes. Ning Rongrong, still wearing a smile, softly introduced herself. I am Ning Rongrong, just turned 12. With the martial soul of the 7 treasure glazed tile, a 26th level support-type soul master with 2 soul rings. I can enhance everyone's speed and strength attributes by approximately 30%. Zhu Zhuqing, with a frosty demeanor, calmly stated, I am Zhu Zhuqing, soon to be 12. With the beast martial soul of the Nether Spirit Cat, a 27th level agility-type soul master. My first soul skill, Nether Strike, allows for instantaneous acceleration to pierce enemies. My second soul skill, Nether 100 Claws, releases 100 rapid strikes, albeit with low individual attack power. Xiaoi chuckled, since you all have introduced yourselves. It would be rather impolite for me not to join in. I am Xiao Yi, 9 years old, with the martial soul of the Judgment Sword. A 21st level assault-type Grand Soul Master. My first soul skill, Sword Chi, unleashes a wave of energy to sever the target, reducing their defenses if they are too high. My second soul skill, a Millennium-level skill, enhances my attack, defense, and speed by 10% each. Remarkable! Someone exclaimed. Well, this is likely due to the nature of Xiao Yi's martial soul. It is well known that even among identical soul beasts, the enhancement for different martial souls varies, highlighting the distinction in martial soul quality. As Tang San spoke, a look of melancholy crossed his face, though he quickly regained his composure. Perhaps it was due to the relatively low level of his own martial soul. However, unbeknownst to him, his martial soul was far more complex than he perceived. Xiao Yi interrupted the reverie of the others, stating, allow me to elucidate my findings. I categorized the application of soul power into 3 types: vibration, flow, and rotation. The compression of soul power has been known for some time, a capability applicable to all soul masters. Vibration involves high-frequency oscillations upon contact with an enemy, necessitating a synergy between soul power and physicality. It is particularly suitable for blunt weapon soul masters and melee beast soul masters, especially those of the assault type. Rotation entails the rapid spinning of soul power to achieve a strangulation effect, requiring merely control over the soul power. This method is particularly advantageous for those soul masters who project their soul skills outward. The flow of soul power should be swift and unstoppable, particularly suited for sharp weapon spirits, such as my Judgment Sword. It similarly demands mastery over soul power. I have discerned your characteristics, and now I shall offer you a few suggestions. Firstly, Daigu, you must enhance your physical attributes without relying on your weapon spirit. Your soul skills amplify your offense and defense by a percentage. Thus, improving your physical prowess will significantly increase the benefits derived from these skills. If you wish to grow stronger, henceforth engage in weighted running and allow others to strike you. Daimubai appeared somewhat perplexed and inquired, I understand the need to enhance my physical attributes, but why must I let others hit me? Shai replied with calm assurance, it is, of course, to bolster your resilience to blows. Weighted running will enhance your strength and speed. What kind of expression is that? Do not presume that speed is unnecessary. Otherwise, You will merely become a target for others. I surmise that, given your temperament, failing to catch up to others would be quite frustrating for you. Additionally, practice your techniques. Consider how delightful it would be if others could not land a blow on you. As for the duration of this training, that is for you to determine. Next, you must refine your control over soul power. Currently, you lack the capability for a decisive offensive. As a powerful assault-type soul master, your weapon is not limited to your fists. Your palms are also integral. Dai Mubai expressed confusion. Palms? Indeed, but not just any palms. Have you heard of the knife hand technique? Oh, are you saying that I can? Xiaoyi nodded. Precisely. It would be even better if you could incorporate compressed soul power. Dai Mubai appeared exceedingly excited. According to Xiao Yi's vision, this could be considered a self-created soul skill, and the prospect of developing such a skill thrilled him. However, Dai Mubai underestimated the complexity. Without sustained practice, such feats are unattainable. Moving on from the grand to the subtle, Oscar, and yes, Ning Rongrong as well. You both belong to the support type, thus sharing similar deficiencies. Tell me, what should support-type soul masters accomplish? Assist our teammates. Oscar replied, his demeanor suggesting that the answer was rather simplistic. Ning Rongrong scoffed. How foolish. We support types have numerous weaknesses, without unique soul skills. Support-type soul masters become mere targets on the battlefield, slow-moving. With low defenses, they are the most easily eliminated. Xiaoyi nodded in agreement. Exactly. So, what do you believe you lack? Oscar fell silent. For having grown up in a rural village, his knowledge was limited. Ning Rongrong stated, as a support, there are only a few tasks I can perform, to assist my teammates at the opportune moment and to protect myself. Thus, we must learn to multitask. Xiaoyi praised her. Indeed, quite impressive. On the battlefield, support types often hold the key to victory. Their impact can sometimes surpass that of control types. As you mentioned, protecting yourself is paramount, so you should focus on enhancing your stamina and speed. It is well known that support types are the weakest in one-on-one combat. Why is that? It is because they lack offensive skills. Consequently, in the minds of many, support-type soul masters are viewed as soft targets. But what if, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, you possessed offensive skills? Attack skills? Can we? Oscar exclaimed in astonishment. No support-type soul master wishes to remain perpetually in the role of logistics. Circumstances simply do not permit it. Tang San furrowed his brow and inquired, how is that possible? Even if they cultivate attack skills, it inevitably affects their training, leading to a lack of accomplishment. Remember, quality surpasses quantity. Xiaoyi, undeterred by Tang San's skepticism, smiled and replied, you are mistaken, Brother San. The attack skills I intend to teach them fundamentally revolve around the control of soul power. While practicing these skills, they will enhance their ability to manage soul power, ensuring that not a single ounce is wasted on the battlefield. This, too, is a form of cultivation, is it not? Tang San nodded slightly, no longer refuting the notion. If such a skill truly existed, it would be advantageous. Ning Rongrong had long desired an attack skill. Xiaoyi assured her that it would neither hinder her training nor be a detriment. Seizing this opportunity, she exclaimed with excitement, what are we waiting for? Teach me quickly. Can we learn this? Xiao Wu inquired eagerly. Xiao Yi shook his head, explaining that this method was only suitable for support-type soul masters. You battle soul masters already have your own paths. It is not about the number of skills, but their refinement. However, you may still glean insights from this. Chapter 26. Choice. At this moment, Xiaoyi blushed slightly and stammered. Actually, I have only researched the flow of soul power. I have yet to master the vibrations and rotations of soul power. Thus, what I propose is merely hypothetical. Ahem, but we must give it a try. What if it succeeds? Observing Xiao Yi's unnatural demeanor, the others questioned. Xiao Yi, you aren't merely suggesting something theoretical for us to learn, are you? Yes. In truth, the attack skills I intend to teach Ning Rongrong and Oscar are the foundational skills you will all learn, Xiaoyi replied honestly, without deceit. Ma Hongjun remarked. I suddenly feel as if you were joking with us. Far from it. Just watch me. With that, Xiaoyi raised his right hand, channeling his soul power and concentrating it within. The atmosphere grew tense among the onlookers. It is a rare feat to release soul power without innate talent or soul skills. Xiaoyi caused the soul power in his hand to rotate slowly, gaining momentum until it formed a vortex resembling water. Furrowing his brows, he muttered to himself. What is going wrong? It should be a sphere. Why does it resemble a water vortex? How can I achieve the effect of strangulation? Daimubai and the others shook their heads. While the display of soul power was impressive, it was not what they sought. The 7 of them intended to engage and waited running to enhance their speed and strength. Just as they took a few steps, Xiaoyi erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, I understand now. Strangulation. Ha ha ha. Listening to Xiaoyi's laughter, everyone paused in their steps and turned to gaze at the eccentric Xiaoyi. He exclaimed loudly, Brother Dai, you're back. I've figured it out. As they heard his call, the crowd halted, whispering among themselves. Should we go back? I don't know. Let's return and see. After all, there's nothing else to do. Xiaowu clenched her fist and said, Come on. What have you discovered? If you dare to fool us. Hey, well, I realize my mistake now. It lies in my arrogance. That's also true. I was just thinking that if we rotate in the same direction, even at a faster speed, it wouldn't achieve a strangling effect. However, if we rotate in different directions, The crowd was once again captivated by Xiaoyi's words. Stop teasing us. Just tell us. Similarly, I can't accomplish this, as it is merely my conjecture. But you might as well give it a try. Are you serious? Xiaoyi replied, Let me share my thoughts. First, release your soul power, gathering it in your palms, allowing it to spin chaotically. Wait, chaotically spinning? What does that mean? Xiaoyi chuckled. It means rotating in different directions, not just left or right, but also up and down, among others. Unable to contain herself, Xiaowu interjected, Is that even possible? Rotating in two directions is already challenging. Xiaoyi smiled. Precisely because it is challenging, we must learn. Moreover, don't you find it intriguing to push the boundaries? Imagine Ma Hongjiwen's first soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. If it were to spin chaotically, its power would rival that of a third soul skill. When compressed into an arrow shape, it could be comparable to a fourth soul skill. Dai Mubai chuckled, Haha. Indeed, I must learn this skill. Xiaoyi, feeling a bit awkward, replied, Brother Dai, this method may not suit you. In fact, it won't be appropriate for any soul master without a radiating soul skill. Dai Mubai, somewhat displeased, asked, Why not? It's disheartening when one finally learns a beloved skill only to find it unsuitable. Xiaoyi explained, What I mentioned earlier was merely an application of rotation. I've also stated that there are concepts of flow and vibration. Vibration and compression are what suit you and Zhu Zhuqing best. Moreover, the idea of soul power vibration is merely my imagination and quite challenging. Concerned for herself, Zhu Zhuqing could not help but inquire, Why? Can't beast martial souls learn this? It can, but it's not suitable. Sister Zhuqing, you can see from your battle with Teacher Zhao that your weapon is your claws, specifically your fingers, emphasizing sharpness. If you apply soul power rotation on your fingers, your sharpness becomes ineffective, which would be counterproductive. However, if you compress your soul power to the tips of your fingers while delivering a strike, and then vibrate at a high frequency upon contact, your attack could multiply several times over. Even Dai Mubai under the third soul skill would find it hard to defend against. Dai Mubai gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, whose eyes were filled with madness, and instinctively took a step back. Boss Dai, like you, the paths of vibration and compression are yours to tread. Mastering just two applications is paramount. Otherwise, one risks being overwhelmed by excess. Moreover, Brother Dai, do you truly wish to diverge from Zhu Zhuqing's path? As he spoke, Xiaoyi slyly winked at Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong pressed her finger to her lips and inquired, Then why do you cultivate flowing and still pursue vibration and compression? Xiaoyi replied, That is because I solely require offense. And my attacks, unlike Sister Zhuqing's, are linear. Both flowing and vibration are applicable. After all, it is the advantage of my martial soul. Besides, I possess a second martial soul. Xiaowu glanced from one person to another and remarked, What about Sangu and me? We are the only ones left out, with a pout. She added, And I too. Ma Hongjun interjected. Xiaowu huffed, Pigs. Xiaoyi has already stated that you are suited for rotation. I truly wonder how you managed to rotate with that physique. Xiaoyi interjected, All right, Sangu is a wise man who knows the path he wishes to follow. And there is much I can learn from him. As for Xiaowu, Sangu, the decision rests with you. Tang Sen pondered for a moment before declaring, I choose vibration. And Xiaowu will select the same. Xiaoyi responded, Very well, I respect your choice. Let me clarify. Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiaowu, and Zhu Zhuqing, you will cultivate vibration. And I shall instruct you shortly. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong will practice rotation. Remember to spin chaotically. Soul power compression is mandatory for everyone, as is weight training. From today onward, each of you must carry an appropriate weight at all times, without exception. Only after complete adaptation should you increase the weight. Over time, this will facilitate a significant enhancement in strength. Dai Mubai gestured towards Oscar and the others. All right, you three may go. We shall study the vibration technique that Xiaoyi mentioned. Just as Ning Rongrong was about to speak, Ma Hongjun exclaimed in dissatisfaction. You've heard our training methods. Why shouldn't we be privy to yours? I insist on hearing it. Xiaoyi halted Daimu Bai, who was on the verge of anger, and said, if they wish to listen, let them. But remember, one cannot master too many things at once. Yes, I understand, Ma Hongjun replied. Aren't you going to eat? Shiwu suddenly asked. After some hesitation, Ma Hongjun feigned a noble demeanor and said, well, breakfast is already gone, so it is much better to be with you all. Ha ha. Your righteous words almost convinced me. Xiaoyi continued, all right, no more jesting. Brother Dai, you four must listen carefully. The vibration of soul power requires not only control over the soul power itself, but also mastery over the body. Strictly speaking, this method of cultivation is the most challenging. Excellent. I rather enjoy this, Daimu Bai exclaimed, somewhat exhilarated. Oscar, feeling competitive, retorted, Humph. Let us see who can master it first. As he spoke, he cast a provocative glance at Daimu Bai. Very well. Let us see who can successfully cultivate first. My vibration technique is far more challenging than your rotation. If I win, you must do me a favor. Daimu Bai, possessing an indomitable spirit, readily agreed. It's a deal. Xiaoyi chuckled wryly and inquired, may I speak now? Noticing the silence around him, he continued. Then I shall speak. I can only explain to you the principles of soul power vibration, which involves utilizing soul power and physical prowess to create high-frequency vibrations upon striking others. This requires a division of soul power into multiple parts. After a considerable time, Xiaoyi elucidated the methods of soul power rotation and vibration to the group. Daimu Bai and the others proceeded to practice their own techniques of soul power control. Chapter 27. The following morning, Xiaoyi and Tang San set off together towards the cafeteria. Upon arriving, they found Ma Hongjuan's table heaped with food, while Daimu Bai looked on in disdain. Upon spotting Xiaoyi and Tang San, Daimu Bai's expression brightened, revealing a sense of relief. Good morning, Xiaoyi, Tang San. He exclaimed cheerfully. Good morning. Xiaoyi replied politely. Tang San nodded at Daimu Bai with a smile, acknowledging him. After collecting their breakfast, they joined Daimu Bai at the table just as Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu entered. Xiao Wu, with a pout of grievance, looked at Tang San and said, Brother, I called out to you just now. Did you not hear me? I intended to have you wait for me. When Xiao Wu left the dormitory, she spotted Tang San and Xiao Yi walking into the cafeteria from a distance. She planned to call out to them and walk over together. But after several attempts to get Tang San's attention, neither he nor Xiao Yi responded, leaving her quite displeased. Tang San scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I apologize. Xiao Wu, I was chatting with Xiao Yi just now and wasn't focused on my surroundings. Humph. Observing the labored expressions of the group, Xiao Yi remarked. It seems each of you carries your own burdens. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. Indeed. However, mine, along with Xiao Wu and Zhuqing's, is relatively light. No worries. Just adapt at your own pace. Have you made any progress with the soul power rotation? Xiao Yi inquired. Ning Rongrong shook her head. I have no leads. It's exceedingly difficult. I find it challenging even to project my soul power. Hee. If it were simple, it would lack meaning. Brother Dai, as newcomers, could you enlighten us about the Academy's rules and courses? Daimu Bai replied, there are no particularly strict rules in the Academy. To put it simply, looting is prohibited. Yet combat and gambling are encouraged. Xiaoyi expressed surprise, gambling at such a young age? This Academy is intriguing. With a playful smile, he added. Daimu Bai elaborated. The teachers believe that gambling is a mental game, greatly beneficial for enhancing psychological resilience, observational skills, and judgment. In battle, one must refrain from taking lives. And as for gambling, as long as you do not lose your trousers, there should be no issue. Regarding the course schedule, the Academy will adjust the curriculum based on our individual circumstances. However, I can assert with certainty that the most crucial aspect of today's class is the collection of fees. The annual tuition for the Academy amounts to 100 gold coins, a sum that should pose no difficulty for you, esteemed Soul Masters of the Great Soul Master level. The subsidies for Soul Masters are distributed by the Spirit Hall. However, those at the rank of Soul Sect and above are ineligible to receive any subsidies. Otherwise, the meager salaries of a few teachers would barely cover the Academy's expenses. The Empire has decreed that subsidies are intended solely to encourage and assist lower-ranked Soul Masters in their training. Once a Soul Master reaches level 40, they may enlist in the military or serve a powerful entity to earn a substantial income. Yet, The teachers at Shrek Academy value their freedom and have little desire to serve others, resulting in their current financial straits. Ning Rongrong chuckled and remarked, "You are still so young, yet you speak of women." When class time arrived, Xiaoyi and his companions made their way to the grand playground, where a drowsy Oscar had already arrived, munching on a sausage he had crafted himself. Previously, due to Xiaoyi's instruction, they had not paid much attention to Oscar, and after a day of preparing weighted objects, he had spent the night away. Now, upon closer inspection, they could hardly recognize him. Oscar was indeed quite handsome, with deep-set peach blossom eyes that conveyed a sense of depth, a face as exquisite as jade, and eyebrows of moderate thickness, adorned with a nonchalant smile. "Your beard?" Tang-san approached Oscar and pointed at his face. Oscar chuckled and quickly devoured the sausage, whispering, with a few new beauties around, "I had to spruce myself up a bit to catch their attention. You lack experience in this regard, don't you?" Dai Laoda seems quite taken with that icy girl, while Xiaowu is yours. As for the rotund fellow, his flamboyant demeanor is hardly appealing to girls, so my target is Ning Rongrong. You want to compete with me for her, will you? Xiaoyi glanced at Oscar, pursed his lips, and inquired, "How old are you?" Without hesitation, Oscar replied, 14. "Why? My dad had me when he was 14. How remarkable. Oscar, you ought to take a page from your father's book," they laughed. As they conversed, a middle-aged man approached from the opposite side of the playground. Xiaoyi curiously scrutinized the man, pondering which teacher he might be, while Tang-san and Xiaowu appeared somewhat uneasy for reasons unknown. The newcomer appeared to be in his 50s, robust in stature, with a distinctive facial structure. His chin protruded slightly, his cheekbones were broad, his face flat, and he possessed a somewhat hooked nose. If one were to liken him to an object, it would be a pair of rigid black-framed crystal glasses perched upon his nose. Note: Xiaoyi is a pseudonym for Xiaoyi. The recent narrative parallels the original work closely, but this is merely a transition, and the storyline will diverge thereafter. Your understanding is appreciated. Chapter 28. The abuse. Upon noticing the unnatural expressions on Tang-san and Xiaowu's faces, Xiaoyi inquired, "What have you done to provoke him?" Moreover, there should be no cause for concern. After all, he is the dean. He cannot be so petty. Beside them, Oscar chuckled softly and remarked, "You are mistaken. Our Dean Flander is notorious for holding grudges. However, his greatest virtue lies in his protective nature." Flander cast a meaningful glance at Oscar, causing a cold sweat to break out on the latter. He approached the 7 students gathered, halting before them. His voice, husky yet imbued with a certain magnetism, resonated. "This year is quite promising. We have welcomed 5 more little monsters. I, Flander, the Dean of Shrek Academy, extend a warm welcome to you all. Shortly, each of you is to present 100 gold coins to Teacher Lee, who oversees the finances. Daimubai, with 5 new junior students joining us. Please ensure that they are informed of the Academy's rules. Afterward, return to your quarters and endeavor to restore yourselves to peak condition. Our first lesson will commence this evening. Oscar, you and Ning Rongrong are exceptions. Follow me." Oscar's expression immediately soured, reluctantly approaching Flander to pay his respects. His demeanor lightened somewhat upon seeing Ning Rongrong take her place beside him. Xiaoyi, observing the tenderness in Oscar's gaze towards Ning Rongrong, furrowed his brow. Flander waved his hand, stating, "The rest may take their leave. Strive to attain your optimal state before nightfall. Do not say I failed to warn you. The teaching methods at our academy differ greatly from those elsewhere. You will face peril." Xiaoyi followed Ning Rongrong, who was departing. Flander, indifferent to the number of students, addressed Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Each individual possesses their own cultivation methods. Even with differing martial spirits, the approaches to cultivation vary significantly. Thus, what the Academy aims to impart is not merely how to cultivate your martial spirit, but how to wield it effectively, to survive in future battles, and to support your comrades. In essence, the most crucial skill for support-type soul masters is the ability to flee. Sometimes, taking one extra step can save your life. Therefore, physical training is paramount for you. In summary, Flander's instruction conveyed a clear message. You have offended me. The consequences are yours to bear. Subsequently, the two were compelled to jog around the village. Yes, Ning Rongrong replied affirmatively, dashing out without hesitation. Oscar, with a disgruntled expression, followed suit. The entire village spanned at least 3 kilometers. 20 laps equated to a rather daunting figure, although they possessed soul power exceeding level 20. Completing this task before noon proved to be an excruciating ordeal for support-type soul masters, who were known for their frail physiques. For combat soul masters of level 20 or above, traversing such a distance was no trivial feat. This was nothing short of abuse. Why, indeed? Did Ning Rongrong have to run as well? Xiaoyi hesitated for a moment before following Ning Rongrong, curious about how two support-type soul masters could traverse such a considerable distance. Upon arriving at the village entrance, he awaited the arrival of Oscar and Ning Rongrong, knowing that this path was essential for their run. After a while, he spotted a figure in the distance gradually growing larger. "They're here," Xiaoyi exclaimed. Why is it only Oscar? Where is Rongrong? Even if she runs slowly, she should have arrived by now. Chapter 29. The Little Witch. How slow, Oscar? Xiaoyi remarked languidly. Oscar, after running for a while, was merely slightly out of breath. Slow? I am not a battle soul master like you all. How fast could I possibly be? This pace is quite commendable. And Rongrong? Is she lagging behind? Xiaoyi murmured. Rongrong. She left and will be back shortly, Oscar said, a look of disappointment crossing his face. What's wrong? You don't look well. What happened? Xiaoyi inquired. Oscar sighed. When Rongrong and I started running, she was full of confidence, but upon hearing that the lap would be long, she decided to stop and said she was hungry and wanted to explore outside the school. Well, I'll be on my way. Xiaoyi frowned as he watched Oscar continue to run away, shaking his head as he returned to the dormitory. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Council Hall. On the northern side of the hall, there sat a jade chair occupied by a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s, exuding a scholarly elegance that felt refreshingly gentle. Before him, a young man knelt partially, reporting to the sect master. The young lady has arrived at Shrek Academy and has successfully enrolled, the young man said respectfully. The middle-aged man nodded and replied with a hint of resignation. It is perhaps for the best that this little witch goes out to experience the world. Otherwise, the entire 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would be turned upside down. What is the situation at Shrek Academy? Shrek Academy boasts 2 soul saints and several soul emperors, with a teaching quality that is unparalleled. The students they accept are nothing short of prodigies. I have conveyed your message to their principal as instructed, the young man informed. A faint smile graced the middle-aged man's face. Very well, you may leave. Yes, sect master, the young man acknowledged and withdrew. Suddenly, a robust voice reverberated through the hall, causing it to tremble slightly. Ningfengji, how can you bear to send Rongrong away? Can you truly trust her to be alone? What will happen if something goes awry? As the voice echoed, an elderly man with white hair emerged from the back hall and boldly took a seat beside sect master Ningfengji. Ningfengji's expression reflected helplessness. Sir Uncle, do you think I desire this? You and Dragon Uncle indulge her too much. She has nearly become insufferable at home. Allowing her to face some challenges and receive education outside might bring about some change. Otherwise, if she carries this temperament into marriage, her partner will not indulge her. Sir Uncle huffed angrily. If anything were to happen to Rongrong, I will hold you responsible. By the way, what about that matter? Ningfengji shook his head. The message has been delivered, yet the Pope seems to harbor some objections. The old man sighed. You have not sought Rongrong's consent, have you? Given her temperament, the knowledge that she would wed a man she has never met would likely drive her to madness. Rongrong is your youngest child, your sole daughter. Is it not excessively cruel to regard her merely as a tool for political alliance? Ningfengji was aware that Sword Uncle had always opposed this union. But he had his own plans. As a noble, one must be prepared for sacrifice. Furthermore, the suitor possesses good character, even in the absence of affection. He would not mistreat Rongrong. After all, feelings can be cultivated. Alas, do as you wish. If Rongrong suffers any grievances, I shall dismantle the spirit hall. As night fell, Shrek Academy's principal, Flender, regarded Oscar and Ning Rongrong with piercing eyes. Oscar, have you completed 20 laps? Flender's gaze was sharp, instilling a sense of dread that deterred anyone from meeting his stare. Xiaoyi glanced at Ning Rongrong, who he knew had scarcely run at all. After returning to the dormitory, he felt uneasy about her and followed to check on her. She only returned by evening, indicating she had not run at all. Oscar nodded, stating, Principal, I have finished my laps. Flender scoffed. I inquired about you both, not just you. Do not engage in wordplay with me. At that moment, Ning Rongrong was gazing at Oscar, her large, innocent eyes brimming with naivety. Xiao shook his head in disappointment, thinking that Ning Rongrong was not as benevolent as he had presumed. Selfishness is a part of human nature, yet it remains fundamentally immoral. Gritting his teeth, Oscar nodded. Yes. We have both completed our laps. Excellent. How congenial of you. Come here. Flender gestured to the spot before him. A faint, bitter smile crossed Oscar's face as he approached Flender. When one errs, they must amend their mistakes, for resistance only exacerbates the punishment. Flender slowly raised his right hand and lightly patted Oscar on the shoulder. Since you are so congenial, you shall run another 20 laps. I have sealed your soul power. And should it be released, you know the consequences. Oscar said nothing, merely nodded silently before turning and running outside. Flender's gaze shifted to the others, stating, "Do you not understand why I am doing this? Why must he continue running? Because Oscar has lied, regardless of the rationale. A lie is a lie, sometimes. Deceit may serve a purpose, but lying to protect another is unjust. You are all still children. Dishonesty is the worst of virtues. I hope you comprehend this." As he spoke, his gaze drifted pointedly from Tang San and his companions to the seemingly innocent, pitiful Ning Rongrong. "Tell me, did you complete the tasks I assigned this morning?" Ning Rongrong understood that she could not conceal the truth. She felt no fear nor resorted to deception. With her arms crossed, she replied rather haughtily, "No, this young lady is hungry and cannot run." "What, are we not allowed to eat?" Flander smiled faintly and said, "So, you ventured out of the village alone, wandered for a day, and then returned to find Oscar to come back with him, correct?" Ning Rongrong widened her beautiful eyes and retorted fiercely, "Flander, do you dare to spy on me?" Flander's expression immediately turned cold. "As the dean, I must be accountable for every student in the academy. It is my responsibility, as well as that of all the teachers at Shrek Academy. Disobeying orders on the battlefield leads to only one outcome, death." The gentle expression on Ning Rongrong's face gradually faded, replaced by a hint of disdain and contempt. "This is not a battlefield, it is merely an academy. And you are not a general, you are just a dean." Flander nodded and replied, "You are correct. This is indeed an academy. But can you guarantee that you will never find yourself on a battlefield? Now, you have two choices. Either pack your belongings and leave, as you are unworthy of being a student here, or stay and prove to me that you deserve to remain." "Flander, who do you think you are? Just a mere soul sage. What right do you have to lecture me?" At that moment, Ning Rongrong resembled a queen, high and mighty, casting disdainful glances at everyone around her. Chapter 30, Confrontation. "Flander, you are merely a soul sage. I advise you to show me some respect." Flander did not take offense at her words. Instead, he smiled gently and said, "You are correct. I am but a small soul sage, and there are many with greater strength on the Douluo continent. Nevertheless, I belong to the ranks of the strong, and dealing with you would be a mere matter of lifting a finger. Since you disdain this place, please leave. Shrek Academy does not welcome unruly students like you." Ning Rongrong scoffed, "You think you can drive me away? I refuse to leave. I will do as I please, and no one dares to interfere, including you, Flander. From now on, mind your own business regarding me, or you shall face the consequences." Flander smiled indifferently. "If I were afraid of consequences, this academy would not exist. This is my domain, and I have the final say. Moreover, disciplining students is the duty of a dean, is it not? From any standpoint. I hold the moral high ground. All you possess is your background. Without the 7 treasure glazed tile school, you are nothing. You may leave." "How could a young lady such as yourself lower herself to a mere academy? Flander, how dare you? No one has ever dared to force me into something I do not wish to do." Ning Rongrong exclaimed, hands on her hips, exuding a fierce aura for a 12-year-old girl. "You are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner." "Ah, is it not an honor to be the first? I believe I am not the only one. Many dare to offend you, even among your peers." Ning Rongrong glared at her classmates, her gaze sharp, exuding an air of intimidation. Flander smirked ominously. "In my eyes, every student here surpasses you. The 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit is indeed one of the most formidable auxiliary spirits, yet, lamentably, due to your character, you only bring it shame." "You speak nonsense," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her chest heaving with indignation. She had always been the most gifted of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Even her father's talent paled in comparison. He had proclaimed her the most talented among all soul masters in the sect's history, the one most likely to evolve the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. How could she, proud as she was, endure Flander's claim that he was inferior to anyone present? Am I speaking falsehoods? Then tell me, who among us is stronger than you? Flander scoffed. Ning Rongrong replied, "I am an auxiliary soul master. Naturally, I cannot be compared to these battle soul masters. However, my role on the battlefield surpasses theirs. With my presence, their potential can be fully realized." Flander shook his finger at her, declaring, "That is merely your delusion. The reality is otherwise. With your temperament, on the battlefield, you would merely serve as cannon fodder. You lack companions, not a single soul with whom to entrust your back. Even your father, without capable allies. would not dare to act recklessly. Given your disposition, do you truly believe you can find a partner to whom you can completely entrust your safety? Ning Rongrong instinctively glanced at her former companions, her heart quaking at the sight of their once familiar gazes now turned strangely distant, a consequence of her deep-seated concealment. Am I in the wrong? No, I am not mistaken. I have always been alone. No one wishes to befriend me. They are all a bunch of hypocrites. Her gaze towards the others grew cold. All merely optimal soul ring configurations. There is nothing more to discuss. Flander introduced each individual, analyzing the strengths and talents of Xiao Yi and his companions, concluding that Ning Rongrong was the weakest. Finally, Flander approached Xiao Yi, stating, Xiao Yi, at merely 9 years of age, your soul power has reached level 21. Ah, you are at level 22 now? Xiao Yi nodded in silence, his gaze drifting back to Ning Rongrong, pondering. So this is how the offspring of distinguished families are. My sister is truly exceptional. Flander smiled and continued. Your progress is remarkable. The Judgment Sword Spirit possesses the most profound soul power I have ever encountered among soul masters. The second soul ring is a millennium old, complemented by an external soul bone, and your swordsmanship is superb. Even a 3-ring soul master would find themselves outmatched. You may even surpass Tang San and Xiao Wu, becoming the earliest among Shrek's history to break through to the mixed rank. In comparison to them, you are nothing. Each of Flander's words struck like a dagger, shattering what remained of Ning Rongrong's pride. She had always believed herself to be the finest in the continent. Yet now she found herself ranked the lowest, a disparity too vast to bear. With a cry, she fled to the dormitory. Flander huffed, contemplating that were it not for the authority granted to him by the sect leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, he would not dare to confront this little witch. Otherwise, the sword Douluo would surely have his head. Very well, I have discreetly informed Oscar to comfort her, Flander remarked. Believing that after today, she will undergo a transformation, preparations for training commence. Chapter 31. The Arena of Souls. Flander waved his hand and proclaimed, let us depart. Follow closely behind me. With that, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes and swiftly propelled himself forward toward the direction of the academy. The others hurriedly followed suit. Naturally, the swiftest among them was Dai Mubai, whose soul power far surpassed that of the others, followed by Zhu Xuqing of the agility type. Xiao Yi, possessing the least soul power and not being an agility type, lagged at the back, yet remained within proximity. Shrek Academy is not distant from Soto City, which lies within the kingdom and is impervious to external threats, allowing its gates to remain open around the clock. This is precisely why Flander established Shrek here. Though night has fallen, the vibrancy of Soto City rivals that of day, with streets lined with an array of stalls offering food, entertainment, and diversions, bustling and thriving. The playful and restless Xiao Wu, with her sparkling eyes, frequently darted her gaze around, drawn to anything intriguing, inching closer for a better look. Had Tang San not been holding on to her, she might have wandered off. However, Xiao Yi had indeed gotten lost. Playfulness is inherent to children, and even Xiao Yi was no exception, ultimately requiring considerable effort to locate him. For this, Flander had given him a stern reprimand, though its effectiveness remained uncertain. Flander announced, today, your classroom is over there. As he spoke, he gestured outward. Following the direction of his hand, one could see a vast expanse of towering edifices, nearly 100 meters high, immense and imposing, casting a profound silhouette against the night sky. Faint glimmers of light flickered from within the colossal structure. Flander continued in a measured tone that is the Soto Great Arena of Souls, where battles unfold, often accompanied by peril. However, you are all exceptional beings and must adopt a training approach befitting your extraordinary nature. Those who perish within are not monsters. Only those who lack the monstrous essence do not merit a place here. Do you understand? He paused momentarily before stating gravely, the Academy can impart much knowledge, yet it cannot furnish you with practical combat experience. Such experience is cultivated through battle, wherein the ability to fully harness your skills determines victory. Many possess strength but fall short due to insufficient combat experience. Without it, no amount of theoretical knowledge can compensate. Therefore, today, that arena will serve as your sanctuary. There will be many spectators. Do not allow them to sway you. To perform for others? It feels akin to being a trained monkey. Flander shook his head. Although I share an aversion for venues like the Great Arena of Souls, it indeed represents one of the finest avenues for your growth. The arena exists independently of the 2 great empires, established as a collective force by the 7 major sections. Soul masters who gain renown here attract the favor of powerful factions, which can significantly benefit both their current abilities and future prospects. Upon reaching this point, there was a dazzling brilliance in Flanders' eyes. The soul rings do not truly represent a soul master's capabilities. It is not uncommon to challenge opponents of a higher rank. To prove oneself, victory is paramount, for others only regard the outcome, disregarding the disparity in strength. The ranks of badges are classified according to the quality of minerals, with the lowest being the Iron Badge or Iron Soul Duel, followed by the Copper Soul Duel, Silver Soul Duel, Gold Soul Duel, Purple Gold Soul Duel, Sapphire Soul Duel, Ruby Soul Duel, and Diamond Soul Duel. In total, there are 8 levels, and to ascend, one must win battles to earn points. At this juncture, Flanders cast his gaze across the 5 individuals before him, stating that without the Silver Soul Badge, graduation would be unattainable, otherwise, he would find it embarrassing. Do not be misled into thinking that acquiring the Silver Soul Badge is an easy feat. Daimubai had fought for a year and had yet to accumulate even 10 points, although his challenges against higher-ranked Soul Masters were for self-improvement. Without a winning streak, graduation would take at least a decade. However, a consecutive victory should not pose a challenge for you, correct? Time is of the essence. Let us proceed. And we shall address the remaining matters later. Chapter 32. The intent to kill registering for the Soul Duel here is exceedingly simple. One merely needs to pay 10 gold soul coins and fill out a form to obtain the initial Iron Soul Badge. The arena is specifically designed to assess a Soul Master's soul power level, facilitating the selection of opponents during competitions. The arena is divided into the main duel arena and the subsidiary arenas, where the audience comprises individuals of noble standing. Naturally, the Soul Masters competing in the main arena must be exceptional, providing excitement for the spectators. Those who have just registered or have yet to register can only compete in the subsidiary arenas. With each victory, not only do they earn points, but they also receive monetary rewards. However, there are no rewards for losses. The Soto Soul Arena features 24 subsidiary venues, and the dueling formats include 3 variations: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles. Although the arena is open to the public, it is not free, which serves as a means of revenue generation. Nevertheless, many are willing to spend money to watch. Although Soul Masters are the mainstream of the Douluo continent, they still represent a minority, and many ordinary people dream of becoming Soul Masters. Since such aspirations may remain unfulfilled, they seek to indulge their desires vicariously. Upon arriving at the rest area, the others did not look down upon Xiaoyi and his companions due to their youth. In this world, anything is possible. Tang San smiled slightly and remarked, "No problem. After all, we are here to enhance our practical experience. Gaining more combat experience is always beneficial." He then shared his and Xiaoyi's intentions with Daimubai, who naturally did not object. It was as if reminded, his gaze fell upon Zhu Zhuqing. Regrettably, their martial souls were not of the same stage, making it impossible for them to team up for a 2-on-2 duel, and thus he had to abandon the idea. Daimubai instructed, "Xiao-san, take Xiao to register for the 2-on-2 matches over there. The battles here should last a while longer." "I wish to register for a 1-on-1 match," Xiaoyi stated. Daimubai pointed to another area, saying, "Over there. Let us embark on this journey together. I, along with the plump one and Zhu Qing, shall engage in a competition." Xiaoyi inquired, "Why isn't sister Zhu Qing participating in Team 2? Daimubai remained silent, but Ma Hongjun interjected, "Given Zhu Zhuqing's temperament, she would rather compete alone." Nodding in understanding, the 4 of them approached the registration area for 1-on-1 matches, announcing their names and soul power levels, with the promise of 10 gold soul coins for the victor. After completing their registration, they awaited the competition. Remember, do not push yourself too hard. Learning to concede is also a form of progress, Daimubai advised as they departed. Daimubai, Ma Hongjun, and the others proceeded to compete, leaving Xiaoyi as the last to enter. After a considerable wait, the host's voice resonated. "Next, we invite Xiaoyi from Shrek Academy to face off against Xiao Lu." Xiaoyi, a 22nd level Soul Master from Shrek Academy, was up against Xiao Lu, who was at the 29th level. Comparatively, I lean towards Xiao Lu for victory. Although level isn't everything, Xiao Lu undeniably holds the advantage. What? Only level 22? Does he truly stand a chance against a 29? Wait, did you notice? This Xiaoyi seems to be under 10 years old, concealed behind a mask that obscures his features. Indeed, Xiao Lu is over 40, possessing significantly more experience than Xiaoyi. I failed to comprehend how the fighting arena would pair these two together. At that moment, Tang San had also completed his match and watched Xiaoyi with bated breath. Even for him, Defeating a 29th level Soul Master without relying on hidden cards would be a formidable task, let alone for Xiao Yi, who was 7 levels lower. Disregarding the peculiar stares, Xiao Yi stepped onto the fighting stage and spotted a middle-aged man on the opposite side, gazing at him with an air of disdain. The match begins. Xiao Lu, unhurried, remarked, "Kid, it would be wise for you to concede early. Otherwise, I will show no mercy." Xiao Yi remained unfazed, retorting, "Xiao Lu. How base. Your name bears a certain depth." Xiao Lu, often ridiculed for his name, found this insult particularly irksome, and his anger flared. "Since you seek your own demise, I must apologize. Rest assured, I shall not grant you the chance to concede. You seem rather appealing. I wonder if you have an elder sister? No? That is fine. Having a mother will suffice." Ha ha. Channeling the spirit of a gorilla, Xiao Lu's outburst was a reaction intended to counter Xiao Yi's mockery. Yet it inadvertently ignited Xiao Yi's fury. If one were to ask whom Xiao Yi treasured most in this world, it would undoubtedly be his mother, Bibi Dong, and his sister, Chen Renxue. Xiao Lu's verbal affront to both women was intolerable. Xiao Yi's eyes narrowed, his demeanor transforming dramatically. He was no longer approachable but radiated an aura of lethal intent. Daimu Bai and the others had concluded their matches and awaited Xiao Yi. Tang San, from behind the podium, spoke gravely, "The killing intent. Xiao Yi has taken lives before. More than one, I suspect. Such a dense aura of malice could not arise without cause. It appears that his sister and mother hold great significance to him. Xiao Lu is in for a misfortune." Fear has already gripped him. Listening to Tang San's words, everyone gasped in astonishment. A person who has taken a life? The seemingly affable, gentle, and occasionally mischievous Xiao Yi had killed someone? My curiosity regarding Xiao Yi's true identity was piqued. On the competition stage, Xiao Lu was drenched in cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, he believed he was facing death. Suppressing his fear, he declared, "Humph, what are you pretending for? Here I come." With that, he raised his fist and charged at Xiao Yi. Despite his anger, Xiao Yi remained composed. In combat, maintaining one's emotions is paramount. "If I am compelled to use my second soul skill, I concede defeat," he stated resolutely. Chapter 33. The kill. "If you can force me to employ my second soul skill, I concede defeat." With that, Xiao Yi brandished his judgment sword and lunged at Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu unleashed his first soul skill, enhancing his strength, and struck down upon Xiao Yi with both fists. In comparison, Xiao Yi appeared feeble, and no one believed he could emerge victorious, except for Tang San. Tang San, a time traveler who had lived 2 lives, understood that while murderous intent is fearsome, the rarest quality is the ability to remain calm under duress. As he watched Xiao Lu's fist grow larger, Xiao Yi felt no fear as others might. With a cold snort, he met the fist capable of shattering stone with his judgment sword. With a thunderous boom, dust erupted from the ground as both Xiao Yi and Xiao Lu were propelled backward at incredible speed, retreating an equal distance. It was a stalemate. The phrase flashed through Tang San's mind, while the spectators outside the ring were left in awe, unable to close their mouths. A 22nd level Soul Master, without utilizing soul skills, was evenly matched against a 29th level Soul Master. Such a scenario was unprecedented. Xiao Yi slowly rose to his feet, fully aware of his own struggles. Though he had managed to push Xiao Lu back, he was still just a child. The collision had left him numb, while Xiao Lu, at 40 years of age, remained unscathed. Observing the deep scratches on his fist, Xiao Lu remarked, "Not bad, kid. You actually managed to hurt me. However, this is where it ends." With that, the second yellow soul ring behind him shimmered. Chain Monkey King Fist. Xiao Lu swung his fists, creating a flurry of afterimages aimed at Xiao Yi. Aware that he could not withstand such an onslaught, Xiao Yi gracefully evaded the phantom punches. Tang San, watching the match unfold, spoke slowly, "In terms of our level, I am inferior to Xiao Yi. Even if I resorted to hidden weapons, I would not stand a chance." "What?" Even the usually composed Zhu Shiqing displayed surprise. Having just lost to Tang San, she held a high regard for his abilities. Daimu Bai, well aware of Tang San's prowess, understood that no opponent of the same level could force him to reveal his true strength. For a 29th level Tang San, even a 3-ring Soul Master could easily fall in battle. The fact that Tang San admitted to being inferior to Xiao Yi spoke volumes about his high assessment of Xiao Yi. Tang San explained, "You must have noticed that Xiao Yi is genuinely angered, due to his mother and sister. In this extraordinary circumstance, the ability to maintain composure and make sound judgments is indeed commendable." Observing Xiao Yi's reflexes, it is remarkable that, despite Xiao Lu unleashing a barrage of fist shadows with his second soul skill, not a single one managed to strike Xiao Yi. Even with the aid of the purple extreme demon eyes, I could not achieve such evasion. Thus, he is also capable of dodging my ordinary hidden weapons, Ma Hongjun remarked. Even so, Xiaoyi is clearly at a disadvantage. Tang-san, the most observant among us, chuckled and said, have you not noticed? Xiaoyi's movements are somewhat rigid. I suspect he is currently under a burden and has not utilized the flow of his soul power. Even when it comes to soul skills, he has refrained from using them. Xiaowu, covering her mouth in disbelief, exclaimed, Brother, are you suggesting that Xiaoyi is holding his ground against Xia Lu solely through his swordsmanship and reflexes? Tang-san nodded. It appears to be the case. Although reluctant to admit it, we are all outmatched by Xiaoyi. It seems I must intensify my training. Indeed, during the match, I had initially cancelled the burden. Let us commence anew. Reflexes can be honed. How infuriating that Xiaoyi has not taught us this skill. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaoyi's battle had ignited the fighting spirit of the Shrek crew, as he was fervently engaged in the contest. His reflexes were indeed swift, yet in the end, he was still grazed. Xia Lu taunted, Boy, are you looking down on me by not using your soul skills? Your arrogance may lead to dire consequences. Xiaoyi's eyes glinted with a cold light. He had intended to toy with him, but if Xia Lu sought his own demise, he would not be held responsible. With that, the yellow soul ring on the judgment sword shimmered, and he unleashed his first soul skill, Sword Chi. A wave of sword energy surged forth. And Xiaoyi's expression grew grave, as if he were manipulating an unseen force. Xia Lu, witnessing the approaching sword energy, laughed heartily. Ha! My martial soul boasts formidable defense. That mere sword energy cannot harm me. With confidence, Xia Lu activated his first soul skill, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the sword energy, as he envisioned his imminent victory. Humph! Trash! Huffed! What? The sword energy pierced through Xia Lu's body, leaving a deep gash on the ground. Xia Lu, his gaze vacant, slowly collapsed. Unable to fathom why Xiaoyi, 7 levels beneath him, could achieve a one-hit kill with a mere first soul skill. Tang-san, what just transpired? By now, Tang-san had become the group's encyclopedia. He glanced at the weary Xiaoyi and remarked, Xiaoyi would not be panting from using a single soul skill. If I am not mistaken, that sword energy was a result of the flow and vibration of his soul power. He has mastered the soul power vibration technique. Xia Lu is dead. What? Xiaoyi has killed someone. The expressions of the others became somewhat uneasy, for they were still children, and fearing death is a natural response. At that moment, the host's voice broke through the stunned silence of the audience. What a thrilling battle it has been. In the realm of Douluo continent, possessing formidable soul power does not necessarily equate to genuine strength. Today, Xiaoyi from Shrek Academy has unequivocally demonstrated this truth. Now, I declare Xiaoyi the victor. With the host's proclamation, the audience erupted with enthusiasm. Ha ha ha, this match was quite entertaining. It was wise not to attend the Soul Master Arena today. Indeed, it's just a pity for Xia Lu. What is there to lament? One can tell from the name that it's not worth much. However, that Xiaoyi is quite impressive. Xiaoyi, panting heavily, shook his foggy head. The previous soul skill had drained a significant amount of his energy, utilizing not only the flow of soul power but also the vibration of it, which in turn led to considerable mental exhaustion. With a wry smile, Xiaoyi mused, haha. I overstepped. Forcibly using soul power vibrations consumes far too much mental energy. For now, I should focus on refining the flow of soul power that I am on the verge of mastering. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. I shall tackle compression and vibration later. Daimubai and Tang-san, along with the other 4, stepped onto the arena. Xiaoyi, are you all right? Daimubai inquired. Xiaoyi shook his head. I'm fine. It's just that my mental energy has been heavily depleted. A bit of rest will suffice. Have you all completed your matches? Yes. Only Zhu Zhiqing lost to Tang-san. The rest were victories. Xiaoyi remarked. It's normal to lose to that monster Tang-san. Don't speak as if you aren't a monster yourself, came the retort. Xiaoyi chuckled awkwardly. Well then, let us return to the academy after collecting our gold soul coins. Our dean is rather avaricious. Where is the dean? Tang-san asked Daimubai. Ma Hongjun seemed to recall something and said, Friends, you all head back first. Don't worry about me. I'll go find the dean. He winked at Daimubai. Old Dai, are you coming? Those who were aware of Ma Hongjun's lecherous tendencies understood his intentions. Shut up, I'm not going. Just get lost. Daimubai shouted, casting a nervous glance at Zhu Zhiqing. Ma Hongjun, slow to comprehend, or rather, completely oblivious, persisted, What's wrong today? You used to take me there. Didn't you say that women don't count as resources? Daimubai's face darkened. He loathed encountering such a fool. Get lost. I don't share your poor taste. Ma Hongjun, deterred from further mischief, grumbled under his breath and turned away. Old Dai, what is that lecherous fatso up to? Xiao Wu asked. Xiao Wu, some things are better left unknown, Tang San replied. Zhu Zhiqing, who had been unusually quiet, spoke up softly. Indeed, all men are dirty. Xiao Wu chuckled. Sister Zhu Qing, don't be too harsh. Tang San is quite clean, unlike Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. And I, Xiao Yi added, am merely a child. Dai Mubai retorted with irritation. Fine, your Tang San is pure and virtuous, while we are all tainted. Is that satisfactory? And you, Xiao Yi? What business do you have here, little child? However, I assure you my taste is far superior to that of the rotund one. Zhu Zhiqing scoffed, abruptly stepping in front of Dai Mubai. Your taste is better than his? Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had misspoken, no matter how refined one's taste. It ultimately amounts to the same, merely 50 paces laughing at 100. Zhu Zhiqing's eyes suddenly brimmed with disdain and contempt. Being with you repulses me. With that, she turned on her heel and left. The usually aloof Dai Mubai could no longer contain his inner fury, shouting, stop right there. Zhu Zhiqing ignored him entirely, quickening her pace as if to distance herself further. Dai Mubai's chest heaved violently. His anger was palpable, and anyone who provoked him at this moment would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Xiao Wu blinked, quietly asking Tang San, what is going on with them? Xiao Yi shrugged. It seems Brother Dai is genuinely smitten, but that doesn't alter the fact that he has frequented places of ill repute. Sister Qing finds it hard to accept him. Yet, I can't shake off the feeling that they've known each other for quite some time. Upon their return to Shrek Academy, they encountered Oscar and Ning Rongrong outside the gates. Ning Rongrong had reverted to her initially gentle demeanor, perched on a large rock, her long legs dangling effortlessly. Lost in thought. Meanwhile, Oscar wore a grim expression, his gaze at Ning Rongrong filled with disappointment and resentment. Zhu Zhiqing appeared oblivious to anyone around her as she strode straight back to the dormitory. Dai Mubai's countenance was equally grim. His earlier anger still simmered without an outlet. What are you all doing here? Dai Mubai's eyes sparkled ominously as he spoke coldly. Ning Rongrong leaped off the stone. Of course, we were waiting for you. What else could we possibly do? And why have you returned so late? Where are Flander and Ma Hongjun? Xiao Yi, sensing Dai Mubai's lingering anger and fearing an unwanted incident, hurriedly replied, they had matters to attend to and want to be back tonight. Before he could finish, Dai Mubai interrupted, have you made up your mind? Are you leaving or staying? Ning Rongrong replied without hesitation, of course, I'm staying. This place is far more entertaining than the sect. Besides, can't you lighten up a bit? What's wrong? Let me guess. Oh, did you suffer a setback with Xiaoqing? How ironic that Oscar claims you are a master in romance yet you can't even win over a little girl. Having had her true nature exposed, there was no need for pretense. She embraced her innate disposition. From the interactions of Zhu Zhiqing and Dai Mubai, it was not difficult for Ning Rongrong, with her intelligence, to deduce what had transpired. Dai Mubai's eyes gleamed ominously. Today, the name Zhu Zhiqing was a taboo for him. Ning Rongrong, do not attempt to provoke my wrath. This is an academy, not your home, and no one indulges you here. Beware, for I may very well turn against you. With a playful smile, Ning Rongrong retorted, oh, how frightful. As she spoke, she deliberately accentuated her still developing figure, challenging, come on. I am eager to witness how you intend to harm me. Dai Mubai, unable to restrain his rising fury, unleashed his formidable aura, causing Ning Rongrong's body to be violently propelled away in an instant. Enough, Xiao Yi interjected, stepping forward to catch the startled Ning Rongrong, steadying her as he said, Brother Dai, we are all classmates. There is no need for such hostility. Although Dai Mubai had merely released his soul power without launching an attack, it still stirred a tumult within Xiao Yi, leaving him silently astonished. This, he realized, was likely the true extent of Dai Mubai's power. His 37th level of soul power indeed surpassed Xiao Yi's significantly. Chapter 35. Heart to heart. Very well, Xiao Yi, I shall grant you this favor. Ning Rongrong, remember this. Should there be a next time, I shall not care who you are. Angering me will yield no favorable outcome. Dai Mubai spoke with a grave tone, suppressing his fury before striding back to his dormitory. Ning Rongrong, who had never suffered such indignity throughout her life, found it intolerable. Despite having been caught by Xiao Yi without any harm, the pain she felt rendered her unable to swallow her resentment. She glared fiercely at Dai Mubai's retreating figure. Xiao Yi. Ning Rongrong wiped away her tears and suddenly called out his name. Xiao Yi, still reeling from the exhaustion of the recent competition, felt lightheaded but focused on the tearful Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong declared with intensity, "Help me eliminate him. I want him dead. No one has ever dared to lay a hand on me." She continued, "If you kill him, you will be a cherished guest of our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. You may set your own rewards, and we shall offer our unconditional support henceforth." The onlookers gazed at Ning Rongrong in disbelief, astonished that the seemingly gentle and considerate girl harbored such murderous intent. As one of the 7 great sects of the current age, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School held the second highest rank among the sections. Any soul master gaining their support could rise to prominence in the Douluo continent. Xiaoyi shook his head, slowly approaching Ning Rongrong and gazing deeply into her eyes. "Ning Rongrong, in this world, not everything can be exchanged for wealth or power. Money merely enriches life. It does not guarantee happiness. You possess wealth and influence, yet I implore you to introspect. Are you truly content? We are classmates, and mutual assistance should be our norm. Yet, your pride has led you to contemplate violence. If you continue to regard others with disdain, I suggest you leave this place and seek a school that will coddle you, allowing you to meander through a life devoid of purpose. Do you have any idea how powerful our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is?" Ning Rongrong gazed at him with a sense of unwillingness. Beside her, Tang San furrowed his brows and could not help but remark, "What does this have to do with us? Xiao Yi, Xiao Wu, let us depart. We are ultimately not of the same kind." Xiao Wu cast a regretful glance at Ning Rongrong before following Tang San, while Xiao Yi remained, calmly observing Ning Rongrong. At times, a tranquil gaze can wield the most profound impact. As she watched Tang San and Xiao Wu's retreating figures, Ning Rongrong collapsed to the ground, her eyes becoming hollow. The regret reflected in Xiao Wu's eyes as she departed, coupled with Xiao Yi's serene demeanor, struck her far more deeply than Dai Mubai's provocations ever could. Ning Rongrong sobbed softly, her tears streaming down in a continuous flow, allowing herself to sit on the ground. She remained silent for a considerable time until Xiao Yi finally spoke. "Do you understand why Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with regret?" Ning Rongrong did not respond, and Xiao Yi continued, "It's because your personality will bring you harm. Your father is right. Your talent is among the finest on the continent. Yet your character will cost you friendships. Without companions by your side, even the strongest are but mere decorations. From the moment I arrived at Shrek Academy, I have been observing each individual. Initially, like everyone else, I perceived you as a gentle and considerate big sister. However, you conceal your true self too deeply. On the surface, we are your friends, but in your eyes, we are merely your servants. To be frank, even if you were bullied, your father would not take action against us. With his cunning, he would not stoop to the level of a group of children. Perhaps he is using this opportunity to train you." "Train me?" Ning Rongrong lifted her head, her eyes still glistening with tears, yet a spark of light began to emerge. Xiao Yi nodded. "You are the most gifted of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and it is likely that you will become its future leader. Every person who achieves greatness does not possess a character like yours. He wishes for you to change, but your father loves you too much to discipline you. Thus, he sent you here. Otherwise, do you truly believe you could have snuck away?" Ning Rongrong replied with surprise. "How do you know I sneaked away?" Xiao Yi smiled slightly. "Just a guess. Your personality could never endure remaining in a sect devoid of friends. With your fearless nature, it is entirely plausible you would escape. It seems my guess was correct. Are you here to mock me? To ridicule my arrogance? Certainly not. I have never mocked others. I would not waste my time seeking amusement by deriding others," Xiao Yi responded. Ning Rongrong suddenly exhibited a look of disdain and questioned, "So, have you agreed to my terms? Will you help me kill Dai Mubai? I understand your hesitation. After all, so many eyes were upon us before, and you could not easily acquiesce. Offending me means offending the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and to offend my sect will lead to a most dire fate." Xiao Yi chuckled, yet the tension evident in the veins on his forehead betrayed his inner struggle to contain his anger. "I truly wish to strike someone." The incomprehensible woman Xiao Yi spoke softly. "It seems you have completely forgotten the dean's words today. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is formidable, yet that does not confer strength upon you. The Seven Treasure Pagoda possesses the most potent martial soul support, but this does not elevate you above others. Ultimately, you are merely a capricious and feeble support." Ning Rongrong gazed blankly at Xiao Yi, who held the sword aloft, and then at the judgment sword resting near her neck. For the first time in her life, she truly felt the proximity of death. Chapter 36. Shared Slumber. Rongrong, do you realize? Regardless of your status in this academy, anyone can easily take your life, including Oscar. In essence, you are the weakest here, until you master the rotation of soul power. You pose no threat to the attacks of soul masters. And you, so weak, dare to contemplate murder? How laughable. Xiao Yi withdrew the judgment sword from Ning Rongrong's neck, and she noticed a single strand of hair quietly lying on the blade. Collecting the severed hair, Xiao Yi remarked, "No one is here to assist you. To achieve your goals, you must rely solely on yourself. Only by becoming stronger can you succeed. This strand of hair symbolizes your former self. You must learn to change. Rather than expect others to accommodate you, you need to demonstrate to your teammates that you can assist them, that they can trust you. Only then will you truly integrate into this group." The Seven Treasure Pagoda is indeed powerful, but it is weakest in one-on-one situations. Alone, you can accomplish nothing. Thus, attempt to trust your companions. This time, Ning Rongrong wept genuinely, shedding her pretense and disregarding the farcical image of a spoiled young lady. Observing Ning Rongrong's trembling shoulders, Xiao Yi understood that she had grasped what needed to be done. Perhaps today would mark the beginning of her transformation. It is said that while landscapes may change, one's nature is hard to alter. Transforming Ning Rongrong's character is not an endeavor that can be completed overnight. Perhaps Flinder's expectations were simply too high. But it is not his fault. A monstrous teen must possess a monstrous mindset. As Xiao Yi slowly approached Ning Rongrong, intending to drape her with a garment, unexpectedly, she sprang up and threw herself against him, burying her pretty face in his chest and crying uncontrollably. Xiao Yi instinctively embraced her, a smile gracing his lips. This feeling was delightful. Though Xiao Yi was slightly shorter than Ning Rongrong, at that moment, she found his slender frame surprisingly broad. I was truly mistaken. After a while, Ning Rongrong calmed her emotions but did not withdraw from Xiao Yi's embrace. "Rongrong, dear?" Gently, Xiao Yi pushed her away just enough to notice that she had fallen asleep, tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes, enveloping her in a dreamy beauty. Xiao Yi could not help but be captivated. After crying, children inevitably feel sleepy, especially at night. Xiao Yi gazed at his garment, dampened by Ning Rongrong's tears, feeling both amused and exasperated. At that moment, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had already succumbed to slumber, and it was evident that Xiao Yi could not disturb their rest for the sake of Ning Rongrong. Otherwise, Tang San and Dai Mubai would surely be displeased. To escort her back to his dormitory? Indeed, a commendable idea, yet Xiao Yi felt it was best to refrain. Could he abandon Ning Rongrong to her solitude? Such an act would be quite ungentlemanly. With no other option, the luminous watch on his wrist flickered. Do not mind the details. This watch differs from those in reality, and a tent materialized on the ground. To prevent Ning Rongrong from succumbing to the chill, this was the only course of action. This watch, a soul guide device gifted by Bibi Dong upon his departure from the spirit hall, could display the time or store items when infused with soul power. The tent and blankets were prepared by Qian Rinxue, who, knowing her brother was embarking on a journey, certainly understood what was necessary. Although some barriers remained, the situation had improved considerably. Gently, he cradled Ning Rongrong into the tent, retrieving 2 blankets, one laid beneath her to ensure her comfort, while the other was draped over her for warmth. Once Ning Rongrong was settled, Xiao Yi sat beside her for a moment, intending to rise and depart. However, as he began to stand, perhaps brushing against her inadvertently, Ning Rongrong instinctively wrapped her arm around his waist, clutching him tightly, as if he were a treasured possession. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Yi attempted to extricate himself. A soft whimper escaped her lips, and following the sound, he beheld the pained expression etched upon her brow, reminiscent of someone ensnared in a nightmare. Returning to her side, he noticed her furrowed brow relax. Yet, as he attempted to rise once more, her features contorted back into a frown. Xiao Yi sighed. It appeared that Ning Rongrong had subconsciously begun to depend on him for comfort, a development that boded ill. Reluctant to awaken her, he considered meditating through the night, yet he preferred the embrace of slumber. Moreover, children are often prone to fatigue. Ning Rongrong continued to hold on to his waist, and he remained still beside her. Soon, he felt the chill creeping in, prompting him to nestle beneath the blanket, leaning against her. Thus, they shared the same bed, albeit fully clothed. After all, what could a 9-year-old possibly do? Unbeknownst to Xiao Yi, as he snuggled into the covers, a subtle smile graced the corners of Ning Rongrong's mouth. The next morning, Tang San concluded his training early and, upon glancing at Xiao Yi's empty bed, deduced that he had not returned for the night. Not overly concerned, he knew Xiao Yi was quite safe within the academy. Ascending to the rooftop to practice his purple extreme magic eyes, he had just finished when he inadvertently spotted a tent near the village entrance, without a doubt indicating Xiao Yi's presence. "Brother!" A delicate call pierced the air as Xiao Wu hurried towards him. Tang San leapt from the rooftop, inquiring, What troubles you, Xiaowu? Breathless and visibly troubled, Xiaowu replied, Brother, Rongrong is missing. I thought after her antics yesterday she would return. But I did not see her upon waking this morning. Tang San regarded Xiaowu with a peculiar expression and teased, Could it be that you slept so soundly? She might have left early for something after her return. Xiaowu's cheeks flushed slightly as she shook her head, refraining from reprimanding Tang San like she used to. It seemed she was genuinely anxious this time. No, brother, Zhu Qing has been cultivating all night. If Rongrong had returned, she would certainly know. Rongrong truly hasn't he come back. Tang San recalled the tent he had just seen, his countenance betraying a hint of discomfort and intrigue. He calmly remarked, It's nothing to worry about. Rongrong is safe here at the academy. She will be looked after. I must go find her, Xiaowu insisted, still uneasy about Rongrong. Despite Rongrong's headstrong nature, she was, after all, a companion. I will accompany you, Tang San offered. Not only would he witness an extraordinary event, but he would also have the pleasure of being with Xiaowu. Fortunately, Oscar was still engaged in cultivation, otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Xiaowu noticed the mischievous grin on Tang San's face and remarked, Brother, why do you look so wicked? It's nothing. Xiaowu, you go summon Zhu Qing, and I'll fetch Dai Mubai. More hands make for lighter work. Xiaowu looked at Tang San in surprise. The usually solitary Tang San had just suggested that many hands make light work. Tang San's expression shifted slightly as he urged, All right, hurry along. Xiaowu nodded and went off to find Zhu Qing. Tang San watched her retreating figure with a faint smile before setting off to locate Dai Mubai. How exciting! Before long, Xiaowu returned with Zhu Qing, and Tang San brought Dai Mubai along with the uninvited Ma Hongjun, who had insisted on joining. The look on his face suggested he had enjoyed a comfortable night. Zhu Qing remained aloof towards Dai Mubai, who was equally displeased, while Ma Hongjun appeared languid. Munching on a chicken leg. Why didn't you bring Oscar? They inquired. He busy cultivating, and I didn't want to disturb him, Tang San replied. He led the group to the front of the tent. Brother, is Rongrong inside? Indeed. I discovered it inadvertently while cultivating, Tang San answered, deliberately omitting that Xiaoyi had also not returned last night. He was clearly eager to uncover the secrets within. Why not just take a look? Ma Hongjun suggested with an impish grin, reaching for the tent's zipper. Smack! Xiaowu swatted his hand away, exclaiming, What if Rongrong isn't dressed? Wouldn't that give you an advantage? You men should all step back. I'll do it. After dismissing the three men, Xiaowu pulled the zipper down. With a rip, the tent opened. What is this? Ning Rongrong, with a delicate hand, unzipped the tent, revealing a scene that left her mouth agape in astonishment. Her exclamation drew the attention of everyone present, including the three who had been previously dismissed, who returned with expressions of disbelief. Inside the tent, Xiaoyi lay bare on one side, obscured by a blanket, leaving the question of whether he wore trousers unanswered. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, her arm gracefully draped around Xiaoyi's neck, rested her head on his shoulder, her slender legs nestled atop his, although she was clad in a dress. The sight evoked a potent visual impact among the onlookers. The two, entwined in slumber, resembled celestial lovers, while Tang San and his companions felt akin to intruders. Despite Tang San's prior suspicions, witnessing the scene firsthand left him incredulous. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Xiaowu composed herself, suppressing her shock, and calmly zipped up the tent, asserting, Let us depart. We wouldn't want to disturb them. Naturally, Tang San did not oppose her, and Zhu Qing turned to leave. Needing a moment to gather her thoughts, Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Qing's retreating figure, his gaze flickering. In contrast, Ma Hongjun interjected. I still wish to see before he could finish his sentence. A startled cry emerged from within the tent. That morning, Xiaoyi awoke, murmuring in confusion, Oh, how heavy, I did not sleep well at all. Is there something on me? Rongrong? Where are my clothes? He searched for his garments, discovering them crumpled in a corner. And memories of the previous night flooded back. Exhausted, he had unwittingly climbed into the blanket, adhering to his habit of never wearing damp clothes. His attire had become soaked with Ning Rongrong's tears while he comforted her, and in his drowsy state, he had shed his clothes. The evening breeze had been brisk, and despite the tent's quality, it allowed a chill to seep through. Concerned for her well-being, Ning Rongrong had clung to Xiaoyi, who, feeling the coolness, did not push her away, resulting in the peculiar situation they found themselves in that morning. However, to outsiders, the interpretation was starkly different. Despite his tender age of barely 10, anything could transpire in the Douluo continent, where early maturity was not unheard of. Thus, a perfect misunderstanding arose. one that could neither be clarified nor dispelled. As Xiao Yi attempted to rise, the movement caused Ning Rongrong, who had been resting against him, to tumble away. Awakened, she blinked at the sight of Xiao Yi's bare form and gasped, "Xiao Yi? Why are you not dressed? You didn't do anything to me, did you?" Meeting her skeptical gaze, Xiao Yi could only manage a wry smile as he explained, "What could I possibly do? I'm only 9 years old, and besides, I haven't even taken off my trousers." No sooner had he spoken than Zhu Zhiqing flung open the tent, leaving the two inside momentarily at a loss. In a flurry of nerves, Xiao Yi turned to Zhu Zhiqing and her companions, imploring, "Please, let me explain. It's not as you think." Dai Mubai chuckled, "Well, we understand that it is not your fault. It is of no consequence. Eventually, it must happen once." At this moment, Ma Hongjun interjected, Indeed, Xiao Yi. I too have been through this. We all comprehend. Yet, you remain oblivious. It is still Tang San who shines." Xiao Yi cast his gaze upon Tang San, utterly disappointed in those two mischievous friends. However, in the next instant, Xiao Yi was taken aback. Tang San said, "All right, let us go. We cannot linger here any longer. Xiao Yi, during class, we will assist you in requesting a leave of absence." Think what you will. As long as you are happy, that is sufficient." Tang San chuckled, realizing that of late, he had grown rather cunning, constantly scheming against others. Xiao Wu quietly approached Ning Rongrong and remarked, "Rongrong, those men are far too vulgar. Pray tell, what transpired last night?" Just as Ning Rongrong was about to retort, her eyes twinkled, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she surprisingly nodded, whispering, "We did everything except for the last step." Xiao Yi was currently detained by Ma Hongjun, and with Ning Rongrong's voice being so soft, he did not catch her words. Tang San was momentarily stunned. His hearing was exceptional, and he naturally caught Ning Rongrong's statement, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had not anticipated that their relationship had progressed so swiftly. Yet, the astute Tang San failed to recognize that this was intentionally revealed to him by Ning Rongrong. Xiao Wu remained frozen for a few seconds, her body rigid, before snapping back to reality and attempting to walk away, albeit in a somewhat awkward manner. Passing by Zhu Zhiqing, Xiao Wu whispered something in her ear, causing Zhu Zhiqing to walk away, equally stiff. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Wu returned, tugging at Tang San's ear and dragging him away. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged mischievous glances with Xiao Yi, giving a thumbs up while casting a sidelong glance at the blushing Ning Rongrong before departing, their eyes flickering with meaning as they winked. At this moment, Xiao Yi realized that further explanation was futile. Ning Rongrong observed the departing figures, smiling softly. She was fully aware of everything that transpired last night. That Xiao Yi had been weary and had nestled under the covers, and that nothing had occurred between them. Yet, she harbored her own intentions. She sought to cultivate misunderstandings regarding her relationship with Xiao Yi. This was not a challenging endeavor, particularly in the presence of the experienced Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has a stipulation. The Soul Masters wielding the Seven Treasure Pagoda must seek a formidable attack-type Soul Master to serve as their counterpart. This way, the two can complement each other and stand invincible. Though Xiao Yi possesses an unremarkable appearance, his strength is formidable, and with his self-created theories, he will undoubtedly attract countless admirers in the future. Furthermore, judging by his demeanor, Xiao Yi likely has a commendable background. Even if it is not superior to that of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it can be said that they are well matched. What Ning Rongrong aims to accomplish now is to bind Xiao Yi to her, although Xiao Yi may not harbor feelings for her over time. Misunderstandings, blurring the lines between truth and falsehood, will inevitably shape perceptions. This will create a subconscious belief among the masses that Ning Rongrong and Xiao Yi are a couple. In the end, even if Xiao Yi does not love her, he will not forget her. Moreover, Ning Rongrong harbored no disdain for Xiao Yi. In fact, she held a fondness for him. Thus, the misunderstanding served as a catalyst for her rather than an impediment. Although this misconception was unjust to Xiao Yi, one must employ any means necessary to attain their desires. As Xiao Yi observed the rosy-cheeked Ning Rongrong, who smiled radiantly, he sensed an incongruity that eluded his understanding. He stowed the tent into his soul guide and inquired, "Shall we dine together?" "Indeed," Ning Rongrong replied, beaming at Xiao Yi. Her smile resembled a resplendent lotus blooming amidst a sweltering summer, captivating all who beheld it. Xiao Yi found himself entranced. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though Ning Rongrong had transformed from an imperious young lady into a vibrant, sunlit girl. It must be said that Ning Rongrong was strikingly beautiful. So much so that even the 9-year-old Xiao Yi felt his heart flutter. He cleared his throat and shook his head, as if to dislodge her image from his mind. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, the pair was met with curious gazes from the onlookers. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed crimson. She furtively glanced at Xiaoyi, and upon realizing he was also observing her, felt a wave of fluster wash over her. Ultimately, she offered him a shy smile. Xiaoyi sighed, recognizing that Ning Rongrong would likely not clarify the misunderstanding. He found that his attempts at explanation would be futile, so he resolved to let it be. When did I become so charming? Chapter 38. The prodigy. A malicious chuckle interrupted Xiaoyi's reverie. Come, Xiaoyi. You must be tired. Eat more. Ma Hongjun exclaimed shamelessly. Ma Hongjun, aware that Xiaoyi had not crossed any lines with Ning Rongrong, initially intended merely to tease him alongside Dai Mubai. However, upon hearing from Tang San that Xiaoyi had yet to complete the final step, implying that he had engaged in everything else, both Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai were taken aback, leading to a delightful misunderstanding. Ning Rongrong, overhearing Ma Hongjun's jests, fidgeted. Had it been in the past, she would have retaliated with a punch. Yet now she adopted a demure demeanor, further convincing everyone of the authenticity of the misunderstanding. Xiaoyi found himself at a loss for words, resignedly thinking, it seems Rongrong merely has a fondness for me. It hardly qualifies as love. As long as I remain steadfast, this will eventually pass. Time has a way of resolving all matters. With this thought, Xiaoyi regained his composure, only to be beset by a frown once more. That sister will surely forget me in time, won't she? Shaking his head, he dispelled such unrealistic thoughts. Hey, fatty, you seem a bit different today. Xiaoyi's remark drew everyone's attention to Ma Hongjun, who appeared remarkably refreshed, as though he had shed several pounds. Ma Hongjun nodded and replied quietly, of course. The turmoil has subsided significantly. I shouldn't be going out for the next couple of days. Dai Mubai cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Shiqing and said, perfect. You can keep watch in the dormitory while I seek out those twin sisters. A fruit forcibly plucked is never sweet. It's far better to savor what is readily available. Zhu Shiqing's expression shifted, yet she refrained from uttering a word. Aside from Ma Hongjun, everyone else sensed the peculiar atmosphere. Ning Rongrong gently nestled against Xiaoyi's arm, exclaiming, our relationship is truly special. Xiaoyi twitched at the corners of his mouth, thinking, do I even acknowledge you? Special relationship, indeed. Ignoring Ning Rongrong, he turned his gaze towards Dai Mubai, whose countenance was less than favorable, and inquired, how has your soul power training been progressing? With the conversation shifting to serious matters, normalcy returned. Allow me to begin. My vibrations have improved significantly, though the frequency remains rather low, and the amplitude is also minimal. Xiaoyi nodded in approval, stating, indeed. Considering it has only been a few days, achieving this level is commendable. A true genius. Tang San interjected, I am at a similar stage as Brother Dai. As is Xiaowu. However, I ponder whether we could apply the vibrations to the enemy's body. If both the inside and outside resonate, the power should amplify. Tang San's words sparked a glimmer in Xiaoyi's eyes. That's an excellent idea. Rotation and flow might also be applicable. Haha. Brother San, thank you. Tang San offered a slight nod. Rotation is feasible as well? I shall certainly give it a try. Ma Hongjun remarked, currently, my rotation can only occur in one direction, though occasionally I can manage a few in different directions. Ning Rongrong, too, had been practicing the rotation of her soul power. Yet having spent the past few days indulging in leisure, her practice was minimal. She would have to learn on the fly. Raising her right hand, she released her soul power, gradually rotating it and increasing the speed slowly. With a pop, as her soul power dissipated from her hand, Ning Rongrong pouted in frustration, casting an annoyed glance at Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi retorted, what are you looking at me for? It's not my fault. Unable to withstand Ning Rongrong's misty-eyed gaze, Xiaoyi sighed, do not rush, take your time. Start by reducing the rotation speed in your practice. Understood. Upon hearing Xiaoyi's words, Ning Rongrong's face lit up with joy. Zhu Shiqing remarked, my vibration practice is progressing reasonably well. I have grasped some of the essentials. Her cold demeanor resembled the chill of a frigid winter. Exiting the dining hall, they arrived at the playground, today's designated classroom. Once again, the esteemed Dean Flinder was set to instruct them. Tang San and his companions waited a full quarter of an hour for the dean to arrive leisurely. Flinder's gaze immediately fell upon Ning Rongrong, though he refrained from addressing her, as today was the second lesson. Oscar, where are you? Are you still sleeping in? Xiaoyi quickly replied, when I left this morning, he was still in his training. Perhaps he fell into a meditative state and could not awaken in time. Go fetch him. How old is he still so unrefined? No sooner had he spoken than Oscar hurriedly dashed from the direction of the dormitory. However, rather than displaying the panic of being late, excitement radiated from his face. Dean, let me explain. I've made a breakthrough. I've reached level 30. What? Oscar, being a year younger than Daimu Bai, was merely 14 years old, and attaining soul power at level 30 at such a tender age surpassed the majority of so-called geniuses. Moreover, the food-type martial soul is widely acknowledged as the most challenging to cultivate. Correspondingly, it is also the most sought after, as it can serve as sustenance when one is hungry. Haha. Indeed, I, Oscar, am a marvel. By the way, Xiao Yi, look. As he spoke, soul power gathered in his palm, gradually forming a vortex composed of soul energy. Within the vortex, the soul power rotated to the left and right. Although the speed was not swift, he could indeed control the rotation in both directions. Xiao Yi picked up a small pebble and tossed it into the vortex, watching as it slowly sank down, while some powder accumulated at Oscar's feet. Flender stared blankly at the soul power vortex in Oscar's hand, his heart in considerable turmoil. He could also create a vortex, but it could only rotate in one direction. While it may seem that having two directions is a mere increment, the difficulty is enough to stump 99% of soul masters. A genius. Flender's eyes sparkled. In that moment, he felt a sense of breakthrough. Xiao Yi looked at Oscar with a faint smile. Oscar's remarkable abilities and his affection for Ning Rongrong would surely keep her from clinging to him, wouldn't he? Yet, contrary to his hopes, Chapter 39, Conditions. Resolute in his decision, Xiao Yi turned to Ning Rongrong. Observing her astonished and envious expression, he breathed a sigh of relief, though his heart felt a twinge of discomfort. Wow, how impressive. In just a few days, he has reached such a level. Well done, Oscar. Truly formidable, far surpassing me. It seems I must also strive harder. My soul tremor still lacks direction. Xiao Yi smiled at Oscar, then sighed again. With Oscar being so exceptional, surely Ning Rongrong would be drawn to him, thus she wouldn't he linger around me. Wait, why am I sighing? Flender's eyes evidently brightened. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Oscar, you have not disappointed me. You are the second student to reach level 30. On behalf of the Academy, I congratulate you. Furthermore, you have developed an application of soul power. I guarantee that your name will be etched in history. Oscar, a bit embarrassed, replied, Dean, this is what Xiao Yi taught us. We were skeptical at first. Flender widened his eyes in disbelief. What? Xiao Yi? Ning Rongrong then clung to Xiao Yi's arm. Indeed. Dean, Oscar's rotation of soul power is just one aspect. There are many more. Disregarding Ning Rongrong's sorrowful gaze, Xiao Yi withdrew his arm, scratching his head awkwardly. Actually, it's not that many, Flender interjected. Oh, just 3? 3 isn't too many, is it? 3. That is hardly a trivial feat. For an average person to manage even one is commendable, yet you've achieved 3? Flender's expression transformed from stoic to increasingly agitated. Ning Rongrong, in the process of refining her character, still retained some of her previous disposition. Hey, why are you shouting? Is this a contest of volume? Flender's lips twitched as he thought, in a battle of volume, I cannot compete with you. All right, today's lesson will commence now. Flender's voice pulled everyone back from their congratulations to Xiao Ao. Today's lesson was quite simple. Each of you must consume at least one of the 2 sausages crafted from Oscar's soul power. At this moment, Oscar was already beaming with delight, his eyes gleaming with a mischievous light, particularly attentive towards Ning Rongrong. Xiao Yi furrowed his brow, feeling inexplicably displeased by Oscar's gaze. Ning Rongrong, observing Oscar's expression, frowned and retreated to Xiao Yi's side, suddenly embracing him when he relaxed. Xiao Yi was taken aback. He had anticipated Ning Rongrong's boldness. He attempted to gently push her away, but his efforts proved futile. With a soft huff, she nestled closer, and Xiao Yi, startled by the softness of her embrace, glanced down in realization. Ah, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. It turned out he had inadvertently touched where he shouldn't have. Although Ning Rongrong's development was not as pronounced as Zhu Xing's, she still possessed a slight curve. Xiao Yi, having inadvertently grasped her again, was struck by the pleasant sensation. Blushing, Ning Rongrong lowered her head and softly spoke. It's all right, Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, taken aback by her words, found himself momentarily dazed. What is happening? Could it be that Rongrong truly harbors feelings for me? Is it because of that forceful comfort from last night? Hey, enough of this. Flander interjected. Ning Rongrong, undeterred, continued to cling to Xiao Yi, who found himself unable to push her away. Resigned, he accepted the situation, reasoning that it was rather comfortable. Oscar, observing the pair, sighed. Realizing they were not of the same ilk, he began to recite his soul incantation. I possess a large sausage. I possess a small sausage. With one thick and one thin, two distinctly flavored sausages appeared in Oscar's palm. With a mischievous grin, he announced, "Who's first?" Xiaoyi, glancing at Ning Rongrong hanging on him, suggested, "Rongrong, why don't you give it a try? That feels so strange. I don't want to eat his stuff." Just then, Ma Hongjun approached, leering as he said, "Not eating Oscar's? Then would you prefer Xiaoyi's?" Already prepared for a defense. He hesitated when he noticed Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushing. No way, is she actually interested? He thought, recalling Tang Xin's words. Xiaoyi, with a dark expression, was puzzled by Ning Rongrong's intentions. Ning Rongrong looked at Xiao Yi and said, "I'll eat it, but you must agree to one condition." After pondering, Xiao realized it would be better to acquiesce to her request than to refuse outright. "All right, but I won't do anything I don't want to do." Ning Rongrong immediately protested. "Huh? What good is that condition? If you don't want to do it, wouldn't that be unfair to me?" After contemplating, Xiaoyi replied, "How about this? It must be agreed upon by Dai Mubai and the others. Deal." With a soft acknowledgement, Ning Rongrong approached, devouring 2 sausages before gagging a few times. Chapter 40, The Bodyguard. Oscar tentatively inquired, "Are you hungry?" Ning Rongrong licked her delicate pink lips, a gentle smile gracing her face. "I'm starving, you know. Don't forget, you owe me a chance." Xiaoyi sighed, realizing that dealing with this young lady was akin to appeasing her whims. Once everyone had laboriously consumed their sausages, Flinder nodded contentedly, stating, "Remember, survival is paramount. Only by living can one pursue their desires. As long as you are alive, you can eat anything, drink anything, and utilize anything. Life is the greatest asset." Oscar, having broken through to Soul Master, was in need of a soul ring. Tomorrow, Zhao Wujie would take you to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt soul beasts for him, but he will not assist you. The task of hunting soul beasts is solely yours. During this journey, ignore him. Do not presume that Zhao Wujie will allow you to act freely. Do you understand? Understood. Dismissed. Upon returning to the dormitory, Oscar and Tang San were set to leave, but Ning Rongrong insisted on pulling Xiaoyi away under the pretense of training. "Xiaoyi, please teach me about cultivation. Oscar is catching up to me. He's always been ahead of you," Xiaoyi thought but refrained from voicing it, fearing Ning Rongrong's unreasonable outburst. With resignation, Xiaoyi remarked, "You already know the methods of cultivation, and in some respects, you understand them better than I do. What can I teach you? As for not being as good as Oscar, that is simply due to your laziness. You have no one to blame but yourself." Ning Rongrong looked at Xiaoyi with a sense of grievance. "I'm just too tired." Having heard her words, Xiaoyi nearly retorted, "Tired? You are the laziest person on this continent, aside from infants. All right, then focus on your training. Look at Oscar. Are you not envious?" "Well, I am a bit envious, but I still have confidence in myself." As evening descended, Ning Rongrong slowly opened her eyes. "Oh, Xiaoyi, I didn't expect your conjecture to be true." She gestured with her right hand, conjuring 2 opposing vortices that began to merge. After merely half a day of practice, she had achieved bidirectional rotation, albeit in a nascent form. Xiao Yi, still a child at heart, felt a rush of exhilaration. "I only guessed. I thought they might cancel each other out. To succeed is unexpected. With more practice, I'll surely surpass Oscar. In any case, if you have questions in the future, feel free to ask me." A glint of cunning flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes as she smiled slightly, saying, "You said it. I shall rely on you from now on." Xiaoyi's expression froze momentarily. Ning Rongrong, I'm actually quite foolish. Ha. I have something to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave." As the words fell, Xiaoyi fled in a hurry, stirring up a cloud of dust behind him, watching his gradually receding figure. Ning Rongrong's lips curled into a slight smile, and she spoke to herself with a hint of dominance. "Xiaoyi, you cannot escape. Once I have set my sights on something, no one can elude me, nor can they take it away." While Xiaoyi was on his way back to the dormitory, he suddenly turned around sharply, furrowing his brow, feeling an inexplicable sensation of being followed. Was it merely an illusion? As Xiaoyi continued on, a figure slowly emerged from the thicket, wiping the sweat from his brow. The young master's perception is truly astute. I thought I had been discovered." A voice emanated from the void beside the shadow. "Humph. Although the young master is a genius, he is still too weak. If it weren't for your carelessness, I would not have needed to expend my soul power to assist you." "Hey, old ghost, what do you mean by that? Concealment is your specialty. My martial spirit is ill-suited for hiding, which is why I was detected. So, you, a titled Douluo, were discovered by a grand soul master?" Right. The Pope has instructed us to return. The old ghost manifested from the void. What is going on? Yu Guan, does the young master not require protection anymore? Yu Guan nodded. The chief elder has persuaded the Pope to allow the young master to train alone. We can check in occasionally. That is not enough with the objections. Let us go. That Ning Rongrong shares a special bond with the young master. If he is in trouble, she cannot remain indifferent. Very well. Just then, a rather youthful voice chimed in. Yes. You two can go. I can manage on my own. All right. Then came the reply. What on earth? Xiaoyi scoffed. What do you mean by what on earth? It's me. Young master? Yu Guan, after a brief moment of astonishment, burst into laughter. Old ghost, it seems you. A title Douluo have also been discovered. Ha ha ha, serves you right for slacking. Young master, how did you know we were here? The old ghost glared at Yu Guan, inquiring. Xiaoyi rolled his eyes. If it weren't for your unstable mindset, I wouldn't have noticed you. As for how I discovered you, I want to tell you, are you annoyed? Waving his hand dismissively, Xiaoyi said, Uncles, you may return now. I can take care of myself. I'm off. I have to venture into the Douluo forest tomorrow. At this, Yu Guan lost his composure. What? The Douluo forest? Young master, you mustn't. It is far too perilous. The ghost remained silent, his gaze filled with concern. Both were not known for their leniency, yet over the years, Xiaoyi had become quite endearing, stirring a sense of compassion in the two elder men, who had no descendants of their own. Naturally, they were reluctant for Xiaoyi to take risks. Sensing their apprehension, Xiaoyi felt a twinge of emotion but resolutely stated, Enough, uncles. A soul sage will accompany us. And the likelihood of danger is minimal. Besides, we will only be at the very outskirts of the Douluo forest, before the month could finish its tale. It was abruptly interrupted by a spectral presence. That is not permissible. Qian Xiaoyi let out a sigh, revealing two soul rings, one yellow and one blue. Uncle Gue. I hunted a millennium soul beast at the age of 20, as you must have seen. I need to grow. Very well, but do exercise caution. The Pope is waiting for your return. Here, take this. He handed over a soul guide device, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a soul emperor. This holds little value for me. With that, Gue may produce a mask. Thank you, Uncle Gue. Qian Xiaoyi understood that although this item might be of little use to the title Douluo, it held profound significance. Otherwise, it would not be carried by someone of such esteemed rank. Yu Guan remarked, All right, old ghost, let us depart. Xiaoyi, take care of yourself. With slightly moist eyes, Qian Xiaoyi bid farewell to Uncle Gue and Uncle Ju. Chuckling, he returned to the dormitory, only to be met with two inquisitive gazes. Chapter 41. Understanding one's heart. As soon as Xiaoyi stepped into the room, he was greeted by two curious stares. What did Rongrong summon you for? They inquired eagerly. Indeed. Did you do anything today? Xiaoyi's lips involuntarily twitched. Could you not entertain such impure thoughts? Oscar, I can understand, but Tang-san, why are you joining in the ruckus? Tang-san appeared oblivious, pressing on. So, what happened? Guess. Xiaoyi retorted. All right, prepare yourselves. We have to venture into the Douluo forest tomorrow. Humph. We are all set. Just waiting for you and Ning Rongrong, Oscar remarked, his tone devoid of disappointment, leaving Xiaoyi perplexed. Oscar, do you not have feelings for Ning Rongrong? Xiaoyi voiced his curiosity. Oscar's expression remained unchanged as he replied, It's not that deep. All right? Besides, her personality isn't my cup of tea, too fiery. And there are countless beautiful women. If one doesn't work out, I can always find another. Xiaoyi felt a flicker of delight but then spoke solemnly. People can change. At that moment, Tang-san chimed in. Xiaoyi, why do I sense that you were trying to pair Oscar with Ning Rongrong? Are you trying to play both sides? Xiaoyi's expression darkened considerably. Tang-san. You scoundrel. Tang-san remained unfazed. Then why are you encouraging Oscar to pursue Ning Rongrong? Because Xiaoyi hesitated, unable to articulate his feelings about Ning Rongrong. Tang-san chuckled, having suspected from the beginning that Xiaoyi had no feelings for her. Yet, he was determined to bring them together. Firstly, Ning Rongrong was interested. Secondly, it was evident that Xiaoyi came from a respectable background, making them well-suited. Most importantly, they had already shared a bed, albeit innocently, which had inevitably influenced their relationship. Xiaoyi was fine, but if Ning Rongrong were to marry someone else in the future, their shared experience would be hard to explain. Hence, Tang-san was intent on uniting Xiaoyi and Ning Rongrong, and the rumors circulating only served to facilitate his plan. Moreover, Tang-san observed that Xiaoyi's feelings for Ning Rongrong had subtly shifted after that night. Now, Tang-san's goal was to help Xiaoyi recognize his own heart. At such a tender age, children require attention, In a few years, as they reach the age of budding emotions, Xiaoyi would undoubtedly find himself moved. Tang San's thoughts coincidentally mirrored those of Ning Rongrong. He patted Xiaoyi's shoulder, saying, "Xiaoyi, my dear, whether Ning Rongrong holds genuine feelings for you remains uncertain. However, do you not feel compelled to inquire within your own heart? If your sentiments are indeed lacking, would you be amenable to Rongrong being with another?" Xiaoyi lowered his gaze, observing the gleaming eyes of Oscar. It appeared that Oscar had not entirely relinquished hope. "Would you be willing to concede Rongrong to Oscar? Ah, this is vexing. I shall cease pondering and focus on my cultivation." As Xiaoyi closed his eyes, feigning meditation, Tang San shook his head. He understood that Xiaoyi was still unable to discern his true feelings and that his mind was restless, rendering him incapable of entering a meditative state. Thus, the efficacy of his cultivation would be negligible. Casting a sidelong glance at Oscar, Tang San remarked, "Oscar, since Xiaoyi does not desire Ning Rongrong, it seems the matter is now in your hands." With that, he winked at Oscar. Oscar instantly grasped the implication and declared loudly, "Well then, I shall not hold back. Rongrong has undergone significant changes. I shall pursue her at once." "You dare? Did I not express my disapproval?" Xiaoyi sprang from his bed, glaring furiously at Oscar. Then, he froze. Why was my reaction so intense? Could it be that I genuinely care for Sister Rongrong? Tang San smiled slightly. "So, does that imply you do?" "I don't need your interference," Xiaoyi retorted with a hint of pride. Tang San waved his hand dismissively. All right. I shall refrain from meddling." "Ha. Humph." Xiaoyi huffed, sitting aside, lost in thought. After a moment, he spoke. "Brother San, do you think my relationship with Ning Rongrong is rather superficial?" Tang San pondered briefly before responding. "All I know is that Rongrong is serious this time, while you may not be. You merely harbor a fondness for her. To truly understand the nature of your feelings, a period of separation would reveal much." "A period of separation?" "If either you or Ning Rongrong were to lose interest, the relationship would falter. However, I can assure you that you would likely be the first to waver." "You make me sound like a scoundrel, as if you were not one yourself." The following morning, after breakfast, as the group assembled on the playground, Zhao Wujin awaited them. "All right, everyone, let us embark. The Stardow Forest is fraught with peril. Vigilance is paramount. We must avoid carelessness, refrain from igniting fires, and above all, prevent internal discord." After this address, the group set forth on their journey. To mitigate unforeseen circumstances, Ning Rongrong was advised against utilizing her soul power. She was content to remain unencumbered. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Xiaoyi, the corners of her mouth curving into a gentle smile. Under the guidance of Tang San, Xiaoyi found himself stealing glances at Ning Rongrong, maintaining a distance that never exceeded 10 meters. Ning Rongrong, noticing Xiaoyi's furtive gaze, felt an indescribable sweetness in her heart. With the assistance of Oscar's sausages, they traversed over 400 kilometers by the time nightfall arrived, drawing ever closer to the Stardow Forest. Upon entering a town of considerable size, they discovered numerous shops selling items for soul masters. As this locale was adjacent to the Stardow Forest, frequented by soul masters who needed to equip themselves thoroughly before venturing in, for many had met their demise within its depths. Additionally, soul beasts emerging from the forest often sold their pelts and other goods here, contributing to the town's bustling atmosphere. After selecting an inn, Zhao Wujie ascended the stairs with a command, while the children, seizing the rare opportunity to be out, eagerly anticipated sampling the local delicacies. Chapter 42. Displaying affection. The academy had a clear policy. Teachers would not pay for students' expenses, nor would they accept any favors, ensuring transparency and authenticity in all interactions. Daimubai, somewhat irritated, directed, "Fatty, you order. You're the expert at eating." Ma Hongjun readily replied, "Then you shall treat us today as a welcome for the new classmates." "Don't worry, Boss Dai, I won't hold back." Daimubai, displaying generosity, assured, "It's merely a meal. I can afford it. However, do take it easy." Ignoring Ma Hongjun and the others, Ning Rongrong rested her chin on one arm, quietly observing Xiaoyi. He gradually grew embarrassed under her gaze, his face flushing momentarily before he regained his composure. The restaurant was already filled to about 70% capacity when suddenly, a group of 8 entered. Leading them was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, followed by 6 young men and 1 young woman, all seemingly around the age of 20. Each bore a blue circular emblem on their left shoulder, intricately embroidered with the words Tsanghui. Their attire clearly denoted them as soul masters, contrasting with the casual clothing of Xiaoyi and his companions, indicating they hailed from a more formal academy. Upon their entrance, the restaurant owner hurriedly approached, bowing with excessive courtesy. "Boss Dai, that girl is quite lovely," Ma Hongjun remarked, his eyes gleaming as he fixated on the sole female of Tsanghui Academy. While she might not surpass Ning Rongrong or Xiaowu in beauty, her maturity and voluptuous figure were attributes that the younger girls could not rival. For Ma Hongjun, a well-endowed physique held greater allure than mere facial beauty. The suppressed desires stirred within him, making it difficult to resist. Unable to bear it any longer, Xiaoyi interjected. "Hongjun, maintain your composure. Mind your image. Here, take a napkin to wipe your mouth. Apologies for my earlier indiscretion. Speaking of which, this academy exudes an air of arrogance." Dai Mubai curled his lip, dismissing it as merely the insignificant Songhui Academy. Such ostentation is unwarranted. Neither Ma Hongjun nor Dai Mubai lowered their voices. After all, Soul Masters possess superior hearing compared to ordinary individuals. Despite the clamor within the dining hall, the leader of the group still caught wind of their remarks. Oscar, seated beside Tang San, chuckled softly, indicating that an entertaining spectacle was about to unfold. Tang San glanced at him with curiosity, inquiring about this supposed spectacle. Oscar leaned in and whispered, "This is also part of our cultivation. Dean Flandra has stated that a soul master who refrains from causing trouble is not a worthy soul master. As the adage goes, those who shy away from conflict are mere mediocrities. Furthermore, provoking individuals from a soul master academy is the safest course of action. The worst outcome is merely a brawl, devoid of true peril." Xiaoyi interjected, "So, you instigate trouble, only to receive a beating?" Oscar corrected him, casting a glance at the group. "No. We dish out the beating, not the other way around." Xiaoyi replied, "So, your hands are itching for a fight?" "Certainly. Very well." With Xiaoyi's approval, Oscar felt a surge of joy. Yet, his elation was short-lived when Xiaoyi continued, "You go alone. The rest of us aren't itching for a fight." Although Xiaoyi did not finish his sentence, it was evident to all that he meant he would accompany Ning Rongrong. Despite Xiaoyi's calm demeanor, a noticeable flush crept onto his face. This was, in fact, Xiaoyi's intentional ploy, yet he felt shy about being overly candid. Ning Rongrong, upon hearing Xiaoyi's words, found herself momentarily stunned. She could not comprehend why his attitude had shifted so dramatically within a single day, not one to be easily outwitted. She had long perceived Xiaoyi's indifference towards her, recognizing it as mere attention. However, she had genuinely developed feelings for this younger man, hoping that time would nurture affection between them. To her surprise, he had now expressed such sentiments, albeit unfinished. In truth, Xiaoyi harbored ulterior motives. He sought to ascertain whether Ning Rongrong was jesting with his emotions. Some strong-willed women operate in this manner. If you show disinterest, they regard you as a target to conquer, only to discard you once successful. What they seek is the gratifying sense of altering another's heart. Fearing that Ning Rongrong might be of this ilk, Xiaoyi decided to conduct a subtle test. To his delight, Ning Rongrong responded with a sweet smile, gazing into his eyes with affectionate intensity. Previously, Xiaoyi's behavior had been excessively aloof, and as a girl, Ning Rongrong found it difficult to be overtly forthright. However, with Xiaoyi's newfound candor, she felt liberated from her reservations. Gripping his arm tightly, she declared, "Let them handle the fighting. We shall not concern ourselves with it. I will accompany you." Xiaoyi could distinctly sense the exhilaration, excitement, and surprise emanating from Ning Rongrong. She had truly become enamored. And it is during a young girl's most vulnerable moments that one can most easily penetrate her heart. At this critical juncture, an untimely voice interrupted the moment. Ma Hongjun, visibly displeased, remarked, "Hey, enough of this, take your affection home." Though Ma Hongjun often vented his frustrations, he had never truly cherished anyone, and thus, he could hardly tolerate the display of affection between the two. Chapter 43. Conflict. Ma Hongjun now found himself increasingly irked by the public display of affection. "If you want to flaunt your love, do it at home, not in front of me." Tang San delivered a heavy punch to Ma Hongjun. "Be quiet. I haven't had my fill of watching yet. Xiaoyi, you two carry on." However, Xiaoyi and Ning Rongrong were hardly in the mood for romance. Ning Rongrong withdrew her hand, which had been grasped by Xiaoyi, her once carefree demeanor now replaced by a shy blush. Xiaoyi, feeling increasingly awkward and uncertain of what to do, resorted to venting his frustrations on Ma Hongjun. A young man from Tsanghui Academy stood up from his seat, advancing towards Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, with a glint of disdain in his eyes, recognized that he was a soul master and, through his spiritual perception, discerned that the young man's cultivation level was beneath his own. If he allowed himself to be caught off guard, he would become the subject of ridicule among his peers. The young man's gaze shifted, and he set his sights on Xiao Yi. In his mind, regardless of Xiao Yi's prodigious talent, a mere 9-year-old child could not stir significant trouble. He aimed to teach this group of youngsters a lesson about the consequences of underestimating their seniors. As Xiao Yi grappled with Ma Hongjun, if this young man were to strike, Xiao Yi would likely be caught unawares and could very well be knocked down. Although the injury might not be severe, it would nonetheless be humiliating. Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of anxiety. She was uncertain of the young man's strength and naturally worried for Xiao Yi, who was only in his 20s. Xiao Yi had also noticed the young man but chose to ignore him, confident that assistance would soon arrive, particularly from some of the more combative individuals among them. Just as the young man unleashed a kick, Dai Mubai sprang into action. How could a tiger's temper be tamed? Having been schemed against, his restraint was already commendable. Moreover, after enduring considerable vexation from Zhu Xing in recent days, Dai Mubai had been harboring a pent-up anger. Faced with the provocation, he was not about to let such an opportunity slip by. At this moment, a surge of emotion erupted. Dai Mubai intercepted the young man's kick aimed at Xiao Yi's leg and simultaneously unleashed his soul shock, causing the young man's thigh to tingle with numbness. Had Dai Mubai fully mastered this technique, the young man's leg would have been rendered useless. In a display of reciprocity, Dai Mubai executed a powerful punch toward the young man, who was caught off guard and doubled over, propelled backward by the force. The middle-aged man from Songhui Academy's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly rose to catch the falling youth. The young man's complexion paled, and with a gasp, he expelled a mouthful of blood, his entire demeanor appearing considerably weakened. Dai Mubai straightened his posture and, taking advantage of his previous motion, stretched lazily. Apologizing with a feigned innocence, "My apologies, I lost control." His eyes gleamed with a devilish light, revealing an air of disdain and arrogance that seemed to invite confrontation. As for his motives in provoking the young man, it was quite evident that he was still unsatisfied with the earlier skirmish. A commotion erupted in the dining hall. Most patrons distanced themselves from the two groups to avoid being caught in the crossfire, yet many remained nearby, their faces alight with excitement. Witnessing a duel between soul masters was a rare spectacle typically reserved for the costly Grand Soul arenas. And the opportunity to behold such a confrontation without charge was exhilarating for the common folk. Seeing their comrade injured, the remaining 6 students from Songhui Academy glared menacingly at the table occupied by Shrek Academy. They attempted to advance but were promptly halted by the middle-aged man. He assisted the injured youth into a chair and, with a stern countenance, addressed Dai Mubai. "Which academy do you little rascals belong to?" Dai Mubai's eyes sparkled with mischief as he retorted, "You're not worthy to inquire." With that, he returned to his seat. By then, the meal had been served. The portly individual, ever swift when it came to food, had quickly detached himself from Xiao Yi and arrived at the table, already indulging in the feast. He remarked, "The flavor is passable, though the cooking could use some refinement. I suppose it will suffice." Between Ning Rongrong and Xiao Yi, a certain awkwardness lingered. With Ma Hongjun seated between them, the oblivious glutton failed to notice the glances exchanged around him, remaining blissfully ignorant of his role as the illuminating light in their midst. Following Xiao Yi's expression of his feelings, a newfound distance emerged between the two, a natural consequence of their youth and the inherent hesitance in matters of the heart. Human nature often dictates that candidness can lead to anxiety and a sense of restraint, transforming what once was a comfortable friendship into a situation fraught with uncertainty. However, it is suggested that if one harbors affection for another, honesty is preferable. Without such disclosure, the likelihood of success is nearly non-existent. The teacher from Songhui Academy, witnessing the group of children disregard him, felt indignant. As a respected soul master, he had never endured such treatment before, and his face turned an ashen shade of fury. What a bunch of arrogant youngsters. Teach them a lesson. The students from Songhui Academy awaited his command, and under their teacher's leadership, they surrounded the table, ready for confrontation. A fight? I relished the prospect. Little Dance sprang up from her seat in excitement, unhesitatingly rushing forward. Tang San couldn't help but smile wryly. His sister simply could not stay idle and had a penchant for brawling. Xiao Yi glanced at the gluttonous Ma Hongjun, who was devouring his meal, and stole a furtive glance at Ning Rongrong, inwardly reflecting on the intense bloodlust of these individuals. To Ma Hongjun, food was undoubtedly paramount. He was likely to engage in some physical activity once he finished eating. Indeed, Ma Hongjun, with the vigor of a tempest, completed his meal and dashed towards the training grounds, leaving Xiao Yi and Ning Rongrong blushing and at a loss in their seats. Despite the members of Songhue Academy being around 20 years old, their highest prowess only reached level 28, which was commendable on the continent but, in the eyes of Shrek Academy, simply laughable. Thus, the skirmish concluded within mere minutes. During the altercation, Xiaoyi observed the soul rings of the opponents. Nearly everyone possessed a white ring, indicative of a decade of cultivation. Cease. Finally, a teacher from Songhue Academy could no longer restrain himself and waved his hand at his students, instructing them to withdraw. The teacher was profoundly astonished and felt a sense of imbalance. How could there be such a vast disparity among students? He had previously been quite pleased with his pupils. Yet now they appeared utterly inept in comparison. I am Yujichio, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Songhue Academy. May I inquire which academy you hail from? We are from Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun replied, his gaze fixated intently on the sole female student of Songhue Academy as he spoke. Yujichio paused momentarily, a contemplative gleam flashing in his eyes. He was evidently unfamiliar with the name Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy? I don't believe I've heard of it. Dai Mubai let out a cold snort. That speaks to your ignorance. Realizing they lacked a significant background, Yujichio hesitated no longer. A flicker of determination shone in his eyes as he unleashed his martial soul, the Xin Gue, manifesting it. His beast martial soul, the Xin Gue, bore 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, indicating that this director of the Foreign Affairs Department was indeed a formidable soul king, boasting a level above 50. Even if he were weaker, he was not to be trifled with by mere soul masters. Yujichio spoke eloquently. You youngsters are naive. Refrain from speaking recklessly in the future. Bring out your academy, yes, teacher. The hefty Ma Hongjun shouted defiantly. With you, an old turtle, wanting to meet our teacher? We are more than enough to deal with you. Yujichio possessed the Xin Gue martial soul, yet he held a deep aversion to being called a turtle. Having crossed his taboo, he would not let it slide easily. Very well, I shall take it upon myself to educate you on behalf of your teacher. Let us step outside. With that, he turned and strode outward, the swaying of the black turtle shell on his back appearing somewhat comical. Yet the soul power he emanated was quite formidable. Ning Rongrong, observing Xiaoyi, who was engrossed in the battlefield, muttered a reprimand, calling him a fool. Then she inquired, Xiaoyi, shall we go take a look? Xiaoyi felt a tinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head, moving to Ning Rongrong's side. After a moment's hesitation, he lifted his trembling hand and gently grasped her delicate fingers. Shall we walk? He proposed, acutely aware of his heart racing and his voice wavering, his face flushing involuntarily. How mortifying. Ning Rongrong noticed Xiaoyi's discomfort and chuckled softly, guiding him outside. It was the perfect moment to change the subject. And she glanced at the bustling battle of soul skills before inquiring, do you think Daimubai and the others can win? After all, that old turtle is a soul king. Old turtle? Xiaoyi's mind was in a whirlwind, failing to recognize that Ning Rongrong had shifted from calling him Xiao Yi to simply Yi. Presently, he had little interest in the fight involving Tang San. His attention fully consumed by holding Ning Rongrong's hand, responding with a distracted outside. The battle raged fiercely, mirroring the burgeoning feelings between Xiao Yi and Ning Rongrong. Chapter 44. I do not understand love. Xiao Yi held Ning Rongrong's delicate hand, his focus entirely away from the battlefield, his face flushed as he lowered his gaze. Lost in thought, Ning Rongrong was in a similar state. Although her eyes were fixed on the combat, the dazed expression and rosy cheeks revealed her inner turmoil. Ning Rongrong was indeed perplexed. She could not comprehend why Xiao Yi's demeanor towards her had shifted so dramatically overnight. However, she soon came to terms with it, recognizing that it no longer mattered. Even though Xiao Yi had only hinted at his feelings without a formal confession, she was aware that he had developed affections for her. Since he had shown interest, she felt assured he would not escape, with the strength of her 7-treasure glazed tile school. She was confident in her ability to keep him close. If necessary, she could always resort to tying him up. With this thought, Ning Rongrong nodded slightly, fully endorsing her own idea. Of course, this was under the assumption that she remained unaware Xiao Yi was the young master of the Spirit Hall, Jin Xiaoyi. Unconsciously squeezing Ning Rongrong's soft hand, the simple gesture made her ears flush with warmth. Observing the adorable Ning Rongrong, Xiaoyi couldn't help but chuckle. A thought blossoming in his mind. Being with her wasn't so bad after all. Ning Rongrong, her gaze evasive, asked, What are you laughing at? At that moment, Xiaoyi felt a newfound lightness and teased, I'm laughing at you, Rongrong. Ning Rongrong was taken aback, tears welling in her eyes. Typically, Xiaoyi referred to her as Sister Rongrong. Even after their recent exchange, that address had not changed. Regardless, The intimacy of calling her simply Rongrong felt far more affectionate. Though Ning Rongrong remained silent on the surface, her heart was undeniably affected. Now, however, when Xiao Yi affectionately referred to her as Rongrong, it signified that he had genuinely acknowledged her from the depths of his heart. In response to Xiao Yi's perplexed, yet forlorn gaze, Ning Rongrong freed herself from his grasp. Abruptly, she leaped into his embrace, encircling his neck with her arms and resting her head upon his shoulder, weeping quietly. With a voice laced with emotion, she murmured, I have long awaited those two words. Xiao Yi took a considerable time to comprehend the situation, feeling a pang of heartache intertwined with deep affection. He wrapped his arms around Ning Rongrong's slender waist, inhaling the delicate fragrance of her youth, and with a tone of apology, he said, I am sorry, Rongrong. I apologize for not recognizing my feelings sooner. Ning Rongrong remained silent, continuing to cry on his shoulder. Yet the smile at the corners of her lips betrayed her joy, tears of ecstasy. Gently, Xiao Yi held her shoulders and slowly pushed her away. Gazing into her tear-filled eyes, he spoke, Rongrong, I cannot ascertain whether I love you. Perhaps my desire to be with you stems from possessiveness, or perhaps I am simply too selfish. Enough, Xiao Yi. I am capricious and fiery. Yet that is no justification for you to toy with my feelings. What do you take me for? Ning Rongrong exclaimed loudly. As she observed the dimming light in her eyes, Xiao Yi hastily interjected, Rongrong, please let me finish. Ning Rongrong replied, wiping her eyes with an expressionless nod. Often, it is in moments of calm that significant events are on the verge of unfolding. Xiao Yi continued, Rongrong, I am not deceiving you. I still do not know if what I feel for you is love. I do not understand what love truly is. Yet I know that I do not wish for you to leave me. Do you realize that every time we are together, an inexplicable excitement surges within me? A feeling I cannot articulate? For the sake of this feeling, I would bind you to my side. I do not know if this is love. But one thing is clear, Rongrong, you shall not leave me. Not even the Seven Treasures glazed tile school can take you away from me. While Ning Rongrong maintained her stoic demeanor, her heart was far from tranquil. Xiao Yi's words had awakened her. He did not comprehend the essence of love. And she too was equally perplexed. Thus, the two, having not endured trials, lacked the qualification to discuss the nature of love. At most, they merely shared mutual affection. Some promise eternal vows, yet in times of peril and temptation, they may choose betrayal, while others remain inconspicuous, quietly watching over and loving you in the shadows. Seeking nothing in return, only your safety. Love cannot merely be spoken. Untested love is merely infatuation, and at its lowest, it is mere fondness. Xiao Yi and Ning Rongrong had only just met a few days prior, and they were far from understanding their own emotions. Xiao Yi pulled Ning Rongrong into his embrace, declaring, though I may not know if I love you, there is one thing I am certain of. I like you, and in the future, you must marry me. If you should find affection for another, I shall eliminate him. You truly are domineering. Although Ning Rongrong felt a tinge of discontent, her heart brimmed with joy. She playfully stuck out her tongue and continued, I certainly won't. I wish to marry someone who loves me. If you do not love me, I shall leave at any moment. I will never give you up, Rongrong. Gazing earnestly at her, Xiao Yi tightened his embrace around her shoulders. Ning Rongrong nodded and leaned against him, uttering 12 profound words. If you do not forsake me, I shall be your unwavering companion through life and death. Xiao Yi tightened his grip, assuring her, I vow to remain steadfast in my devotion to you, but I do not wish for you to bind yourself to such extremes. This is my promise to you, Rongrong. Grant me time, and I shall prove my love for you, and in turn, help you to truly fall for me. For me alone? Ning Rongrong gently murmured, reluctant to detach herself from Xiao Yi's embrace, fearful of loss. Who can truly predict the future? The earlier incident had indeed frightened her. Hey, do you think this situation serves as a test for us? It seems so, he replied. Although Ning Rongrong was secured in his arms, she managed to lean back slightly, teasingly asking, So, have you fallen for me? At that moment, a radiant beam of energy shot towards the entwined pair. Xiao Yi, be careful. Ning Rongrong instinctively pushed him away, attempting to shield him from the impending burst of energy. She was uncertain of her motivations. Perhaps it was a surge of emotion, or a simple desire to save him. Regardless, she acted on instinct. A friendly reminder, for character depictions, please refer to the manga. There's no need to look at live-action adaptations. Chapter 45. First killed a teacher of Songhui Academy, that old tortoise had exerted half of his power, yet he found himself unable to subdue the group of children before him, leaving him both astonished and somewhat embarrassed. It was indeed preposterous for a Soul King of the Fifth Ring to struggle against a mere cluster of youngsters. even after using such a significant portion of his soul power. Little rascals, I had no desire to oppose you, but you have truly gone too far. Witness this. He began, but was abruptly interrupted by Ma Hongjun, who unleashed a fiery barrage from behind him. The sensation of being cut off mid-sentence was quite unpleasant. Upon hearing Yi Qiu accuse him of ambushing, Ma Hongjun sheepishly scratched his head and awkwardly chuckled. My apologies, shall we start over? What a sneak attack. You coward. Yi Qiu turned to confront Xiaowu with a fierce glare. Xiaowu huffed dismissively. Why expend energy in a direct confrontation when one could achieve victory through cunning? Well, that is also true, she conceded. Enough. How dare you ambush me? Yi Qiu's patience wore thin as he glared fiercely at Tang San. Tang San wore a congenial expression. Did you not agree with Xiaowu's perspective? I had intended to face you head-on. Yi Qiu gritted his teeth, the intent to kill slowly crystallizing in his eyes. Suddenly, a beam of energy was unleashed towards Zhu Zhiqing. Her attention had been fixated on Yi Qiu, so the moment the beam was fired, she should have reacted immediately. As a speed-based soul master, Zhu Zhiqing excelled in agility, and evading this beam would not pose a significant challenge. However, did she truly evade it? Unbeknownst to her. Directly behind her were Xiao Yi and Ning Rongrong. The beam she dodged hurtled straight towards the two, tightly entwined in each other's embrace. Ning Rongrong, facing the battlefield, naturally perceived the danger before Xiao Yi did. Move aside, she cried, pushing Xiao Yi away. Had fate not intervened, Ning Rongrong would undoubtedly have met a grim fate from this lethal soul skill. After all, it was a technique imbued with murderous intent from a soul king. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Xiao Yi, a close combat soul master whose martial spirit was a sword, understood that swift reflexes were paramount in his line of work. While he would not claim to possess unparalleled reaction time, evading a soul skill was certainly within his capabilities. With a swift motion, he scooped up Ning Rongrong in a princess carry and leaped to the side. A thunderous crash followed, leaving a massive crater where he had stood moments before. Gazing at the stunned Ning Rongrong, Xiao Yi felt a surge of rage boil within him as he cast an angry glance at Yi Qiu. He could distinctly sense the murderous intent directed at Ning Rongrong, which infuriated him immensely. Of course, Yi Qiu, having devoted his entire being to the academy, remained single at this time. Provoked by a group of youngsters and feeling powerless, his fury had extinguished his will. He instinctively perceived that Xiao Yi and the frail Ning Rongrong were the weakest links and decided to eliminate them first. Xiao Yi was understandably displeased. Having just experienced the comforting embrace of Ning Rongrong, his moment of tranquility was abruptly interrupted. With the threat of harm looming over Rongrong, his patience wore thin. His right hand glowed with a soul mark as the judgment sword materialized in his grasp. It was not that Xiao Yi hesitated to summon his second martial spirit. Rather, the eight-winged evil spirit had inexplicably become unusable since its awakening. Fearing that Bibi Dong might worry, he had chosen to remain silent. Even if he had spoken, Bibi Dong might not have comprehended the situation, given the unprecedented nature of a martial spirit awakening yet remaining dormant. Rather than cause her concern, he deemed it better to keep quiet. Two beams of light shot towards Xiao Yi, and he made no attempt to resist, allowing them to strike him. He understood that Ning Rongrong would never wish him harm. Speed, power, increased speed and strength by 30%. It was Ning Rongrong who recovered from her state of shock and granted a boost to Xiao Yi. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi charged forward. Two soul rings manifesting behind him, one yellow and one blue. It was at this moment that Yi Qiu regained his composure. The blue second soul ring indicated that he was either a member of a prestigious family or possessed exceptional talent. To provoke such an individual was the precursor to one's own demise. However, the arrow was already on the string, and there was no turning back. The only recourse was to eliminate the threat. Yi Qiu summoned all his soul power, the fifth blue soul ring flickering, signaling the impending use of his fifth soul skill. Xiao Yi sensed the murderous intent emanating from Yi Qiu, his expression grave as he regarded the old turtle before him. He could distinctly feel the aura of the Soul King, and compared to the uncles from the Spirit Hall, Yi Qiu was indeed significantly weaker. Yet, this was still a Soul King who would exert maximum effort, entirely different from those who merely played around. A single misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Xiao Yi raised the judgment sword and charged, while Yi Qiu lifted his claw to strike at him. Yet, Xiao Yi effortlessly evaded the attack. Clang! The judgment sword struck Yi Qiu's shell, producing a few sparks, but leaving no discernible mark. Yi Qiu laughed maniacally. Haha, boy, you are still far too weak. If you were at level 40, I would have no choice but to flee, but alas, you are not. So, are you ready to meet your demise? Don't worry. After you die, that little girl over there, I shall enjoy her company before sending her to join you. He gestured towards Ning Rongrong. Having dodged Yuchio's assault, Xiaoyi narrowed his eyes and murmured, I really want to kill him. Sensing something, Xiaoyi smiled slightly and replied, it is indeed a pity. But I am not alone. Hearing Xiaoyi's words, Yuchio recalled that there were others in this academy. Just as Tang San and his companions prepared to confront their foe, a furious shout rang out. What are you doing out here in the middle of the night? Shouldn't you all be resting? Zhao Wujie emerged, his expression decidedly displeased. Daimyo Bai, who was about to unleash his third soul ring skill, instinctively halted. Retreating to distance himself from Yuchio, everyone return to your rooms, Zhao Wujie commanded, not even glancing towards the Songhui Academy. Waving his hand to order all the Shrek students back to the hotel. His intervention infuriated Yuchio. He was in the heat of battle. And what would happen if he didn't release his pent-up frustration? Wait a moment. Who is Zhao Wujie? He was once a notorious figure in the Soul Master community. Not the strongest, but certainly a formidable presence. He would not regard a Soul Master of level 50 with any seriousness. Speak your mind or hold your tongue. I am busy. Yuchio fumed, striding directly towards Zhao Wujie, clearly intent on confrontation. Zhao Wujie turned to the 7 youths who had gathered around him and remarked, a bunch of useless fools, unable to handle an old turtle. I will deal with you all when we return to the academy. Everyone should let their strength speak for itself. Zhao Wujie wore a disdainful expression, choosing not to summon his martial spirit as he swung his hand dismissively. Yujichio, thoroughly provoked, unleashed his soul power with all his might, turning his back and bracing himself with his hard shell to block Zhao Wujie's palm. In his view, a soul master who did not utilize their martial spirit was no different from an ordinary person, and he held no fear of the latter. In the next moment, Yujichio was sent sprawling through the air by Zhao Wujie's strike, landing heavily over 10 meters away. Zhao Wujie cast a scornful glance in Yujichio's direction before turning to lead the Shrek Academy students towards the hotel. Muttering to himself about how satisfying it felt to strike someone without using a martial spirit. What could possibly be the reason? Clearly, it was the dean's cruelty. With the assistance of several students from Songhui Academy, Yujichio managed to rise unsteadily, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His back felt as if it were crushed under a great weight, leaving him breathless and internally shaken. He was acutely aware of his own defensive capabilities, and the fact that someone could injure him without even employing their martial spirit suggested a power disparity of at least 15 levels, if not more. The thought of his opponent's soul master rank sent a shiver down his spine as he cast a resentful glance towards the departing Shrek Academy students. Before retreating with his peers in defeat, among them, a female student deliberately glanced at Daimyo Bai as they left. Oscar bore a beard. Tang San's appearance was not particularly striking, and while Xiaoyi was quite handsome, he was already in a relationship and too young. Daimyo Bai's captivating eyes were evidently the most alluring. As for the chubby one, he was typically overlooked by girls. However, Daimyo Bai did not notice her. It was not because he was particularly innocent, but rather because he had set his sights high, having encountered many beauties whose allure far surpassed that of the chubby fellow. Stop. Just as Yujichio turned, a white blade pierced through his chest, strangely leaving no trace of blood upon the blade. Yujichio stared blankly at the judgment sword embedded in his chest, astonished that this seemingly 9-year-old child dared to kill, striking a fatal blow with such precision. Had it not been for Xiao Yi's sudden attack, Yujichio would have been able to react. In truth, even Zhao Wujie was taken aback by Xiao Yi's ruthlessness. The expressions of both groups of students turned pale, especially that of the sheltered young lady, Ning Rongrong. Yujichio weakly uttered, You dare to kill? Humph. If I wanted to kill, no one could stop me. No one. Xiaoyi retorted. To tarnish Rongrong's name is a crime deserving of death. Spoiled by Bibi Dong. Your possessiveness is excessive. As Xiaoyi withdrew the judgment sword, Yujichio gradually succumbed to silence. Sigh. Another problematic student. Songhui Academy, you may leave. Zhao Wujie sighed helplessly. He truly cared little for Yujichio's fate. It is merely a nuisance. Rongrong, with her pale face and trembling hands, pointed shakily at Xiaoyi. Did you kill someone? Xiaoyi approached Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, don't come any closer, demon. Ning Rongrong clutched her head, and before she could finish her words, she fainted. Chapter 46. The Shadow. Xiaoyi carried Ning Rongrong to the guest room. Teacher Zhao, you may head to the Stardow Forest. I no longer require training. And as for Rongrong, her mind is still too fragile. He bid farewell without looking back. Zhao Wujie remained silent. Knowing that Xiao Yi's statement was not a request for his opinion, Tang San observed his retreating figure and smiled faintly. Xiao Yi, you have not disappointed me. Xiao Yi understood that Ning Rongrong still needed to grow, which was the reason behind his actions. He had not anticipated that this would frighten her to such an extent. He laid her gently on the bed, brushed her cheek, and, filled with guilt, murmured, Rongrong, I am sorry for scaring you. Tonight, we shall sleep together. Let us try to dream sweetly. He then placed a soft kiss on her forehead. After a moment's hesitation, he glanced at the closed door and lightly kissed her lips. Savoring the taste. Truly delectable. In the middle of the night, the shaking bed roused Xiao Yi from his slumber. He lifted his head to see Ning Rongrong cowering in the corner. Her gaze held affection, reluctance, but above all, fear. You, Xiao Yi. Ning Rongrong managed a forced smile, her trembling finger revealing her emotional instability. You didn't kill anyone, right? That was just a dream. A dream. Xiao Yi sighed as he observed Ning Rongrong's refusal to approach him. Had it been before, she would have rushed into his arms, but now, he had never imagined that this incident would affect her so profoundly. Moreover, the fact that he had taken a life was indisputable, denying it would be futile. Even if Ning Rongrong wished to hear that he hadn't perhaps it was best to simply confess. Yes, Rongrong, I did kill someone. Ning Rongrong's hopeful gaze transformed into disappointment. Why? Why? That was a living person. How could you be so heartless, you demon? By the end, her voice had risen to a shout. Hearing her call him a demon caused a pang in Xiao Yi's heart. Though he felt unworthy of love, he could not bear the thought of Ning Rongrong leaving him. Rongrong. He stepped closer and enveloped her in a tight embrace. Just as she attempted to pull away, her eyes filled with terror. But to his surprise, she screamed, Ah, let go of me. Don't kill me. Help. Xiao Yi furrowed his brow, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. Grasping Ning Rongrong's head, he pressed his lips heavily against her crimson ones. Ning Rongrong's body stiffened instantly. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, rendering her momentarily oblivious to her fear. In truth, Xiao Yi himself was perplexed as to why he had kissed Ning Rongrong so suddenly. It was a spontaneous act driven by impulse. Was this truly the essence of my character? Yet, what was the point in overthinking? Regardless, the kiss had transpired, and with the loss of her first kiss, they might as well savor the moment. It was soft, it was smooth. That was the sensation Xiao Yi experienced. Seizing the opportunity while Ning Rongrong was momentarily dazed, the foreign object in his mouth breached her dental defenses, finding another companion, their tongues entwined. Eventually, Ning Rongrong slowly closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around Xiao Yi's neck. Responding to his movements, after a prolonged moment, their lips parted, and Xiao Yi noticed the rapidity of Ning Rongrong's breath, prompting him to release her. A silken thread connecting their lips. As he gazed at the entranced Ning Rongrong before him, Xiao Yi licked his lips, savoring the sweetness that was distinctly hers. Embarrassed under his gaze, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes darting away as she hesitantly spoke. What are you doing? Why did you kiss me so suddenly and forcefully? Despite her words, she couldn't help but feel a sense of delight at Xiao Yi's boldness. Perhaps influenced by Ma Hongjuan's antics, Xiao Yi grinned mischievously. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. I said nothing. Really nothing at all. He burst into laughter. All right, I won't tease you anymore. If I hadn't acted this way, you wouldn't have listened to me properly. But you still shouldn't kiss me. Did you feel wronged? Ning Rongrong pouted, nodding slightly. Yes. Xiao Yi smiled gently. Then shall I allow you to kiss me back? Hearing his audacious words and witnessing his seemingly gentle smile, Ning Rongrong playfully scolded, Go away. After some playful banter, Xiao Yi embraced Ning Rongrong's shoulders. Gazing at her in his arms, Rongrong, can you listen to me properly now? Ning Rongrong's originally bashful face turned somewhat pale, likely recalling the scene of Xiao Yi in a murderous rage. Nevertheless, she nodded, burying her head against his chest. I know that teacher harbored murderous intentions towards both of us. In the spirit of reciprocity, your act of killing him is not unjustifiable, especially since it was for my sake. Logically and emotionally, I cannot condemn you. Yet, I can hardly bear to witness your murderous demeanor. Do you realize how terrifying that shadow appears when you take a life? Xiao Yi listened intently, and he naturally noticed Ning Rongrong's unusual demeanor. When she spoke of that shadow, he could distinctly perceive the tremor of her delicate frame, a manifestation of her fear. Xiao Yi was perplexed. Shadow? What shadow? Chapter 47. Returning to the Academy. Shadow? What shadow? Xiao Yi surmised that this shadow was the very source of Ning Rongrong's terror. As she mentioned it, Ning Rongrong tightened her grip on Xiao Yi's arm, clearly overwhelmed by fear. When you took a life, that shadow appeared behind you. It was terrifying. With 2 horns atop its head and 8 pitch black wings. When I first noticed it, it was gazing at me, and in that moment, I felt like I was being targeted. Gently patting the trembling Ning Rongrong, Xiao Yi's expression grew solemn. 2 horns. 8 dark wings. This could only pertain to the second martial soul he had never utilized, a power that remained beyond his grasp, the 8-winged demon. The first time he encountered this martial soul, it had merely been a soul mark, yet it had startled him nonetheless. It was no wonder that timid Ning Rongrong was so frightened. After all, envisioning a winged specter grinning at one's younger self was indeed terrifying. Ever since the awakening of this second martial soul, Xiao Yi had been unable to wield it, and he was uncertain of the reason. It had posed no detriment to him, so he had paid it little attention. However, the gravity of the situation now seemed quite severe. After taking a moment to compose herself, Ning Rongrong continued, in truth, that demon occasionally materializes at night, albeit in a transparent form, making it nearly imperceptible unless one looks closely. I previously believed it to be a mere figment of my imagination, but today, when you took a life, it was particularly vivid. Is this an ominous portent? Please, refrain from killing again. Her tone turned urgent, tinged with worry and a hint of plea. Xiao Yi regarded the tearful Ning Rongrong with an expressionless gaze and said, I may be cursed, Rongrong. We should part ways. Part ways? With a sudden slap. Ning Rongrong stunned him momentarily. Though she had likely struck others before, this was her first time hitting someone in the face, yet she felt no remorse. Xiao Yi. What do you mean? You intend to cast me aside over such a trivial matter? What do you take me for? Yes, I am afraid. But I possess the courage to confront our feelings. And what of you? Are you merely evading? I understand you are concerned for my safety. But if you believe that banishing me will protect me, I, Ning Rongrong, will loathe you for a lifetime. At this point, Ning Rongrong's tone softened as she tenderly caressed Xiao Yi's bruised cheek. My heart belongs to you. I love you. Rather than hiding away in sorrow, I would prefer a swift end. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Xiao Yi became somewhat dazed, for he never anticipated such a statement from her. After a long moment, he smiled and embraced her, saying, Rongrong, do not speak so pessimistically. That shadow is merely my martial spirit. Martial spirit? Is your martial spirit not the judgment sword? Ah, you possess a twin martial spirit? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she recalled something important. As the young mistress of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the second largest sect in the Douluo continent, she was somewhat lazy but still knowledgeable about twin martial spirits. It is widely acknowledged that if a family or sect produces a soul master with a twin martial spirit, their rise to prominence is inevitable, as such a soul master is destined to become a top-tier powerhouse on the continent. However, Ning Rongrong could not comprehend which family would be audacious enough to allow a twin martial spirit to roam freely. Either Xiao Yi did not belong to any faction, yet his demeanor indicated he was not a mere rustic villager, or there were individuals from a certain faction discreetly protecting him. This secrecy could not be taken lightly, but it also could not be widely known, hence there must be someone safeguarding him in the shadows. With this thought, Ning Rongrong felt reassured for various reasons. Firstly, the sect's regulations prohibited inner disciples from forming unions with support-type soul masters, yet as a formidable assault-type soul master, Xiao Yi would naturally disregard this rule. If he truly possessed a twin martial spirit, their union would undoubtedly receive the full support of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Secondly, that shadow, after all, was a martial spirit, an integral part of his being, which would undoubtedly bring more benefits than drawbacks. In summary, unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the two could already be considered betrothed. Just as Ning Rongrong was reveling in her thoughts, she suddenly recalled something and fixed her gaze on Xiao Yi, saying, Hey, Yi, you knew all along that shadow was your martial spirit, didn't you? Xiao Yi sensed something was amiss in the atmosphere, though he could not pinpoint the exact nature of the disturbance, and he brushed it off, replying, Indeed. I realized it when you finished describing the shadow. Ning Rongrong planted a kiss on Xiao Yi's cheek, precisely where she had struck him earlier, and with a cheerful smile, she added, Then why did you try to chase me away? Xiao Yi touched the spot where she had kissed him, grinning foolishly and instinctively replied, Of course. It was just to tease you. Who would have thought, at this point, even if Xiao Yi were not particularly astute, he recognized the gravity of the situation. Ning Rongrong had skillfully seized the opportunity, prompting him to inadvertently reveal the truth. Instinctive utterances often reflect one's genuine thoughts, and thus, Xiao Yi felt a chill run through him. What do you mean, who would have thought? You actually took this seriously? How could you joke about such matters with me? Why are you biting me? Rongrong, I was wrong. Please stop. Ning Rongrong had bitten down on Xiao Yi's shoulder, causing him to contort his expression in pain. Seeing his discomfort, she felt a pang of sympathy and released her grip. Humph, this is what you get for joking with me. Lifting his collar, Xiaoyi noticed the bite mark and felt a wave of grievance wash over him. Ouch, that hurts. Through the fabric, the bite left such a mark. Rongrong. You are truly fierce. Nonetheless, Ning Rongrong's heart softened. She gently rubbed the bitten area for Xiaoyi, offering comfort. I'm sorry, but you brought this upon yourself. There must not be a next time, understand? The following day. Rongrong, rise and shine. We are returning to the academy. Returning to the academy? Aren't we headed to the Douluo forest? Xiaoyi grimaced slightly. Well, it's because of you that I'm still here. They left ages ago. And here I am, left to tend to you on our way back. Xiaoyi chose not to reveal to Ning Rongrong that he had willingly stayed behind, and that it was his suggestion not to bring her along. He wished to spare her from further distress in a short span of time. What? You are unwilling to care for this young lady? Ning Rongrong feigned anger, pouting. How could that be? To attend to my esteemed lady is my greatest happiness. Listening to Xiaoyi's words, Ning Rongrong smiled, her satisfaction evident in the subtle uplift of her lips, revealing the sweetness within her heart. Upon returning to the academy, they merely informed Flanders that they would not be joining the expedition to the Douluo forest. As for Flanders' attitude, it was of little concern to Xiaoyi and Ning Rongrong. They did not even contemplate the situation of Tang San and the others in the Douluo forest. That night, Xiaoyi sat alone on a steep slope, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. What are you thinking about? The voice from behind startled Xiaoyi slightly. But he soon smiled and replied, Oh, it's you. Didn't I tell you to go back and sleep? Ning Rongrong approached and sat beside him. I can't sleep. I want to be with you. I feel as though you are hiding something from me. Xiaoyi looked at Ning Rongrong and chuckled. Is this what they call a woman's intuition? Ning Rongrong replied earnestly. All right, stop joking. If something is troubling you, share it with me. Don't bear it all alone. I will always be by your side. Always? Although it was not the first time he had heard such words from Ning Rongrong, he felt deeply moved nonetheless. Rongrong, sometimes I wonder if I am worthy of you. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow, a hint of agitation in her voice. Why do you say that? I think you are wonderful. You are good. And even if you are not worthy of this lady, I will never let you go. Holding Ning Rongrong's shoulders and drawing her close to his chest, Xiaoyi said, Rongrong, don't be upset. Regardless of the circumstances, I will cling to your side. Even if you try to push me away, I will not leave. What you were thinking just now was not about this matter, was it? Ever since you returned, it has been like this. Is it because of your martial soul? Xiaoyi hadn't anticipated that Ning Rongrong would be so astute. With just a slight guess, she had hit the mark. Therefore, he did not deny it. Yes. My martial soul is quite unique. It awakened, yet I cannot utilize it. This has never happened on the continent before. I'm uncertain whether it is a blessing or a curse. Ning Rongrong placed a gentle kiss on Xiaoyi's cheek, feeling a touch of shyness as she comforted him. Why ponder so much? Regardless, I shall accompany you wherever you go, even to the depths of hell. Having lived in a sheltered environment from a young age, Ning Rongrong was oblivious to the fact that some things could be more terrifying than death, something Xiaoyi was equally unaware of. Indeed, why dwell on such thoughts? What is meant to be will be. If misfortune is destined, it cannot be avoided. We shall let nature take its course. Moreover, with your presence, I am confident I can overcome any adversity. Ning Rongrong nodded thoughtfully, then spoke seriously. Why is that ghostly shadow your martial spirit? Why can only I see it? Others seem oblivious to its existence. Xiaoyi's expression grew grave. He had noticed what Ning Rongrong mentioned. Yet he did not wish to involve her in this realm of uncertainty. I do not know. Since only you can perceive it, it indicates that you possess something extraordinary. Could it be your martial spirit, or is there another reason? If we need to verify it, there is no rush, after all. I will eventually visit the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong was not naive. She understood Xiaoyi's intentions for visiting her home, yet she coyly remarked, What business do you have at my house? Just so you know, I do not welcome you. Xiaoyi chuckled, wrapping his arms around her delicate waist and teasingly replied, You truly do not welcome me? That poses a problem, for I had intended to propose. If you're not welcoming, then so be it, with my capabilities. Finding a wife is quite simple. Rongrong, be gentle, that hurts. Ning Rongrong pinched the soft flesh around Xiaoyi's waist and twisted it, causing him to cry out in pain. Hearing his pleas, Ning Rongrong huffed in dissatisfaction. Come or go as you please. If you have the guts, go seek another. I am not desperate for you. There are countless suitors lining up for my hand, and those who cut in would fill the spirit hall. What is this? Is our Rongrong angry? Xiaoyi teased, receiving a sultry glare from her as she pouted, sulking in playful defiance. Seeing her silent, he continued, our Rongrong is as beautiful as a celestial being, clever and astute, with power and influence. How could I ever consider marrying anyone else? Even if you were to cast me away, I would refuse to leave. After hearing Xiaoyi's words, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled, her smile revealing two charming dimples, making her utterly adorable. This is what you said. If you don't marry me, I shall bite you to death. Though she was still quite young, her thoughts reached far. But, Rongrong, you will always be mine, and mine alone. Forever. While this declaration might seem possessive, to Ning Rongrong's ears, it was a sweet melody. I know. I cannot sleep. I wish to cultivate my soul power rotation. Will you accompany me? How could Xiaoyi possibly refuse? The stronger Ning Rongrong became, the safer she felt, and she nodded in agreement. The two had been inseparable these past few days, rarely apart except when sleeping. And Ning Rongrong's soul power had significantly improved under Xiaoyi's supervision. One day, as Ning Rongrong and Xiaoyi were engrossed in their training, they noticed a middle-aged man sauntering into the academy. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with short black hair styled in a casual manner. His features were quite ordinary, yet he exuded a unique aura. His eyes, when opened and closed, conveyed a sense of lethargy and despondency, giving him a somewhat feeble appearance. He coughed occasionally, looking rather haggard, yet there was a glimmer of brilliance in his gaze. Having never seen him in the academy before, it was apparent he was a stranger. At this hour, he was either visiting relatives or seeking trouble. Ning Rongrong, with her cheerful disposition, understood the importance of showing respect. Even as a princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, and thus did not regard the middle-aged man with disdain. Excuse me, sir, who are you looking for? She inquired of the weary-looking man who was scanning the surroundings. The middle-aged man glanced at Ning Rongrong, a spark of recognition flashing in his eyes, and then spoke without any superfluous words. Flander. Just 3 words, as if uttering another would drain him of considerable energy. Xiaoyi stepped forward, positioning himself slightly in front of Ning Rongrong, and smiled gently. Sir, what is your connection to our principal? Are you here to collect a debt? He's rather avaricious. The middle-aged man regarded Xiaoyi with an approving expression, his demeanor shifting. Young man, you are commendable. You exhibit both politeness and caution towards strangers. And your speech is smooth yet probing. You have taken great care to protect the girl behind you, even as a soul king. I could not breach your defense swiftly enough to attack her, and should I attempt to do so, she would have ample time to flee or summon help. Wouldn't you agree? Xiaoyi nodded, stepping back a fraction, his expression growing serious. He sensed that the man's soul power was superior to his own, though certainly not exceeding level 30. At most, he surmised, it was 29. Xiaoyi felt confident in his ability to defeat him. Yet he recognized that this middle-aged man's intellect surpassed that of anyone he had encountered, even surpassing the erudite Bibi Dong. With just a few gestures and words, he had skillfully assessed the situation. Despite the man's relatively low power, Xiaoyi regarded him with caution. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong was touched by the revelation. Had the middle-aged man not spoken up, she would have remained unaware of Xiaoyi's silent guardianship over her. Her gaze towards the man shifted to one of gratitude. The middle-aged man smiled kindly, reminiscent of a doting elder. There is no need to be so wary. I am not your enemy. My name is Yu Xiaojing, and I have come to see my old friend and my disciple. However, upon seeing you both, I have decided to pursue the idea of becoming a teacher here. Yu Xiaojing coughed twice and continued, I have a dream, to see my disciples stand atop the continent, proving that those deemed worthless can indeed become formidable beings who tower over all. While the identity of these disciples remained unclear, the mention of them twice piqued Xiaoyi's interest. He was certain that his disciples were among the ranks of Shrek Academy. Nevertheless, Xiaoyi maintained his vigilance. After all, words alone could not be trusted. Pray tell, who are your disciples? Yu Xiaojing revealed a proud smile. Tang San. Ning Rongrong attempted to interject, but her words were interrupted by a hearty laugh. Haha, Xiaojing, I had thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. However, upon noticing that soul guide on Tang San, I realized otherwise. Yu Xiaojing replied with a stoic expression. The name 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night was inspired by him. An excellent name. The moment I heard it, I knew you would come. Xiaoyi, fear not. He is an old friend of mine, is he not, Xiaojing? Flinder remarked. Yu Xiaojing remained silent, yet Xiaoyi had no intention of lingering. With Flinder's arrival, he felt that the remaining matters were no longer his concern. Whatever transpired was of little consequence to him. He took Ning Rongrong by the hand, exchanged pleasantries, and gradually departed. As they walked away, Yu Xiaojiang smiled and said, "How intriguing. Poised and calm, Flinder, you have encountered another prodigy." Flinder, delighted by his old friend's praise of his student, chuckled heartily. "Haha, Xiaojiang. This current batch of students is the most satisfying since the academy's inception, especially Tang San and this Xiaoyi." In Flinder's eyes, calling someone a prodigy was a compliment. Yu Xiaojing nodded with a grin. "I can see Tang San's excellence. I have no doubt that Xiao Yi's talent rivals his. He is indeed a promising prospect." Flinder, with a mischievous smile, remarked, "I sense that Xiao Yi surpasses Tang San. His second spirit ring is a millennium old." "A millennium? How fascinating." Flinder, "I believe I wish to become a teacher," Yu Xiaojiang declared. Flinder's eyes brightened with excitement. "Xiaojiang, are you serious? Although you mentioned wanting to teach before." Hearing it from your own lips is exhilarating. Flinder's greatest hope was for Yu Xiaojiang to rediscover his purpose, rather than drifting aimlessly. Without Tang San's emergence, Yu Xiaojiang might still lack the desire to live. Feigning anger, Yu Xiaojiang replied, "What? Am I not welcome? Shall I take my leave?" Flinder hurriedly stopped him. "No, no. You are most welcome. A warm welcome indeed. Should others learn that a great soul master dared to jest with a soul sage, they would scarcely be able to comprehend it." Yet Flinder understood that despite Yu Xiaojiang's lack of martial prowess, his theoretical knowledge was unparalleled in the continent of Douluo, precisely what the students required. Flinder chuckled. "Xiaojiang, it has been over 20 years since you last joked. It is evident that you were quite happy today." Yu Xiaojiang gazed into the distance, as if striving to see someone across the vast expanse. "Ah, this could be considered my motivation to persevere." Flinder sighed. "Why must you be so persistent? Forget it. Let us speak no more on the matter. I suspect Tang San and the others will return tomorrow. You ought to prepare. After all, you are a teacher now." With a sly grin, Yu Xiaojiang replied, "Very well. Watch as I extract every last coin from you, you miser. Don't tell me you've never taken advantage of Tang San. If you claim you haven't tea, I simply won't believe you." If Xiaoyi were present, he would undoubtedly remark, "Truly, they are master and disciple. That grin of theirs is as if cast from the same mold." At this moment, the two were oblivious to the profound impression they had left on the dean's friend. As Yu Xiaojiang's thoughts lingered, Ning Rongrong was enveloped in deep emotion. Despite her intelligence, she could not grasp everything. Had it not been for Yu Xiaojiang's revelation, she might still be unaware that Xiao Yi was constantly watching over her, protecting her. As the esteemed young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, many individuals paid her heed and offered protection, yet most did so merely out of obligation due to her status. Genuinely wishing her well were only her father and mother. A scant few. Xiao Yi, however, was different. It was evident that he hailed from a commendable background and had no need to associate with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Or perhaps he simply did not care for such a grand sect. The willingness of such a person to invest in her well-being could only signify one thing. Xiao Yi had developed genuine feelings for Ning Rongrong, whether intentional or not. Ning Rongrong felt grateful. In a world characterized by the survival of the fittest, where profit reigns supreme, true affection is a rare commodity. If not for her family's lack of restrictions on choosing a partner, finding someone to love would indeed be exceedingly difficult. Contemplating this, Ning Rongrong grew curious about Xiao Yi's true identity. Linking her arm through his, she softly inquired, I have always been quite intrigued about who you truly are." Xiao Yi took a seat, deliberating whether to disclose his identity as the heir of the Spirit Hall, Qin Xiaoyi. It was not that he wished to remain silent, but his background was exceedingly sensitive, likely attracting ill-intentioned individuals. Yet, he felt an inexplicable desire to avoid concealing or deceiving Ning Rongrong. While caution was prudent, trust in comrades was equally essential. Seated beside Xiao Yi, Ning Rongrong noticed his silence and began to shake his arm, pouting playfully. Please tell me. One tea you? I promise I one tea tell a soul." Xiao Yi chuckled, tapping her forehead lightly. "Silly girl, I never intended to keep it from you. There is no need for secrecy between us. I had planned to tell you in due time, but since you've asked, I shall oblige. Just don't be too shocked afterward." Ning Rongrong touched the spot on her forehead where Xiao Yi had gently tapped her, feeling an indescribable sensation, one she rather enjoyed. However, she did not reveal this, instead pouting and saying, "Humph. What is there to be surprised about? Are you not the young master of the Spirit Hall? Qin Xiaoyi surpasses you in every aspect, and her lineage is far superior. Had it not been for your interference, my father would have arranged my engagement." Qin Xiaoyi. Xiao Yi, as he embraced Ning Rongrong's fragrant shoulder and allowed her to lean against him, remarked, "Xiao Yi is merely my alias. My true name is Qian Xiaoyi. You are correct. I am indeed the young master of the Spirit Hall. How does that suit you? With a playful wink at Ning Rongrong, he continued. Ning Rongrong was enveloped in profound shock. Deducing the truth was one matter, but hearing Xiao Yi admit it was another. She had never imagined that Xiao Yi was truly Qian Xiaoyi, a young master of the Spirit Hall, who could command the winds and summon the rain. Would deign to risk himself by visiting Shrek Academy, especially with so many eyes watching him from the shadows. Seeing Ning Rongrong, her lips slightly parted in astonishment. Appeared irresistibly adorable, and Xiao Yi could not resist leaning down to kiss her. When Ning Rongrong finally registered what was happening, her mouth was already silenced, leaving her unable to articulate anything but soft murmurs. Her delicate body stiffened momentarily before going limp, as if drained of strength. After a considerable time, a silken thread connected their lips. Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson, her shyness compelling her to lower her gaze, as though wishing to bury her head in embarrassment. This prompted Xiao Yi to erupt in hearty laughter. Xiao Yi, how can you laugh? It's utterly infuriating, Ning Rongrong protested. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully punched him with her dainty fist. Xiao Yi did not evade her, relishing the playful banter. Truth be told, he cherished this feeling, relishing the moments spent with Ning Rongrong. Each night felt interminably drawn out for Xiao Yi, for Ning Rongrong was not by his side. His anticipation for the morrow disrupted his sleep, but as a soul master, such trivial matters were of little consequence. After some time, Xiao Yi inquired, however, Rongrong, you mentioned that your father wishes to arrange your engagement? Ning Rongrong nodded, her tone tinged with jealousy as she remarked, our esteemed young master, Qian Xiaoyi, is quite impressive. Who across the continent is unaware of his renown? My father, being an elder of the Spirit Hall, certainly recognizes that Master Qian Xiaoyi is a prodigy. Ning Rongrong emphasized the title of Qian Xiaoyi with particular weight, leaving Xiao Yi feeling somewhat embarrassed. She continued, Qian Xiaoyi is a genius, not merely a support type. And it is said he possesses a commendable character, fitting perfectly within my father's criteria for a suitor. Furthermore, Qian Xiaoyi and I are less than 3 years apart in age. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold. There is no issue with age. Moreover, our families are well matched. My father mentioned the engagement to the Pope, but the Pope insisted on obtaining Qian Xiaoyi's consent, and thus the matter fell through. It seems our esteemed young master carries quite the air of superiority. Seeing that Ning Rongrong consistently referred to him as either Qian Xiaoyi or young master, rather than addressing him directly, Qian Xiaoyi discerned her dissatisfaction regarding the concealment of his true identity. However, he found himself in a predicament, for it was she who had withheld such significant information. With a sigh of resignation, he decided to change the subject. But my mother has never mentioned this to me. I was completely unaware. Had I known, I would have certainly gone myself to propose. Ning Rongrong rose, hands on her hips, expressing her discontent. How could that be? Are you implying that my father has deceived me? Qian Xiaoyi, you still wish to mislead me. You scoundrel. Qian Xiaoyi gazed at the discontented Ning Rongrong, offering a wry smile as he shook his head. Rongrong, I assure you, I have not deceived you. My mother has never mentioned this matter to me. What reason would I have to mislead you? Ning Rongrong pondered for a moment, realizing that Qian Xiaoyi had no motive to lie. It would bring him no advantage. Yet, where lay the problem? The leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would never jest with his most cherished daughter, which pointed to the Pope as the source of the issue. It was conceivable that the Pope had simply forgotten, but with the memory capacity of a tidal Douluo, such a lapse was implausible. Thus, only one explanation remained. The Pope disapproved and therefore withheld this information from Qian Xiaoyi. But what could be the rationale behind the Pope's silence? An alliance with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would be of immense benefit to the Spirit Hall, with no drawbacks whatsoever. Moreover, Ning Rongrong's mother, the wife of Ning Fingxi, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, was indeed a member of the Spirit Hall. Thus, the Pope had no justifiable grounds to refuse this union. Yet, in reality, he had done just that. Even if the Pope considered Qian Xiaoyi's feelings, he should have communicated this, allowing Qian Xiaoyi to make his own decision. Unable to fathom the reasoning, Ning Rongrong decided to dismiss the thoughts for now. Qian Xiaoyi was hers, and they had forged a bond. As long as Qian Xiaoyi remained true to her, that was all that mattered. Ning Rongrong reclined on Qian Xiaoyi's lap, her arms embracing his neck. They had grown accustomed to such affectionate gestures, long past the initial shyness. With a playful glimmer in her eyes, Ning Rongrong spoke. I desire compensation from you. Qian Xiaoyi was taken aback. Compensation? Why? Ning Rongrong pouted, lightly tapping Qian Xiaoyi a few times, and said in a delicate voice, I don't care. I simply want you to compensate me. Qian Xiaoyi took great pleasure in Ning Rongrong's playful antics. With a tender smile, he affectionately caressed her soft, pink-tinged hair. All right, I shall make amends. As for how I shall compensate you, the choice is yours. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face lit up with joy. She felt no need to express her gratitude, for such gestures were unnecessary between them. I've already made up my mind. I want you to accompany me on a shopping spree. Chapter 51. Together, I've already made up my mind. I want you to accompany me on a shopping spree. Shopping? Indeed. Just tell me whether or not you will join me. Ning Rongrong feigned annoyance. Qian Xiaoyi gazed at the feigned anger of Ning Rongrong and chuckled softly, saying, Of course. I shall accompany you. What else could I possibly think? Whenever you desire, I am more than willing to stroll with you during my cultivation breaks. Really? Indeed. This is your promise, and I expect you to keep your word. Should you waver, I shall. Qian Xiaoyi found it somewhat amusing and remarked, So what? Ning Rongrong snorted, I will bite you to death. Ha ha ha, splendid. However, upon hearing the word, but, Ning Rongrong felt an unsettling premonition. She inquired, But what? As Qian Xiaoyi seized a moment of distraction from Ning Rongrong, he planted a gentle kiss upon her cheek. However, he reminded himself of the need to diligently train, for he had been rather indolent in recent days and must make amends. Ning Rongrong, her cheeks flushed and gaze lowered, despite having grown accustomed to Qian Xiaoyi's presence, felt a wave of bashfulness wash over her from his unexpected affection. I understand, she replied, bracing herself for the upcoming training. Qian Xiaoyi discerned the melancholic tone in Ning Rongrong's voice and recognized her playful disposition. Gently setting Ning Rongrong, who had been perched on her lap, back down, she rose to her feet and playfully tapped Ning Rongrong's forehead. Oh, is it merely the cultivation that troubles you? Look at how distressed you are, among us. You are the laziest. Strive to master the rotation of your soul power sooner rather than later. Moreover, that newcomer seems poised to assume the role of a teacher, and I have a feeling he will prove to be quite commendable. Reflecting on this, Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. You are right. Although Yu Xiaojing may lack in strength, his teaching abilities must be exceptional, otherwise he would not be worthy of being Tang San's mentor. Alas, it seems our days of ease are drawing to a close. Qian Xiaoyi was aware of Ning Rongrong's reluctance, and with a wry smile, she shook her head at the girl. Qian Xiaoyi remarked, How could it possibly come to an end? Sooner or later, there will be a holiday, and when that time comes, I shall accompany you wherever you wish to go. Ning Rongrong's face brightened, her gloom dissipating as she beamed with joy. Absolutely. Let's go. First, we shall indulge in some shopping. I've only skipped one class, and there are so many delightful things I have yet to taste. Qian Xiaoyi's eyelid twitched momentarily. What does it mean by just once? This girl, does she intend to skip classes multiple times? It seems they must wait for Tang San and the others to return before attending class together. At the market, a young couple strolled leisurely, appearing no older than 11 or 12 years. The girl possessed an exquisite countenance, adorned in a pink dress that perfectly complemented her shoulder-length pink hair, exuding an ethereal aura. She resembled a refined young lady of noble descent, her sweet smile capable of dispelling the gloom from others' hearts. The boy, appearing younger, wore a white robe and had an ordinary appearance and demeanor, blending into the crowd unnoticed. What incited jealousy was the fact that such an unremarkable child was embraced by the girl, engaging in cheerful banter, as if they were a pair of celestial lovers. These two were none other than Qian Xiaoyi and Ning Rongrong, having departed from the academy. Due to Qian Xiaoyi's unique identity, he had to don a mask to conceal his presence. Although it was unlikely anyone would act against him, it was always prudent to exercise caution. Should any misfortune arise, Qian Xiaoyi certainly did not wish for Ning Rongrong to encounter any harm. Observing the vivacious Ning Rongrong, Qian Xiaoyi's thoughts drifted back to the time when they had first met. At that time, both sought knowledge and exposure to the world, merely exchanging fleeting glances without any notion of romance. Although Ning Rongrong was delightful, Qian Xiaoyi's heart was solely occupied by his sister, Qian Renxue. Over time, Ning Rongrong gradually found her way into his heart, though Qian Xiaoyi himself was uncertain of his feelings for Qian Renxue. Watching Ning Rongrong, who was glancing around excitedly, Qian Xiaoyi felt a deep sense of contentment. After all, they were together. I want to eat that, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, raising her hand to point at a stall. The stall offered various sweets and was bustling with a long queue, indicating its popularity. Waiting in line would take an inordinate amount of time. However, as a little witch, how could she possibly stand in line? With enthusiasm, Ning Rongrong tugged at the awkward Qian Xiaoyi. racing to the stall and unapologetically pushing past a middle-aged man who was about to make a purchase. "Hey, young lady, how can you cut in line?" Another voice protested. "Exactly. Didn't you see us waiting here?" Today's children are so domineering. Amidst the discontented glares and murmurs from the crowd, Qian Shaoi quietly remarked, "Rongrong, this doesn't seem right." Ning Rongrong pouted, "Humph, I don't care. Are you expecting me to wait here all day?" Qian Shaoi dared not contest the little witch's words and could only offer an apologetic smile to those waiting in line. Being children, the crowd lacked the heart to engage in a dispute with the young one. They merely grumbled a few words and let it be. The items purchased from the stall were packed in a cardboard box, which Ning Rongrong cradled as she walked aside. "Rongrong, you haven't paid yet," Qian Shaoi said weakly. Ning Rongrong turned back and shot him a glare. "I am not short of money, but as my boyfriend, do you really expect me to pay?" Qian Shaoi was momentarily taken aback, as if realizing the validity of her words. After settling the payment, he hastened to catch up with Ning Rongrong, determined to admonish her for her misbehavior. "Rongrong," he began, but Ning Rongrong, seemingly aware of his intentions, cast a wary glance in his direction and replied coolly, "What is it? Do you need something?" Nothing," he stammered. "If there is nothing, then let us be off. Over there. I'll buy you a few pieces of clothing." Ning Rongrong indicated a nearby boutique. "Buy for me? Shouldn't I be the one footing the bill?" Observing the dazed expression on Qian Shaoi's face, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Silly Shaoi, I can't always be the one asking you for favors. Relationships are a two-way street. You shouldn't always be the one indulging me." Qian Shaoi smiled gently, wrapping his arms around Ning Rongrong's waist, and said, "If it were you, I would gladly cherish you forever." Ning Rongrong felt a surge of emotion, burying her head in Qian Shaoi's chest. "Thank you, Yi. Between us, what is there to be thankful for?" The sun had already set, leaving behind a fiery glow in the sky. As a man and a woman stood at the entrance of Shrek Academy, the young man was panting, his hands laden with various bags of all sizes. In contrast, the young woman appeared at ease, her hands empty, though her gaze towards the boy was filled with concern. Let me help you carry something. Look how exhausted you are." Ning Rongrong had offered to relieve Qian Shaoi's burden more than once, yet each time she was met with refusal. She couldn't even snatch the bags away from him. Qian Shaoi smiled wearily. "That won't do. You are my woman, and as long as I am here, I will not allow you to tire yourself." The two enjoyed a delightful day out, though the only regret was that Qian Shaoi's pocket money had run out. Due to their first date, they had purchased an abundance of items, leaving even Qian Shaoi feeling exhausted. As for why they didn't use a soul guide, it was that he didn't want to. There simply was any space left in it. Just as they were about to continue their affectionate banter, a stern voice interrupted. "Ahem, you two. It's time to return and rest. You have classes tomorrow," Yu Xiaojang said seriously. Chapter 52. Devil Training. "I am now your teacher. And I trust you are not disobedient children." Yu Xiaojang had already become a teacher at Shrek Academy, a fact that the two had surmised during the day. They had noticed how the director seemed more excited to see Yu Xiaojang than to see gold soul coins, indicating that Yu Xiaojang held a position of greater importance in the director's heart than money, certainly among the top three. Thus, they had no doubts or surprises regarding his new role as a teacher. It was a foregone conclusion. "Understood, teacher," they replied. The next day, as dawn broke, 8 children stood on the playground of Shrek Academy. Daimubai, Tang San, and the others had returned the previous night. Their expedition in the Stardow Forest had proven fruitful. Not only did Oscar acquire his 3rd soul ring, but Tang San and Xiao Wu had also made breakthroughs, advancing to the ranks of soul sovereigns and successfully obtaining their soul rings. However, their journey was fraught with danger. When Oscar acquired his soul ring, he encountered a girl of similar age who had just leveled up and was in need of a soul ring as well. Although her talent was not quite on par with the others, she was still quite gifted. She intended to capture a soul beast, but by sheer coincidence, they both had their sights set on the same creature. A soul beast targeted by 2 prodigies would certainly feel a sense of honor, and the soul ring it produced would undoubtedly be impressive. A quality soul ring is crucial for a soul master, as it can determine the trajectory of one's life. Thus, a private conversation ensued. Oscar, not being a combat type, had to call upon Zhao Wujing. Conversely, the girl summoned her formidable allies, the dragon grandfather of the soul Douluo and the snake grandmother of the soul saint. How about that? Are you impressed? While they were not exceptionally strong individually, their martial soul fusion techniques were beyond what Zhao Wujing, a single soul saint, could contend with. Were it not for Tang San's clever tactics, applying both softness and firmness, Advancing by retreating, Oscar's soul ring might have already been claimed by another, and it was uncertain if he would ever reclaim it. Later, Xiao was captured by a 100,000-year Titan giant ape, a pinnacle soul beast. In a contest of equal cultivation, only a few species could defeat it. A 1,000-year Titan giant ape could easily overpower a 10,000-year soul beast, ultimately emerging victorious. The Titan giant ape, a creature that had existed for 100,000 years, was formidable enough to obliterate an entire nation without facing defeat. At that time, Zhao Wujia was lamenting, questioning why such a soul beast, with an existence spanning 100 millennia, would venture out of the Stardow forest instead of enjoying its time within. The land was barren. What could possibly entice it beyond the lush mountains, flowing waters, and verdant woods of its home? Fortunately, despite inflicting injuries upon many, the creature did not resort to lethal force. It merely abducted Xiao Wu. This act ignited Tang San's fury, compelling him to seek her out, leaving behind his companions as he embarked on a solitary quest. Along the way, he encountered the face-devouring spider. At that juncture, Tang San had already ascended to the rank of Soul Master, merely in need of a soul ring. For the transition from the 29th to the 30th level marked a significant threshold. Utilizing all his skills, he ultimately triumphed over the face-devouring spider. Deep down, he comprehended that he could not possibly retrieve Xiao Wu from the Titan giant ape alone, even with Zhao Wujia and the entire Shrek Academy by his side. It would be impossible. Driven by the desire to protect his sister, Tang San recklessly absorbed the soul ring of the face-devouring spider. It was not that the spider's essence was ill-suited for his blue-silver grass. Rather, it was too compatible, overwhelming the grass with its formidable power. By the time Zhao Wujia and the others caught up with Tang San, he was already in the throes of absorbing the spider's soul ring. Just as Zhao Wujia intended to take a moment's respite, he suddenly realized that the soul ring had surpassed the age limit that a soul master could endure, causing him to gasp in shock, yet feeling utterly helpless. Fortunately, Tang San persevered. Had it not been for his robust physique and unwavering resolve, he might not have returned at all. When Tang San finally opened his eyes, Xiao Wu had also returned. Strangely, the Titan giant ape had released her, perhaps in search of a companion. The true reason remained a mystery known only to the Titan giant ape and Xiao Wu, who were unwilling to divulge it, leaving others powerless to inquire. Though battered and bruised, they emerged relatively unscathed. Indeed, a stroke of luck amidst their misfortunes. The 8 of them stood in a line, facing Yu Xiaojiang, who wore a serious expression. He noted Tang San's excitement, albeit only slightly, and refrained from approaching him, leaning more towards admonishment for his reckless attempt to rescue Xiao Wu, yet feeling a flicker of relief that he valued his comrades. Tang San, brimming with exhilaration, could hardly contain himself. Had it not been for his teacher's stern demeanor, he would have rushed forward. Beside Yu Xiaojiang stood Dean Flinder, who retained his characteristic shrewd demeanor. Zhao Wujia had not arrived, worn out from the ordeal. After all, the academy was not short on instructors, allowing him a moment of respite without consequence. The students, however, were not in the same position. Flinder cast a triumphant glance at Yu Xiaojiang before addressing the students with a booming voice. This gentleman beside me is Yu Xiaojiang, my childhood friend. From this moment onward, he will be your teacher. I assure you, despite his soul power being only at the 29th level, which is rather weak, you will undoubtedly learn profound knowledge from him, for he surpasses me in every aspect aside from soul power. Perhaps you may scoff. Yet to show disrespect towards a teacher is to show disrespect towards me. If that is the case, I bid you to leave this academy, for we do not welcome individuals of such character. However, I have faith that you are all good children. Tell me, can you achieve complete obedience? Yes. Louder. Have you not dined? No. Ah, indeed. I had them summoned without breakfast today. Flander felt a twinge of awkwardness. Yet he maintained his composure and continued to shout, even if you haven't eaten, speak louder. Very well. Yu Xiaojiang, unable to bear it any longer, kicked Flander aside and addressed the 8 individuals before him with a calm demeanor. To be succinct, I am Yu Xiaojiang, and from this moment forth, I shall be your teacher, and you are to heed my commands. I will subject you to rigorous training. Should you find it unbearable, you may withdraw from the academy. As he spoke, he cast a deliberate glance at Ning Rongrong, fully aware of her background. Typically, individuals of such stature are accustomed to luxury, fearful of hardship and fatigue, making persistence a challenge. Moreover, with a fiery temper, they are intolerant of criticism. A mere glance from him would be sufficient for Ning Rongrong to recognize that he was addressing her specifically. Contrary to Yu Xiaojiang's expectations, Ning Rongrong indeed caught his gaze, but merely smiled. Had this been before, she might have erupted in fury, yet people can change. She did not wish to be looked down upon by Qian Shaoyi, nor did she want to leave him due to expulsion. Yu Xiaojiang subtly nodded. His earlier scrutiny of Ning Rongrong was merely a test. Though she may not have passed, he would not expel her. Yet transformation would not be easy and would waste time. The current situation was satisfactory. Yu Xiaojiang's gaze grew increasingly sharp. Tang San offered a wry smile. Whenever his teacher displayed such an expression, it marked the onset of a descent into hell. Despite his own limited strength, he was acutely aware of Yu Xiaojiang's formidable training prowess. Tang San prided himself on his diligence, yet he felt exhausted under Yu Xiaojiang's intense regimen. Compared to his experiences in Shrek Academy, training here was a veritable breeze. However, the good times for you are now at an end. Chapter 53, Unrivaled Among Peers. Tang San's predictions were indeed accurate. Yu Xiaojiang commenced his devilish training. Within just one day, no one questioned Yu Xiaojiang's teaching abilities. For his unique insights and applications regarding martial souls captivated them all. Even those of noble lineage, such as Xiao Yi and Ning Rongrong, had never encountered such profound coursework. Not even Bibi Dong possessed a comprehension of martial souls that rivaled Yu Xiaojiang's. Throughout that day, Yu Xiaojiang elucidated concepts for half the day, followed by a practical session for the remainder. Do not underestimate the significance of this half-day of practical training. Under the piercing gaze of Dean Flander, Yu Xiaojiang was reluctantly compelled to take the field himself. After years apart, one must show some courtesy, especially since Flander did not wish to drive away the finest teacher available. By evening, even the most physically robust Dai Mubai was beginning to falter, let alone the delicate Ning Rongrong. She collapsed several times, much to Xiao Yi's distress, yet he felt helpless as Yu Xiaojiang forbade any leniency. He held Yu Xiaojiang in high regard and found it inappropriate to counter his authority. Besides, it was also an opportunity to strengthen Ning Rongrong, preventing her from remaining so fragile. To everyone's astonishment, even when on the verge of exhaustion, the esteemed young lady Ning Rongrong did not complain vocally. At most, she let out a few shrill cries, which seemed quite ordinary for a girl. This shift in her demeanor led to a remarkably objective re-evaluation of her by the others. They cast curious glances at Xiao Yi, as if to inquire how he had managed to educate this little princess to be so well-behaved. Xiao Yi could only respond with an awkward smile, as there was simply no way to adequately explain the situation. Yu Xiaojiang was well aware of Ning Rongrong's need for physical conditioning and allowed her to rest alone during the training. Once the session concluded, they gathered together. With an impassive expression, Yu Xiaojiang surveyed the visibly fatigued 8 individuals, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes before he steeled himself. If you wish to truly remember what I teach you, the best method is not rote memorization but rather the practical application of the knowledge. The more you apply it, the more naturally it will be retained. This is the reason I have subjected you to rigorous training for much of the day despite your fatigue. That will be all for today. You are dismissed. Learning is akin to memorizing facts. It is utterly futile if you do not apply them, as you will soon forget. Instead, dedicate your time to solving problems. When you encounter challenging concepts, refer to your texts. Over time, even if you wish to forget, it will be difficult. Although the group was already aware that they were about to be dismissed, the confirmation was exhilarating. No sooner had Yu Xiaojiang's words left his lips than Ning Rongrong slumped into Xiao Yi's embrace, clearly having endured until the very end. Ning Rongrong cast a weary glance at Xiao Yi, the only one privy to her true identity. This thought made her smile softly. Still smiling, are you? Look at you. Completely exhausted and drenched in sweat. You're already frail. Why push yourself so hard? What will happen if you wear yourself out? Xiao Yi gently wiped the perspiration from her forehead, his tone slightly reproachful. Ning Rongrong disregarded Xiao Yi's admonition and softly replied, take me back. I want you to carry me. Dai Mubai and the others had long departed, intentionally leaving time for the two of them, of course. Partly to avoid the discomfort of witnessing a couple's affection, as no one enjoys consuming dog food. Ignoring Ning Rongrong's discontent, Xiao Yi playfully tapped her forehead. You really enjoy tormenting me, don't you? Come on then. With that, he crouched down, presenting his back to her. Ning Rongrong climbed onto him, her legs dangling as she murmured, I shall torment you and bully you. What of it? Do you have a problem with that? Have I ever expressed any objections? Do not be unreasonable. Humph. Xiao Yi escorted Ning Rongrong back to her dormitory, which was quite spacious, ample enough to accommodate 3 individuals. The furnishings were neatly arranged, and all necessary amenities were provided. For reasons unknown, both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were absent, perhaps having vacated the space out of consideration for Xiao Yi. Gently placing Ning Rongrong upon the bed, he noted the presence of a bear plushie, approximately 1 meter in height, resting at the head of the bed, a gift from him the previous day. Since its acquisition, Ning Rongrong had grown quite fond of it. Xiao Yi handed the bear to her, tenderly smoothing her flowing tresses, and transferred a dwindling portion of his soul power to her, hoping she would enjoy a restful slumber. Rongrong, doze off quickly. Given teacher Yu Xiaozhang's temperament, tomorrow will not be easy. Ning Rongrong cast a gentle glance at Xiao Yi and softly replied, May I indulge myself just this once? Would you mind waiting until I fall asleep before you leave? Xiao Yi gently kissed Ning Rongrong, deeming it an act he ought to perform. He remained by her side until she drifted into slumber, after which Xiao Yi returned to the dormitory. Tang San and Oscar were engaged in meditation. After a long day, meditation served as the finest form of rest for soul masters. Naturally, there were those who preferred the indulgence of sleep. Xiao Yi did not disturb the two, returning to his own bed to sleep. He epitomized laziness. This routine persisted for several months, with only 1 day of rest each week. His teammates engaged in battles, challenged their teachers, and encountered an array of unique training methods. Yet, they all shared a commonality. Each night, they were utterly exhausted. Yu Xiaozhang displayed no sympathy whatsoever. In fact, it was Flandra who felt a pang of compassion. If all went as expected, these individuals would one day achieve great renown. Nevertheless, Yu Xiaozhang's training regimen remained unyielding, determined to push them to their limits. Until one day. 3 months later, Xiao Yi invited Ning Rongrong to dinner and then proceeded to the playground to await class. Dai Bai, Tang San, and the others arrived one after another. Finally, Yu Xiaozhang approached, markedly different from before, as Flandra, who often arrived late, was unusually early today. The group understood that a special task awaited them, as Flandra typically only arrived in the afternoon. Standing before the group, Yu Xiaozhang, accompanied by a visibly displeased Flandra, spoke, In the coming days, I intend to grant you all a brief respite. At this, Yu Xiaozhang observed the reactions of his students. Although they had a day off each week, who truly enjoyed a lengthy break. Had any other teacher made such an announcement, the 8 would have been overjoyed. However, hearing it from Yu Xiaozhang imbued the words with a different significance. Thus, their expressions remained stoic, awaiting his next words. I recognize that you have all been quite fatigued these past months, so I plan to allow you a few days of rest. Flandra, please take over. Flandra nodded, grinning mischievously as he declared, My dear students, you will not be training today. For the school is facing a financial shortfall and will not accept contributions from your families. Therefore, you must venture to the Douluo arena to earn some money. Prepare yourselves for dinner tonight. The implication was clear. They were to compete. Upon hearing Flandra's words, the 8 students' eyes lit up. They were no strangers to competitions. In truth, they preferred contests over Yu Xiaozhang's rigorous training, as competitions felt considerably more relaxed. Observing the newfound confidence of his students, Yu Xiaozhang smiled. This was precisely his intention. The intense training had significantly enhanced their abilities, making them formidable contenders among their peers, with few rivals. Dismissed, Yu Xiaozhang commanded. As he and Flandra walked together, Yu Xiaozhang inquired, What is our school motto? To cultivate only monsters, not ordinary individuals. What do you think? Yu Xiaozhang smiled, neither affirming nor denying. Yet Flandra understood that Yu Xiaozhang was in agreement. After a prolonged silence, Yu Xiaozhang added, Let us include one more tenet. What is it? Invincible among peers. Chapter 54 The Return to the Soul Arena under the Cloak of Night, before the gates of Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaozhang addressed the 8 students. It has been 3 months since I began instructing you, and with the guidance and support of our esteemed teachers, you have made remarkable progress. However, for a truly exceptional soul master, this is merely the beginning. You must strive to become even stronger. During the previous 3 months of rigorous training, the other instructors had not remained idle. They had been observing the students closely. Due to Ma Hongjuan's momentary lapse in diligence, the entire group was compelled to run an additional 10 kilometers. When one falters, all must bear the consequences, and even the physically delicate Ning Rongrong and the youngest, Xiao Yi, were not spared. This situation exemplified the spirit of teamwork, although it left Xiao Yi feeling quite aggrieved for an extended period. Yu Xiaozhang continued, This does not imply a relaxation of your efforts. Rather, it signals the commencement of the second phase of your training. However, you may ease up a bit regarding the first phase. The venue for this second phase will be the Grand Soul Arena. There is no time limit for this training. It will continue until you earn your Silver Soul Badge. If even one of you fails to complete the requirements, this phase will remain unfinished. Additionally, I have arranged for accommodations near the Seoul Arena, though you will need to cover the expenses yourselves. Rest assured, the earnings from the arena should suffice for your needs. While most of these students were not financially constrained, the distinction between family money and personal funds was not lost on them. After all, no one would ever complain about having too much money. It could be said that this second phase of practice was rather lenient, as at least they were not required to confront a Soul Emperor. However, remember that obtaining the Silver Soul Badge is not limited to individual duels. You must also secure the Silver Soul Badge in team battles. Given that competitions involve 7 participants and we have 8, the matter of elimination posed a dilemma for Yu Xiaojiang. At that moment, Xiao Yi interjected, "Teacher, I will withdraw from the 7-person team. The points are shared, so I can earn my share by participating in other matches." Yu Xiaojiang pondered for a moment and nodded. "Points shared, indeed? Very well. You may select a partner for the 2-person duel." Despite this agreement, everyone was acutely aware of who would be Xiao Yi's partner for the duel. After 3 months of witnessing their close bond, the remaining singles felt a twinge of envy. Let it be known, without the Silver Soul Badge, graduation remains unattainable. Stringent requirements often lead to discontent, and Oscar voiced his grievances. "Teacher, as a support-type Soul Master, must I also obtain the Silver Soul Badge?" The Master replied nonchalantly, "Alternatively, you may choose to train as you did before, until the others have secured their Silver Soul Badges." Teacher, I have suddenly realized how astute your decision to send us to the Soul Arena for practical experience truly is." Oscar quickly backtracked, dismissing his earlier comments. Yu Xiaojiang, known for his decisive nature, instructed all students to simply tidy their belongings before promptly leading them towards Soto Academy, accompanied by 2 esteemed deans. The other 3 teachers remained at the academy. The students settled in Soto City, with all expenses for accommodation and meals borne by themselves, thus alleviating the financial burden on the academy. The 3 instructors also took up residence nearby to supervise the students. The soul battles at the Grand Soul Arena were conducted in the evening. Upon arriving in Soto City, the group chose a modest hotel near the Grand Soul Arena. Although the establishment was ordinary, its proximity to the arena significantly inflated the prices, making it quite unaffordable for the average person. However, for Soul Masters, it was a mere trifle. After arranging accommodations for the students, the Master summoned the 8 of them to his room. "Now, you may form your teams freely. The matches at the arena will commence with 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 battles. The team battles will take place last, staggered in time to maximize ticket sales. Each day, you must participate in 2 matches. Of course, I will not hinder you if you wish to engage in 3, but do not exhaust your soul power," he instructed. The audience relished the excitement. Thus, the 7-member team battles were the most popular. However, correspondingly, the ticket prices were substantially higher, compelling budget-conscious individuals and those arriving late without seats to settle for the 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matches instead. As the Master concluded his speech, Oscar immediately cast a pitiful glance at Dai Mubai. "Dai, how about we team up together? What do you think? Although I have just reached level 30, my support abilities are quite commendable. Together, we would be an unbeatable pair against the Soul Venerables." Oscar indeed had other options. Yet upon observing the disdainful looks from Zhu Zhiqing and Ning Rongrong, and noticing Xiao Yi's intense gaze as if to say, "If you choose Ning Rongrong, I will not spare you," he dismissed them. Moreover, with Ma Hongjun's foolish demeanor, he decided it best to stick with Dai Mubai. To his surprise, Dai Mubai simply replied, "I decline. I refuse." Dear readers, although this work is a fan fiction, it diverges significantly from the original text. Would it be interesting to follow the original plot? Therefore, I suggest reading this book without preconceptions of the original narrative. This is an entirely new story. If you dislike it, please refrain from criticism. Chapter 55. Forming teams. Dai Mubai initially intended to engage in a 2-on-2 battle with Zhu Zhiqing. However, as his gaze inadvertently fell upon Oscar's woeful expression, he felt no compassion and bluntly stated, "I refuse." Such brevity, such liberty of expression, such a commanding response. Forgive me. I can no longer continue this embellishment. Oh, how pitiful I am. Is it so difficult to participate in a 2-on-2 match? The others tacitly ignored the dejected Oscar. Ultimately, Ma Hongjun stepped forward gallantly. "Bro, how about we form a team?" Oscar glanced at the earnest, portly figure. Though resigned, he had no choice but to agree. Despite his seemingly foolish appearance, Ma Hongjun proved reliable in critical moments. In truth, Ma Hongjun was secretly elated. He too desired additional matches. And seeing Oscar's predicament made it clear that he was equally unwanted. 2 kindred spirits found themselves compelled to form a team of their own. In truth, one must extend gratitude to Oscar. Were it not for him, it would have been Ma Hongjun facing the scorn of others. For he had also contemplated seeking a different partner. Within the Seoul arena, scores are divided into two categories: individual points and team points. One-on-one matches contribute to individual scores, while all other formats contribute to team scores. Oscar, being a support Soul Master, is unable to accumulate individual points and must instead participate in team matches as frequently as possible. As for Ma Hongjun, his intentions were purely to showcase his prowess, seeking both fame and recognition in life and beyond. Thus, the rather dubious duo of Ma Hongjun and Oscar was formed, Tang San and Xiao Wu, exhibiting remarkable synergy. Naturally paired up, while Xiaoyi found it impossible to part with Ning Rongrong, who likewise had no desire to team with anyone else, leading to their inevitable partnership. This left only Dai Mubai and Zhu Shiqing. Observing that all his friends had found their respective partners, Dai Mubai could not help but glance at the visibly displeased Zhu Shiqing, whose expression appeared rather peculiar. He understood that given Zhu Shiqing's temperament, she could not possibly forego the opportunity for a 2-on-2 match. However, if it came to selecting partners, she would inevitably have to choose him. As he was the only one left, either select him or abstain altogether. Zhu Shiqing had initially intended to approach Ning Rongrong, but upon witnessing the closeness between Ning Rongrong and Xiaoyi, she abandoned that thought. It was not that she harbored any animosity towards Dai Mubai, but rather that she found it difficult to forgive certain past actions of his. Although Dai Mubai had shown considerable restraint of late, one could never be certain when he might revert to his former self. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang stood with a furrowed brow, candidly admitting that he was not particularly satisfied with two of the pairings, the combination of Oscar and Ma Hongjun, as well as that of Dai Mubai and Zhu Shiqing. The disparity in their levels was concerning. In the context of a 2-on-2 match, should one Soul Master possess a significantly higher rank, they would be compelled to engage in battles commensurate with that level. Both Dai Mubai and Oscar had surpassed level 30, while Zhu Shiqing and Ma Hongjun remained at the 20th level. Thus, should they collaborate for a 2-on-2 match, they would be required to compete at the 30-level tier. Generally speaking, Soul Masters participating in the Grand Soul Arena tend to do so at their own level or higher, unless they possess an overweening confidence or a substantial advantage in their soul abilities, typically entering at a level exceeding half of their current tier. For instance, at the 20th level, participants are generally those above level 25, and the same principle applies to the 30-level tier. In summary, the odds of success for both pairings appear rather bleak. However, every situation possesses duality. A low probability of victory offers opportunities for growth. After all, if one consistently overwhelmed their opponents, what merit would there be in training? What Yu Xiaojiang sought was not mere victory, but rather the wisdom gleaned from defeat. Were it not for his concern for their safety, he would actively encourage them to challenge themselves against stronger foes. Moreover, there seemed to be a connection between the soul abilities of Dai Mubai and Zhu Shiqing. While others may be oblivious, Yu Xiaojiang was well aware that the royal soul of the Star Luo Empire is the evil Eye White Tiger. This implies that Dai Mubai is a prince of the Star Luo Empire, and he could potentially synergize well with the noble ghostly spirit cat. As for Oscar and Ma Hongjun, one could argue they also form a commendable pairing, adept at providing support and easily outmaneuvering their adversaries. Moreover, the training over the past few months has not been in vain. Now, even engaging in battles beyond their rank serves as a form of relaxation for them. Furthermore, should any unexpected events arise, Flinder's abilities are more than sufficient to rectify the situation. Contemplating this, Yu Xiaojiang nodded in tacit approval of the formation of the fourth team. How you participate in the soul fighting is entirely up to you. This is entrusted to you. No one will accompany you, so ensure you are well prepared during the battles. Additionally, while on stage, speak sparingly. Strive to keep your ages concealed from your opponents. As he spoke, the master retrieved 8 meticulously prepared masks from his soul guide bracelet. The design of the masks was familiar to all, representing the emblem of Shrek Academy, featuring the vibrant visage of the green monster Shrek. Dai Mubai took one mask and donned it on his face. Although the craftsmanship was rather ordinary, once it fit snugly against his features, revealing only his eyes, mouth, and nose, it was not cumbersome. During the team battles, you will present yourselves as the Shrek 7 monsters. Since Xiaoyi will not be participating in the 7-person team battles, he shall not have a special title. When it comes to your individual soul fights, you may choose your own titles for the 2-on-2 matches. For 1-on-1 encounters, I have devised nicknames for each of you. You shall use these names in competition. As long as you specify them during registration, your true names will not be revealed in the arena. The group understood the Master's intent. After all, they were quite young, particularly those like Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had already reached the 30-level Soul Ancestor rank by the age of 12. Any one of them would be remarkable within the Soul Master community. Especially in the Grand Soul Arena, once they gained fame, it was likely that the Spirit Hall would be the first to come knocking. Although Xiao Yi was unafraid, he did not wish to expose himself so early. Oscar, with curiosity, inquired, "Then what about our titles?" The master replied, "Mubai shall retain his original title, the Evil Eye White Tiger. You will continue as your sausage specialist. As for you, Xiao-san, how about Thousand-Handed Silvergrass? It sounds a bit unappealing. Should we consider a different one? That doesn't sound good. Let us change it," Xiao interjected. "It's not impressive at all. Silvergrass is rather unattractive." The master looked towards Tang San, noticing his silence, and a smile crept onto his face. He had always been exceedingly pleased with this disciple. "What do you think would be a fitting title?" Dai Mubai proposed. Although Xiao San appears honest, when he truly gets riled up, his killing intent surpasses ours. "I suggest we call him Thousand-Handed Azura. Azura symbolizes a demon of slaughter, which would certainly instill a sense of dread in our opponents." The master turned to Tang San. "What is your opinion?" Tang San replied, "I have no strong feelings. Please decide, master." The master concluded, "Then it shall be Thousand-Handed Azura. Ma Hongjun, I have also thought of a title for you. How does Evil Fire Phoenix sound?" The portly boy grinned widely. "Thank you, master. That is splendid, after all. I am a phoenix in my own right." Beside him, Oscar muttered, "Yes, a phoenix. However, I believe Gulen Phoenix would be a better choice." The portly lad fumed. "Xiao, we are teammates after all. Are you deliberately trying to undermine me?" At this moment, Xiao had approached the master, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "Master, what shall I be called? Please bestow upon me a beautiful name." The master smiled and replied, "You possess the delicate skills of softness. Your body is pliable as if devoid of bones. Coupled with your rabbit spirit and enchanting abilities, let us name you Soft-Boned Enchanting Rabbit, which resonates perfectly with your spirit." The name sounded delightful, and Xiao Wu immediately beamed with joy. As for Ning Rongrong, her spirit is the 7 treasures glazed tile. Nothing could better encapsulate your essence than this, while simultaneously providing a layer of concealment, as all the direct disciples of the 7 treasures glazed sect share this spirit. Regarding Zhu Zhuqing, it is most fitting to adopt her spirit as her title. The name Ghostly Spirit Cat is already quite commendable. Now concerning Xiao Yi, since your spirit is the Sword of Judgment, let your title be Judgment Swordsman. As soon as Yu Xiaojing's words fell, Xiao Yi shook his head and said, "No, swordsman feels too awkward. I've long decided on my title, the Arbiter." Yu Xiaojing did not oppose this. "Your title is yours to choose, and I merely offer suggestions. What matters is that you are content with it." Currently, the 8 of them, being novices, are all at the Iron Soul Fighter level. Among them, Dai Mubai has 3 points, Oscar has none, and Tang San has accumulated 2 points due to participating in both a 1-on-1 and a 2-on-2 match alongside Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun also triumphed over his opponent last time, garnering the highest points amongst them, reaching 10, and has achieved 3 consecutive victories. Xiao Wu, like Tang San, has 2 points, while Ning Rongrong has none. Zhu Zhuqing faced Tang San last time and lost the match, leaving her with 0 points. Xiao Yi has won 2 matches, resulting in 2 points. To advance from Iron Soul Fighter to Copper Soul Fighter, one needs 100 points, and from Copper to Silver Soul Fighter, one must accumulate 1,000 points. They still have a long journey ahead to reach the goal of the second phase of training. Given that Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing are already considered elite within their ranks, coupled with their exceptional spirits, they have decided to first engage in a 1-on-1 battle before moving on to 2-on-2 matches. In this scenario, Oscar's role becomes significantly evident, with his sausages as sustenance. Everyone's soul power and stamina can be effectively replenished, providing them with a distinct advantage over ordinary soul masters participating in the matches. Thus, even participating in 3 battles in one night is not out of the realm of possibility, provided they do not exhaust too much soul power in the earlier matches. Both Tang San and Xiao Wu possess extraordinary third soul skills. Thus, despite just recently surpassing the 30th level, they have resolved to partake in 1-on-1 battles. Over the past 3 months, Tang San had previously defeated Dai Mubai unexpectedly using his exceptional third soul skill, instilling him with considerable confidence. Meanwhile, Xiao's unique ability to render her opponents nearly defenseless upon close proximity also bolstered her self-assurance. Xiao's strengths and weaknesses are equally pronounced. Her strength lies in her near invincibility at close range, yet her weakness is that she can only confront one opponent at a time. Once faced with numerous opponents, her prowess becomes increasingly difficult to manifest. When the strength of her adversary surpasses the might of her bow, all her skills will render utterly ineffectual. Although Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhiqing harbor undisclosed tensions, they remain composed during formal competitions. Zhu Zhiqing, despite being a soul master of the second ring, possesses confidence in her ability to maneuver against a soul sovereign, thanks to her remarkable speed. The training over the past few months has been no trivial matter, as she seeks to gauge the disparity between herself and the soul sovereign. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, forming a duo, are expected to have the lowest odds of victory. With Oscar as a soul sovereign, they are compelled to compete in the soul sovereign category, yet he has only recently ascended and is primarily an auxiliary type. While the more aggressive Ma Hongjun possesses insufficient soul power, making it challenging to inflict decisive damage upon their opponents. To secure a win, they can only rely on a war of attrition. In contrast, the pairing of Xiaoyi and Ning Rongrong boasts the highest recognized probability of success. Although Xiaoyi is merely a great soul master, his strength is well acknowledged. Yu Xiaojiang even contemplated allowing him to compete in the soul sovereign tier. Coupled with Ning Rongrong's 30% enhancement, they stand a fighting chance even against high-level soul sovereigns. Yu Xiaojiang is aware of this potential but refrains from voicing it for a reason. While Xiaoyi's collaboration with Ning Rongrong could challenge high-level soul sovereigns, the associated risks are considerable, particularly since Xiaoyi is still quite young, and his diminutive stature, despite the mask, cannot be obscured. The fact that he has few rivals within his own rank is already remarkable. A challenge beyond his level may provoke envy-fueled hostility from others. Thus, Yu Xiaojiang ultimately decides to have the two participate in the competitions for great soul masters of the second ring, albeit with stricter requirements. There is no doubt about your abilities. Few in your category can rival you. Therefore, I expect your victory rate to exceed 95%. Can you achieve this? Yu Xiaojiang inquired, directing his gaze at Xiaoyi. Absolutely, came the resounding and confident response. Let us proceed. The Soto Great Soul Arena echoed with its nightly vibrancy, as throngs of spectators began to converge from all directions. As the most traditional and beloved form of entertainment among the populace, the arena draws numerous attendees daily. Affluent individuals indulge in unparalleled enjoyment, while even those of modest means can witness the soul master battles. The arena offers specially priced tickets aimed at the common folk, ensuring affordability, thus allowing the populace, once their basic needs are met, to relish in the spectacle of soul master competitions. After all, merely witnessing a soul master is enough to satisfy the vanity of most commoners. Naturally, those with cheaper tickets can only observe ordinary battles, whereas the truly exhilarating contests command a hefty price. Soto City is never devoid of lavish spenders, and with the betting hosted by the Great Soul Arena, it serves as a clandestine battleground for the rich and noble. At this moment, the commencement of the routine battles at the Great Soul Arena is imminent. Soon, the one-on-one and two-on-two outer battle spirits shall commence. Once these two contests conclude, the most thrilling team battles will unfold. At this moment, a 10-member team captivated the attention of the crowd preparing to enter the grand battle arena. Among these 10 individuals, 8 donned identical masks. The green masks appeared somewhat comical, yet their attire varied significantly. Some were resplendent, while others were modest. This group comprised the renowned disciples of Shrek Academy, along with 2 deans and Yu Xiaojiang. Their destination was the 13th battle arena. As per the initial plan, everyone registered sequentially with their Iron Battle Spirit badges, under the guidance of their master. 5 participants indicated their intention to simultaneously partake in both one-on-one and two-on-two battles during their registration in 2 separate zones. The staff allocated specific time slots for their matches, ensuring that the 2 events would not overlap. Additionally, each individual modified the titles on their Iron Battle Spirit badges, concealing their true names and adopting the titles they had devised earlier that day. Merely changing their titles incurred a cost of 10 gold soul coins per person. However, since no further registration was required, the expenses remained minimal. A single victory in any match would suffice to recoup their costs. Chapter 57. The contest begins. Shall we register our team together? Ma Hongjun inquired. Due to Ning Rongrong's capriciousness, she and Oscar had not joined the others in their previous match at the battle arena. Consequently, Xiao Yi and Ma Hongjun had yet to complete their registration and had no choice but to proceed together. Otherwise, they would be unable to compete. Wait a moment. Let me ask. Xiao Yi turned and asked, Rong, do you want to join us? Ma Hongjun's eyes twitched, Tang San nearly stumbled, and even Yu Xiaojiang's expression turned awkward. A shared thought crossed everyone's mind. Is it really necessary to ask? Your position at home must be woefully low. This is quite the domineering wife. What more can I say? Alas, the dignity of man. Xiao Yi perceived nothing amiss, while Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed. Grasping Xiao Yi's hand, she declared, let us go. The four arrived at the registration room, a spacious area featuring a platform at its center where a young woman, appearing to be in her 20s, lounged lazily in a chair. This was indeed the registration point for the battle spirits. Xiao Yi, what are you staring at? Ning Rongrong observed Xiao Yi's gaze fixated on the young woman, feeling an indescribable discomfort. Xiao Yi awkwardly scratched his head, feeling as though he had caught someone in a compromising situation. Humph. Ning Rongrong huffed, donned her mask, and approached the registration area. Hello. Are you here to register for the battle spirits? The young lady on the platform inquired upon noticing their arrival. This lady. We wish to register for a 2-on-2 team under the name 7 Treasure Glorious Sword. The soul power and code names were revealed by Ning Rongrong, who pointed to Xiao Yi, disclosing their respective soul power levels and designations. This is a regulation of the soul arena, where participants must declare their soul power to ensure compatibility with their opponent's ranks. Should one fail to declare oneself as a great soul master and inadvertently face an opponent of the soul respect level, it would lead to dire consequences. The young lady displayed a sweet smile and said, very well, please hold on. Shortly thereafter, 2 badges were handed to Ning Rongrong, who was reminded to safeguard them, as each match would be recorded for points. Once their score reached the required standard for advancement, they would be notified. Ning Rongrong refrained from further conversation and turned her attention to Oscar and Ma Hongjun. It's your turn now. Hurry up. They are still waiting outside. Oscar and Ma Hongjun had also registered as a duo, humorously naming themselves Grilled Sausage, with grilled reflecting Ma Hongjun's fiery phoenix spirit and sausage derived from Oscar. This straightforward name aptly represented their respective martial spirits. As it happened, today was the weekend for ordinary folk, resulting in an unusually large audience at the Grand Soul Arena. Most of these spectators were commoners who had already been stirred into excitement by the first match, their cheers echoing throughout the venue. Upon returning to the viewing platform, the 4 friends heard the announcer proclaim, next, we invite the opponents of the 3-5 duo, the Cat and Mouse duo, who have achieved 4 consecutive victories in the 2-on-2 matches. With their formidable prowess, they have attained unprecedented success in the soul respect level competitions. Should they triumph over today's opponents, the 3-5 duo, they will complete 5 consecutive victories. Perhaps, the next time they grace the Soto Grand Soul Arena, they will enter the Central Soul Arena, a remarkable honor for any soul fighter. Hearing about Tang San's opponents, Xiao Yi chuckled and remarked, hee hee. While Tang San might falter against others, this match is surely his for the taking. Yu Xiaojiang nodded in agreement, deducing from the name of the opposing duo that they would be agile, attack-oriented soul masters. Both the Cat and Mouse were renowned for their speed, and as a control-type soul master, Tang San was ideally suited to counter such opponents. Xiao Yi's assertion that Tang San might struggle against a soul respect level opponent stemmed from the possibility of facing a spirit that countered his blue-silver grass, such as fire, particularly if the opponent's level approached 40 and possessed comparable intelligence. Otherwise, defeating Tang San would be an insurmountable challenge. As a wave of fervent cheers erupted, the 3-5 duo and the Cat and Mouse duo made their entrance. With little interest left in the unfolding match, Xiao Yi opted to close his eyes and feign slumber. Beside him, Ning Rongrong was lively and animated. Although she recognized that Tang San would not lose this match, the vibrant atmosphere was too enticing for her to remain idle. Amidst the fervent chants of encouragement for San Ge and Xiao Wu, it came as no surprise that Tang San and his companions swiftly overpowered their opponents. With the host's announcement, the San Wu duo triumphed in their 2-on-2 match, securing a commendable consecutive victory, and both players saw their scores rise to 3 points. The audience erupted in cheers once more, despite the brevity of this duel. The spectators were just and generous with their applause, allowing the San Wu duo to discreetly exit the stage amidst a sea of admiration. As the matches progressed, it was not only the San Wu duo that emerged victorious in the 2-on-2 format. The Yuming Baihu team also claimed victory. Dai Mubai's weakness lay in his speed, yet Zhu Zhuqing seamlessly compensated for this shortcoming. Their synergy proved effective, effortlessly overcoming even opponents of the Soul Sovereign rank. The Kaosan duo, facing their final match as Soul Sovereigns, showcased their prowess with Ma Hongjuan's long-range attacks, supported by Oscar's ability to replenish his energy, coupled with his third soul skill, which rendered their foes unable to touch them. Although the journey was arduous, they ultimately secured victory. Due to their late registration, the Qibao Xinjian duo found themselves in the last match of the evening. The final 2-on-2 battle awaited, followed by individual and team competitions. Interested spectators were invited to remain for the concluding events. This was the clever aspect of the Soul Fighting Arena, positioning the most popular 7-member team at the end, while placing the less favored solo performances in the middle, thereby compelling many to endure the solo matches rather than waste their time. Now, we welcome the final competitors, the Qibao Xinjian duo, to face off against the Kaosan duo. An amusing name indeed. One wonders if they are acquainted with the Kaosan duo. The participants are invited to take the stage. Below, Yu Xiaojiang and his companions exchanged peculiar glances, watching Oscar and Ma Hongjun with intrigue, while the broadcast announced the Kaosan duo's entrance. He pondered the origin of such a name. As Oscar and his partner stepped onto the stage, Yu Xiaojiang retreated to a dark corner, mumbling that he did not recognize them. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang mused that no one in the world could be foolish enough to bestow such a name. However, he underestimated the Kaosan duo, who shattered conventions with remarkable finesse. Despite Yu Xiaojiang's astute calculations throughout his life, he found himself outmatched by this very duo. Turning our attention back to the competition, Xiaoyi and Ning Rongrong, adorned with masks and attired in special garments prepared by Yu Xiaojiang to conceal their figures, had already taken the stage. Their opponents were two middle-aged men who exhibited an air of arrogance upon their entrance, seemingly buoyed by their recent streak of 3 consecutive victories. One of the gentlemen, brimming with enthusiasm, approached Xiaoyi. Despite the barrier of their masks, his disdainful expression was evident. "Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Yin, the audacious Zhang, a level 29 Soul Master. Encountering our Kaosan duo is your misfortune." The audience, unable to contain themselves, rolled their eyes. For a man nearing 30 levels of soul power to boast about victories over fellow Soul Masters was hardly surprising. Why the bravado? Xiaoyi disregarded him entirely, turning his gaze to another adversary Soul Master. As anticipated, this one was equally formidable, grinning widely to reveal a fierce expression. "Hee. There's no need for you to know who I am. I'm at level 29, so be cautious, or you might meet your demise." Such trash talks incessantly, Xiaoyi muttered under his breath. The competition commenced. Chapter 58. A fearsome foe. As the host's voice faded, the barbecue duo revealed their martial souls and soul rings. Zhang Yan's martial soul was a fiery steed, quite an impressive sight. The auxiliary soul was a skewer of lamb. Both possessed 1 white and 1 yellow soul ring, denoting a 10-year and a 100-year soul ring respectively. The first soul ring holds immense significance for a soul master, and it appeared they were already around 40 years of age, rendering any hope of ascending to the rank of Soul King unlikely. Though they might still achieve Soul Sect with diligent effort. They act as if they are spectacular, yet in reality, they are mere waste. How amusingly arrogant. Xiaoyi scoffed, turning to Ning Rongrong beside him. "Rongrong, get ready. Daimu Bai and the others are still waiting. Let us settle this swiftly." "All right. When we return, I want you to play with me." The opposing auxiliary, clearly displeased, interrupted their conversation with a flash of his first soul ring. "Humph. Are you frightened by my presence? Resorting to nonsensical chatter? Just look at your figures. You must be a mere child. Yin, go. Time to buy some lamb skewers." The last phrase was the auxiliary soul master's soul incantation, and as it concluded, 2 raw lamb skewers materialized in his hands, inedible in their current state. "What is that auxiliary doing? Do not fret. Isn't there someone nearby who wields fire?" Zhang Yin ignited the skewers with his flames, and within mere seconds, they were thoroughly cooked. Each took one, braving the heat to consume them. Instantly, their momentum surged, reaching the level of soul respect, revealing the rationale behind their 3 consecutive victories. Such a peculiar martial soul, this was indeed a case of freshly grilled and immediately consumed. Though the seconds were fleeting, they provided a significant advantage over their opponents. Nevertheless, Xiaoyi remained unmoved, sensing a certain folly in these two. Reminiscent of Oscar and Ma Hongjun, merely too weak and excessively arrogant. Add more spice to the lamb skewers. Another incantation issued forth, this time invoking his second soul ring's ability. Once again, it was freshly grilled and consumed. But, "Awu, how spicy." With their cries, both their bodies flushed crimson, their gazes turning somewhat bloodthirsty. Frenzy? Yu Xiaojing and the audience exclaimed in astonishment. The frenzy ability was one of the most coveted techniques among auxiliary soul masters, significantly amplifying all attributes except intelligence while numbing pain receptors. Yet, a common flaw of frenzy lies in the resultant weakness due to the overexertion of one's potential. Nonetheless, frenzy remains exceedingly rare and powerful. Yu Xiaojing could hardly believe that such exceptional skills resided within a mere passerby. Once these two individuals succumbed to their frenzy, their soul power surged to the level of intermediate soul respect, which explained their consecutive victories. If they exhibited a modicum of strategic thinking, a 6-win streak was within reach. To counter this frenzy, one merely needed to prolong the confrontation. Naturally, Xiao Yi could secure victory without engaging in battle. But did he grasp this strategy? He did. Yet he chose not to employ it. The support system had become obsolete. Once they entered a frenzy, they would leap into the fray, effectively eliminating themselves from the contest. So why was he still indulging in meat skewers? Quite the enigma. His role was merely to waste Zhang Yan's soul power. As for Zhang Yan, attaining intermediate soul respect was inconsequential. He had faced such adversaries before. Nevertheless, Xiao Yi's expression grew grave, for Zhang Yan's power had escalated by approximately 10 levels post-frenzy. Ning Rongrong. Xiao Yi spoke with gravity. Ning Rongrong flashed a playful smile. Hee. Do you wish for my assistance? You must plead for it. After all, he exhibited a certain foolishness, fixating solely on her instead of the battle. With a wink, she teased Xiao Yi further. Indeed, Ning Rongrong was correct. Zhang Yan was rather dim-witted, as he was fixated on the offensive capabilities rather than the support. Moreover, even after the onset of battle, he was preening, seemingly enamored with his fiery appearance. Brother, time flies swiftly. Cherish the frenzy. A howl erupted as if signaling the commencement of a performance. Zhang Yan charged forward. Yet, brother, are you not a horse? What is this howl about? The 7 treasures turn into glass. Strength, the first. Speed, the second. Although Ning Rongrong was mischievous, she could still discern the gravity of the situation. Should she act capriciously and lead them to failure, it would be quite the embarrassment. 2 beams of light shot toward Xiao Yi, instantly augmenting his strength significantly. The sword of judgment materialized in his grasp, poised to meet the ferocious Zhang Yan. The first soul ring of Zhang Yan gleamed as he raised his right leg and swung with force, unleashing a crescent-shaped blade of soul power that shot forth at great speed. Xiao Yi raised the sword of judgment, bracing it against his chest. Clang! The sound of steel colliding reverberated throughout the arena. Xiao Yi staggered back several steps, his arm momentarily numbed from the impact. Raising his gaze, he beheld the boisterous Zhang Yan, who was laughing triumphantly. His expression turned serious. He had anticipated a swift resolution, yet it appeared that considerable effort would be required. Prior to the match, Yu Xiaojing had advised him that no matter the adversary encountered, the use of soul skills was strictly prohibited. Yu Xiaojing had been astonished when he heard Flandre mention Xiao Yi's conceptualization and experimentation with 3 applications of soul power. Soul masters had long been shackled by the conventional belief that their primary output stemmed from soul skills. In essence, soul skills were merely specialized applications of soul power. In this age of stagnation, even the innovative Yu Xiaojing had not envisioned such possibilities. The 3 applications devised by Xiao Yi heralded a historic transformation on the continent. These applications catered to soul masters of varying attributes, empowering the strong and fortifying the weak. Aside from their difficulty in learning, they also served to enhance the purity of soul power, offering innumerable benefits without a single drawback. To defeat an opponent without resorting to soul skills was the task set forth by his mentor. Though failure carries no punishment, it inevitably leaves an unfavorable impression in the minds of others. Moreover, Xiao Yi yearns to test his prowess without the aid of soul techniques. The battlefield is the most conducive environment for growth, and Yu Xiaojing has assigned Xiao Yi the task of refining his soul power's flow through continued participation in the competition. This not only conceals his identity but also serves as a means of training. Even though his current opponent is formidable, Yu Xiaojing shows no intention of rescinding his orders. As another fiery blade hurtles toward him, Xiao Yi barely evades it, beads of sweat forming upon his brow. Ning Rongrong feels a twinge of anxiety, fearing for Xiao Yi's safety, especially since she is aware of the tasks Yu Xiaojing has set for him. Overcoming this adversary without utilizing soul techniques would require either evasion or a direct confrontation. Huh? Do you underestimate me? You don't even show your soul rings. Do you think that will ensure your victory over me? Zhang Yan sneers upon witnessing Xiao Yi escape his onslaught. Xiao shakes out his arms and replies, I've nearly recovered. Fool, I can barely withstand your attacks, but I wonder if you can endure mine. Zhang Yin burst into laughter. Do you really think I'm foolish? With the support from the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, I won't be taking your hits head on. You say you're not foolish? Anyone aware of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School would have dealt with the support first, rather than engaging a power type directly. If you weren't foolish, this world wouldn't be so intriguing. What if I attack you without using soul techniques or support during your berserk phase? Rong, step aside. I wish to test my limits. But believe me. Alright. Though Ning Rong wishes to voice her concerns, she ultimately vacates the arena. Zhang Yin chuckles, kid. I admire your spirit. If you breach my defenses, I concede. If not, I shall declare my defeat by default. Agreed. But you have made a grave miscalculation. How can a power-type soul master lack defensive skills? My second soul technique, Wild Horse's Mane, enhances my defense by 30%. Let us see how you fare against it. Shai takes a deep breath. I wish to give it a try. Chapter 59. A Sword Shaui smiles and remarks. No backing out now. Don't shed tears if you lose. Zhang Yin pauses momentarily, then laughs heartily. Let us see if you can win first. Hurry up. Time is running out. Shaui refrains from further speech. Though this individual may not possess great intelligence, such people typically harbor a commendable trait. They keep their word. Lacking the scheming nature of others, they genuinely consider you a friend. If you have a slightly foolish friend, cherish them, aside from family. They are the ones who will not plot against you. Shaui closes his eyes, channeling his soul power into the judgment sword, initiating its flow. It begins sluggishly, gradually accelerating, before compressing to emit a faint glow. Zhang Yin, observing the unusual aura surrounding the judgment sword, feels a growing gravity in his gaze. Even he, despite his simplicity, sensed a subtle danger. The coolness enveloping his body sent a shiver coursing through him. This was still under the condition that Shaui had not fully prepared himself. Below the stage, Yu Xiaojing nodded slightly, his gaze filled with approval. Indeed, while still unskilled, it seemed that upon returning, he would need to intensify the training requirements. Behind him, the 7 monsters stood side by side, unaware of Yu Xiaojing's thoughts, chattering incessantly. Daimu Bai glanced at Tang San and said, Little San, your talent is unparalleled, and you practice vibrations. Could you share some tips with me? Tang San smiled wryly and shook his head. This has nothing to do with talent. As for tips, didn't T Xiaoi mention it before? However, achieving high frequency is exceedingly difficult, especially when each frequency must strike a precise point. That makes it even more challenging. I dare say I practice vibrations daily. Yet even now, I can only manage a few brief vibrations at a time. Xiaowu, the liveliest of the girls, could hardly remain idle. 3 brother. You're doing well. Don't say short bursts. Even for an extended period, I cannot manage to vibrate my soul power without moving my body. Tang San replied with mild discontent. How many times have you practiced? You're always slacking off. Xiaowu stuck out her tongue, playfully grinning. Hiki, Zhu Zhiqing, who preferred silence, said nothing, yet she knew in her heart that her progress was on par with Xiaowu's. Daimu Bai then turned to Ma Hongjun and Oscar. What about you two? I remember you were practicing rotations? Oscar nodded yes. I'm progressing a bit faster. I can barely manage simultaneous rotation in 2 directions. Ma Hongjun felt a blush rise. He had spent most of the past few months indulging in food rather than training rotations, hence his silence. Yu Xiaojing snorted. It seems you've had too much rest. Look at you all. How many of you are actually training your soul power application? When not eating or sleeping, you don't appear serious at all. Starting tomorrow, we will increase the difficulty. In battles of the same rank, only the first soul skill may be utilized. Ma Hongjun timidly interjected, but teacher, what about me? Oscar and I are battling soul masters. Yu Xiaojing pondered for a moment, glancing at Zhu Zhiqing. Daimu Bai is prohibited from using his 3rd soul skill. You and Oscar have no restrictions. Just as the 2 breathed a sigh of relief, Yu Xiaojing suddenly added, however. Within half a year, I expect to see your self-created soul skills or enhanced skills. Furthermore, Ma Hongjun, you must break through to the rank of Soul Master. At this rate, when will we graduate? Xiaoyi was oblivious to the heightened difficulty Yu Xiaojing imposed upon them, but it mattered little to him. For he could not utilize a single soul skill. Xiaoyi was currently engrossed in cultivating his own soul power flow. And only when he sensed the buzzing of the judgment sword and the chilling airflow surrounding him did he open his eyes. Opposite him, Zhang Yin stood ready, assuming a defensive stance with his legs firmly planted. The second soul skill enhances defense, and when coupled with a state of frenzy, one could assert that even if he stood still, an ordinary second-ring soul master would be unable to breach his defenses. Yet, The individual before him instilled an inexplicable sense of dread, akin to the imminent threat of being slain by a blade. An absurd thought crept into his mind: insurmountable power. Shaking his head, Zhang Yin clearly dismissed the notion that anyone, particularly a low-ranking soul master, could vanquish him. Xiao Yi wielded his sword with one hand, the gusts of sword wind occasionally slicing through his own flesh, with droplets of blood seeping from the wounds. However, he remained unfazed. His gaze as tranquil as a still pond, unwavering as he regarded his adversary. At that moment, Xiao Yi experienced a fleeting epiphany, grasping the essence of the sword. Yu Xiaojiang observed the wounds on Xiao Yi and paused momentarily, then burst into an unrestrained laugh, drawing curious glances from those around him. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the 7 monsters felt a twinge of embarrassment. Tang Sen inquired, "Master, what is the matter?" He had never witnessed Yu Xiaojiang lose his composure, not even when he first met his prodigious disciple, nor during reunions with old friends, or when facing soul beasts that nearly cost him his life. He had only ever shown a spark of excitement in his eyes, maintaining his usual stoic demeanor, never once laughing heartily. Yu Xiaojiang, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, "Tang San, I have always believed your talent and intellect to be among the finest on the continent. However, it appears my perspective has been too narrow. Within just one academy, there emerges an individual who could rival you throughout your life. No, he may even surpass you. If you harbor no significant conflicts, this continent shall belong to you both." The others wisely remained silent. Tang Sen furrowed his brow. He had never considered himself the foremost, aware that there are always greater heights to aspire to. He was not foolish and understood whom Yu Xiaojiang referred to. What puzzled him was the revelation that led Yu Xiaojiang to recognize Xiao Yi's exceptional prowess. "Master, you mean Xiao Yi, right? But why do you say so?" Yu Xiaojiang, without a hint of impatience, responded thoughtfully, "Observe closely." A subtle aura of sword wind surrounds Xiao Yi. His injuries are inflicted by that very sword wind, which embodies the essence of the sword. Sword intent? I have sensed it from Grandpa Jian, but it always flickered away in an instant. Yu Xiaojiang nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is sword intent. On this continent, there exists a master swordsman known as the Sword Douluo, acknowledged as the strongest sword wielder across the realm. Yet, even he has not fully comprehended sword intent." Ma Hongjun, in a daze, remarked, "So, Xiao Yi has grasped it?" Dai Mubai playfully tapped his head. "Of course he has. Otherwise, the master wouldn't have said so." The others remained silent, awaiting Yu Xiaojiang's elaboration. Dai Mubai was partly correct. Xiao Yi could not be said to have fully comprehended it. Only that he had begun to perceive it, albeit still struggling to control it, for otherwise, he would not have incurred injuries. Nevertheless, this was already commendable, laying a solid foundation for him. If the Sword Douluo were to personally instruct him, the results would be even more remarkable. Ning Rongrong remained silent, her thoughts shrouded in mystery. With a swift motion, Xiao Yi surged forward like a sword drawn from its sheath, causing cold sweat to trickle down Zhang Yan's brow. It was only at this moment that he comprehended the terrifying prowess of his opponent and recognized the folly of attempting to withstand his strike. There was no sound of collision. The judgment sword struck Zhang Yan's soul defense as effortlessly as a knife slicing through tofu. Just before the impact, Zhang Yan hastily called for surrender. "Stop. I concede." It was no jest. Had he not yielded, given the sword's capabilities, he would surely have been left in tatters. Yu Xiaojiang nodded in acknowledgement. Frankly, after Zhang Yan's rampage, he had not anticipated Xiao Yi, without the use of soul abilities, emerging victorious, considering it merely a form of training. However, he was pleasantly surprised. Not only did Xiao Yi win the match, but he also grasped the essence of sword intent. Although the 2-on-2 had ultimately evolved into a 1-on-1 duel, none of the audience expressed discontent. While the confrontation may not have been breathtaking, it was nonetheless captivating, inspiring soul masters of lower rankings to believe they could vanquish formidable foes. Unbeknownst to anyone, in a shadowy corner, a figure quietly vanished. Chapter 60. Imperial Duel. Despite the seemingly effortless victory, Xiao Yi had reached his limits. His mental energy was entirely depleted, his soul power dwindling, and numerous wounds marred his body. Rising from the ground, Zhang Yin, now free from his frenzy and devoid of anger, remarked weakly, "Kid, impressive. You far surpass me." Though masked, his physique revealed his approximate age, making it fitting for him to address Xiao Yi as kid. Zhang Yin was not foolish enough to stray from reality. "You are no slouch yourself, significantly stronger than the average Great Soul Master. Though both of us serve supportive roles, I must concede your merit. Mutual respect often breeds popularity." The host finally regained composure, his voice resonating throughout the soul arena. "What an extraordinary match. I hereby declare that Shrek Academy's 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School emerges victorious. Even with the results known, the audience erupted in cheers. Most overlooked a crucial detail throughout the entire match, from start to finish. Xiaoyi had never utilized a soul skill, whether in one-on-one or two-on-two scenarios. Before Yu Xiaojiang could speak, the 7 monsters rushed forward to assist the weakened Xiaoyi, showering him with various greetings. It was not that Yu Xiaojiang opposed Xiaoyi joining the 7 monsters, but rather that Xiaoyi himself declined, expressing his desire to be the one behind the scenes. Furthermore, he did not possess a flamboyant disposition. The longest-lived individuals are not necessarily the strongest. Wise people can also thrive, for they possess the understanding of patience and humility. One often finds that the true masterminds remain unrecognized, while those who shout loudly are usually mere subordinates or enforcers. This evening, Shrek Academy is set to engage in a 7-member team competition against a notably formidable squad, the Frenzied Warriors, whose members are all at the rank of 3-ring spirit elders. While 3 members of the 7 monsters still have some distance to cover before reaching that level, this presents a significant challenge for them. Many observers believe that Shrek will inevitably lose, given that they are a newly registered team in the eyes of the public. Their coordination and spiritual power cannot compare to their opponents, making defeat seem inevitable. However, only the astute recognize that today's thrilling matches predominantly feature the students of Shrek Academy. The 7 monsters, too, harbor confidence in their ability to overcome their adversaries. Xiaoyi sat quietly, listening to Yu Xiaojiang provide guidance to the 7 monsters. As he had not participated in the team battle, he enjoyed his leisure. He firmly believed that the 7 monsters would not falter. Each member possessed their unique trump cards and characteristics. As anticipated, despite some difficulties, the 7 monsters emerged victorious, with Shrek achieving a flawless record today. Flander was exuberantly delighted, for this victory translated into financial gain. Given his avaricious nature, he could not help but laugh heartily, while Yu Xiaojiang maintained his usual demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the events. Flander inquired as to why Yu Xiaojiang was not jubilant, to which Yu Xiaojiang replied, "Isn't victory to be expected? What is there to celebrate?" In truth, he merely feigned indifference, as he was unaccustomed to expressing his emotions. Recently, the members of Shrek have been competing daily in the Soul Arena, which forms an integral part of their curriculum. Ever since Xiao Yi triumphed over Zhang Yan, he has not encountered an opponent of such strength. Each match has been remarkably effortless. Meanwhile, the scores of the sausage duo have dwindled to nearly 0, as they face a considerable gap in skill against their opponents, making their performance commendable under the circumstances, especially given the doubled points for challenging higher-ranked adversaries. Of course, formidable opponents foster growth, and during this period, the sausage duo has made rapid progress. Oscar has not only stabilized his spiritual power, but has also advanced to the next level, while Ma Hongjun has impressively reached the 28th rank, achieving remarkable advancement. Not just them, but others have also gained experience to varying degrees. Daily competitions have become the norm, and today is no exception. This evening, the 7 monsters are set to face an exceedingly strong opponent, the Royal Combat Team. In fact, the adversaries of Shrek may not be solely their challengers, as the management of the Soul Arena personally requested this match. Just 3 days prior, a team of Spirit Masters arrived, all composed of Silver Spirit Masters, seemingly summoned by several noble families from Soto City. For 2 consecutive days, the prominent nobles placed heavy bets on their champions, who, without a hint of uncertainty, claimed victory in the soul battles, inflicting considerable losses upon the Grand Arena. Generally speaking, Soul Masters who reach the Silver Soul battle level possess a rank of over 40. However, every member of this team is a Soul Zone, and the arena cannot violate its regulations by pitting them against a team of Soul Zone with a level below 40. If this trend continues, the Grand Arena may not withstand such persistent losses. Perhaps emboldened by their recent successes, the nobles decided to increase their wagers today. Should they continue to lose, it is likely that the arena would face an inevitable demise. Yu Xiaojiang acquired information regarding the opposing team, the Imperial Battle Team, noting that each member is above level 35, with the captain reaching 39, all boasting optimal soul ring configurations of 2 yellow and 1 blue. Many readers believe that 1,000-year soul rings are purple. However, as I have future uses for purple, let us consider them blue for the sake of this narrative. I trust you will understand. Their martial souls are all of superior quality, and the captain, Yu Tianhing, wields the continent's foremost assault beast martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. They easily overwhelmed the formidable team that had previously managed to defeat Shrek Academy. Although the Shrek 7 also possess optimal soul ring configurations and commendable martial souls, 3 of their members have only recently entered the Soul Zone rank, and 3 others are merely second-ring Great Soul Masters. Yu Xiaojiang refrained from making an immediate decision and instead turned to the group, inquiring about their thoughts. In truth, he had no need to ask. The rules of Shrek Academy dictate obedience. Yu Xiaojiang merely wished to gauge their sentiments, to ascertain whether they might be intimidated before the battle. He granted them the illusion of choice, yet the authority to decide rested firmly in his hands. Shui surveyed the 7, noting a few with downcast expressions, and spoke up. Winning is not difficult. These 4 words captivated everyone's attention. The Imperial battle team's continuous victories would undoubtedly foster arrogance. Their youth leads him to doubt their capacity for calm strategic contemplation. On the battlefield, strength is not the sole factor. Intellect plays a critical role as well. As he spoke, Xiaoyi pointed to his own head. How can we know unless we try? What if we win? And if we lose, so what? Are you afraid of losing? The fighting spirit of the 7 surged instantly. Indeed, what is there to fear? It is not certain that defeat awaits. Then you shall participate. I, after all, will not. In the end, Yu Xiaojiang consented to the arena's participation in the competition, naturally. It would not be without cost, as the stakes involved both points and substantial sums of money. One could say that should Shrek win this match, graduation would be within reach. The primary reason for Yu Xiaojiang's agreement lay in the training of the 7. A Silver Soul battle team that could command such attention from the Soto Grand Soul Arena, coupled with their optimal soul rings, would prove beneficial for the Shrek 7. Yu Xiaojiang allowed them to devise their own strategies, asserting, if I must do everything, what purpose does it serve to cultivate them? There is no fault in that reasoning. The duration of this battle was considerable, and the scene was utterly breathtaking. Tang San and his comrades initially inflicted severe damage on the arrogant captain, Yu Tianheng. However, the formidable support and defense from the opposing side proved overwhelming, leading to injuries sustained by Xiao Wu. In the face of adversity, her injuries ignited a fierce rage within the other 6 members of the team. Daimobai and Zhu Qing showcased their prowess for the first time, employing their martial soul fusion technique, the ethereal white tiger. Tang San also unleashed his external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, against the rejuvenated Yu Tianheng. The existence of Tang San's external soul bone was not concealed from the Shrek members, as Yu Xiaojiang had permitted its use during the competition. The Shrek 7 narrowly claimed victory. However, the secret of Tang San's external soul bone could not remain hidden for long. Although many could not distinguish between soul bones and external soul bones, the former were sufficient to incite lethal intentions, given their rarity surpassing that of soul rings. Chapter 61. After the match in the resting room of the Imperial combat team, Yu Tianheng and his 6 companions stood in a line, facing a young man in his 20s named Qin Ming, who was their mentor and a 6-ring soul emperor on the verge of becoming a soul sage. Achieving such heights at this age was indeed a rarity across the continent. A sense of shame washed over Yu Tianheng and the others as they realized their carelessness led to their defeat despite their overwhelming soul power. Qin Ming remained silent, observing them quietly. As Yu Tianheng, his most prized disciple, stood there, he felt a swell of pride, yet he was not a gentle mentor. On the contrary, he was known for his strictness, often meting out severe punishments. Yet today, he refrained from expressing anger. For you, though this is a defeat, it is ultimately a blessing. Qin Ming remarked with a smile, his tone lacking the severity that the Imperial combat team members anticipated. Yu Tianheng paused, gazing at Qin Ming, suddenly grasping the underlying message. Yu Tianheng, tell me what you have learned, he prompted. Without hesitation, Yu Tianheng replied, we should not be complacent. Even a lion uses all its strength against a rabbit. We were too careless. And what are the victories you've achieved in the past 2 days? Qin Ming inquired. Yu Tianheng hesitated, pondering for a moment before awkwardly admitting, nothing. Qin Ming smiled gently. It is through failure that one grows. Your journey thus far has been smooth, yet a path too easy can lead to regression. This defeat serves as a foundation for future success. Moreover, your loss was not unjust. Not unjust? Yu Tianheng and his companions shook their heads in confusion. Do you know why I say your loss was not unwarranted? Qin Ming continued. Because they are from Shrek Academy, whose motto is to only accept monsters, not ordinary individuals. Graduates of Shrek Academy, provided they survive, are destined to become titled Douluos. What? Destined to become titled Douluos? The gravity of this statement was not lost on them. Titled Douluos represent the pinnacle of combat prowess on the Douluo continent, and exalted status wherever they may be. Qin Ming's evaluation of Shrek Academy was extraordinarily high, bordering on the unbelievable. Ignoring the astonishment of Yu Tianheng and the others, Qin Ming smiled and pointed to himself, inquiring, "What do you think of my talent?" After a moment's contemplation, Yu Tianheng replied, "Even among our family, there are very few soul masters who can advance to soul saint before the age of 30. It can be said that your talent is truly remarkable. My own talent is commendable, yet without diligent effort, it is insufficient. It is through the cultivation of Shrek Academy that I have achieved my current standing, and I am confident that I will break through to title Douluo before I turn 50. Teacher, Qin Ming nodded. I am indeed a graduate of Shrek Academy. Otherwise, do you think my teaching methods were imparted by someone else? In the more than 20 years since the establishment of Shrek Academy, only a handful have graduated. And among them, I am the only one yet to attain Soul Saint status, though they are older than I. I can assert that my talent is undoubtedly among the lowest. Thus, your defeat is not unjustified." The Royal Combat Team gasped in astonishment. Qin Ming was their academy's finest and most gifted teacher, yet he was merely ranked among the lowest of Shrek graduates, revealing the true strength of Shrek Academy. Yu Tianheng, you are my most esteemed disciple, and your adversaries are not only Tang San, who defeated you, but also the unassuming Xiao Yi. Why? Have you not noticed that he has almost never utilized his soul skills during the competition, effortlessly overpowering his opponents, all while only possessing a soul power of level 25, which he has only recently achieved? Now, reflect on this. I must visit a teacher I have not seen in many years. Xiao Yi, in the Shrek Lounge. As Flinder was praising the 7 monsters, a figure approached leisurely. Before the person arrived, his voice had already preceded him. "Hello, Dean Flinder, Vice Dean Zhao Wujie. I am your disciple, Qin Ming." It was none other than Qin Ming, the teacher of the Royal Combat Team. He hurried forward and knelt on one knee before Flinder, his eyes brimming with excitement. Flinder chuckled and said, "I thought you little rascal, had forgotten all about us, not even speaking when you arrived." Zhao Wujie helped Qin Ming to his feet, surveying him from head to toe, and laughed heartily. "Oh, what a fine young man, soon to become a soul saint. You are growing increasingly formidable. At this rate, it won't be long before you catch up with us old fellows." Ha ha. Qin Ming stood respectfully, hands at his sides. "No matter when, you two will always be my teachers, and I shall forever be a disciple of Shrek Academy. I graduated from Shrek Academy." Qin Ming respectfully saluted Yu Xiaojiang, only to find him step aside, leaving Qin Ming somewhat taken aback. He later learned that Yu Xiaojiang was Yu Tianheng's uncle and thus of equal standing to Qin Ming, which explained his evasion of the courtesy. "Teachers, since the student has returned after much difficulty, allow me to treat you all to this meal." Qin Ming was, of course, well aware of Flinder's peculiar penchant for gathering monsters, and he knew that the financial situation at Shrek Academy was rather bleak. Fortunately, he himself was not lacking in funds, so treating to a meal was a perfectly reasonable gesture. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Flinder's eyes sparkled with delight. "Oh, how could this be?" he exclaimed. Yet, his gaze betrayed his true feelings. Although he was initially reluctant to organize a feast, the prospect of not having to spend money certainly brightened his mood. Qin Ming, fully cognizant of Flinder's character, showed no disdain and sat at the dining table, reminiscing with Flinder and Zhao Wujing. Meanwhile, the students engaged in their own conversations. "Xiao Yi, your points must be the lowest now, barely qualifying for Silver Spirit Master," remarked Ma Hongjun with a cheeky grin. During this period, everyone had advanced to Silver Spirit Master, which had surprised them all. Tang San, in particular, had achieved an unblemished record, advancing to Gold Spirit Master, although Xiao Yi had also maintained a flawless record. His participation was limited to 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matches, resulting in the fewest points. Before Xiao Yi could respond, Ning Rongrong interjected, clearly displeased. "Humph, are you really that strong? You only managed to earn points through team competitions. Look at your 2-on-2 scores, they are dismal." Oscar, not one to back down, defended himself, noting that he and Ma Hongjun were a formidable pair, and they had even challenged opponents of a higher level, which was commendable in itself. Ning Rongrong, aware of the impressive accomplishments of the grilled sausage duo, chose not to argue further. Qin Ming turned to Xiao Yi and inquired of Flinder, "Teacher, hasn't this child participated in team competitions?" Flinder nodded. Indeed, he chose not to participate, yet his strength is sufficient to contend against soul ancestors. If it weren't for Yu Xiaojiang assigning him a special task, I would have enrolled him in the soul ancestor tier competitions. Special task? Ah. Does that mean he cannot utilize his soul skills? Truly remarkable, even stronger than Tianheng. What do you think of my students, Junior? Qin Ming was astute enough to understand the implications of Flinder's subtle hints about the special task. Xiao Yi wiped Ning Rongrong's greasy mouth with a smile and remarked, "Your students are quite impressive, but I am only interested in the healing type Yulingling. Tang San nudged Xiaoyi playfully and gestured towards Ning Rongrong, who was now visibly agitated, prompting Xiaoyi to nervously clarify, I was merely expressing interest in her martial spirit. Noticing that the learning environment for his juniors was less than ideal, Qin Ming suggested that they attend the Tiando Royal Academy for their studies. After discussion, Flender agreed, stipulating that any honors attained would belong to the Tiando Royal Academy, yet the students would forever remain part of Shrek. Chapter 62. A visit home. Having come to terms with the decision, Flender's spirits were naturally lifted. He embraced Yu Xiaojiang and said, Xiaojiang, did you see your nephew just now? Yu Xiaojiang nodded, revealing no secrets. That boy did not disappoint me. Haha, how could your nephew be anything less? Come, let us raise a glass. The following day, the members of Shrek Academy returned to the quaint mountain village, while Qin Ming took his students back to the Royal Academy. Upon arriving at the academy, Flender issued a decisive command, prepare to depart for Tiando. At this moment, Xiaoyi sat alone atop a rooftop. Observing the bustling activity of Shrek Academy, he murmured to himself, my training has concluded. It is time to return home, I suppose. I wonder how my mother and sister are faring. Xiaoyi approached Flender's office and knocked gently on the door. A voice from within called out, come in. Flender and Yu Xiaojiang were engrossed in a discussion regarding the future development plans of Shrek Academy, and they looked on with curiosity as Xiaoyi entered. He approached Flender's desk and spoke, Dean, teacher, this phase of my training has come to an end, and I wish to return home for a visit. Return home? Qian Xiaoyi was initially adopted by Pope Bibidong and, due to his extraordinary talent, became the holy son of the Spirit Hall. However, he held no affection for such superficial accolades, donning a mask and assuming the alias Xiao Yi to attend Shrek Academy. Within the academy, only Ning Rongrong was aware of his true identity. As time passed, the longing for home inevitably grew. Xiaoyi nodded as Yu Xiaojiang inquired, you can return home. But is the journey safe? Will someone come to escort you? Yes, my family is concerned and has sent many people, he replied. When will you return? Will you be back for the continental competition? Flender asked. Certainly, Xiaoyi affirmed. Very well, I grant you permission. Although Yu Xiaojiang was strict, he was not inflexible. As long as safety was assured, there was nothing inappropriate about going home. Moreover, it was quite natural for a child around 10 years old to miss home after such an extended absence. Are you really leaving? Ning Rongrong asked with reluctance upon learning of Xiaoyi's departure. Xiaoyi affectionately patted her soft, flowing hair and said, Rongrong, wait for me. All right, she replied. Daimubai. With his straightforward nature, wrapped his arm around Xiaoyi's shoulder. Xiaoyi, you must return by the time of the competition, even if you do not participate. You should come to witness our prowess, right? Take care. Don't worry, I have my guards. Well then, brothers, I shall take my leave. Rongrong. Strive to grow stronger by the next time we meet. After bidding farewell to Shrek, Xiaoyi embarked on his journey. Beside him was an unassuming elderly man named Guimei, one of the elders of the Spirit Hall. All the offerings in the offering hall were titled Douluo, and Guimei held the title of Ghost Douluo. Alongside another title Douluo, Yueguan, the chrysanthemum Douluo, they had watched Qian Xiaoyi grow up. Qian Xiaoyi was quite sensible, albeit he had a mischievous tendency to pull others' beards, which caused Guimei to part with his own. Yet, Guimei held a deep affection for this child, having no offspring of his own. He regarded Qian Xiaoyi as his own child, second only to Bibidong in his fondness. Recently, the Pope had dispatched him and Yueguan to visit Qian Xiaoyi, initially intending to observe him discreetly, but they were soon awkwardly discovered. Just a few days ago, Bibidong mentioned that Qian Xiaoyi would be returning, prompting Guimei to volunteer to personally escort him back to the Spirit Hall. Bibidong, concerned about potential mishaps, did not object. Xiaoyi, how have you been lately? Have they bullied you? Guimei boomed in a commanding manner, clearly with a hint of provocation. Qian Xiaoyi shook her head and said, Uncle Ghost, do you really think I am so easily bullied? It's quite enough that I do not impose on others. The ghostly figure laughed heartily. Indeed, you are quite formidable. However, I have heard whispers that you are often tormented by a girl from the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile sect. Could it be mere slander? Qian Xiaoyi's face flushed crimson in an instant, and she awkwardly stammered, I was merely being courteous. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. Guimei chuckled softly. Ah, that girl, I am aware of her, the eldest daughter of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Indeed, she is worthy of you, both in talent and status. Pray tell, has the relationship between you two progressed? What? Progressed? What do you mean? She replied, flustered. Be clear, You old rascal, what are you insinuating? We are still young. Humph. I shall not engage with you any further. Gue Mei, unfazed by her reprimand, merely laughed. Ha ha ha. Why would I be bothered by such trivialities? By the way, Uncle Gue, how are my sister and mother faring? Qian Shaoi, feeling vulnerable, deftly shifted the topic, executing the transition flawlessly, without a hint of flaw. The Pope is doing well, however, as for the young lady. Qian Shaoi felt a sudden tightening in her heart and exclaimed, "What is wrong with my sister?" The enigmatic figure gently patted Qian Shaoi's head and replied, "Nothing. Your sister is merely on a mission and is not at the spirit hall. It may be a considerable time before she returns, but fret not. The pufferfish and the serpent spear are steadfastly by her side. With their prowess, she is quite safe." "Does that mean I won't see my sister when I return home?" "Quite so. By the way, the Pope has arranged for you a mentor." "A mentor? Who is it?" "That's a secret. Uncle Ghost, you are the most frustrating." In a separate room sat a woman with flowing golden hair, her features exquisitely refined. Clad in a resplendent yellow robe, she exuded an air of nobility and aloofness, engrossed in a tome. Flanking her were two individuals, one stout and the other slender, silently guarding her. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the door. "Master, we have received intel." The woman spoke slowly and unhurriedly. "Come in." As she spoke, a human mask appeared on her face, transforming her golden locks into a crop style. The newcomer knelt at the entrance and reported, "Master, news from the spirit hall indicates that Qian Shaoi has returned." The prince's body involuntarily trembled slightly as he responded with a soft, "Dismissed." "Yes, once the messenger departed." The slender figure beside him spoke, "Young master, Shaoi has returned. Should we go to see her? With our skills, we would not be detected." "Humph, what is there to see? I shall not return," he declared. "Now, both of you, please leave me in peace." The two exchanged glances and shook their heads. He truly was not forthcoming. Young master, there is one matter I neglected to inform you. Our informant reports that Shaoi is together with the eldest daughter of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School." The young master sprang to his feet. "Together? How old are they?" Then, as if struck by a thought, he slowly resumed his seat. "What does it matter to me?" He feigned composure. With each mention of Qian Shaoi, his heart would not find tranquility. They, having experienced their own journeys, understood the reasons behind it. Additionally, they were intrigued, for previously, the young master had harbored disdain for Qian Shaoi. What had prompted this change? Qian Rinxue sat in her chair, her gaze fixed upon the book in her hands. Yet her thoughts wandered aimlessly, lost in the abyss of uncertainty. Qian Shaoi and Gue may return safely to the spirit hall, where Bibi Dong awaited their arrival with great anticipation. Upon hearing that Qian Shaoi was returning, Bibi Dong was overwhelmed with excitement, having longed for this moment. In truth, her worries were unfounded. With the title Douluo present, what could possibly go awry? Chapter 63, Master Ah, finally home. Mother. Bibi Dong smiled gently, caressing his head, her eyes brimming with affection. It had been a considerable time since she last saw her precious son. He had grown taller and become more powerful. It appeared that Shrek Academy had indeed nurtured him well, as he had remarkably approached the 30th level in such a short span. Surely, he must have endured considerable hardships. Qian Shaoi has become more lively. "Well, are you all right?" "One must endure hardships to rise above others. This is what Mother taught us." "Haha, you are right. Without diligence, even a genius may fall. Nevertheless, we have arrived home. It is time to remove the masks. You two siblings are both wearing human masks." As Qian Shaoi took off the mask, a handsome face emerged. Although still somewhat youthful, he could already be considered a striking young man. "Mother, what is sister's task?" "Kiki, that's a secret. Now don't look so glum. Go visit Grandpa. He misses you dearly. When you return, I will introduce you to a teacher who is perfect for you." Upon hearing for the second time that she would soon have a teacher, Qian Shaoi could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. "Mom, please tell me who it is," she implored. Bibi Dong blinked playfully and replied, "Sho, it's a secret." "Humph, you're the worst, Mom," she pouted. "I won't talk to you anymore. I'm off to play with grandfather." As Bibi Dong watched Qian Shaoi's retreating figure, she pondered her thoughts in silence. "Grandfather, Shaoi has returned. Shaoi has come to see you." Even before her arrival, her voice had already heralded her presence. Qian Dalu despised any interruptions to his cultivation. His anger flared. But upon hearing the voice of Qian Shaoi, a smile of understanding graced his aged countenance. Though this grandson was not of his bloodline, he held a fondness for him. In his youth, Shaoi was mischievous, delighting in tugging at the beards of others. Virtually all the offerings in the spirit hall had fallen victim to his playful antics. Those who had escaped unscathed either shaved their beards or simply did not possess any. One memorable day, Qian Xiaoyi climbed onto Qian Daoliu's body, grasped a small handful of beard, and yanked it with all his might, producing a sharp rip. A hush fell over the entire spirit hall. The spectators had never witnessed such audacity, and many felt a chill of apprehension for the little rascal. Yet, Qian Daoliu merely chuckled, devoid of any reproach, even remarking, "If you haven't pulled enough, go find someone else. Everyone in the spirit hall is fair game." From that moment on, a peculiar trend emerged within the spirit hall. Regardless of age or gender, no one dared to keep a beard, although women naturally did not have one. "Grandson, how long have you returned? Why haven't you informed your grandfather?" "I just got back. Look, I came straight to see you. Is there a reward for me?" "Oh?" Qian Daoliu expressed genuine surprise. Qian Xiaoyi seldom, unlike other children, requested rewards, and when he did, it was a true need. He would not be stingy. "Very well. What do you desire?" "Whatever it is, your grandfather shall grant it." "Really?" Qian Xiaoyi exclaimed with delight. "Grandfather, I want my sister." "Ah, well? Your sister is currently on an important mission." Qian Daoliu felt quite embarrassed, having promised something only to retract it moments later. Qian Xiaoyi understood that the chances of her sister's return were exceedingly slim, and she did not press the matter. After all, the Continental Youth Soul Master competition was forthcoming. To ease Qian Daoliu's heart, she pondered for a moment before speaking. Then, "Grandfather, could you grant me a soul bone?" Qian Daoliu smiled. For this was one of the reasons he held a fondness for his grandson. Qian Xiaoyi always took into account the feelings of others, understanding that with his disposition, he would inevitably compel Qian Xiaoyi to make a request that could not be trivial, as it must align with his esteemed status. A piece of soul bone was of little consequence to Qian Daoliu, yet to others, it was a rare treasure of immense value. Thus, Qian Xiaoyi's request was fitting for his lineage and also provided him with an avenue for retreat. "Qian Daoliu, excellent. Is it not merely a soul bone? You belong to the assault type, and when the time comes, I shall select one for you. Moreover, it shall be one that is 10,000 years old. Since you are my grandson, it is imperative that you receive only the finest." Qian Xiaoyi gazed at Qian Daoliu, who was laughing heartily, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Grandfather, I would prefer not to pursue an offensive path. Could you perhaps grant me a supportive role, ideally one related to gems?" Qian Daoliu blinked, then cast a peculiar glance at Qian Xiaoyi. "You wouldn't be referring to that little girlfriend from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, would you?" Never mind that. Will you give it or not?" Yes. Let us go and fetch it right now." "Thank you, grandfather." Ha ha ha. What are you thanking me for?" After a while, Qian Xiaoyi arrived at the hall of the Pope, where Bibi Dong awaited him. Beside Bibi Dong stood an elderly man exuding an air of ethereal grace. His gaze toward Qian Xiaoyi imbued with a peculiar essence. Upon seeing Qian Xiaoyi return, Bibi Dong said, "Xiaoyi, come and meet your master." No sooner had she spoken than the elderly man beside her interjected, "Your Holiness, I have roamed the continent for many years without taking on a disciple. It is not due to a lack of ability on my part, but rather the absence of one worthy of my recognition. Without my endorsement, even the most noble lineage would not suffice for me to accept a disciple. Therefore, to claim that I am his master is rather premature." Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes, then turned her attention to Qian Xiaoyi. Qian Xiaoyi felt a mix of emotions. Was not the old man's words a reflection of himself? "As for gaining your acknowledgement, whether I recognize you as a master remains uncertain." At that moment, Qian Xiaoyi perfectly exemplified the notion of saying one thing while meaning another. "Dear sir, how might I earn your approval?" The elderly gentleman chuckled softly and replied, "Engage in a duel with me, as long as you reveal qualities that I admire. That will suffice." Bai Bidong immediately became displeased, and just as she was about to intervene, Qian Xiaoyi interjected, "Very well, however, esteemed sir, your prowess must be formidable. I have only trained for a few years. How could I possibly compare to you? Thus, do you?" Qian Xiaoyi chose not to elaborate further. Yet everyone discerned his intended message, "Yield to me a little." It would be acceptable if the old man assented, but should he decline, he would become the subject of ridicule, for the powerful are particularly concerned with their reputations. The elder chuckled softly, "Clever little one, I am Qinshin, known by the title of Sword. I shall refrain from making a move, allowing you to strike until you satisfy me. Does that suit you? Allow me to strike? Until you are satisfied? Wait a moment. The Sword Douluo? The one from Rongron's sect?" Yu Shaojiang had once mentioned that the Sword Douluo is the foremost swordsman on the continent. I wonder if I could truly become his disciple. No wonder he bears animosity towards me. Any observant person would realize that I have taken away his little princess. To him, Ning Rongrong is akin to a granddaughter. It would be strange if he were pleased with that. Moreover, there are certainly many heartless men across the continent. Qian Shaoi dared not show any disrespect, as it was crucial to leave a favorable impression. Nevertheless, the undeniable truth remained that he was quite weak. To gain strength, he required a suitable mentor. And the one Bibi Dong had found for him was indeed commendable. The young man thus complied respectfully, hoping for mercy from the esteemed elder. Chapter 64. All-Power Humph. Come forth, young man. Let me witness your prowess and determine whether you are worthy to become my disciple. If you can make my legs move even once, you shall be deemed victorious. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong felt somewhat reluctant. To compel the sword Douluo to move, one would need at least a 4-ring spirit master. However, she refrained from voicing her concerns, for the sword Douluo was not under her command, and their relationship was merely one of cooperation. The sword Douluo, indeed, exuded arrogance. But he had the merit to back it up. The continent's foremost swordsman was not a title to be taken lightly. In truth, the sword Douluo was not inherently arrogant. He merely harbored discontent regarding Qian Shaoi's entanglement with Ning Rongrong. In his view, the boy was utterly oblivious to the nature of love, merely toying with emotions. Ning Rongrong had grown up under his watchful eye. He understood her character well. If abandoned, her life would be rendered dull and devoid of meaning, a source of lifelong anguish. Interesting. Very well, esteemed elder, I shall now demonstrate my humble abilities. Qian Shaoi recognized that the individual before him was not someone he could defeat, and even inflicting a mere scratch would be a formidable challenge. Thus, he braced himself for the encounter. In situations of absolute advantage, one often becomes complacent. Even the continent's greatest swordsman is not exempt from this tendency. Qian Shaoi's opportunity for victory lay in the moment the sword Douluo underestimated him, enabling him to unleash a sudden, powerful strike. Buzz! The sword of judgment materialized in his grasp, accompanied by 2 spirit rings, one yellow and one blue, manifesting behind him. The sword Douluo, Qinshin, paused momentarily, a smile curving his lips. How intriguing. Perhaps I may indeed take on a disciple. Spirit rings that exceed the optimal ratio are termed overmatched spirit rings. The higher the quality of the spirit ring, the greater the capacity required from the spirit master. The optimal spirit ring ratio is calculated based on the highest possible age for a spirit ring that the spirit master can handle. However, this does not apply to all spirit masters. There are exceptional cases of remarkable talent with superior physical attributes capable of enduring higher-age spirit rings, resulting in what is known as an overmatched spirit ring. Historically, instances of overmatched spirit rings have been exceedingly rare, but each case represented a once-in-a-century talent. Provided they do not meet an untimely demise, they invariably ascend to the pinnacle of the continent. Bibi Dong observed the duel. Aware that Qinshin was discerning yet still felt uneasy. She held no particular expectations regarding Qian Shaoi's spirit rings. The first was merely 800 years old, while the second 1,000 years was quite normal. Qinshin had indeed begun to contemplate taking on a disciple. Yet the thought of that little witch being taken away left him in a foul mood. Recently, the little witch had even sent a letter requesting him to accept Qian Shaoi as a disciple. He had never received such treatment. Merely reflecting on it made him irate. He felt it essential to ensure the boy faced some hardship, or he would find it impossible to sleep at night, if not for the little witch's letter. Even the Pope's plea would not suffice. Humph, boy, just you wait. As Qian Shaoi had just summoned his martial soul, he found himself momentarily taken aback. Puzzled, he noticed Chen Xian gazing at him with a peculiar expression. Though Qian Shaoi could not discern the specifics, the general implication was clear. His days of ease seemed, perhaps, to be drawing to a close. Chen Xian nodded slightly, foregoing the use of his martial soul or revealing his soul rings, and stood there, gesturing to Qian Shaoi with an inviting hand. Come forth, young one. With a powerful push from his legs, he dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. Among the great soul masters, only those of the agility type could rival such speed. Qian Shaoi's swiftness was commendable, yet who was Chen Xian? A titled Douluo. The battles he had endured were beyond anything Qian Shaoi could hope to match, rendering his speed, in Chen Xian's eyes, merely a languid affair. Qian Shaoi was undoubtedly aware that his speed could not escape the discerning gaze of Chen Xian. His acceleration was not intended to provoke Chen Xian, but rather to enhance the potency of his strike at the moment of impact. Although Chen Xian could not evade the attack, he remained indifferent to its trivial force. In his perspective, such an assault could be effortlessly neutralized with his external soul force. True to this, Chen Xian made no overt movement. At the precise instant Qian Shaoi's judgment sword descended, a wall of soul force materialized around him. Contrary to expectations of a tremendous collision, the sword of judgment hung suspended in the air. Qian Shaoi displayed no semblance of surprise. It would be absurd to be astonished at a great soul master defeating a titled Douluo. Qianxin remarked casually, "Not bad. It's slightly stronger than the typical attack of a level 30. Although his expression remained indifferent, Qianxin had already acknowledged Qian Shaoi in his heart. That last strike was merely a shade weaker than that of a powerful attack-type soul sage, surpassing even the assault of an agility-type soul sage. Achieving such damage with the prowess of a great soul master, without employing soul skills, is indeed commendable. However, Qianxin chose to remain silent, eager to witness the limits of the child's capabilities and whether he could unleash the power of a four-ring soul scholar. Truly remarkable. This is the essence of a titled Douluo. Qian Shaoi took a few steps back, for this time he intended to employ his soul rings. 2 soul rings shimmered as his first soul skill, Sword Qi, typically a projectile attack, was compressed along the blade of the Judgment Sword, subtly unleashed. Coupled with his second soul skill, Enhancement, which augmented his physical attributes by 10% across the board, Qian Shaoi had, over the extensive period spent at Shrek Academy, developed a commendable mastery over his soul power. While he may not have reached perfection, he was proficient enough to temporarily affix his first soul skill to the blade. Combined with his swiftness, his current offensive capability could rival that of a high-ranking soul respect, and he was not far off from the levels of the soul sect. Qian Shaoi seldom utilizes his second soul skill, either due to its redundancy or the prohibitions imposed by Yu Shaojiang. This time, however, he has finally unleashed this soul skill. Yet his opponent is none other than a titled Douluo. With a powerful strike, Qian Shaoi exerted nearly all of his strength. Yet, Chen Xian remained unfazed, raising his arm and extending a single finger to touch the Sword of Judgment. Clang! Qian Shaoi soared back, both person and sword, gathering his energy once more before charging forward again. At the moment of impact, he extended his left hand. With a resounding clash, the outcome remained unchanged. He was sent flying back. Yet, the expression on Qianxin's face transcended mere astonishment. It was sheer shock. No one, including Bibi Dong, had perceived the situation just moments ago. Only those who experienced it firsthand could comprehend its intricacies. Qianxin glanced at Qian Shaoi's left hand, which was adorned with a translucent, bone-like gauntlet, the fingertips razor-sharp. Having traversed the continent for many years, he recognized it instantly. An external soul bone. The external soul bone differs from a regular soul bone. It is far rarer and more precious, possessing the ability to evolve, infinitely so. When Qian Shaoi's left hand made contact, even Qianxin's arm trembled. It is worth noting that only a formidable soul king of at least 5 rings could induce such a reaction in him. Moreover, Qianxin observed a red mark on Qian Shaoi's finger. It was the very spot that had withstood the judgment sword of Qian Shaoi. That last strike was sharper, significantly more potent than the previous 2. Most importantly, Qian Shaoi had grasped the essence of sword intent, although it was merely a fleeting glimpse. It was an impressive feat nonetheless. Qianxin, known as the Sword Maniac, had attained such mastery through exceptional talent and relentless dedication, achieving his current stature only after experiencing the guidance of a master by the age of 20, making him the earliest recorded individual to comprehend sword intent on the continent. In other words, he had set a record. Yet now, Qian Shaoi, without a master, had shattered his record. With a wry smile, Qianxin mused, "I suppose my record will stand for the shortest duration." Chapter 65, The Continuation of Dreams. Qian Shaoi has acquired a wealth of knowledge at Shrek Academy and has also learned to initially control the flow of soul power, known as the soul current. Previously, he could only manage it with great difficulty and required a considerable amount of preparation time. Now, while he still needs a brief moment to prepare when utilizing the soul current, his proficiency has improved significantly compared to before. Qian Shaoi lay weakly on the ground, with only he and the Sword Douluo aware of the events that had just transpired. He had activated the skill crush from his external soul bone on his left hand, and the enhancement from the soul skill had not yet dissipated. Coupled with the soul flow and sword intent, this had caused Chen Xian's arm to tremble, revealing a moment of vulnerability. The intent behind his previous 2 attacks was not to inflict damage, but rather to instill in Chen Xian the illusion that he had reached his limit. This would lead Chen Xian to lower his guard, thus creating an unexpected opportunity for a full-force strike. However, This came at a cost, as Qian Shaoi had completely exhausted his mental energy, soul power, and stamina. Ah, young one, you were unable to make me move my legs, so you have lost. Bibi Dong and Qian Shaoi sighed. Is it still not enough? Yet. I have decided to take you as my disciple. Huh? Chen Xian chuckled and replied, I said you lost. But I never claimed that losing meant you couldn't take a disciple. We did not make a wager. You cannot possibly think that as a mere great soul master, you could repel a title Douluo. In this contest, victory was never within your grasp. Perhaps had you been a soul king, there might have been hope. Qian Shaoi's lips twitched in disbelief. What was wrong with this old man? How could he be so shameless? The young man felt a sense of inferiority. Qinshin, now 70 years of age, appeared quite aged, yet it is well known that a soul master's longevity can be significantly enhanced by their soul power. Therefore, Qinshin was truly in the prime of his life, making it an opportune moment for him to take on disciples. After all, Shrek Academy, despite the close bonds between students and teachers, could not impart to students the full extent of their desired knowledge due to the nature of their martial souls. Only a master could convey a lifetime of learning to their apprentices. Thus, there was nothing inappropriate about Qian Shaoi seeking to be a disciple. Bibi Dong also wore a smile. She was well aware of Qinshin's intentions. This Qinshin was a formidable powerhouse, having vanquished countless foes with his 7-star sword. It was indeed a rare fortune for her son, who possessed extraordinary talent, to have such a distinguished mentor. Her joy was entirely understandable. Qian Shaoi lay upon the ground, chuckling, Master, you have seen it. I am utterly exhausted and shall forego my customary greeting. Please do not cast me out of the sect for this. Chen Xian merely smiled, for he held no grievances against the boy. What significance do such formalities hold? In my eyes, they are utterly tedious. Yet you, young one, at such a tender age, have acquired the coveted external soul bone that every soul master dreams of, and you have even grasped the essence of sword intent. If I were to miss the opportunity to train such a disciple, I would surely regret it. Very well, rest for today. I shall return to instruct you tomorrow. The following day, Qian Shaoi lamented, Master, must you be so stern on the first day? I am but a child. He leaned weakly against the trunk of a tree, speaking with a tone of grievance. Qian Shaoi did not consider himself to be someone who toiled diligently. Chen Xian let out a soft huff. Do you not understand that a strict teacher produces exceptional students? My expectations for you are exceedingly high. Qian Shaoi curled her lips in defiance and remarked, Humph. What can one expect? Chen Xian's expression turned somber as he slowly uttered 2 words. Become a deity. On the continent of Douluo, legends of gods abound, however. Due to their mythical nature, few truly believe. Yet for individuals like Chen Xian, who stand at the pinnacle of soul masters, this may indeed be a reality. I aim to cultivate you into a god. For those of us at the summit, the ultimate aspiration is to ascend to divinity. I am uncertain of my own prospects, but I sense that you possess great potential. Therefore, I must be strict with you. Suddenly, Chen Xian grasped Qian Shaoi's shoulders and chuckled. Moreover, having absconded with our little princess, do you expect me to go easy on you? A few months later, Chen Xian gazed at Qian Shaoi before him, and he was not disappointed. Over this time, she had not only surpassed the 30th rank, but had also deepened her comprehension of sword intent. It is essential to note that grasping sword intent requires more than mere training. It demands perseverance, talent, and understanding in equal measure. Chen Xian stated, Shaoi, I must return to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School today. You must continue to strive, and not let trivial pursuits distract you. Understood. By the way, Master, here. This is for you. Qian Shaoi suddenly recalled something, and with a flick of her wrist, a soul tool shimmered, revealing a solid object resembling an arm, which she handed to Chen Xian. Upon receiving it, Chen Xian gasped, This is a soul bone? A right arm bone of 70,000 years? This soul bone was what Qian Shaoi had requested from Qian Douluo upon her return. It was crafted from gemstones, which Qian Douluo had no need for. Since his grandson desired it, he gifted it to him. While of little use to Qian Douluo, its worth was immeasurable. A soul bone of 70,000 years is among the finest, capable of inciting fierce competition among many. Yes, I would like you to deliver this soul bone to Rongrong when you return to the sect, Qian Shaoi said. It is perfectly suited for her. Chen Xian's gaze shifted slightly. Even he possessed no more than 4 soul bones, the highest being 60,000 years. He was taken aback that Qian Shaoi would so readily give away a soul bone of 70,000 years. I won't take responsibility for that. Huh? Qian Shaoi appeared surprised. Is the gift too extravagant? Chen Xian replied, If you wish to give it, you should do so yourself. The nature of our gifts differs. You would bring more joy to Rongrong. How can I deliver it? Are you suggesting I should go to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Qian Shaoi expressed her difficulty. Chen Xian saw no issue with this and said, why not? It's not as if you want to return. You've been home for several months. It would be worthwhile to visit the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and simply inform the Pope. Qian Shaoi pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, very well. I shall go and gather my belongings. When Qian Shaoi mentioned to Bibi Dong their intention to visit the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow. Her tone tinged with discontent. Why must we leave again? We have only just returned after a few months. Qian Shaoi was aware of her mother's reluctance to part with her, yet circumstances were beyond their control. At that moment, Qinshin entered the room. He felt no obligation to bow before the Pope and stated, Your Holiness, for Shaoi and me to have a brighter future. I must return to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. By following me, Shaoi can avoid unnecessary detours, grow rapidly, and learn to protect herself. Do you not wish for Shaoi to live in safety, Your Holiness? I will safeguard her. Bibi Dong, however, was reluctant to let go. She could not fathom why she was so unwilling to allow Qian Shaoi to leave her side. Could the Pope truly protect her at all times? If Shaoi wished to survive, she must grow stronger, especially since no one had ascended to godhood on the continent for quite some time, Qinshin remarked calmly. Bibi Dong's gaze sharpened as realization dawned upon her. So, you seek to create a god? She exclaimed. Very well, let Shaoi accompany you, but she better remain unharmed. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. Qinshin chuckled softly, Your Holiness, there is no need for threats. I will protect my own disciple with all my strength, after all. She is the continuation of my dreams. Chapter 66. Hulaina and her brother Xiaoyu were pitiable figures, having lost their parents to war at a tender age. Since then, they had been orphans, relying solely on each other for survival. In the chaos of their world, they were forced to beg on the streets and at times resorted to thievery to sustain themselves. As the days turned into years, the siblings became acutely aware of the pity and disdain reflected in the eyes of those around them. Tired of such treatment, they contemplated relying on their martial souls to make a living, believing that earning their own way was far more satisfying than living off the charity of others. However, fate had a cruel twist in store for them. The Spirit Hall, with its numerous branches, varied in scale depending on the remoteness of the region. Some were as grand as castles, while others resembled mere high-rises. On this continent, the majority aspired to become spirit masters or to grow stronger. Hulaina and her brother, who had yet to awaken their martial souls, were no exceptions. In their area, there existed a branch of the Spirit Hall. Modest in size but regarded as a sacred place by the siblings, they fervently wished to stay there. Xiaoyu led Hulaina into the Spirit Hall, hoping to awaken their martial souls, only to be stopped at the entrance by a gatekeeper spirit master. The gatekeeper, seemingly in a foul mood, glared at them menacingly. What do you little brats want? Hulaina, feeling frightened, hid behind Xiaoyu. As her older brother gathered his courage, he replied, We are here to awaken our martial souls. Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper burst into laughter, casting a wicked glance at the trembling Hulaina behind Xiaoyu. Your sister? He inquired, pointing at Hulaina. Xiaoyu hesitated, then nodded silently. The gatekeeper smirked maliciously. If you let me have some fun with your sister, I might just let you both in. If you possess good talent, your future success is assured. He perceived the plight of the brother and sister, seizing the opportunity to exploit their vulnerability. Although Hulaina was merely 7 years old, her physique and delicate features hinted at a future of unparalleled beauty. Moreover, there was an elusive charm emanating from her, captivating him. Yiyu's expression shifted. It was not hesitation about whether to send his sister away that troubled him, but rather an inexplicable fury. Yiyu was exceedingly protective of his sister, always willing to go to great lengths to fulfill her desires. Over the years, Hulaina had experienced hunger far less frequently than Yiyu, and even when it came to stealing, it was Yiyu who undertook the risks, despite her hardships. In Yiyu's eyes, she was akin to a little princess. Thus, upon hearing the Soul Master's vile words, his wrath was entirely justified. What if we are geniuses? Your future will be far from pleasant. Knowing this, do you still wish to offend us? Yiyu made a final stand. The Soul Master chuckled at that time. I had already taken liberties with your sister. If she is a genius, I shall benefit. If not, it's merely a fleeting indulgence for me, with no loss. Ha ha ha. Scoundrel. Yiyu turned to leave with his sister, although the Soul Master wore a begrudging expression. Despite being in the branch of the Wuhuan Temple, departing without permission would yield dire consequences. It was unlikely that he would let Hulaina slip away unscathed. Following this incident, Hulaina's perception of the Wuhuan temple had soured. Both siblings resolved to head to the main temple, awaken their martial spirits, and escape far beyond. They dismissed any thoughts of remaining at the Wuhuan temple, erasing the notion of a sacred place from their hearts. Yet, they remained unaware that this decision would irrevocably alter the course of their lives. As Hulaina and her brother entered Wuhuan City, they made their way directly to the Wuhuan temple. The denizens of Wuhuan City were all connected to soul masters and enjoyed relatively comfortable living conditions. While the siblings appeared disheveled and out of place, they were consumed by a singular desire to awaken their martial spirits and leave this place behind. Not far along their path, they encountered a richly dressed, lively little boy who seemed to be searching for something. The onlookers regarded him with a mixture of envy, jealousy, respect, and disdain. Yet none dared to act out, for this was Wuhuan City. From the murmurs of the crowd, Hulaina discerned that this child was none other than Qian Xiaoyi, the son of the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple. Truth be told, Hulaina felt a twinge of jealousy towards Qian Xiaoyi. Why was there such a stark disparity between them, both of the same kind? One lived a life of luxury, while the other toiled daily for mere sustenance, still awaiting the awakening of her martial spirit at the age of 7. Before Hulaina could ponder further, Qian Xiaoyi noticed them and approached with a hint of surprise. To be honest, the siblings felt a surge of anxiety. After all, he was the Pope's son. A single word from him could determine the trajectory of their future. Qian Xiaoyi inquired, "What are your names? Are you from out of town? Have you lost your parents?" Hulaina pushed aside Xiaoyu, who was about to speak. For reasons unknown, she appeared quite displeased with Qian Xiaoyi, perhaps out of jealousy. "I am Hulaina, and this is my brother, Xiaoyu. We do not have parents. Unlike you, who seem to be quite fortunate." Xiaoyu felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Qian Xiaoyi might become enraged due to his sister's disrespect, which would spell doom for both of them. Hulaina recognized her misstep but remained unfazed, as a woman's intuition suggested that Qian Xiaoyi could be easily manipulated. Unexpectedly, Qian Xiaoyi scratched his head and offered an apologetic smile, saying, "I'm sorry. I didn't know. Will you forgive me? I'll treat you to a meal." Hulaina was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a smile, "Sure. I happen to be quite hungry." Xiaoyu was also surprised that they could secure a meal so easily, yet he remained vigilant, observing Qian Xiaoyi's every move, wary of any possible mischief, not allowing his guard to drop simply because of Qian Xiaoyi's youth. Naturally, Qian Xiaoyi remained indifferent to this scrutiny. Surveying the somewhat disheveled siblings, Qian Xiaoyi suggested, "Before we eat, let us take a shower and change into some fresh clothes. It will make the meal much more enjoyable." Without waiting for their consent, he led Hulaina and her brother away. Of course, they had no objections. Who wouldn't he want to look presentable? At the very least, it was time to change out of the clothes they had worn for several years. The siblings had endured hardships, so much so that their opportunities for bathing were limited to rainy days or when they could find a stream. Thus, they felt no inclination to argue. Naturally, they bathed separately. After Hulaina finished bathing and changed into fresh clothes, Qian Xiaoyi could not help but be momentarily captivated. Pink seemed to be Hulaina's signature color. Her pink gown accentuated her enchanting curves, and although her delicate face bore a hint of youth, she already exhibited the early signs of beauty. Her large, doe-like eyes sparkled with charm, and her every gesture exuded an alluring grace. Years of hardship lent her an air of vulnerability that elicited a strong desire to offer her comfort. Among those of similar age, he had only seen his sister, Qian Renxue, as a beauty in the making. Now, with Hulaina added to the mix, both possessed unique merits. Qian Renxue radiated nobility and cold elegance, whereas Hulaina evoked a sense of tenderness and protectiveness. Chapter 67. Hulaina with the freshly bathed siblings in tow, they made their way to the dining hall, unburdened by financial constraints. "By the way, what brings you to Wuhuan City? Is there something you need or someone you were searching for?" Qian Xiaoyi asked, puzzled. After their meal, Xiaoyu patted his round belly, cautioning, "Don't overeat when you're very hungry. It's bad for the stomach." He replied, "We are here to awaken our martial spirits." "Awaken your martial spirits?" Qian Xiaoyi exclaimed in astonishment. "You both appear to be around 7 or 8 years old. How is it possible that you have not yet awakened your martial spirits? I assumed you had inferior martial spirits and were here to find relatives." Hulaina offered a wry smile. "Where would we find any relatives? Due to the turmoil of war, our parents passed away early, and my brother and I have relied on each other since childhood, with no family left. How tragic. Why not come with me? I shall assist you in awakening your martial soul, and then you may remain in the martial soul hall." Qian Xiaoyi spoke with an overflow of compassion. However, to his surprise, Xiaoyu grew wary. What are your intentions? Have you taken a fancy to my sister? Let me assure you, that is out of the question. Qian Shaoi was taken aback by his words, wondering how he could compare her to a villain. What was he thinking? She was certainly not like those hypocritical sanctimonious figures. What this young master desired, no one could seize from him. Moreover, if he were indeed plotting something sinister, did they truly believe they possessed the strength to resist? Xiaoyu and Hu Laina fell silent, for if Qian Shaoi harbored any nefarious intentions in his domain, they would find it nearly impossible to escape. I am rather curious about what transpired with you. Do share, Qian Shaoi said. Xiaoyu sighed, reluctant to evoke painful memories for his sister. And thus he hastily recounted the events, the hardships they faced, their journey to the Spirit Hall S branch, and their encounters with the Gatekeeper Soul Master, revealing it all. Bang! Qian Shaoi slammed the table with a forceful gesture, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. They were perplexed by the anger radiating from this esteemed saint. Humph! It is evident that in a vast forest, one encounters all sorts of birds. How could they treat the common folk with such disdain? What is wrong with the common people? Why should they be looked down upon? You all, follow me. With a flick of her sleeve, Qian Shaoi strode away. If you refuse to come, I shall have you bound. Do not presume I jest. Xiaoyu twitched at the corners of his mouth, indeed, when the saint was serious. Her formidable aura was unmistakable. Xiaoyu had always believed that Qian Shaoi assisted them solely due to Hu Laina's beauty, but now he realized he was mistaken. Her willingness to help was purely altruistic, devoid of ulterior motives. As Xiaoyu turned around, he beheld Hu Laina, her eyes sparkling with admiration, murmuring how handsome he was. It was clear without question that Hu Laina would undoubtedly follow him. Xiaoyu too was eager to discover the nature of his martial soul, for it was intrinsically linked to his aspirations. There was no choice but to proceed. Upon arriving at the awakening hall of the Martial Soul Palace, Qian Shaoi exchanged a few words with a middle-aged man, who soon departed, only to return shortly with an elder, a Soul Douluo and the head of the awakening hall, who had a good rapport with Qian Shaoi and was thus summoned. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon individuals, first by tempering their minds, exhausting their limbs, and testing their endurance. Perhaps as compensation for the two siblings, both of their martial souls and innate talents were exceptionally remarkable. Xiaoyu possessed a 9th-level innate soul power and a weapon martial soul, the Moonblade. Hu Laina's innate soul power was even more impressive, reaching a full 10th level. With a beast martial soul, the Fox Demon, Bibi Dong was elated that her son had brought two prodigies to the Martial Soul Palace and had developed a fondness for these two children. To secure their presence, she not only took Hu Laina as her disciple, elevating her status significantly, but not long after, the aforementioned Soul Master was expelled from the Martial Soul Palace. The reason for his survival was Hu Laina's plea. After all, she was but a young girl, and due to her parents, she harbored a deep-seated fear of death. Following this incident, the restless individuals within the Martial Soul Palace became considerably more subdued, a state that persisted for a long duration. Bibi Dong treated Hu Laina with great kindness, akin to that of a biological daughter, which incited a sense of imbalance within Qian Rinxue. Alas, what could she do? After all, Qian Rinxue was burdened with great expectations. Hu Laina rekindled her affection for the Martial Soul Palace. Here, she had found her home, her family, her friends, and a master who cared for her. Hu Laina shed tears, yet felt immense joy as she reflected on her past days of begging. Understanding the meaning of hardship followed by sweetness, she cherished her current life, dedicating her free time to cultivation and study. Through her exceptional talent and relentless effort, she ascended to become the saintess of the Martial Soul Palace, further elevating her status. Approaching Bibi Dong's desk, Hu Laina appeared somewhat dazed, exclaiming, "Master, I cannot repay the kindness of your recognition, but I shall dedicate myself entirely to alleviating your burdens." Bibi Dong smiled gently. "The kindness of recognition? Then you are mistaken about whom to repay. Consider this, as the Pope, my duties are incessant and I must also cultivate. Do you think I could possibly focus on your children? My thoughts may not even extend to the idea of taking on disciples." Hyena was momentarily taken aback and said, "Then why did you?" Bibi Dong gently stroked her head and replied, "It is simply because Ear pleaded on your behalf. Ear has a soft heart and wishes for you siblings to have a better life. Moreover, your talents are commendable, which is why I acquiesced. It was only after accepting you as my disciple that I began to take a liking to this little one. Is it him?" Hyena murmured to herself. Bibi Dong continued, "Thus, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, you should attend to Ear. Without him, you would never have encountered me, let alone all that you have now. Hyena nodded, understanding the principle of repaying even the smallest kindness with great gratitude. Master, I wish to stay by the saint's side to care for him. Bibi Dong slightly inclined her head and said, very well, go ahead. However, do not neglect your training. Understood. As she watched Hyena walk away, Bibi Dong revealed a knowing smile. Upon learning everything, Qian Shaoi gazed in astonishment at the figure of Hyena before him, never anticipating that his mother would send him a personal maid. Although Hyena was a saintess, she bore none of the airs typically associated with such a title. She was submissive in Qian Shaoi's presence. Despite his numerous attempts to persuade her, she remained steadfast, acting not as a saintess but as a servant. Yet, this servant possessed formidable combat abilities. Deep meditation, as the term suggests, involves an immersion so profound that one becomes nearly entranced. Once entered, it may last a minimum of 10 days to half a month, or extend to a year, or even several years. While it may seem like a waste of time, it is a state greatly favored by soul masters, for deep meditation is a rare opportunity. The longer one meditates, the greater the rewards. During this period of deep meditation, one's cultivation progresses gradually, ensuring no stagnation. The body remains in a dormant state, preventing aging, such that regardless of the duration of deep meditation, one's physical age remains unchanged. Provided there are no external disturbances, this practice is entirely beneficial. Conversely, any interruption can easily lead one astray. Hyena's talent was indeed remarkable, one might even say exceptional. On that day, she entered into deep meditation. The following day marked Qian Shaoi's departure for Shrek Academy. Hyena felt a pang of guilt for missing the farewell opportunity. Her master had left, and she, as a servant, was unaware. Such behavior was most unbecoming. Of course, no one blamed her, as she was a saintess after all. When Qian Shaoi returned, she had perfectly resumed her deep meditation. Fortunately, this bout did not last long. She awakened just days before Qian Shaoi's departure and insisted on accompanying him, leaving no room for objection. Bibi Dong found herself in an awkward position. As the young master Qian Renxue was away on a mission, the saint's son was headed to the seven-treasure glazed tile school, and the saintess insisted on following him. The grand offering, Qian Douluo, was also unavailable. She was at a loss, reluctantly abandoning her plans for an outing, lest the spirit hall be left unattended. Chapter 68. The Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School Crack. A flash of sword light sliced through the air, severing a multitude of trees with smooth, even cuts. Meanwhile, Qian Shaoi knelt on the ground, panting, gripping his sword. That sword light was his first soul skill, sword chi, albeit with an added dimension of soul flow. Qian Shaoi, Hyena, and Chen Xian have been residing in the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School for half a year. During this time, Qian Shaoi has ascended to the rank of a 33rd level soul master, a feat achieved through remarkable talent and diligent, albeit compelled, practice. His mastery of the soul flow has become increasingly proficient, enabling him to integrate soul power into his soul skills, thereby significantly enhancing their potency. However, due to his inexperience, each attempt depletes his mental energy and leaves him with scant soul power. His comprehension of sword intent has deepened further through Chen Xian's explanations, but mere instruction is insufficient. True advancement necessitates personal enlightenment. Such insights may arise in an instant or elude one indefinitely. Knowledge imparted by others can be forgotten. Yet that which one comprehends independently is retained for a lifetime. Currently, Qian Shaoi's greatest deficiency lies in opportunity. His present task is to practice applying soul flow within his soul skills. Hyena has entirely assumed the role of a devoted attendant, tending to Qian Shaoi with meticulous care, wiping his sweat when he tires and serving tea when he is thirsty. Were it not for her identity, Chen Xian might have mistaken Hyena for an actual maid. Who could have imagined that a revered saintess would engage in such servitude? Sister Nana, there's truly no need to fuss over me. I can handle these trifles myself. Please, do not waste your time on me. You are a saintess. Do not neglect your cultivation. Qian Shaoi has expressed this sentiment countless times, yet each time feels like speaking to a brick wall. This occasion proves no different. Hyena shook her head and replied, Your Excellency, the saint's son, as you said, these are mere trifles, nothing to fret over. Moreover, this does not squander my time, for I take pleasure in it. No matter how tiring these tasks may be, they are far better than being adrift in a foreign land. It is you who has provided me with everything. Without you, I cannot fathom what would have become of my brother and me. And as for cultivation, do you truly think I would fall behind? Sister Nana, you may simply call me by my name. Addressing me with such formality feels overly distant. Distant? Not at all. Hu Laina responded. Very well, then, shall I call you young master? I do not fancy being called saint's son. As long as young master pleases you, she replied. Indeed. Hu Laina's cultivation has not faltered. She has now achieved the rank of a 4-ring soul master. Her martial spirit is that of a fox demon. Not the pinnacle, but undoubtedly of superior quality. Each additional soul ring grants her another tail, and upon reaching the rank of title Douluo, she would possess 9 tails. Each additional tail significantly enhances her strength, while simultaneously augmenting her innate charm, a fact she remains blissfully unaware of. Presently, Hu Laina boasts 4 tails, exuding a subtle allure that even she does not recognize. Yet, this does not escape the notice of others, including Qian Xiaoyi. One of the reasons why Qian Xiaoyi urged Hu Laina to take a break was her overwhelming charm. Over time, one could only wonder what might transpire. The crucial point was that they were currently in the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, which belonged to Ning Rongrong's family, in the presence of his girlfriend. It was impossible to entertain any such thoughts. Yet, the allure was undeniably potent. Qingxin, observing all of this, wore an expression of discontent. Regarding Qian Xiaoyi with the disdainful gaze typically reserved for a scoundrel, before his demeanor shifted to something more sinister, sending a shiver down Qian Xiaoyi's spine. How dare he engage in romantic pursuits in Rongrong's household? Fortunately, Rongrong was absent. Otherwise, that girl would surely be in tears once more. Humph. Just wait until I have the chance to train you mercilessly. If Qian Xiaoyi were privy to Qingxin's thoughts, he would vehemently protest his innocence. How could he engage in romance? In Rongrong's home, that was unthinkable. Elsewhere, perhaps, but not here. He chuckled to himself. Upon the conclusion of their training, he exclaimed to his master, You mentioned that Rongrong is returning? His excitement was palpable. The two had not seen each other in nearly a year. And while they frequently communicated through letters, it could never compare to the joy of a face-to-face encounter. Naturally, he missed her dearly. Qingxin nodded slightly, confirming, Yes. The sect leader personally went to fetch her. The sect leader himself? What could have prompted such a gesture? Qian Xiaoyi's anxiety escalated. Fearing that something unfortunate had befallen Ning Rongrong. It seems that Rongrong's martial spirit has undergone a mutation. Mutation? Is it a favorable change? Though he posed the question, his concern was unmistakable. The mutation of a martial spirit can yield both positive and negative outcomes, though more often than not, the results skew towards the latter. The fall of a genius can occur in an instant. It was impossible for Qian Xiaoyi not to be worried. Qian Xiaoyi harbors feelings for Ning Rongrong and Chen Xian. Of course, delights in this, as one of his objectives as Qian Xiaoyi's master is to bring them together. With Chen Xian's tenacious nature, once he sets his sights on something, he cannot let it go. To spare the little demoness from heartache, he finds himself compelled to keep Qian Xiaoyi close. Oh. The martial soul has evolved, transforming into the legendary 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tower is renowned as the strongest support in the continent. But it bears a significant flaw. Its wielder is limited to cultivating up to the 7th ring, meaning that the pinnacle is reached at level 79. However, it is said that the possessor of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower can transcend to the 9th ring title Douluo with no limits. The sect leader devoted his entire life to research, yet found no means to achieve such a breakthrough. But now that it has manifested in the little demoness, he cannot afford to overlook it. Phew. Qian Xiaoyi feels a sense of relief, then ponders a particular matter, while he is undoubtedly pleased that Ning Rongrong has grown stronger. What could be the cause of her martial soul's evolution? Chen Xian claps him on the shoulder and states, Rongrong is returning, my boy. What do you plan to gift her for her birthday? A birthday gift? Surely you are not unaware? If all goes as expected, the day of Rongrong's return will also mark her birthday. TSK, 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 what a scoundrel. Chen Xian's eyes brim with disdain. How about that soul bone as a birthday gift? Not acceptable. Even without a birthday, you would still give it to her, thus negating its significance as a birthday gift. Therefore, you must add something more. Qian Xiaoyi smiled wryly and shook his head. Master, who holds greater significance to you, your disciple or that girl? Chen Xian replied without hesitation. Of course, it is that girl. You are merely an outsider. Well, as long as you are happy. No one noticed the fleeting glimmer of emotion in Hu Laina's eyes upon hearing of Ning Rongrong's return. Given Qian Xiaoyi's status, his residence was naturally of high caliber. Upon learning of Ning Rongrong's imminent arrival, Qian Xiaoyi felt a mix of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the reunion with his spouse, while the concern was for the enchanting presence of Hu Laina beside him. Previously, when he spent time with Zhu Zhuqing, Hulaina had never allowed it. If she were to discover that he had a captivating maid who obeyed his every command, it would surely incite her wrath. Young master, do you have a fondness for that Ning Rongrong? Hulaina inquired after tidying up Qian Shaoi's room. Qian Shaoi nodded slightly. Indeed, I hold a deep affection for her. Hulaina remained silent and stormed out. Qian Shaoi felt a twinge of confusion. Had she taken offense? After pondering for a moment, he managed a wry smile. Assuring himself that it couldn't possibly be anger, she must be grateful. Undoubtedly, it was merely his overthinking. 3 days later, a procession gradually approached, led by an exceptionally opulent carriage. While the others were commendable, they paled in comparison to this one. It was the exclusive carriage of Ning Fingxi, within which resided Ning Rongrong and Douluo, Gurong. Chapter 69. Birthday. Qian Shaoi deliberately requested Ning Fingxi and Gurong to keep his matters at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School a secret, intending to surprise Ning Rongrong. At that moment, Hulaina stormed off in anger, while Chun Xian teased from the sidelines. Humph, a surprise? What if the little witch despises you? That would turn into a fright, wouldn't it? Ha! Qian Shaoi completely disregarded the unscrupulous master. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be driven to exasperation. Now that Ning Rongrong has returned, he finds himself enveloped in a sense of apprehension. People do change, and emotions are not eternal. A year is ample time to forget many things. Chun Xian, secretly delighted, observed the somewhat pallid complexion of Qian Shaoi. Being quite astute, he had gleaned some insights, yet he understood the little enchantress far better than Qian Shaoi. Though she was playful and mischievous, fond of teasing others, her loyalty in matters of the heart was unwavering. For reasons unknown, Ning Fingxi delayed his return by a day, which meant that today was indeed Ning Rongrong's birthday. Inside the carriage, Ning Rongrong appeared somewhat discontented. She abhorred constraints, yet the evolution of her martial soul would inevitably bring her endless troubles. Once she possessed the 9-treasure glazed tower, she would undoubtedly be groomed as the sect's heir, leaving her no chance to return to the academy. While the small academy was filled with friends, the vast sect would be devoid of familiar faces. The mere thought of daily encounters with sycophantic expressions was disheartening. Ning Fingxi, on the other hand, was quite elated. Ning Rongrong was his daughter, and a father's joy is naturally derived from his daughter's excellence. Furthermore, today marked Rongrong's birthday, an occasion that called for celebration. He harbored no worries about her feelings, knowing that she would surely be happy this evening. The 7-treasure glazed sect was adorned festively, with fireworks illuminating the dark night sky. Clad in a flowing gown, Ning Rongrong stood beside Ning Fingxi, smiling from a vantage point above. As the gala commenced, a speech was, of course, in order. Welcome, everyone, to this evening's celebration. I, Ning Fingxi, on behalf of the 7-treasure glazed sect, extend a warm welcome to all. Today marks the return of my beloved daughter from the academy, as well as her birthday. Following an elaborate speech, the performances began, featuring magic tricks, songs, and dances. As the evening progressed, Ning Fingxi, noticing Ning Rongrong's lack of enthusiasm, uttered a statement that astonished the audience. The next performance has been meticulously prepared by me, and I assure you will enjoy it. Please welcome the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, Qian Shaoi, and the Holy Maiden, Hulaina. What? Qian Shaoi? Only a select few were aware of Qian Shaoi and Hulaina's visit to the 7-treasure glazed sect, and those few had been instructed to keep it confidential, particularly from Ning Rongrong. Hence, it was entirely reasonable that she was unaware. Ning Rongrong was astonished that Qian Shaoi had arrived, but the audience below had a different perspective. They were focused on status. To them, the Spirit Hall clearly valued this gala, given the attendance of both the Holy Son and Holy Maiden. Naturally, had they known the intricacies of the relationships involved, their astonishment would have been mitigated. Qian Shaoi ascended the stage, cradling a Yao Qin in her hands. Measuring approximately 3 feet and 6 inches in length, 6 inches in width, and 2 inches in thickness, Hulaina stood by empty-handed, uncertain of her purpose. In truth, Hulaina had little desire to be there. She did not know Ning Rongrong and had been reluctantly persuaded by Qian Shaoi to join, under the pretense of fostering sisterly bonds. Perhaps unable to refuse, or for other reasons, she ultimately acquiesced, though her expression bore a hint of melancholy. Both Hulaina and Qian Shaoi had been sent to the Court Etiquette Academy of the Heaven-Do Empire at a tender age, where their mentor was none other than Tang Yuehua. Graduating from the Court Etiquette Academy was no trivial endeavor. Qian Shaoi had endured considerable hardships during her time there. The Yao Qin she was about to perform with was a skill she had acquired from that very institution. Qian Shaoi played the piano while Hulaina danced gracefully, her movements a delicate blend of elegance and beauty. As Hulaina performed, Qian Shaoi realized he had miscalculated, for he felt like a mere supporting character in this scene. The audience's gaze was fixated on Hulaina, rendering his music little more than a mere backdrop, no matter how melodious. Fortunately, women tended to overlook Hulaina, providing him with a slight consolation. The most disheartening aspect was Ning Rongrong. Her mischievous nature made it implausible for her to attend the Tiando Imperial Academy of Etiquette. Such a stifling environment would surely suffocate her. Consequently, she lacked any refinement. And with Hulaina's beauty rivaling her own, her glances towards Hulaina were rife with jealousy. Once the performance concluded, Qian Shaoi breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "Rongrong, happy birthday. I love you." The audience was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden declaration. Had the Holy Sun just confessed his feelings? Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned. But soon a sweet smile illuminated her face, dispelling her prior gloom. After all, he held her in his heart, having prepared such enchanting melodies for her. Ning Fengji observed his smiling daughter and chuckled, remarking, "Youth is truly wonderful. Aren't you going to seek out your little admirer?" Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she replied, "Father, you are not old. You could also go back to find mother." Ahem. Ning Fengji was unperturbed by anyone. Yet he found himself utterly at a loss when it came to his daughter. "Kiki." Ning Rongrong giggled as she dashed away. "I truly did not expect you to come. I thought you had forgotten me," she said, leaning against Qian Shaoi's shoulder. Qian Shaoi lightly tapped her delicate nose and chuckled. "How could that be? I have taken Sword Uncle as my master, and since he is not at the Spirit Hall, here I am. Of course, my foremost purpose is to await your return, and now that I have, it is indeed a delight. Well then, what of the woman accompanying you?" She emphasized the words "with you," leaving the meaning to one's own interpretation. As expected, what was destined to occur ultimately came to pass. Fortunately, Qian Shaoi had sent Hulaina away for a respite, so she was not present. "Oh, her? She is Hulaina, the saintess who attends to me." "Ah, a saint is serving you, quite the lofty air you have. Yet, I must say, you are far more captivating now. What prompted you to wear a mask in the past?" Ning Rongrong chose not to pursue the matter further, seeking to avert any awkwardness by shifting the conversation. Qian Shaoi naturally followed up. "Isn't that a confidential identity? By the way, my dear girl, how is your cultivation progressing? Have you been slacking off? I have now reached the Soul Sovereign level." Upon mentioning cultivation, Ning Rongrong appeared quite exhilarated. "Hee, I am already at level 38. Impressive, isn't it?" Ever since Ning Rongrong's martial soul evolved into the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, her cultivation speed has been nothing short of extraordinary, if not for her laziness. Breaking through to level 40 would not have been a daunting task. Level 38? So fast? 12 levels? You have cultivated 12 levels in such a short time? Qian Shaoi expressed disbelief, considering he had only advanced 7 levels himself. "What? You don't believe me?" "To be honest, not all of this is solely my effort in cultivation." Qian Shaoi appeared utterly bewildered. Was it not her own cultivation? Could it be that someone had made a sacrifice? Ning Rongrong playfully stuck out her tongue. "Guess. Stop joking. Quickly tell me, does it have any adverse effects on you?" After a moment of contemplation, Ning Rongrong replied, "Not at all. It is a divine herb gifted to me by third brother. He assured me that its consumption would only yield benefits, never detriments. It is precisely due to this that my martial soul has evolved. I will soon reach the soul sect, and just thinking about it fills me with joy. As long as there are no negative effects, that's good. Haste makes waste. By the way, do you wish to break through to the soul sect? Allow me to assist you." Chapter 70. A gift assist me? How so? Did you not say that haste leads to failure? You are indeed correct. But since Tang San has already bestowed upon you a gift, it would be remiss of me not to reciprocate. It would paint me as miserly, would it not? Moreover, rest assured, my method will be of immense benefit to you, and I guarantee you will be pleased. With a flicker of her wrist, Qian Shaoi summoned a soul bone, which was the right arm bone she intended to give to Ning Rongrong. "What is this? A soul bone?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her hand instinctively covering her mouth in astonishment. Qian Shaoi nodded gently. "This is a right arm bone that has existed for 70,000 years. Although it lacks the preciousness of the immortal herb gifted by Tang San, it carries my sincere sentiments. Please accept it." At the time when Ning Rongrong accepted Tang San's immortal herb, she was utterly oblivious to its extraordinary value, treating it merely as a trinket to absorb for amusement. However, upon discovering its immeasurable worth, she found herself unable to return it. After all, one cannot regurgitate what has already been absorbed. Thus, she was left with a debt of gratitude. Yet, Qian Shaoi was different. They were lovers. Accepting such a gift might lead others to perceive their bond as transactional, rooted in obligation rather than genuine affection. She yearned for a love that was untainted, pure in its essence. Aware of the significance of a 70,000-year-old soul bone, she also recognized a flaw of the Seven Treasures glazed tile pagoda. Its owner possesses diminished defensive capabilities. Unlike soul rings, soul bones have no absorption limit. Even a novice soul master can assimilate a high-grade soul bone. These bones not only enhance one's physical constitution, but also bestow a unique skill. For the fragile Ning Rongrong, this gift was invaluable. I truly cherish this gift, but I cannot accept it. If I do, outsiders may mistakenly believe that my feelings for you are motivated by ulterior motives, she expressed, her heart yearning for the treasure. After all, finding someone so well suited to her was a rarity, yet she remained burdened by numerous apprehensions. Qian Shaoi smiled, fully aware that Ning Rongrong had omitted the most significant reason for her rejection. Silly girl, why concern yourself with the opinions of outsiders? Your love for me is sufficient. And besides, this soul bone is utterly unsuitable for me. Absorbing it would only hinder my future. Yet for you, it represents an opportunity for growth. Accept it, otherwise, it would imply disdain for me, and I shall take my leave. Upon hearing that Qian Shaoi intended to depart, Ning Rongrong, despite knowing he was jesting, felt a momentary panic. Then go ahead. Leave the soul bone behind, and dare to return, and I shall break your legs. With that, Ning Rongrong seized the soul bone and retreated into her chamber. Qian Shaoi laughed heartily, aware that Ning Rongrong was about to absorb a soul bone. So he followed her inside. As for the matter of breaking a leg, that could be addressed later. The process of Ning Rongrong absorbing the soul bone must remain a secret, otherwise, it would undoubtedly invite dire consequences. Therefore, to ensure absolute safety, Chen Xin also accompanied them. He placed the right arm bone upon his right hand and summoned his soul power to establish a connection. Gradually, the soul bone transformed into a liquid state. Yet it did not drip. Instead, it enveloped Ning Rongrong's right arm uniformly, slowly being absorbed, as though it were seeping into her very limb. Qian Shaoi possesses an astute eye. To discern whether a soul bone is suitable for a soul master, one must observe the sensations experienced during the absorption process. The more smoothly a soul master absorbs the soul bone, the higher the degree of compatibility. A remarkably high compatibility may even bestow a fleeting moment of enlightenment upon the soul master. Conversely, when a soul bone is ill-suited, the absorption process can be excruciating. However, it should be noted that not all soul bones that induce pain during absorption are necessarily incompatible. Since soul bones originate from soul beasts, if the quality of the soul beast is exceedingly high, even a compatible soul bone may prove to be a challenging endeavor for absorption. The immense energy and noble lineage are not easily assimilated by just anyone. The soul bone chosen by Qian Shaoi for Ning Rongrong resonated harmoniously with her essence, allowing for a seamless absorption devoid of any unexpected complications or pain. The process of absorbing the soul bone was gradual, and by the time Ning Rongrong completed the absorption, it was already the following day. It is finished, Chen Xian remarked softly. Qian Shaoi was engaged in a shallow meditation, his heightened senses attuned to even the slightest rustle. Despite the presence of his mortal concerns, the significance of the matter at hand, his own girlfriend, demanded his utmost focus. Is it over? He inquired upon hearing Qinshin's voice. Stretching languidly as he remarked, the absorption process truly takes a considerable amount of time. It is no wonder, considering it is a soul bone of 70,000 years. I wonder what abilities this soul bone possesses. 70,000 years, it surely must be remarkable. I am genuinely looking forward to it. Qinshin nodded in acknowledgement, affirming that the duration was indeed substantial. The higher the quality of the soul bone, the longer the absorption process. My disciple, she advised, I have already informed you that my presence here is sufficient. You need not concern yourself with me. You must be weary, are you not? Qian Shaoi forced a smile and shook his head. Master, such a significant matter, how can one feel at ease without witnessing it personally? Ning Rongrong slowly opened her eyes. Yet they appeared somewhat vacant. This was a common phenomenon following the absorption of a spirit bone. Upon absorption, the benefits bestowed by the spirit bone would be directly communicated to the brain, which is why spirit masters receive immediate information after the process. Shortly thereafter, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she leapt into Qian Shaoi's embrace, exclaiming joyfully, I have broken through to level 40. Now, I only need one more spirit ring to become a spirit elder. To think I just recently surpassed level 30, and now I have reached level 40. It's exhilarating. Qian Shaoi curled her lips and remarked, "What? Are you no longer going to drive me away? Not going to break my legs?" She added, "Oh, I was merely jesting. Why take it so seriously? Besides, with your tenacious personality, would you even leave if I told you to?" Surprisingly, the typically timid Ning Rongrong spoke with newfound confidence. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Chen Xian could no longer contain himself. He had never encountered anyone bold enough to disregard him, a titled Douluo. The situation was rather awkward. Ning Rongrong, still nestled in Qian Shaoi's embrace, had been so exhilarated that she completely overlooked the sword Douluo. "Grandfather Jian, you're here too?" Chen Xian shot a fierce glare at Qian Shaoi, leaving him feeling quite helpless. "Of course I'm here. It's just that your heart is so entwined with your young lover that you failed to notice, which is entirely understandable. Alas, no one is paying attention to me." Ning Rongrong's delicate face flushed a deep crimson as she buried her head deeper, as if wishing to disappear into Qian Shaoi's chest. Chen Xian spoke with gravity. "Rongrong, you must never mention the matter of the soul bones to anyone. It would be detrimental to both you and Shaoi. All right then, carry on with your affairs. I shall take my leave." "Busy? Busy with what?" "I have no idea." Once Chen Xian had departed, Ning Rongrong lifted her gaze, glanced outside to confirm no one was around, and then gazed affectionately at her beloved. Qian Shaoi gazed at the rosy-cheeked Ning Rongrong, tightened his embrace, and bestowed a tender kiss upon her. In that moment, Ning Rongrong wrapped her arms around his neck and inadvertently brushed against the bracelet on his wrist. Suddenly recalling something, she pushed Qian Shaoi away and exclaimed, I almost forgot. Their brother asked me to give this to you." In Chapter 71, the snow-colored tranquility lotus. She revealed a plant resembling a lotus flower. This is a type of celestial herb. It's called the snow-colored tranquility lotus. The lotus symbolizes purity, and this white lotus is no different. Although I'm unsure of its effects, it is said to be quite suitable for you, given that you possess no elemental attributes. Oh dear, it's rather troublesome. I can't seem to recall everything. In the world of Douluo continent, martial souls come in a myriad of forms, each possessing its own unique attributes such as elements, exotic beasts, poisons, offense, defense, and support. Even the cosmos can serve as an attribute. However, Qian Shaoi's martial soul is rather exceptional, lacking any specific attribute. Initially, Yu Xiaojiang believed its attribute to be a form of attack, akin to slashing, yet it diverges from this notion. Qian Shaoi's judgment sword embodies the essence of judgment itself, evoking a sense of mastery over all rather than mere combat. Ultimately, Yu Xiaojiang ventured a bold hypothesis, devoid of any attribute. If one were to assign a characteristic, it would be the heart, acting in accordance with one's will, moving freely and without constraint. After acquiring the Tranquility Lotus, Tang San also determined it to be without attribute, or rather, to possess the attribute of the heart. Qian Shaoi took the Tranquil Lotus in hand and murmured softly, "Does the snow-colored Tranquil Lotus truly bring peace of mind?" He sincerely hoped for its calming effect, as he had not forgotten about his second martial soul. To this day, he had yet to wield the eight-winged demon. Whenever Qian Shaoi's emotions surged violently, the eight-winged demon would awaken on its own, leading him to lose his sanity to overwhelming power, becoming restless and destructive. He loathed the feeling of being unable to control himself. If this white lotus could indeed soothe his spirit, it might alleviate his lingering anxieties. Determined to act, Qian Shaoi was not one to dither. He seated himself cross-legged in Ning Rongrong's chamber, eagerly absorbing the celestial herb. The process was not arduous, and soon he had completed the absorption. Why do I feel nothing? Just as Qian Shaoi's thoughts trailed off, he discovered that the energy from the absorbed snow-colored tranquil lotus had divided within him. The majority was drawn in by the eight-winged demon, leaving only a fraction for the judgment sword. Ignoring Ning Rongrong's astonishment, both martial souls manifested simultaneously. Two horns sprouted from his forehead, his hair transformed into a deep crimson hue, lengthening gradually, while a layer of keratinous substance appeared on his skin. 8 black wings fluttered gently behind him, and subtle markings emerged on his face, which, rather than detracting from his appearance, exuded an aura of otherworldliness. His enchanting red eyes brimmed with ferocity. Qian Shaoi's sole desire was to wreak havoc. At that moment, a surge of white energy flooded his mind, gradually rendering his gaze clear. This was the energy of the snow-colored tranquil lotus. Another small stream of energy flowed into the judgment sword, which emitted a resonant hum. Qian Shaoi could sense the sword's excitement and its yearning for that energy. Ning Rongrong was utterly stunned. While the history of Douluo continent had seen twin martial souls, there had never been a precedent for simultaneously wielding both. Qian Shaoi had summoned the Judgment Sword and the Eight-Winged Demon at once, thus setting a remarkable record. Qian Shaoi gradually returned to his original form, crouching on the ground as he gasped for breath. Had it not been for the snowy tranquility lotus, he might have succumbed to another outburst. The recent events had been exceptional, enabling him to summon both of his martial souls simultaneously. However, he knew that replicating such a feat was beyond his capabilities at present. Retrieving the Eight-Winged Demon and glancing at the Judgment Sword, he found himself at a loss to articulate how the sword had transformed, yet he sensed a newfound strength within it, though he could not pinpoint its source. The energy from the snowy tranquility lotus had been entirely devoted to enhancing his martial souls, leaving no room for an increase in his cultivation level. Nonetheless, Qian Shaoi felt a deep sense of contentment, for he had at least managed to mitigate the negative effects of the Eight-Winged Demon. Are you all right? Ning Rongrong inquired with concern, fearing that summoning both martial souls simultaneously might have adverse repercussions for Qian Shaoi. Qian Shaoi shook his head and said, "It's nothing. I feel quite good, and it has been exceedingly beneficial for me. Thank you, Rongrong." Ning Rongrong smiled gently, leaning against Qian Shaoi's shoulder as she replied, "Isn't it a bit distant for us to express our gratitude like this?" She continued, "By the way, Rongrong, what is the skill of your spirit bone? Does it suit you? After all, it is a spirit bone that is 70,000 years old." Qian Shaoi inquired with curiosity. It's a secret," Ning Rongrong replied, placing her finger to her lips. "However, I can share that the passive skill of the spirit bone enhances mental strength and soul power control." "Does that mean you have a chance to master soul power rotation?" Qian Shaoi asked. Ning Rongrong pouted, as if I couldn't achieve it without this spirit bone. "Am I really that foolish?" Qian Shaoi shook his head and remarked, "Not foolish, merely indolent." Ning Rongrong pouted, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. "Humph. I shall ignore you." "Ha ha ha. Rongrong, I admit my fault. Is that not enough? You are the most outstanding." At that moment, Hulaina entered the room, her expression devoid of emotion as she stated, "Young master, it is time for your training." Ning Rongrong was taken aback, glancing at Hulaina, then subtly winked at Qian Shaoi with a knowing look. Qian Shaoi felt as if he might weep. This sensation was truly unpleasant. Your maid is exceptionally diligent. Even overseeing your training," Ning Rongrong remarked with a somewhat peculiar tone. Hulaina, unwilling to be outdone, retorted, "I merely wish to prevent the young master from becoming ensnared by superficial allure. A mere vase, beautiful yet useless." Qian Shaoi, fearing that Ning Rongrong might take some action, assumed the role of a mediator. All right, Nana, you may leave for now. I do not wish to train today. You have a competition to prepare for. During this period, there is no need for you to attend to me. Does she no longer require my presence?" Hulaina hesitated for a moment, nodded, and slowly retreated. Be kind to her." After Hulaina departed, Ning Rongrong spoke up. "She harbors feelings for you. Can you not perceive it?" Qian Shaoi offered a bittersweet smile. "Rongrong, how could I possibly be oblivious? I am not foolish. It is merely that she herself has not realized the depth of her affection for me, which far exceeds the obligations inherent in our roles. You cannot fathom the extent of her allure. Her grace and charm ensnare men as if they were entranced. To be candid, had I not deliberately distanced myself from her, I might very well have succumbed to her enchanting presence. So, why not accept her affections? Huh? Do you not perceive the cruelty in your stance? She harbors feelings for you, and your lack of a definitive rejection only fuels her hopes. If, in the end, you were to turn her down, can you comprehend the heartache that would ensue? You would squander her time, leaving her with nothing but an emotional scar. Your actions are excessively ruthless. You possess little understanding of women." Qian Shaoi smiled wryly and said, "But what will you do?" Chapter 72, The Continental Youth Soul Master Competition, But What Will You Do? Ning Rongrong bit her lip and replied, "Father has several women, and mother has never objected. I have agreed to it." Sometimes you can be quite foolish. By not explicitly rejecting Hulaina, you have left a glimmer of hope for yourself, haven't you? You must have liked her for quite some time. Qian Shaoi was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Had Ning Rongrong erred? No, she had not. When Hulaina offered to care for him, he could have easily declined, yet he chose not to. Hulaina had hinted at her feelings on numerous occasions. He could have brought an end to it all, but he refrained. Every individual harbors selfish desires, and Qian Shaoi was no exception. He harbored affections for Ning Rongrong while simultaneously maintaining an ambiguous relationship with Hulaina, not wishing to relinquish her presence. Hulaina, possessing formidable strength, exceptional beauty, and an extraordinary grace, was also remarkably nurturing, all while remaining humble despite her common origins. It would be disingenuous to assert that Qian Xiaoyi was indifferent to her. One may deceive others, but not oneself. However, should he attempt to be with Hulaina at this moment, he would find himself incapable, just as she would. For they lacked the opportune moment. The Continental Young Soul Master competition was on the horizon. Hulaina had been summoned back to the Spirit Hall due to her participation in the competition. Ning Rongrong, too, was preparing to return to Shrek Academy, as she needed to join her teammates before the commencement of the Continental Young Soul Master competition. Qian Xiaoyi also longed for those friends from Shrek Academy and missed Shrek himself. A wave of guilt washed over him as he glanced at Hulaina. Ever since Ning Rongrong's consent, each time Qian Xiaoyi encountered Hulaina, he felt utterly at a loss, awkwardly unsure of what to do. Nana, I wish to return to school for a visit. I cannot accompany you any longer. Qian Xiaoyi spoke with a nervous stammer, as if fearing Hulaina's reproach. It's as if you've ever accompanied me, she retorted. If you wish to be with your girlfriend, simply say so. Your insincerity is evident. Hulaina, perceptive of Qian Xiaoyi's transformation, was older and possessed a more mature mindset, allowing her to discern his feelings to some extent. Hence, her words became increasingly audacious. Although Ning Rongrong had accepted Qian Xiaoyi's relationship with Hulaina, it did not imply her own acceptance. Who would willingly share the one they cherished? What? You're concerned about whether I miss you? Hulaina challenged. He simply cannot bear to part with me. Not to be outdone, Hulaina countered. Could you not conduct yourself with a touch of grace? Your demeanor reflects poorly on the young master. Ning Rongrong had never triumphed in verbal sparring against Hulaina. Each exchange left her seething with indignation. Qian Xiaoyi could no longer bear it. All right, Rongrong, let's refrain from further remarks. Sister Nana, we shall meet in the competition. Despite the apparent discord between Ning Rongrong and Hulaina, it is evident that both harbor a fondness for one another, albeit stifled by Qian Xiaoyi's presence. Their private rapport is, in fact, quite pleasant. Ning Rongrong and Hulaina have few friends. Those whom Ning Rongrong considers friends are merely drawn to her due to her status, while Hulaina, having risen from poverty and orphanhood, possesses nothing that would attract companionship. Once she ascended to the position of the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, many sought to ingratiate themselves with her, as if they had encountered a revered ancestor. All eager to forge connections. After all, the Holy Maiden has the potential to become the Pope, and such alliances could spare 1 year of arduous effort. Thus, neither of them had a true confidant from the outset. Despite their differing personalities and mutual affection for the same individual, neither harbors any particular sentiments towards the other. Consequently, Ning Rongrong and Hulaina maintained the facade of friends at odds. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, Hulaina engaged in training with Bibi Dong, occasionally casting her gaze toward the horizon. Bibi Dong, having experienced her own youthful days, understood the turmoil within Hulaina's heart and could not help but smile faintly. Upon returning to Shrek, Qian Xiaoyi was astonished to discover that the academy had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once modest wooden structures had evolved into opulent palatial buildings. And not merely one, but an entire complex had emerged, sprawling grandly with an influx of students. It was revealed that this esteemed institution was originally named Lanbo Academy, a prestigious establishment with a name that hinted at its affiliation with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. The principal, a woman named Lu Erlong, were a unique distinction as the beloved of Yu Xiaojiang, who himself was linked to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Their relationship, tinged with a sense of familial affinity, was complicated by Yu Xiaojiang's archaic mindset, which led him to abandon her. Yet, fate had its own design, ensuring their paths would cross again. Lu Erlong, a soul sage, was formidable enough to render Yu Xiaojiang powerless to escape this time. Subsequently, Lu Erlong entrusted the academy to Flander, adopting a subordinate role and remaining inactive. The 7 monsters rejoiced at Qian Xiaoyi's return, each having ascended to the rank of Soul Master at level 40, with the most accomplished among them, Dai Mubai, reaching level 46. Qian Xiaoyi, still donning his mask and assuming the alias Xiaoyi, rejoined his companions. As he and Ning Rongrong arrived at Shrek, they found the team poised for departure. The objective for this iteration of the Shrek 7 monsters in the competition was unequivocal: to seize victory. The Spirit Hall had invested significantly in this contest, offering 3 soul bones as a reward for the champions. Furthermore, the triumphant team would undoubtedly gain prominence, with titles and wealth as inevitable accolades. Thus, this grand tournament also served as a venue for the 2 great empires and the Spirit Hall to scout for exceptional talents. Today, Qian Shaoi found himself in a somber mood, casting a glance towards Tang San that was tinged with unease. Just moments ago, he had come to the harrowing realization that the Spirit Hall was responsible for the death of Tang San's mother, forcing his father into seclusion and depriving Tang San of the experience of maternal love. It is easy to imagine the depth of Tang San's resentment towards the Spirit Hall, and it is inevitable that a fierce confrontation lies ahead. Qian Shaoi understood that the Spirit Hall was at fault. Yet he was unable to reconcile his allegiance to justice with his personal connections. He was uncertain about what the future held. Chapter 72. Sister Tang San was aware that Qian Shaoi was the son of the Spirit Hall, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Qian Shaoi was, in truth, their companion, Shaoi. For the time being, Qian Shaoi had no intention of revealing this truth. All eyes were now focused on the forthcoming competition, and Yu Shao Gang was not one to impose undue pressure. Securing a championship would suffice. As the competition commenced, only 4 members of the Shrek 7 were fielded, adhering to Yu Shao Gang's strategy of concealing their true strength. Their initial adversaries were the vice team of the Tiando Royal Academy. Shrek fought fiercely, annihilating their opponents in a mere minute, and without even exerting their full power. Qian Shaoi learned from Ning Rongrong that due to the previous insult directed at Flanders and Shrek by the Royal Academy of Tiando, it was only natural for them to harbor disdain. After the match, Ning Fengji visited Shrek and eventually called Tang San outside. Yu Shaojing, feeling uneasy, insisted on accompanying him, while Xiao Yi, feeling bored, decided to follow as well. Xue Qinghe, the prince of the Tiando Empire, was gracious and approachable, with a straight nose and square jaw. Clad in a pristine blue robe, he exuded a refreshing aura. His long black hair was tied back with a blue ribbon, cascading neatly behind him. Although his attire was quite ordinary, he possessed a unique charm. Despite lacking exceptional talent in martial arts, he had a profound love for literature, which was a significant reason for his princely status. As Xue Qinghe sat at his desk with a book in hand, he noticed Ning Fengji arriving with 3 companions. He set his book aside and greeted them with a warm smile, rising to perform a bow. "Teacher," he exclaimed. Besides being the sect master and an elder of the Spirit Hall, Ning Fengji held the esteemed position of Xue Qinghe's mentor, appointed by the Emperor Shuiyi. Ning Fengji smiled gently and replied, "Qinghe, how many times have I told you not to do this?" Xue Qinghe responded with a smile, "How can I not? You are my elder and my teacher. If my father were to discover any disrespect towards you, I fear he might break my legs. So, this is the son of the Haoyan Douluo? Indeed, he is remarkably impressive. Truly, a tiger begets no dog." Tang San was aware of his lineage from Yu Shaojing, who had warned him to keep it a closely guarded secret. Consequently, those privy to this knowledge were exceedingly few. Yet this prince seemed to know. What ulterior motive could he possibly have? Yu Shaojing's expression darkened as he glared at Ning Fengji, as if to question how he could divulge such information to others. Ning Fengji chuckled lightly, "Tang San, rest assured, the prince harbors no ill intentions towards you. In fact, he has a strong aversion to the Spirit Hall." During his last visit to retrieve Ning Rongrong, Ning Fengji had encountered Tang San and, with his keen intellect, found it easy to deduce Tang San's identity. He then glanced at Xiao Yi, somewhat empathizing with his complex emotions. As the holy son of the Spirit Hall, to befriend the son of his enemy would inevitably lead to a difficult choice. Ning Fengji continued, "Perhaps my words are somewhat inappropriate, but I must emphasize that the Spirit Hall has been concocting numerous schemes lately, engaging in many clandestine activities. Tang San, you must remain vigilant regarding your parents." Throughout the conversation, Xue Qinghe consistently radiated an aura of warmth and congeniality, yet he never once cast a glance at Xiao Yi. Yu Shaojing finally said, "Tang San, Xiao Yi, let us take our leave." Xiao Yi shook his head, stating, "I feel a kinship with His Highness the Prince, today. I wish to seek his counsel on certain matters. Teacher, you may return first, as this is a competition, and no one dares to act recklessly." Yu Shaojing hesitated for a moment before nodding, "Then please take care." Ning Fengji was aware of Xiao Yi's true identity. With a sigh, he followed suit and exited the room. Only Xue Qinghe and Qian Shaoi remained. Xue Qinghe lowered his head, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes, yet it went unnoticed. He spoke, "Might I inquire what guidance this young brother has to offer?" Qian Shaoi lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. "Why do you not lift your gaze to meet mine? Is something amiss?" Xue Qinghe raised his head and smiled. Yet even Qian Shaoi could discern the facade of joy he was attempting to maintain. Qian Shaoi remarked, "I hold you in high esteem for maintaining the guise of the Heavenly Doe Prince for so many years. Even with Ning Fengji's astuteness, he has failed to discern any discrepancies. Yet, This is to be expected. A proficient spy must remain undetected. What are you talking about? What guys? Who are you accusing of being a spy? Xue Qinghe responded, visibly astonished and infuriated. Indeed, it was quite similar. Qian Shaoi stepped closer and suddenly enveloped Xue Qinghe in an embrace. Could a man's physique truly be so supple? Could he possess a captivating fragrance? Will you continue this charade with me? Sister, Xue Qinghe sighed, since you have uncovered my secret, there is no need for pretense any longer. How did you come to realize my true identity? It seems my disguise is still rather immature. Qian Shaoi released Xue Qinghe. No, it should be Qian Ruxue, and said, It is not that my sister's disguise skills are insufficiently developed. Rather, it is that I understand you all too well. We are far too familiar with one another. I wear a mask, yet you still recognized me. Did you not? I never anticipated that the mission you were undertaking would be this. Does Mother truly aspire to unify the continent? Qian Shui nodded and remarked, My mother is an ambitious woman. If circumstances allowed, I too would prefer a different path. I have scarcely experienced a childhood, and even my cultivation has been conducted in secrecy. Unlike you, who can freely pursue your desires. Sister. Do you think my situation is any easier? I have forged a brotherly bond with my enemy, Tang San, which presents its own set of challenges. Cut it out. You think you have it tough? I fail to see it, especially since you seem to be getting along quite well with that Ning Rongrong. Qian Shui said with a somewhat peculiar tone. Qian Shaoi playfully remarked, Then sister can also seek a crown princess, perfectly suiting your status. Shaoi, you are being naughty. Now, quickly take your leave, lest they grow suspicious. Ha ha ha, very well. I shall visit you often. As you wish. After Qian Shaoi departed, Xue Qinghe's cheeks flushed. Upon encountering Xue Qinghe again, Ning Fingxi noted the latter's cheerful demeanor, puzzled by what Shaoi had conveyed to him. In the subsequent competitions, the Shrek 7 monsters sailed smoothly through their matches, triumphing even against formidable adversaries. However, their remarkable prowess inevitably incited envy. Tang San's extraordinary talent and skill in every match drew admiration and jealousy alike. Qian Shaoi summoned the ghostly figure, Uncle Ghost, and inquired, Could you assist me with a matter? The ghostly apparition gently patted his head and replied, What is it? Why so formal? Speak up. Uncle Ghost will certainly help you. Qian Shaoi pondered for a moment and said, I would like your assistance in safeguarding someone, as I fear that he may be in danger. Who might it be? That girl Rongrong? She has her protectors. With Ning Fingxi present, who would dare act recklessly? No, it is Tang San, a student from our academy, replied Qian Shaoi. Surname Tang? Gue Mei sighed. I will assist him just this once, for I am concerned he may be connected to that individual. Qian Shaoi did not refuse, for he understood that the spectre had already extended him a courtesy. The spectre harbored a disdain for those of the Tang surname, and to intervene on his behalf once was a testament to the limits of his benevolence. Chapter 73, Plea for Mercy. As Qian Shaoi had anticipated, the spectre discreetly protected Tang San, soon discovering a soul sage stealthily trailing him. Although Tang San remained oblivious, it did not imply that he was unaware. Renowned for his cunning, the spectre found it effortlessly simple to eliminate a soul sage without a sound. Thus, the task of safeguarding Tang San concluded before it even began. Furthermore, they uncovered a soul bone on the soul sage, a relic from the 6 great soul bones, aged 30,000 years. Coincidentally, this particular soul bone was of the gem category, perfectly suited for Ning Rongrong. Perhaps it was divine favor, as fortune seemed to shower upon Ning Rongrong throughout the year. With the evolution of her martial spirit and the acquisition of soul bones, all of which were opportunities that elicited envy and admiration from ordinary onlookers. Qian Shaoi presented this soul bone to Ning Rongrong as a gesture of goodwill, having already acquired one and finding no need for another. Upon receiving the soul bone, Ning Rongrong inquired, From where did you procure this soul bone? You must understand that the skull bone is far superior to those from other locations. Speak honestly. Have you been involved in some clandestine dealings? Qian Shaoi felt utterly wronged. When have I ever engaged in any nefarious deeds? This soul bone actually belongs to a soul saint, but he sought to kill Tang San, and I merely had him dealt with. Upon mentioning this matter, Ning Rongrong expressed her concern, saying, What will happen in the future? Given your and Sanji's identities, you will inevitably have to make a choice. Qian Shaoi sighed and remarked, Let us take one step at a time. Unless Tang San and the Spirit Hall share a common adversary, I truly do not know how to decide. Ning Rongrong, embracing Qian Shaoi from behind, pressed her delicate face against his back and said, No matter whom you choose, I shall remain by your side, even if it means betraying my family. Listening to Ning Rongrong's words, Qian Shaoi felt a surge of emotion. The notion of betraying her family seemed effortless to her, yet the anguish that accompanied such a decision was far beyond what the sheltered Ning Rongrong could endure. In his heart, he believed that Ning Rongrong deserved a life filled with joy and devoid of worries. It was he who had disrupted her tranquil existence. Qian Xiaoi turned around and gently grasped her shoulders. "Silly girl," he said, "remember, no matter what happens, do not act foolishly. You are the hope of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, and you are also my hope. So, promise me, be happy." In her heart, Qian Xiaoi was engulfed in inner turmoil, and Ning Rongrong was no exception. On one side lay her beloved, while on the other stood her family and friends. Regardless of the choice she made, it would inevitably lead to her own suffering. Ning Fengji, by nature benevolent, harbored discontent towards the actions of the Spirit Hall and was undoubtedly positioned in opposition to it. On that day, Shrek Academy faced off against the Tianshui Academy in a one-on-one knockout tournament. The students of Tianshui Academy were all young women, and each girl competing that day was exceedingly beautiful. Historically, water and fire are incompatible. In the opening match, Ma Hongjun triumphed with overwhelming superiority, defeating 7 opponents single-handedly. It is crucial to note that overcoming 7 adversaries is an arduous task, as the endurance required to vanquish them one by one is considerable. This was not due to the weakness of Tianshui Academy, but rather because their combat style favored group attacks, making it impossible for them to contend with Ma Hongjun individually, especially given the inherent counterbalance of their martial spirits. Although Ma Hongjun ultimately exhausted himself, he earned Shrek Academy a stellar reputation, and in the process, he found love. The captain of Tianshui Academy, Shui Binger, possessed the Ice Phoenix martial spirit, contrasting with Ma Hongjun's attributes. Initially, she did not perceive the strength of Ma Hongjun, as his previous performances had been overshadowed by others. However, upon encountering his formidable presence in the arena, she became deeply captivated by him. As their team leader and the strongest member, she was the last to compete. While she felt little intensity watching Ma Hongjun defeat her teammates, facing him directly revealed his true strength. Despite Ma Hongjun's mutual demise with her, it was undeniable that he had previously vanquished 6 opponents, with little soul power remaining. The fact that he could still stand his ground in a tie was a testament to his formidable prowess. After absorbing the celestial herb, Ma Hongjun found himself devoid of the sinister fire that had plagued him. It was time for him to seek genuine love. At that moment, Shui Bing'e secretly harbored feelings for him, yet Ma Hongjun, lacking in emotional intelligence, remained oblivious to her affections, appearing adorably naive. It was only with Tang San's guidance that the two eventually came together. Shrek Academy sailed smoothly through the tournament, but an unexpected turn of events arose in the final match. Their opponent was Shifeng Academy, led by the extraordinary genius Feng Xiaodian, who had created a unique martial technique that had triumphed over countless foes. Yet, even with such talent, he might not triumph over Tang San. However, Tang San, in a moment of inexplicable madness, chose to reveal his second martial spirit, the Haotian Hammer, instead of utilizing his hidden trump cards. Yu Xiaojiang was nearly driven to despair upon witnessing this. Upon seeing the Haotian Hammer, Qian Xiaoi felt a sense of foreboding and sighed deeply. He had long been aware of Tang San's second martial spirit and suspected that Tang San would eventually unveil his identity, but he never anticipated it would happen so soon. As expected, Tang San was now in peril. In the aftermath, the specter beside Qian Xiaoi trembled as it spoke. "Xiaoi, you knew Tang San's identity all along, didn't you? Haotian sect. I have unwittingly protected a disciple of the Haotian sect." The tone of the specter was imbued with profound regret. Qian Xiaoi, realizing that she could no longer conceal the truth, nodded slightly. "I am sorry, Uncle Gue. The specter indeed dotes on me. Nevertheless, he has not uttered a word of punishment. Alas, it is of little consequence, yet explaining the situation to His Holiness poses a challenge. His Holiness even commanded me to assassinate them on their way to the finals. Bibi Dong has issued a decree that any possessing the Haotian Hammer martial soul must be executed without exception. I shall take responsibility when it comes to my mother. Uncle Gue, please escort me back to the Spirit Hall." Bibi Dong gazed at Qian Xiaoi, who knelt before her, pleading for Tang San, her expression fraught with complexity. "Do you understand who Tang San is? He hails from the Haotian sect, the very sect that caused your father's demise." Qian Xiaoi said, "Mother, it was merely one individual from the Haotian sect who caused father's demise. Why must we trouble others for his sake? Please, spare Tang San." Were these words to escape the lips of another, they might have met a fate more dire in this beautiful world. Bibi Dong sighed, but only once. "From this moment until the conclusion of the competition, you shall remain within the Spirit Hall, and you are forbidden to leave. With a flick of her sleeve, Bibidong departed, leaving Qian Xiaoyi to realize that Tang San was, at least for now, safe. Tang San, I have repaid my debt to you. What comes next is entirely in your hands. With only 3 days until the finals and 7 days until the end, it meant that Qian Xiaoyi was confined to the Spirit Hall for a week, yet could still witness the matches, rendering this akin to no punishment at all. Hu Lina lingered nearby, indifferent to Tang San's fate, yet apprehensive of Bibidong's possible reaction towards Qian Xiaoyi. Fortunately, despite her anger, Bibidong held a fondness for Qian Xiaoyi. Hu Lina helped Qian Xiaoyi to his feet, secretly reveling in the fact that from this moment until the competition's end, Qian Xiaoyi would belong solely to her. Although their relationship remained unconfirmed, destiny would eventually unfold. After a prolonged silence, Qian Xiaoyi spoke. Nana, I need you to assist me later. Do not speak of this to anyone. Chapter 74 to 75. The champion in the finals could be described as a moment of revelation for Shrek Academy. It was revealed that Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were members of the royal family of the Star Luo Empire. The royal decree mandated that each generation must produce 2 offspring, yet only one could inherit the throne. Dai Mubai was the younger brother, who had no desire to vie for power, wishing instead for a life of tranquility. However, one cannot simply escape the burdens of fate, endowed with exceptional talent. Dai Mubai became a thorn in his brother's side, compelling him to flee the Star Luo Empire and seek refuge in Shrek. Zhu Zhuqing followed suit, motivated by her brother's plight and her connection to Dai Mubai. Yet now, the competition had reunited these 2 pairs of siblings. On the battlefield, both pairs unleashed their martial soul fusion techniques, resulting in a clash of 2 nether white tigers. Dai Mubai's innate abilities slightly surpassed those of his brother, and coupled with his diligent efforts in the celestial herb gifted by Tang San, despite having trained for a shorter duration than his brother, the victory ultimately belonged to Shrek. Shrek's triumph signified liberation for both Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, alleviating a significant burden from their hearts. Meanwhile, the Spirit Hall team decisively overcame the Tiando royal team, which had previously posed substantial challenges to Shrek. Hu Lina served as vice-captain, while the captain was a rank 5 Soul King. Each member of the team possessed a minimum soul power of 45, whereas Dai Mubai, the most powerful among Shrek, had only reached the same level. I intentionally portrayed Hu Lina and Xiaoyu as slightly younger. Qian Xiaoyi sat in the corner, smiling softly as she murmured, "At last, there is some excitement. I wonder if Nana's martial soul fusion skill can surpass Tang San and his companions." As the match commenced, the announcement of the final battle of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament reverberated through the air, causing the Cardinal and Crimson to swiftly retreat, clearing the arena. Surprisingly, it was not the captain at the forefront of the Spirit Hall Academy team who made the first move, but rather Hu Lina. With a graceful shift of her steps, she seemed to merely pivot, yet had already arrived at the forefront. A faint smile graced her lips, and as she unleashed her martial soul, her beauty appeared to intensify, complemented by the emergence of a plush, furry tail from her back. A gentle, rosy glow radiated from her being, her eyes shimmering subtly. Her unique allure was utterly captivating, drawing the gaze of all towards her irresistible charm. Qian Xiaoyi was momentarily taken aback, clutching her forehead as she murmured about the enchanting figure before her. However, Hu Lina was somewhat astonished that the Shrek 7 devils remained unfazed by her alluring charm. Apart from Tang San and Xiao Wu, the other 5 swiftly closed their eyes and plugged their ears with their fingers, completely isolating themselves from visual and auditory stimuli. No matter how potent a charm might be, it must be triggered through one of the 6 senses: sight, hearing, taste, smell, and touch. At that moment, the only avenues through which Hu Lina could influence the Shrek 7 devils were sight and sound, and their composed actions undoubtedly rendered her enchantment ineffective. 2 beams of golden light simultaneously shot forth from the staff of the support-type Soul Master of the Wuhuan Temple Academy, shimmering brightly as they swiftly merged into the bodies of Xiaoyu and Hu Lina. A crimson barrier suddenly manifested and expanded, enveloping their bodies at the moment of contact. Concurrently, this crimson light erupted like a sphere of radiance, encompassing nearly half of the arena, completely shrouding the Shrek 7 devils within it. At that instant, Tang San was still 13 meters away from them. Unlike the previous occasion, the crimson barrier did not require time to amplify, with the assistance of his companions. Its brilliance surged to its optimal state in an instant, initiating the martial soul fusion technique, demonic charm, between Xiaoyu and Hu Lina. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing also unleashed their martial soul fusion technique, the spectral white tiger. At the moment of their contact, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were taken aback. Was this the power of soul shock? Could it be attributed to Xiaoyi? Hulaina remained silent. Indeed, it was Qian Xiaoyi who had taught her this. Yet few knew that Qian Xiaoyi was actually Xiaoyi. One must commend Shrek Academy for its exceptional secrecy, as the two hidden trump cards, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, played a crucial role, instantly elevating the overall strength of Shrek, which was typically lower in average capability, to a significantly higher tier. Tang Xin utilized concealed weapons and external soul bones to restrain the Soul King, while demonic charm was held in check by the spectral white tiger, allowing Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun to maneuver gracefully. The disparity between a Soul King and a Soul Sovereign was not trivial. Before long, Tang San began to feel fatigued, having exhausted much of his soul power. Often, it is during such moments that the opponent becomes most careless, presenting a glimmer of hope for victory. Tang San deliberately fell into a trap, executing his remarkable technique, Batwing Rebirth, at the instant his opponent relaxed. The dispersed attacks targeted multiple adversaries. While one could be blocked, the others were inevitably unobstructed. The concealed weapons collided in midair, refracting until, in the moment of his opponent's negligence, they struck all adversaries present. Tang San's concealed weapons were poisoned, leaving the Wuhuan Temple with no choice but to concede defeat. Shrek Academy emerged as champions. The prize for their victory consisted of 3 soul bones, personally allocated by Yu Xiaojiang, the rapid advancement left leg, ideally suited for an agile attack-type soul master, undoubtedly belonging to Zhu Qing. As for the explosive burning right arm, most fitting for a powerful attack-type fire soul master, it was designated for Ma Hongjun. Regarding the wisdom skull of mental concentration, the master paused, directing his gaze towards Tang San and Ning Rongrong. At that moment, both of their eyes were distinctly fixated upon the skull. The concept of mental concentration held significant value for both Tang San and Ning Rongrong. Although Tang San was not primarily a spirit master of mental power, he possessed the ability of the purple extreme magic eyes and was fundamentally a control-type soul master. Thus, the benefits of the wisdom skull for his future were evident. Moreover, among the 3 soul bones, this particular one was undoubtedly the most precious. Tang San glanced at Ning Rongrong, inwardly sighing, and spoke, "I cannot relinquish it." Suddenly, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, "Brother San, it rightfully belongs to you. You have sacrificed so much for this final championship. Our 7-treasure glazed tile school will not lack for soul bones. Please accept it. With it, your team's soul will truly be worthy of its name. Furthermore, I already possess a soul bone given to me by Xiaoyi, which is even more suitable for me." Yu Xiaojiang expressed uncertainty. "Really? Is such a valuable item simply given away?" Ning Rongrong nodded. "If you don't believe me, just ask Xiaoyi." Upon mentioning Xiao Yi, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Zhuqing recalled the soul shock he had employed during the competition, and they had a fair inkling of his identity, yet they prudently chose to remain silent. If that were the case, Xiaoyi indeed lacked for soul bones. Chapter 76. Identity. As the climax approached, one could not afford to relax. Just as Shrek was on the verge of exiting the stage, Xiaowu joyously danced about, causing a precious celestial herb to tumble from her embrace. This herb bore a single flower, known as the Heartbreak Red, a token of love gifted to her by Tang San and a testament to their affection. The titled Douluos present turned their eyes towards Xiaowu, momentarily startled, then gazed greedily at her and the flower she hastily retrieved. The others remained unaffected, continuing their light-hearted banter. Yu Guan and Gue Mei exchanged glances, sighing. Long ago, when they had gone to Shrek Academy to protect Qian Xiaoyi, they had uncovered Xiaowu's identity. However, they understood Qian Xiaoyi's disposition and knew he would certainly protect Xiaowu, which had dissuaded them from capturing her. Yet, as the saying goes, the truth will ultimately reveal itself. Qian Xiaoyi, perplexed, furrowed her brows, sensing that something ominous was about to unfold. An unsettling feeling enveloped her. At that moment, the Pope commanded, "Elders Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, seize that girl." As she spoke, Bi Dong pointed directly at Xiaowu. Instantly, a wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Tang San instinctively positioned himself in front of Xiaowu, and the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters surged forward in solidarity. Yu Xiaojiang, astonished, exclaimed, "Your Holiness, what do you mean by this?" Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo exchanged helpless smiles, and just as they were about to act, Ning Fingji swiftly interposed himself before them. "Your Holiness, should we not clarify the situation first?" Bi Biong replied in a low voice. "Do you wish to know why? Then why not inquire with that young lady? If she is merely a student of Shrek Academy, what reason do I have to apprehend her? However, if she is a soul beast transformed into human form, I have ample justification to take her." "What did you say?" Yu Xiaojiang gasped, abruptly turning to Xiaowu. The other members of the Shrek 7 monsters, including Qian Xiaoyi, displayed expressions of sheer horror, except for Tang San. The notion that a soul beast could transform into human form implied a singular reality, that this soul beast's cultivation exceeded 100,000 years. Soul beasts at this level could choose to take on a human guise, yet they would still retain their soul beast essence. Only upon reaching the rank of Soul Emperor could they truly become human. Transformed soul beasts were inherently gifted with spirit power and advanced rapidly, given sufficient time. They would inevitably attain the rank of titled Douluo. Moreover, the first 6 spirit rings would materialize without the need to hunt other soul beasts. Yet, few soul beasts were willing to undergo this transformation, as it posed significant dangers prior to becoming a soul sage. Retaining their soul beast genetics could lead to the emergence of soul rings and soul bones. The fate of a 100,000-year soul beast lacking the strength of a soul sage was, undoubtedly, grim. At this juncture, Xiao Wu appeared remarkably composed, showing no signs of panic despite the intense scrutiny directed at her. Her delicate face bore only a faint chill as she coldly regarded Pope Bibidong. Silence enveloped the arena as the Shrek 7 monsters stood resolutely beside Xiao Wu, proclaiming in unison, "We stand together in life and death." Flandre struck Ma Hongjuan's head with vigor, exclaiming, "What nonsense! I'm still alive. Why are you all in such a hurry?" Initially, Flandre had been fearful, as was his nature. However, he soon found solace in the thought that death, while terrifying, was not the worst fate. To retreat at this moment would be even more daunting for him. "Your Holiness." Chrysanthemum Douluo gently nudged the somewhat dazed Pope, awaiting her command, especially since one among them bore the Elder's token. Bibidong emerged from her reverie, a complex light flickering in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, her gaze sharpened, and she abruptly commanded, "Seize her, and show no mercy to those who obstruct." Just as Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo were about to act, a voice rang out, "Stop." Following the sound, the 7 monsters of Shrek were somewhat taken aback. But the astonishment exhibited by Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing was markedly different from that of the others. They were surprised that Xiaoyi would intervene to assist them. "Xiaoyi, where have you been? We haven't seen you for several days." Gue Mei and Yu Guan recognized this individual and could not help but halt in their tracks. However, the red-cloaked bishop trailing behind was oblivious to Xiao Yi's true identity, especially since he was still wearing a mask. After all, not everyone was aware of his visit to Shrek. Who was this little ghost? Do you think you were someone important? I wouldn't be intimidated even if your parents were here. Gue Mei, Yu Guan, charge. The red-cloaked bishop discerned the soul power level of Qian Xiaoyi at a glance. He too was a prodigy, likely born to affluent and influential parents. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that the boy's mother was glaring at him with murderous intent from behind. 2 titled Douluos were not to be commanded by a mere soul Douluo, and both of them turned to look at Bibidong. Qian Xiaoyi let out a cold laugh. "Humph, how bold." She tore off the mask from her face and continued, "I am Qian Xiaoyi, mother. It seems that aside from me, there are others who are not afraid of you. If this continues, some may even rebel." The cardinal, trembling in fear, sought to gain a share of the spoils from Xiao Wu, but inadvertently clashed with Qian Xiaoyi, boldly claiming to fear not the Pope. Coupled with Qian Xiaoyi's merciless retort, it was now nearly impossible for him to escape unscathed. On the side of Shrek Academy, gasps of astonishment filled the air. "Xiaoyi? Xiaoyi, Qian Xiaoyi. The Sword of Judgment, so that is it. Qian Xiaoyi? The Pope's son? Is he an enemy? It seems not, for he aids us. Let us trust him." Others were relatively unfazed, yet the situation was most complex for Tang San and Xiao Wu. Each bore a profound enmity towards the Spirit Hall. Yet their good friend turned out to be the offspring of their adversary, leaving them in a quandary. "I apologize for deceiving you for so long. As you can see, Xiaoyi is indeed Qian Xiaoyi. That was merely my alias." Chapter 77. Heartless Tang San remained silent. He bore no ill will towards Qian Xiaoyi, for he could not find a reason to blame her. The only explanation that seemed fitting was that Qian Xiaoyi was the Pope's son. Dai Mubai patted his shoulder. "Brother, let us not dwell on the inconsequential. We do not blame you for not stepping forward. The mere fact that you did is enough to affirm our brotherhood." Though he had harbored some suspicions, their confirmation left him less agitated than he had anticipated. Qian Xiaoyi glanced at the members of Shrek Academy and then looked at Bibidong, saying, "Mother, please let them go. I vow in the name of my martial soul that I shall hunt 100,000-year soul beast for the Spirit Hall." Bibidong sighed. "For soul beasts are the enemies of humanity and your actions." Qian Xiaoyi said, "Mother, the soul beasts are indeed foes, but Xiao Wu is now human." In truth, many are aware of Bibidong's intentions, She merely wishes to preserve the 100,000-year soul beast for her own offspring or disciples. The soul rings hold little significance for Bibi Dong, who possesses twin martial souls, rendering them almost inconsequential. Qian Shaoi understands this, yet he remains resolute in his desires. This time, Bibi Dong did not indulge Qian Shaoi. She issued a command. Pope, I grant you an opportunity to atone. Restrain the young master, Gui Mei and Yuguan. Apprehend them. Simultaneously, Bibi Dong revealed her soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and a crimson soul ring. The latter indicating her rank as the foremost soul master on the continent. Gui Mei and Yuguan, 2 titled Douluos, charged towards Tang San's companion, Xiao Wu. The defenses of the golden iron triangle appeared as fragile as tissue paper before the might of the 2 titled Douluos. How dare you harm my son? Begone! Just as the 2 titled Douluos were about to succeed, a deep, resonant voice filled the skies with an imposing presence. Tang Hao. Bibi Dong's expression turned grave. Tang Hao's exceptional talent, coupled with the might of the Haotian hammer, the strongest weapon martial soul on the continent, compelled even her to retreat. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, wielded a massive hammer and bore 9 soul rings, the last of which was also a 100,000-year ring. Despite the similarity in their soul rings, Bibi Dong could sense that she was no match for Tang Hao's aura. Someone approaches. Tang Hao detected a powerful presence and felt the urge to withdraw. His intent was not to engage in battle but to rescue. He lifted Tang San and Xiao Wu, soaring into the sky. Aware of her disadvantage, Bibi Dong refrained from pursuit and venomously declared, Tang Hao, you cannot protect them forever. Though Tang Hao had already departed. His voice lingered. Bibi Dong, do not forget, you cannot protect your child either. What a formidable threat. Dare to lay a hand on my son. And do you not fear for your own? Challenge me, and we shall both suffer. Bibi Dong cast a glance at Qian Shaoi, her teeth clenched in frustration. This competition had already cost her 3 soul bones, and now she faced threats. How could one so accustomed to power remain calm? Bibi Dong was disinclined to provoke Shrek Academy, knowing it would only lead to suspicion. The champions not being from the Spirit Hall would raise eyebrows. How could it be perceived that the Spirit Hall could not bear defeat? As the tournament concluded, she cautioned Xiaoyi as a member of the Spirit Hall. You must distance yourself from Shrek Academy. Otherwise, it would not bode well for you or them. With his head bowed, Qian Shaoi realized what needed to be done. Ever since Shrek Academy claimed the championship, it gained immense notoriety, attracting numerous self-proclaimed elites eager to enroll. Yet, Master Flander remained steadfast in his principles, choosing quality over quantity, accepting only the truly extraordinary. Despite the overwhelming influx of applicants, a few exceptional talents inevitably emerged. However, they could never rival the original 7 monsters. Flander reflected on this with a sense of acceptance. If such remarkable individuals appeared every year, the Douluo continent would cease to be what it is and would rather be dubbed the Monster Continent. When Qian Shaoi arrived, Shrek Academy was in the midst of celebrating their championship victory. Naturally, he had received an invitation, and it appeared that his affiliation with the Spirit Hall did not diminish their warmth towards him. Upon his entrance, the joyous atmosphere remained undiminished despite the presence of a member from the Spirit Hall. Everyone was present except Tang San and Xiao Wu, including Ma Hongjuan's girlfriend, Shui Binger, whom he had met during the competition. Qian Shaoi organized her expressions and smiled, saying, Teacher, friends. Daimu Bai, with an arm draped around Qian Shaoi's shoulder, chuckled, Shaoi. I truly did not expect this. Without your mask, you are quite the handsome figure. More dashing than Xiao Ao, I find myself feeling envious. Come. Don't just stand there. Let us drink. Quite the handsome figure? I shall take that as a compliment. Qian Shaoi retorted. You are so slow. I was just about to call for you. Come here. Sit beside me, Ning Rongrong encouraged, patting the seat next to her. Yu Xiaojiang also revealed a rare smile, saying, Xiaoi, you are the last one we were waiting for. Qian Shaoi, feeling deeply touched by the warm welcome of the crowd, recognized the necessity of executing his plan. Teachers, elder brother, friends, I am here to bid farewell, he continued. I am now ready to graduate. I am profoundly grateful to my teachers for their nurturing and to my friends for their support. Thank you all. Before Qian Shaoi could elaborate further, Ning Rongrong wrapped her arms around one of his, asking with concern, what troubles you? In a moment filled with astonished gazes, Qian Shaoi shook off Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, I am truly sorry. I have deceived you. Ning Rongrong's delicate face paled, and with a trembling voice, she implored, what is wrong with you? Please do not frighten me. Qian Shaoi scoffed disdainfully, I apologize. At that time, I perceived you as the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school and contemplated a political marriage to elevate the prestige of the Spirit Hall. However, such considerations have become unnecessary. The stance of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school is unequivocal. Assisting Tang San renders them adversaries of the Spirit Hall. And I see no reason to linger on this matter. Did you truly believe that the me who was not yet 10 years old comprehended the essence of love? Tears glistened in Ning Rongrong's eyes as she trembled, responding, "It cannot be. You loved me. Otherwise, why would you have gifted me 2 soul bones? Moreover, I could forsake my sect for you." Qian Shaoi scoffed disdainfully, casting a look of contempt at her. "Enough, Ning Rongrong. After much effort, I am finally extricating myself from you, and yet you still wish to cling to me. Do you not realize how tiresome you are? The Spirit Hall does not require your support. Furthermore, my gift of a soul bone was merely an attempt to appease Chen Xin. Do not delude yourself. I harbor no affection for you. My intentions were merely to indulge in a fleeting dalliance, coupled with the necessities of a political marriage. I have someone I truly cherish, and I have long grown weary of your incessant prattling." At that moment, Hulaina burst in, affectionately linking her arm with Qian Shaoi's. Are you not ready yet? You have been with that girl for quite some time now. It has been ages since you last accompanied me. Enduring the company of someone you do not favor must be quite a trial for you. Qian Shaoi nodded and said, "All right, let us proceed. From this day forth, we shall be adversaries. I stand here, representing the Spirit Hall, to declare war upon you all. Those who oppose the Spirit Hall shall not fare well. I urge you all to take heed." Ning Rongrong raised her hand, blocking the doorway, and asserted, "Let us clarify this. What do you mean by not having accompanied her for a long time?" Hulaina smiled seductively and replied, "Of course, I have long belonged to him. I have been with him since childhood. I am no less than you. What reason would he have to favor you and forsake me?" Ning Rongrong could no longer contain her emotions. "No, this contradicts what you said before. You told me there was no relationship between you two. We are friends. Are we not?" Hulaina chuckled softly. "Ning Rongrong, I must say, you are truly naive. That was merely to alleviate your suspicions. Have you ever seen a rival become friends? Although Shaoi does not harbor feelings for you, it still pains me to see you together. Now, step aside. You have outlived your usefulness." Qian Shaoi pushed Ning Rongrong aside, but failed to control the force, inadvertently causing her to fall. Ning Rongrong, frail in constitution, took quite a tumble, yet the physical pain she endured paled in comparison to the anguish within her heart. Tears streamed down uncontrollably as she helplessly knelt upon the cold ground. Those embroiled in the situation often lack clarity, whereas observers possess a clearer perspective. Moreover, Yu Xiaojiang, being an astute onlooker, certainly discerned Qian Shaoi's intentions, and others also had their suspicions, for Qian Shaoi's performance was riddled with flaws. Who would employ a soul bone to curry favor with another? Even the wealthiest of the Spirit Hall would not squander resources in such a manner. Furthermore, if it were true that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School assisted Tang San, then why did he advocate for Tang San's cause? However, they all tacitly kept this knowledge from Ning Rongrong. Tang San and the Spirit Hall were destined to be adversaries. And the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School stood in opposition to the Spirit Hall. As the future sect leader, Ning Rongrong could not afford any mishaps. Thus, she had no choice but to sever her ties with Qian Shaoi. Was this truly the best course of action? Chen Xian pondered in the shadows. He had been summoned by Qian Shaoi and remained present. With his strength, remaining undetected was an exceedingly simple task. Qian Shaoi said helplessly, "There is no other choice. This is the only way for her to forget me. If we were to be together, it would be detrimental both to her and to the Qi Bao Lili sect. Moreover, I fear she might truly forsake her sect for my sake, and that would indeed be a grave transgression on my part. Can you not forsake the Wuhuan Hall? That is impossible. My mother's nurturing love surpasses all else. Her ambition to unify the continent compels me, as her son, to lend her my support. Master, please help me persuade Rongrong to relinquish her feelings." With that, Qian Shaoi departed with Hulaina. Chen Xian watched Qian Shaoi fade into the distance and murmured, "Alas, how could that girl ever forget you? She must despise you deeply. Yet perhaps this is for the best. Rongrong may undergo some transformation." Chapter 78. Hatred. As the members of Shrek Academy offered consolation to the emotionally numb Ning Rongrong, Qian Shaoi returned to the Wuhuan Hall with Hulaina and approached Bibi Dong, saying, "Mother, the competition has concluded, and I wish to venture outside." Bibi Dong regarded her son, whose spirits were somewhat diminished, her expression laden with complexity. Her ambition to unify the continent placed her in direct opposition to the Hautanen sect. particularly to Tang Hao, her greatest adversary. Even the two great empires paled in significance compared to him. Now, she felt immense pressure emanating from Tang San, whose displayed prowess rivaled that of Tang Hao from years past. He would undoubtedly become the most formidable obstacle to her aspirations of unification. Yet, Tang San was also a friend of Qian Shaoi's, leaving Bibi Dong at a loss for words. Outside? Where to? Qian Shaoi remarked. I merely wish to take a stroll to clear my mind. There is no need for anyone to accompany me. Bibi Dong hesitated, clearly concerned. Qian Shaoi understood her worries. Tang Hao's threats were no trifling matter. Mother, do not fret. Hao Tian Douluo is a decent man. He would not trouble me without grave necessity. Moreover, if someone were to protect me, I would not achieve the purpose of my training. If, years hence, my friends have all become formidable warriors while I remain weak, it would be quite humiliating. Bibi Dong sighed in resignation. Very well, when shall we depart? Better early than late. We shall set out tomorrow. The following day, Qian Shaoi embarked on her journey alone. After Ning Rongrong was brought back to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school by the sword Douluo, Chen Xin, she withdrew into herself, becoming increasingly haggard and gaunt, neglecting food and drink. No matter what Ning Fingji said, she remained indifferent, indicating that this setback had taken a heavy toll on her. Rongrong, come out to eat. Ning Fingji made one last attempt. There was no response from within. Chen Xin gently placed a hand on Ning Fengji's shoulder, signaling him to let him speak. Standing outside the door, Chen Xin called out, Rongrong, you have not eaten for a day. Grandfather Jian has said that someone like Qian Shaoi is not worth your concern. He has spent far more time with that spirit hall saintess, Hulaina, than with you. He has simply deceived you. As Chen Xin spoke, tears streamed down Ning Rongrong's face within the room, and she murmured, No, Shaoi would never deceive me. Although she said this, memories of Qian Shaoi's gaze filled with disdain haunted her, and she seemed to hear the sound of her heart shattering. Seeing that Ning Rongrong remained steadfast in her affections, Chen Xin, at a loss, recalled Qian Shaoi's words, Rongrong, I have been following Qian Shaoi from the very beginning. Do you know what he has concealed from you? After each kiss with you, he would go to a secluded place to vomit. I kept this from you to spare you pain, but now it is time for you to let go. Ning Rongrong stood frozen for a moment, then forced a bitter smile, vomiting. I didn't realize I caused you such distress. To think you despise me to this extent. Very well, Qian Shaoi. You have forced my hand. You and Hulaina, the two of you are nothing but hypocritical scum. I once considered you a friend. But may you both meet a wretched end. Ning Rongrong paused, glancing at her right hand, slowly clenching her fist, and continued, Qian Shaoi, you likely never anticipated this. The gift you bestowed upon me shall become the most advantageous weapon in my quest for vengeance. To prevent you from deceiving others, I shall claim your life. What I cannot possess, no one shall have. Every word spoken by Ning Rongrong was heard by Chen Xin outside the door, eliciting a mix of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from Ning Rongrong finally finding her motivation, while the concern arose from her harboring murderous intentions towards Qian Shaoi. However, he remained unconcerned, as Ning Rongrong, being a support-type soul master, could never truly match Qian Shaoi in combat. Even if she managed to gain the upper hand, she would undoubtedly hesitate to strike. As Ning Rongrong emerged from the room, her eyes were filled with an intense hatred. Chen Xin, feeling a sense of unease, remarked, Rongrong, I believe your school's Oscar is commendable. Perhaps we should consider. His words were abruptly cut off by Ning Rongrong's icy interruption. No need. After she had walked away, Chen Xin sighed, reflecting, let her harbor her hatred. It is far better than severing ties with her sect and turning against the world. After all, the spirit hall embodies malevolence and ambition, and aligning with them would yield no benefits, leaving only Shaoi to suffer. Qian Shaoi pondered to herself. Rongrong must already harbor a deep-seated hatred for me. Yet, this is still far from sufficient. I must hasten to grow stronger. She then mused, where exactly am I? How foolish of me to have neglected to bring a map. Qian Shaoi has been on the road for several days now, wandering aimlessly, fully aware that he is heading north, while the final destination remains a matter of fate. No matter where he finds himself, there are always those seeking trouble. And even if he takes a detour, he cannot escape their scrutiny. As Qian Shaoi pondered how to procure a map, he was suddenly interrupted by a sinister chuckle. Hee hee. Little brat, it's a robbery. Hand over your valuables. I might spare your life. A middle-aged man, with a lecherous visage and a gaunt frame, appeared to be around 40. Brandishing a knife and surrounded by 4 yellow soul rings, spoke with brazen audacity. To an ordinary person, a soul master held enough arrogance to instill fear. Brother, you've deceived again. When have you ever spared anyone's life? Cackled a voice beside the man. Accompanying him was another individual, rotund and distinctly spherical. Lying down yet standing at a similar height, indeed, he appeared a head shorter than Qian Shaoi, without any visible manifestation of his martial soul. He bore one white and two yellow soul rings, his physique seemingly on the brink of bursting through the rings. Fool, don't voice that out loud. How can we enjoy their expressions, akin to angels plummeting to earth? The rotund figure lamented. Kid, with your prowess? Achieving the rank of soul master at such a tender age indicates you are a prodigy. I harbor a deep envy for talents like you. So brace yourself for your demise. Those with heightened mental acuity could discern the levels of soul masters with lesser spiritual power, typically. Mental strength correlates with soul power. The greater the soul power, the stronger the mental capacity. With a soul master and a soul scholar present, it could be said that Qian Shaoi was at a disadvantage. Yet, he exhibited not an ounce of trepidation and innocently inquired, "Do you happen to possess a map? I seem to have lost my way." The two robbers were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the situation. Was he not meant to be begging for mercy or fleeing in panic? Had they encountered a fool? "Are you an idiot?" they exclaimed. Qian Shaoi's lips twitched in irritation as she exclaimed, "I asked if you have a map, not for a torrent of meaningless chatter. I'm lost and wish to find my way out. Do you not understand? Are you foolish? Individuals like you tend to meet their demise swiftly." The two robbers were momentarily taken aback, then began to murmur among themselves, ultimately concluding that she was intellectually challenged. Here she was, being robbed yet daring to confront her assailants. Just look at her attitude. It was enough to make even the most mild-tempered individual consider retaliating. Upon witnessing the two individuals regarding him with expressions of bewilderment, Qian Shaoi found himself engulfed in a surge of indignation, in a rather foul mood. He seized the opportunity to toy with them, while simultaneously searching for a map. Brandishing the sword of judgment, he could not even be bothered to manifest his soul ring. Instead, he directly employed his sword intent and soul flow. The individual, who was nearly as tall as he was lying down, felt a twinge of fear as he charged forward, realizing he was, in truth, the weakest among the soul masters. "Help! Boss, save me!" he cried out. "Brother, don't be afraid. I'm coming. Ouch! That hurts. Ah, do not strike me. Help! This is murder. Are you insane? How can a soul master possess such strength? Ah, brother, retreat." Chapter 79. Journey to the Douluo forest with the sword of judgment pointed at the two prostrate figures, who were too terrified to move, he commanded. "Hand over the money. No, the map. Perhaps if I am in a generous mood, I might spare your lives." The plump soul master trembled as he replied. "You wouldn't be like my elder brother, would you? We provide you with the map. Only for you to say you're in a bad mood and then dispose of us." Qian Shaoi displayed a look of astonishment and asked, "Oh, how did you know? Given your appearance, it seems you have taken many lives, haven't you? Surely, you do not believe that after committing murder, you can escape unscathed? Murder requires payment in kind, and debts must be repaid. I have come to enact justice upon you." The two robbers turned pale as death, and just when they thought their end had come. Qian Shaoi continued, "However, sparing your lives is not entirely out of the question." Upon hearing the glimmer of hope for survival, the two men were overjoyed and exclaimed, "Young master, as long as you spare the lives of my brother and me, we shall serve you loyally. Service is not what I require from you at this moment. You are both steeped in wrongdoing. If you wish to live, dedicate yourselves earnestly to serving the people. Should I ever encounter you engaging in villainous acts again, you know all too well the consequences." The two men nodded vigorously, their agreement fervent and desperate. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up Qian Shaoi's eyes as he looked at them and said, "Merely that is insufficient. You two must first accomplish a task for me. Young master, command us. We will complete the task, even at the cost of our lives." Qian Shaoi curled his lips in disbelief. He found it hard to believe that these two cowards would risk their lives for him. Nevertheless, he spoke up, "I need you to assist me in eliminating someone." The portly soul master interrupted Qian Shaoi, asking, "Eliminate someone? Did you not prohibit us from killing?" "Listen to me first," Qian Shaoi replied, a hint of irritation in his tone. "I want you to feign the assassination of Ning Rongrong, the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." "Ah, boss, this." "Silence. If you interrupt me again, I will have you executed on the spot." Seeing the two cover their mouths in compliance, Qian Shaoi nodded in satisfaction. "With your abilities, you certainly cannot kill her. You must pretend to assassinate her. The attempt will undoubtedly fail, and once you are captured, they will inquire who sent you. How do you intend to respond?" The two soul masters, believing Qian Shaoi was testing their loyalty, earnestly declared, we would certainly claim that no one instructed us. We simply find her displeasing. Upon finishing, they exchanged smug glances, thinking that this time, the young master would surely trust them. Qian Xiaoyi pressed her forehead, letting out a sigh. You two are truly foolish. Remember my appearance and name. When she inquires, answer truthfully without a hint of error. Also, my name is Qian Xiaoyi. You shall say that Qian Xiaoyi has sent you to eliminate her. Understand? But do not disclose my plan. The two nodded vigorously, and Qian Xiaoyi waved her hand, leaving them with a parting remark. If you fail, prepare to meet your demise. For those who fear for their lives, threatening them with death is most fitting. Days later, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong stared blankly at a plush bear on her bed, the very first gift Qian Xiaoyi had bestowed upon her. In her most cherished possession. In recent days, she had devoted herself to rigorous training, her strength soaring, even her soul rotation, which had always been challenging, showed signs of improvement. In her leisure time, she found herself lost in thought, unaware of what occupied her mind. Clutching the plush bear, tears began to flow. She could hardly believe those joyful days had been mere illusions, nor could she accept that the sweet nothings were fabrications. Is this the target? This little girl? Ah ha ha ha. Let us hasten to complete the task. Just as Ning Rongrong was engulfed in sorrow, two figures burst into the room, both clad in the uniform of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, suggesting they had infiltrated through this guise. One was tall, the other short, one was stout, the other slender. Ning Rongrong wiped away her tears, unwilling to let anyone witness her weeping for a scoundrel. A quick sweep with her spiritual power revealed that one was a soul master and the other a soul scholar. These two were the robbers tasked with executing Qian Xiaoyi's orders. They were supposed to have arrived much earlier, but their map was in Qian Xiaoyi's possession, causing them to lose their way. Fortunately, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was vast, and after inquiring a few people, they managed to find their way. Otherwise, completing their mission could have taken an eternity. Ning Rongrong inquired, Who are you? Do you dare to trespass into the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Are you tired of living? The slender one replied, We do not wish to. However, the mission must be accomplished. Little beauty, you cannot escape. Ning Rongrong narrowed her eyes and suddenly laughed. You dare to attempt an assassination of the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with your soul scholar's strength? Is your master a fool? Someone, apprehend them. Ning Rongrong was too disinterested to engage with them. Her curiosity lay in discovering who was foolish enough to send assassins after her, eager to create enmity with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Brother, there are so many of them, and they are all skilled fighters, the stout soul master remarked. The slender soul master nodded in agreement. What do you intend to do? Let me tell you, I am quite formidable. Wait, do not come any closer. Help. Murder. Help. The onlookers from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School cast curious glances at the two as assassins. They were being beaten by the guards and yet cried out for murder. How amusing. Ning Rongrong waved her hand, signaling everyone to halt, exuding an aura of danger. Who is your master? Speak, lest you wish to meet a fate worse than death. The corpulent man was utterly terrified, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Upon witnessing this, the slender man confessed. It was just as Qian Xiaoyi had not yet finished speaking when Ning Rongrong, filled with agitation, exclaimed, You re deceiving us. Your master is fully aware that you cannot complete the task it still sent you here. You are clearly attempting to frame Qian Xiaoyi. Moreover, if he truly wished to kill me, why wouldn't he come himself? The slender man, drenched in cold sweat, stammered, It is true. Young Master S. Martial Soul is the judgment sword, and he is quite handsome. He said that killing you would dirty his hands, which is why we were instructed to take action. I assure you, every word is true. I even possess a personal letter from the young master detailing our mission. As he spoke, he produced a piece of paper bearing the insignia of the Spirit Hall. Upon seeing this document, Ning Rongrong was already half convinced. Opening it revealed indeed Qian Xiaoyi's handwriting. Her vision darkened, and she nearly fainted, only to be steadied by a servant. The paper read, I have long detested the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Yet I do not wish to sully my own hands. Thus, I have dispatched you two to assassinate its young master. A generous reward awaits upon success. Ning Rongrong collapsed onto the ground, weeping inconsolably. Despite her tears, she burst into laughter. Qian Xiaoyi, how heartless you are. I could endure your insults and blows, but you would actually seek to kill me? Do you ever hold a place for me in your heart? With your cunning, you would send these two to do your bidding. Are you so eager for my demise? To what extent do you despise me? Ha ha ha, Qian Xiaoyi, if you're merciless, Do not blame me for being ungrateful. I refuse to fulfill your wishes. Not only will I live well, but I shall ensure you lose everything. You claim to detest me? One day, I shall bind you to my side, forcing you to watch me every day. Ha ha. Miss. What shall we do with them? One of the men pointed at the two assailants. Ning Rongrong glanced at them and replied, let them go. They are of no use. The two assailants then realized that they were merely pawns in a game, so inconsequential that their lives were not even worth taking, which explained why the young master assured them of absolute safety. In the distance, Qian Shaoi seemed to grasp something. Gazing towards the seven-treasure glazed tile school with a sigh, Rong, I apologize. Following me, you would surely suffer a fate worse than death. In my eyes, your safety and reputation hold more value than anything else. Perhaps you should hate me alone. Perhaps we should never have crossed paths. Gazing at the grove before him, he murmured, the Stardow forest, fraught with peril, also brims with opportunities. Whether I shall drink the bitter cup here or transform into a dragon depends solely on my fate. Chapter 80. The Winged White Tiger and the Silkworm. The judgment sword was embedded in the ground as Qian Shaoi, with a blade of grass between his lips, rested his arms behind his head, leaning against a great tree. Beside him lay a tiger, tranquil and majestic, measuring 3 meters in length, resembling a mere pet in his presence. Aside from the black crown-like marking on its forehead, its fur is entirely a resplendent golden white. At its back, it boasts 2 immaculate white wings, while its tail sways gently from side to side. With its eyes closed and its breathing calm yet powerful, it appears to be in slumber. Nevertheless, this does not diminish its imposing presence. The twin-winged white tiger is a legendary soul beast, said to have originated from a mutation of the divine beast, the white tiger. Tales of the white tiger are also woven into the lore of the Douluo continent, heralding the emergence of this magnificent creature, whose abilities rival those of the dragon clan and hold strength comparable to that of divine successors, residing alongside them in the divine realm. The lineage of the twin-winged white tiger has mutated to become even more formidable than that of the white tiger itself. Although still in its infancy, it is destined to become a dominant force in the future. The probability of such a mutation occurring is exceedingly rare, and the chances of a beneficial transformation are nearly negligible. It is estimated that this twin-winged white tiger is the sole one of its kind on the entire continent. Despite its grand stature and fierce demeanor, Qian Shaoi is well aware of its age. It is, in fact, merely a few months old. Its considerable size has been achieved solely through feeding. The cultivation of soul beasts is measured in years. The greater the age, the stronger the cultivation. Some soul beasts can enhance their cultivation through unique methods such as absorption and devouring, which allows certain beasts to possess 10,000-year soul rings despite living only a few thousand years. However, cultivation does not necessarily equate to strength, as it is also intrinsically linked to lineage. The more noble the bloodline, the mightier the prowess. For instance, a 1,000-year dark gold fearsome claw bear could contend with an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. Upon his arrival at the starry forest, Qian Shaoi was acutely aware of the perils that lay within, and thus exercised utmost caution in his endeavors, refraining from provoking any soul beasts. Even when confronted by such creatures, he would either fend them off if he possessed the strength or retreat if he did not. To date, he had not slain a single soul beast, not out of fear, but rather a conviction that it was unnecessary. After all, each life held its own value. And if he could spare it, he would. One day, as Qian Shaoi traversed the forest, he suddenly sensed a tumultuous surge of energy surrounding him. The deeper he ventured, the denser this energy became. Though he remained vigilant, his curiosity compelled him to uncover the source, ever watchful of his surroundings to avert any unforeseen calamity. He noted with intrigue that within this energetic sphere, only insects and birds flitted about, devoid of any soul beasts. As the adage suggests, unusual occurrences often herald strange phenomena. Just as Qian Shaoi contemplated whether to proceed further, a wave of energy surged toward him from a short distance ahead. He attempted to harness this energy, but it resisted his commands, gradually coalescing into a spherical form over a meter in height. It was a resplendent white orb. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was an egg. Despite the energy having condensed into this egg, it remained remarkably potent, with only a slight diminution in its intensity. Yet, the spectacle was far from over, as the remaining energy continued to be voraciously absorbed by the white egg. Qian Shaoi was entranced, harboring a premonition that he would witness the birth of something extraordinary today. Energy is not infinite. No matter how abundant, it will eventually be completely absorbed. Just as the energy was fully consumed, a column of platinum light descended from the heavens, striking the egg and simultaneously radiating waves of energy in all directions. Caught off guard, Qian Shaoi was unceremoniously thrown aside. Upon observing, he noted that perhaps due to the influence of the light beam, the white egg was now covered in cracks, as if something within was eager to break free. At last, the shell shattered, revealing a pair of white wings, followed by the emergence of a small white tiger's body. In that fleeting moment, Qian Shaoi recalled an ancient tome that detailed various mythical beasts, which mentioned an anomaly regarding the white tiger, noting that it possessed an additional pair of wings. The creature before him had come into existence, adorned with dual wings and shimmering platinum fur. Qian Shaoi ventured a bold hypothesis. It was the winged white tiger, a variant of the divine beast, the white tiger. Perhaps it was that radiant beam that instigated the anomaly of the white tiger destined to come into being. The winged white tiger stood upright, displaying no sign of weakness from its recent birth. Its limbs were robust, and its large blue eyes blinked adorably. It surveyed its surroundings and, upon spotting Qian Shaoi approaching unsteadily, leapt with excitement, directly landing on him. Qian Shaoi was initially quite weak due to the effects of the turbulent winds. How could he possibly withstand the sudden descent of the winged white tiger? As he was knocked to the ground, a chill ran down his spine when the tiger opened its mouth, just as he was about to retaliate. The winged white tiger extended its tongue and gently licked Qian Shaoi's face, nuzzling against him affectionately. Realizing that the tiger bore no hostility and was rather amicable, Qian Shaoi summoned his courage to stroke the little white tiger's head, which elicited a contented expression from the creature. Before long, the winged white tiger stood before him, adopting a pitiful demeanor, human-like in its gestures as it pointed to its belly and licked its lips. Even Qian Shaoi, though somewhat simple-minded, understood the implication clearly. It was hungry. Tigers are carnivorous animals, but aside from himself, there was no meat to be found on Qian Shaoi. For the sake of his own safety, he resolved to find a notorious soul beast instead. Qian Shaoi vanquished a serpentine thousand-year soul beast, and upon consuming it, the dual-winged white tiger began to expand in size. Qian Shaoi distinctly sensed that the tiger's cultivation was steadily advancing, having progressed from its nascent state to possessing a decade's worth of prowess. A few months later, the dual-winged white tiger had reached a length of 3 meters, with its cultivation evolving to that of a century. Its primary pursuits were slumber and sustenance, exhibiting none of the regal demeanor befitting the king of beasts. The dual-winged white tiger had developed a dependency on Qian Shaoi. Typically, soul beasts gain a semblance of reason only after a millennium, and it is not until they reach 10 millennia that they begin to grasp human emotions and social intricacies. However, the dual-winged white tiger was unique. From its very birth, it exhibited a penchant for affection and charm, displaying intelligence that rivaled even the ancient soul beast of 10 millennia. Qian Shaoi's greatest delight lay in perching upon the back of the winged white tiger, treating it as a noble steed. As they rested, the winged white tiger slowly opened its eyes, casting a vigilant gaze into the depths of the starry forest. Noticing its demeanor, Qian Shaoi braced for impending conflict. At last, those rascals emerged, foolishly attempting to absorb Tianming, utterly underestimating their own capabilities. Humph! No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a shadow began to materialize from the thicket ahead, and Qian Shaoi felt the temperature drop perceptibly. Before him loomed a rotund head, plump and measuring over 1 meter in diameter, as it slithered forth from the forest depths. Only then did he realize the creature's immense size. It was a silkworm, stretching over 7 meters in length. An ethereal glow pulsed beneath its skin, while its golden eyes sparkled from its head. Along its body, golden patterns encircled it at intervals, totaling 10 in number from head to tail. Chapter 81. The Tianming Ice Silkworm. Upon spotting Qian Shaoi and the winged white tiger, the enormous silkworm, though expressionless, was roiling with inner turmoil. How did I not notice these two while I was fleeing? Such a blunder. Surely, I have not just escaped the jaws of a tiger only to stumble into a wolf's den? What then could that winged tiger signify? Why is it drooling? Why does it regard me as though I were its next meal? Fortunately, it appears formidable, yet it is merely a century old. Ha! I am free. The winged white tiger stared intently at the plump insect, drool trickling from its mouth, even extending its tongue to lick its lips, feeling an insatiable desire to devour the creature. However, Qian Shaoi refrained from the same reckless abandon as his companion. Given the preceding sounds, it was likely the insect had spoken. Soul beasts capable of human speech typically possessed cultivation exceeding 100,000 years. Such a beast would rival a tidal Douluo. And due to the innate advantages of soul beasts, even a tidal Douluo might not be a match. Staobai, be cautious. This creature is likely a 100,000-year soul beast. Staobai was the name Qian Shaoi had given the winged white tiger, devoid of any deeper significance. It was simply a moniker derived from Flinder's reference to Dai Mubai as Xiaobai. Although Xiaobai could not yet speak, Comprehending human language was not beyond its capabilities. However, understanding and heeding were distinct matters. Xiaobai continued to gaze at the large worm with a sense of nonchalance. The silkworm, feeling slighted, disregarded Qian Shaoi and the century-old Xiaobai entirely, proclaiming, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the embodiment of heroism and chivalry, a soul beast of unparalleled strength. Blessed with wisdom and beauty, the Tianming ice silkworm, having cultivated for 1,000,000 years, setting the record for longevity in the Douluo continent. You may call me Brother Tianming." 1,000,000 years? Who do you think you're fooling? Frankly, even the aura of 100,000-year soul beast surpasses yours. Qian Shaoi wore a face of skepticism, while Xiaobai exhibited an expression of sheer excitement, as if the strength of the heavenly dream ice silkworm was a matter of utmost importance to him. Disbelief aside, there was also that little tiger over there. If you continue to regard me with such a gaze, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you, declared the heavenly dream ice silkworm fiercely. Xiaobai, with an adorably naive blink, let out a few roars and then provocatively stared at the heavenly dream ice silkworm. After all, the heavenly dream ice silkworm was a spirit beast of 1,000,000 years, and it certainly would not take kindly to being challenged by a mere 100-year-old spirit beast. "Oh dear, little white tiger, do you take my silence for weakness?" exclaimed the heavenly dream ice silkworm. "Watch as I render you lifeless." With that proclamation, the temperature around the heavenly dream ice silkworm plummeted, prompting Qian Shaoi to release his soul power to shield both Xiaobai and himself from the biting cold. The heavenly dream ice silkworm snorted disdainfully, realizing that not all humans were driven solely by greed. However, in a flash, a beam of icy light darted past, striking Xiaobai. In an instant, all of his movements froze, and frost began to envelop his surface, transforming him into a magnificent ice sculpture. "Xiaobai." Qian Shaoi glared fiercely, for during this time, he and Xiaobai had become inseparable companions, developing an exceptionally close friendship. At times, Xiaobai even regarded him as a maternal figure, although this was somewhat awkward. Qian Shaoi knew that if Xiaobai were ever in peril, he would not stand idly by. "You wretched creature, I shall eliminate you." The heavenly dream ice silkworm sensed the murderous intent, its demeanor shifting to one of gravity. Just as conflict was on the brink of erupting, a shattering sound resonated, and the icy layer enveloping Xiaobai began to gradually peel away. Xiaobai regained mobility and let out a series of roars directed at the heavenly dream ice silkworm. The latter's mind was in disarray, contemplating, when did century-old soul beasts become so formidable? After all, I am 1,000,000-year soul beast, a difference of a full 10,000 times. The heavenly dream ice silkworm excelled in mental prowess, and upon sensing something amiss, it utilized its psychic abilities to probe Xiaobai. The moment its mental force made contact with Xiaobai, the heavenly dream ice silkworm's expression shifted dramatically as it murmured, "How is this possible? This aura is far superior to mine, even surpassing that of Bing Bing by many multiples. No, Bing Bing cannot even be compared. How can such an existence, destined to be a sovereign, coexist with a human?" As Qian Shaoi engaged his mental prowess with the heavenly dream ice silkworm, he discovered its mental force was overwhelmingly potent. Although his own mental strength was among the most formidable even within the soul sect, here, it felt as insignificant as a single droplet in an ocean. "Who exactly are you?" Qian Shaoi began to entertain the belief that the heavenly dream ice silkworm was indeed a 1,000,000-year-old soul beast. The heavenly dream ice silkworm adopted a somewhat amicable demeanor and replied, "I was once merely an ordinary ice silkworm soul beast. I did not originate from the Star Doe forest, but rather from the frigid northern extremes of the continent. Our ice silkworms are inherently dual attribute soul beasts, possessing both mental and ice properties. However, our combat capabilities are severely hampered by our speed, rendering us rather mundane as soul beasts. Furthermore, we have natural enemies that pose a significant threat. Very few of my kin can cultivate beyond 10,000 years. Yet, I am an exception. Perhaps it is the favor of the heavens. I have lived for 1,000,000 years, subsisting solely on sustenance and slumber. However, my combat skills are inferior to those of a 10,000-year soul beast, making me an easy target for predators. Nevertheless, I managed to escape. Young brother, could you possibly lend me a hand?" "So, you're this weak?" Qian Shaoi scoffed, while the nearby Xiaobai's gaze was replete with disdain. I merely harbor benevolent intentions and prefer not to resort to violence. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly not survive until the morrow. Hee, let us accept it as such." "What do you mean, accept it as such?" "I am quite formidable." Qian Shaoi was disinclined to argue with it. Although the plump creature possessed limited strength, its mental fortitude was formidable, being a soul beast that had existed for 1,000,000 years. No matter how feeble its power, It was beyond the capabilities of either Qian Xiaoyi or Xiaobai to contend with. Hey, Fatworm, what do you intend to do next? Will you continue fleeing? Qian Xiaoyi inquired. The heavenly dream-eyed silkworm shook its head. I have been escaping for several millennia. I am weary and in need of slumber. Furthermore, refer to me as Brother Tianming. If you are so tired, why not simply sleep until oblivion? All you do is rest, much like Xiaobai. Xiaobai let out a shout at Qian Xiaoyi, then pointed to its own mouth, implying, I also know how to eat. Qian Xiaoyi cast a glance at the ineffectual fellow and remarked, Tianming, where do you intend to sleep? Although the Douluo forest is vast, it is not your ideal refuge. Tianming blinked and shook his head and replied, You are right, but if I leave the Douluo forest, I will be discovered immediately. Even if I am not found, you humans will not spare me. Tianming Bingsan's words reminded Qian Xiaoyi of Xiaowu, and he sighed, Human desires are insatiable. In the past, when soul beasts ran rampant, people only wished to survive. Now, they seek to grow stronger and hunt down soul beasts. In the future, the living space for soul beasts will dwindle even further. Tianming blinked and nodded and said, It seems you have quite a perceptive eye. You are correct. Humanity is progressing too rapidly, and who knows if soul beasts will even exist in the future. Young man, you are the first human I do not find detestable. Qian Xiaoyi smiled and said, Yet you are not the first soul beast I have taken a liking to. Tianming's silkworm paused momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter. How amusing. I hope I am not the last soul beast you come to adore. Chapter 82. Snow-Cold City, returning to the matter at hand. Even if you intend to rest here, you must seek a secure location. The creatures capable of hunting you are at least 10,000-year-old soul beasts. Do you possess the confidence to evade them? Qian Xiaoyi expressed his concern at that moment. Tianming's silkworm appeared quite assured, stating, Though my combat prowess may not be remarkable, I can confidently declare that as long as I conceal myself, even the gods would be unable to locate me. A flicker of curiosity ignited within Qian Xiaoyi's heart as she inquired, God? Tianming, do you truly believe in the existence of deities? In an instant, Tianming's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, responding with unwavering conviction, Indeed, they exist. You are still far too feeble at present. Once you ascend to the pinnacle of the continent, you will perceive the realm of the divine. Just as the peak Douluo among your kind have come to understand that the divine realm is veritably real, those chosen by the divine progeny may attain godhood. And nearly all soul masters opt for this path to divinity, for the alternative is fraught with immeasurable difficulty. Qian Xiaoyi grasped the essence of the matter. What about the second path? Is there another way to attain divinity? Indeed, there exists an alternative method to achieve godhood, the creation of one's own divine position. However, given the inherent challenges, the difficulty is rather formidable. If the probability of being favored by a divine heir and inheriting their divine status stands at 50%, the likelihood of achieving divinity through self-creation of a divine position dwindles to a mere 0.5%. Furthermore, when considering additional factors, the odds diminish even further. At this juncture, Tianming blinked and sighed and remarked, Originally, our spirit beast could also ascend to godhood. However, ever since a silver light descended from the heavens thousands of years ago, we have not been able to achieve divinity. Even reaching 1,000,000 years of age is insufficient. The only viable path to godhood lies in transforming into a human at the age of 100,000 years, and then, with exceptional talent and profound insights into soul power, striving to reach the pinnacle of the continent, all in hopes of being noticed by a divine heir. Yet, the risks are exceedingly high. Not only is there uncertainty in being chosen by a divine heir, but you humans would surely not let us go unscathed. Thus, the choice to transform into a human remains exceedingly rare, as no one desires to take such substantial risks in pursuit of ephemeral dreams. Tianming blinked and then turned to Qian Xiaoyi and inquired, By the way, I still do not know your name. Qian Xiaoyi smiled awkwardly, realizing that after such a lengthy conversation, she had yet to disclose her name. I am Qian Xiaoyi, she said. Tianming, do you know what is required to create a divine position on your own? Tianming shook his head. I do not know, but to be frank, I do not believe you possess the ability to create a divine position. It is exceedingly challenging. Although a self-created divine position is far superior to an inherited one, the disparity in difficulty is equally significant. Qian Xiaoyi, undeterred, confidently declared, Who knows what the future holds? Do you not believe that challenges bring excitement? Tianming's silkworm opened its mouth, but ultimately let out a sigh. To be honest, it harbored doubts about Qian Xiaoyi's potential for success, yet it was reluctant to dampen his enthusiasm. Never mind, it decided. I shall retire for the night. And as for that little white one, Do not regard me with such eyes. I am not your meal. Qian Shaoi glanced back at Xiaobai, only to find it with an expression reminiscent of a mischievous pig, its eyes gleaming as it fixated on the Dream Ice silkworm, its limbs occasionally twitching in its direction. The Dream Ice silkworm's forte lay in its mental prowess. However, its psychic abilities proved futile against Xiaobai when it had previously unleashed a mental assault. Xiaobai's sea of consciousness absorbed the attack like a sponge, not only disregarding the psychic onslaught but also assimilating a portion of its own mental energy. Though mental energy can be replenished, it was ultimately of no consequence. If Xiaobai had not derived any benefit, how could it possibly regard the creature with such a gaze? Seeing that Tianming Binkan was at a loss with Xiaobai, Qian Shaoi's courage grew bolder. Tianming, Xiaobai hasn't had a proper meal in many days. I wonder if you could lend a hand. After all, you are a million-year-old soul beast. Losing a piece of flesh won't be fatal. Tianming Binkan retorted, I won't die. But it will hurt. How about I take a piece of flesh from you and see? Qian Shaoi smirked mischievously, patting Xiaobai. Go on. Devour it. And let it chatter away. Qian Shaoi discerned that Tianming Ice Silkworm was unable, or rather unwilling, to harm Xiaobai, though she felt no reservations. Qian Shaoi, you devil. Help me. Uncertain of how to articulate it, in the midst of their playful scuffle, their bond grew closer. Qian Shaoi cast his gaze downward, where the Dream Ice Silkworm lay in slumber deep beneath the surface, while Xiaobai wore a mournful expression, having ultimately missed the chance to indulge in delectable fare. A year later, Qian Shaoi languidly leaned against Xiaobai, whose form had grown significantly, nearing a millennium of cultivation. Throughout this year, Qian Shaoi had not been idle. He had not only enhanced his wilderness survival skills but also enriched his combat experience considerably. Most importantly, he had ascended to the rank of a soul master and, not long ago, had successfully hunted a 10,000-year soul beast, acquiring soul rings of yellow, blue, and black. Xiaobai, my initial plan has been accomplished. It is time to venture forth. Xiaobai emitted a low growl, seemingly expressing his discontent. Rubbing Xiaobai's body, Qian Shaoi said, you cannot accompany me. Until you possess absolute strength, you must not leave the Douluo forest. The outside world is far too perilous for soul beasts like you. Although dangers lurk within the forest as well, your abilities should suffice for self-preservation. Do not worry. I shall return, for there are matters I must clarify with her. Xiaobai gazed at Qian Shaoi with lingering reluctance before finally nodding and dashing deeper into the forest. Until we meet again. Departing the Douluo forest, he journeyed northward. The city of Snowcold, one of the northernmost cities in the Douluo continent, experienced temperatures so frigid that water would freeze upon contact. Yet, despite the biting chill, the city thrived with vibrancy, showing no signs of desolation due to its remote location. Qian Shaoi, clad in a thick cotton coat, trembled with the cold. Pondering to himself, how on earth did I inexplicably arrive here? Well, I might as well consider it a means to enhance my resistance to the chill. In contrast, the others within the city, though dressed warmly, did not appear nearly as disheveled as he did. Perhaps they have already acclimatized to their surroundings. Qian Shaoi entered a tavern bustling with patrons, likely seeking solace from the cold through the warmth of spirits. Settling into a corner, he beckoned to the server. Bring me a fine jug of wine. I am freezing. Certainly, replied the server, who, after attending to his tasks, hurried over with a jug of wine. Noticing that Qian Shaoi appeared to be merely in his teens, the server refrained from comment. For it was not uncommon for individuals of such age to be wed in this region. Observing Qian Shaoi's discomfort with the surroundings, the server inquired, You are not from around here, are you? In an effort to conceal his identity as a soul master, Qian Shaoi refrained from unleashing his soul power to combat the chill. His shivering had prompted the server's question. Indeed, I have traveled from the south, and I find myself quite unaccustomed to this dreadful weather. Hence, I seek to ward off the cold with a bit of wine. The server, somewhat puzzled, responded. Then why are you not with your parents? Perhaps you ought to drink less. Qian Shaoi was acutely aware of her tender years. Realizing that traversing such a distance alone was indeed extraordinary, an endeavor unattainable by the average individual. Noticing the kindness in the innkeeper, she felt no annoyance, merely stating, I found myself rather bored and decided to sneak out for some amusement. Just as the innkeeper was about to inquire further about this young girl, a gruff voice resonated through the tavern. Ah, what a stunning beauty. Bring her to me as my concubine. Chapter 83. The Mysterious Woman. Well, this last possesses quite the striking appearance. She is truly lovely. It seems fortune favors me this evening. Someone, take her away to be my concubine. Following the voice, One could see a burly man in his 30s, flanked by several servants, leering greedily at a young woman. This woman, much like Qian Xiaoyi, had been seated inconspicuously in a shadowy corner, her back turned to Qian, rendering her features invisible to the latter. Yet, even the most unassuming can attract attention. And soon enough, someone sought to forcibly claim her. The servants effectively obstructed all her avenues of escape, indicating that this was not their first foray into such reprehensible conduct. The innkeeper sighed. Alas, this Han Bing is a notorious bully in Snow-Cold City. He exploits his father's position as the city lord, acting with impunity while many dare not voice their outrage. At this moment, Qian Xiaoyi became intrigued and inquired, "Have you ever considered leaving this place or reporting to the empire? As far as I know, the emperors of both empires are wise rulers who would surely take notice." "Ah, it's not that simple," came the reply. Xuehan City was established by the Lord himself. It does not belong to either of the two great empires and can be considered a separate entity. The Lord wields military power and is reputed to be an 87th level soul duelist. Due to its remote location, both empires choose to turn a blind eye. It is not that no one wishes to depart. Rather, the Lord forbids it. I recall someone attempting to sneak out once, but by the following day, his head was displayed at the city gate. Since the inception of Xuehan City, no one has ever managed to leave, even if we wish to. Escape is simply not an option. Qian Xiaoyi furrowed his brow, feeling an overwhelming sense of bitterness within. Must the trials be so arduous? And what of the Soul Masters? Surely, if there were any, they could lead you all to safety? The innkeeper shook his head. Soul Masters, being of esteemed status, have all been courted by the city lord. Those few who refuse to serve him seldom see the dawn of the following day. Yet, while the city lord is harsh towards the soul beasts, he exhibits a certain benevolence towards us common folk, though not so much when it comes to his own son. Alas. Qian Xiaoyi smiled slightly. I believe not necessarily. The soul flow that Qian Xiaoyi diligently practiced could also hone his mental strength, and at present, even a soul king would not surpass him in this regard. Through his mental acuity, he discerned that Han Bing was merely at the 40th level, while those servants barely reached their 20s, having forcibly elevated their ranks through the use of potions. Yet, the woman eluded his insight. The aura she emanated sent a chill through him. Noticing the gaze upon her, the woman turned to confront its source. In that moment, Qian Xiaoyi was struck by her beauty. She appeared to be a girl of 17 or 18, with cascading white hair that flowed down to her feet, and ethereal azure eyes that seemed capable of piercing through the world's facade. Her figure was long and elegantly curvaceous, flawless in its perfection. Clad in a simple white gown devoid of embellishments, she exuded an air of purity and unparalleled elegance, akin to a cold plum blossom standing proud against the snow. For an instant, her glance caused him to lose his composure. Though he had grown amidst a sea of beauties, he could not help but marvel at her. The woman merely cast a fleeting glance his way before turning her attention back to the window, as if the snow outside held her entire focus. Han Bing, feeling a surge of irritation, recalled the enjoyment he once derived from the struggles of the women he had forcibly taken. However, this woman seemed devoid of emotion, unperturbed by fear or dread. Her ice-blue eyes were as tranquil as a still pond, indifferent to everything around her, including any notion of resistance. This profoundly unsettled him. He shot a glance at his subordinates, prompting them to approach the woman slowly. Qian Xiaoyi exhibited no intention of intervening. Rather, he was curious to ascertain the capabilities of this seemingly youthful girl, who appeared to be merely 18 or 19. It was rather remarkable that she donned a skirt in such frigid weather. He could hardly believe she possessed a low level of cultivation. The girl cast a sharp glance back at Qian Xiaoyi, her crimson lips parting slightly as she murmured under her breath, words only audible to herself. He seems quite presentable. Yet alas, he is nothing but a coward, watching a delicate maiden fall into the clutches of others without daring to intervene. A spineless wretch. Had Qian Xiaoyi been privy to her scathing remarks, he would have found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, although a vehement protest of his innocence would have been inevitable. At the moment the servants approached her, a flicker of lethal intent flashed in her eyes. She unleashed her soul force with a ferocity that sent the hapless servants flying a considerable distance, crashing to the ground with cries akin to that of slaughtered pigs. Those individuals were merely obeying your commands. I shall spare their worthless lives. Yet, you, who have committed countless atrocities, shall not be spared. With that declaration, a glacial sword materialized in her hand, aimed at the nefarious youth. The villain stood dumbfounded. This was not at all what he had envisioned. Observing her lack of soul force fluctuations, he had presumed her to be an ordinary person, never anticipating that she was, in fact, a formidable expert. Qian Xiaoyi remained acutely aware of the situation, immediately sensing the murderous intent emanating from the woman. Alarmed, he hurriedly dashed outside. Clang! The sword of judgment collided with the ice sword, producing a crisp sound. Qian Xiaoyi stumbled backwards several steps, while the woman remained utterly unmoved. He was taken aback. His strength, honed through rigorous training and battles with soul beasts in the Stardow Forest, was on par with that of a soul king. Yet, the woman effortlessly absorbed his attack, revealing her formidable prowess. Seeing her prey rescued, the woman regarded Qian Xiaoyi with an impassive expression, her eyes filled with lethal intent, which unsettled him. Gritting his teeth, he delivered a precise strike to the back of the ruffian's head, rendering him unconscious on the ground, stowing away his martial soul. He disregarded both his safety and the woman's struggles as he pulled her toward the exit. The woman shook off Qian Xiaoyi's grasp, exclaiming, "Do not touch me, you filthy scum." Qian Xiaoyi let out a bitter smile, realizing that the woman had misunderstood him. Anxiously, he implored, "I will explain everything later. For now, please come with me, or we shall be too late." The woman's expression shifted momentarily, as if lost in thought, before she finally responded, "Lead the way." Qian Xiaoyi occasionally glanced back to check for pursuers, weaving left and right, as if fearful of being discovered. In contrast, the woman maintained a leisurely pace, displaying not a trace of anxiety. Qian Xiaoyi led the woman to a secluded corner and turned to confront her with a questioning gaze. "Why did you not assist me earlier?" The woman replied coldly. Qian Xiaoyi realized that she had not deterred the ruffians from approaching her at the outset. She sighed and said with a bitter smile, "Why should I assist you? You are also a soul master, and indeed stronger than they are. Do you expect me to intervene simply because you are a stunning beauty? There is no imminent threat to life, thus I see no reason to take action." The woman's tone became increasingly harsh. Am I to believe that by eliminating that scoundrel, I would then be in danger? Qian Xiaoyi curled her lips in disdain. "Foolish woman. Can't you think for a moment? Killing those servants might have been overlooked by the city lord, who is aware of his child's character. However, should you take the life of that scum, the city lord will surely not let it go lightly upon realizing his son met his end at your hands. The city lord is formidable, bolstered by those soul masters. Do you fancy yourself a titled Douluo? By your appearance, you must be a scion of some great power. It is wise to maintain a low profile outside." "Oh, what is the matter with you? Who do you call a foolish woman? Speak again if you dare." The woman glared at Qian Xiaoyi, her voice laced with murderous intent. When had anyone ever dared to speak to her in such a manner? For reasons unknown. Qian Xiaoyi found her anger oddly appealing, yet the genuine fury radiating from her was somewhat intimidating. "Ha ha, well, I was merely jesting. Please, do not take it so seriously. I just wanted to caution you against acting on impulse. It could lead to peril." Qian Xiaoyi chuckled nervously. "And what of it? In my eyes, there is no one stronger than I," the woman retorted before striding away. "Goodness, how arrogant!" Qian Xiaoyi exclaimed. "Hey, what are you planning to do? Kill?" came the terse reply. Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaoyi felt a surge of displeasure. "It seems that after all my words, you regard them as mere whispers in the wind. And never before has anyone dared to disregard my presence so brazenly. You shall not go. No matter how formidable you may be, you cannot possibly contend against a multitude. Do you doubt this? Very well. Proceed if you must. We shall see who ends up being pursued. Why do you hesitate now? I truly cannot fathom how you young ladies can be so willful." The woman hesitated for a moment, but then resolutely stepped outside. "Hey, I was merely jesting. And yet you truly intend to go? Come back, foolish woman." With a swift motion, the icy blade of her sword was pressed against Qian Xiaoyi's throat. And the woman coldly stated, "Repeat that if you dare. Do not presume that your assistance grants you the liberty to act with impunity. Should you provoke my wrath, no one will be able to shield you." Qian Xiaoyi understood that she would not take her own life. Otherwise, she would have acted long ago. "My sword. My martial soul is the judgment sword. It seems we are quite fated," she exclaimed. "By the way, I still do not know your name. Which faction do you belong to?" The woman's gaze flickered, her sharp eyes fixed on Qian Xiaoyi as if trying to discern his intentions. Qian Xiaoyi, with a clear conscience, was unperturbed by her scrutiny. "I am called Bai Shui." "Bai Shui? What a lovely name. Indeed, you embody it. As pure and immaculate as freshly fallen snow. However, you tend to act impulsively. Why do you speak so much? A grown man should not be so indecisive." Bai Shui remarked disdainfully. Bai Shui, I am Qian Xiaoyi. What shall we do next?" Bai Shui, stunningly beautiful, had caught the eye of that rogue, who would not easily relent. Her gaze towards Qian Xiaoyi was filled with scorn. "What else can be done? if you cannot handle such a trivial matter. It is a shame for a man. Just kill him and be done with it. With a hint of exasperation, Qian Xiaoyi remarked, Sister, if it were merely about eliminating him, that would be a trivial matter. The crux of the issue lies with his father, the lord of the city. Moreover, given the loyal subordinates he has amassed over the years, escaping would be impossible without the strength of a titled Douluo. However, it is worth noting that there are scarcely a handful of titled Douluos across the continent. Just the two of us would hardly suffice to pose a challenge to him. Bai Shui, somewhat displeased, retorted, Then what do you propose? That scoundrel must meet his demise. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on me should be prepared for death. I share your disdain for him, Qian Xiaoyi replied, and I shall not hinder you in your quest to slay him. Yet, we must devise a meticulous plan. Charging in recklessly to slaughter him will surely provoke his father to make your existence a living hell. We ought to orchestrate a covert assassination, creating the illusion of an accidental demise. This would ensure our safety, don't you think? Such a hassle, Bai Shui muttered, turning her head in discontent. Yet fortunately, she did not refuse the proposal. The following day, a piece of news reverberated throughout the entire Xuehan city. The sole son of the city lord had tragically perished, struck down by a falling object while walking. Although the circumstances were riddled with suspicion, no one was able to provide or deduce any valuable information. The city lord, seething with rage, commanded a thorough investigation, ordering the execution of anyone deemed suspicious. The first to be implicated was none other than Bai Shui, the formidable individual bullied by the ruffian, followed closely by Qian Xiaoyi, who had aided her escape. In a secluded spot, Bai Shui pouted her adorable lips, casting a displeased glance at the cautious Qian Xiaoyi. I must say, you truly are a timid soul. Is it merely a fight with them that has you so frightened? Qian Xiaoyi cast a fleeting glance at her bosom and, with a wry smile, remarked, Indeed, large breasts come with a lack of intellect. It seems the mind has ascended to the chest. Noticing the growing ire in Bai Shui, Qian Xiaoyi hastily shifted the subject. While we may have created a facade yesterday, those with discerning eyes will surely perceive the discrepancies. However, how is it that we are now considered fugitives? Venturing out at this moment would be tantamount to courting death. Even if you are a fierce tiger, can you truly contend against a pack of wolves? Yes. Qian Xiaoyi, with a sense of helplessness, supported his forehead and remarked, You are truly incomprehensible, my dear. Stay here obediently while I assess the situation outside. I refuse. Qian Xiaoyi suppressed his dissatisfaction and spoke in a relatively gentle tone, saying, Be good. I shall return shortly. It won't take long. Seeing that Bai Shui remained silent, he took it as an agreement and moved toward the crowd. Little did he realize that, regardless of her usual icy demeanor, Bai Shui gazed at his retreating figure with a soft smile, akin to a delicate flower blossoming shyly amidst the harshness of winter. Before long, Bai Shui noticed Qian Xiaoyi returning with a distressed expression and inquired, Hey, what happened? Due to his dismal mood, Qian Xiaoyi failed to perceive the concern embedded within Bai Shui's words. We have been placed on the assassination list. Our disappearance is indicative of our guilt. Now that we are being hunted, the streets are teeming with patrolling guards. Although they are merely ordinary individuals, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. Additionally, hidden in the shadows are soul masters, while the city gates stand firmly shut, and the walls are manned by soul masters of a higher rank. The only way to escape is to force our way through, yet there remains a glimmer of hope. I have learned that we are closest to the extreme north, where the beast tide is particularly severe. At this juncture, we can only wait for the soul beast from the extreme north to arrive, providing us with an opportunity to slip away amidst the chaos. Oh, by the way, Xiaoyi, what are your thoughts on soul beasts? Bai Shui suddenly inquired. Qian Xiaoyi was taken aback. She unexpectedly addressed him as Xiaoyi. Previously, she had always referred to him as He. She maintained a perpetually aloof demeanor towards everyone, displaying an unyielding expression regardless of the circumstances, as if she were assured of victory. Qian Xiaoyi, feeling awkward, said, Well, I must confess, I still have a fondness for soul beasts. In comparison to humans, they are far more sincere. It's not that they are foolish, but rather that they disdain deceit. Truly vile individuals are undoubtedly more charming than hypocritical gentlemen. Moreover, I am quite eager to befriend soul beasts. However, my family harbors a relentless intention to eradicate them. Bai Shui chuckled softly, I am not mocking you. In fact, I share your admiration for soul beasts. Among my friends, their number surpasses that of humans. Huh? What is the matter? Upon hearing Bai Shui's words, Qian Xiaoyi pointed at her, his mouth agape in astonishment. A chill ran through Bai Shui. Could it be that he had uncovered something? You actually smiled. My heavens. How terrifying. Bai Shui smiled. Veins throbbed on Bai Shui's forehead as she clenched her fists, grinning menacingly. Xiaoyi, you might as well perish. Wait. I was just joking. Bai Shui, you mustn't react this way. Who is there? Who's there? Qian Xiaoyi chuckled wryly. Alas, I've been discovered. At that moment, Bai Shui remained utterly unfazed, retorting, It's all your fault. Why are you shouting? Qian Xiaoyi seized Bai Shui's wrist and fled, not forgetting to retort. Oh? Blame me? If you hadn't hit me, would I have cried out? Bai Shui shook off Qian Xiaoyi, exclaiming, Don't touch me. If you don't seek your own demise, how could I possibly strike you? Qian Xiaoyi continued, If I don't laugh, could I be driven to such extremes? What's wrong with my laughter? I refuse to take the blame. It's all your fault. All right. Bai Shui conceded. Blame me. But the priority now is to escape, you silly girl. Silly girl? Qian Xiaoyi, I shall end you. Chapter 85. Morning. Qian Xiaoyi concealed himself in an inconspicuous alley, his right hand covering Bai Shui's mouth, while his left arm encircled her delicate shoulder, cautiously peering outside. The pursuers were still in the vicinity, yet they had not searched this place. Bai Shui was entirely cradled in Qian Xiaoyi's embrace. Although he was not as tall as she, the masculine aura he exuded rendered her somewhat bewildered. She struggled fiercely but refrained from utilizing her soul power, as if she had forgotten that, with her prowess, escaping was a trivial matter. Foolish woman. Why are you shouting with so many pursuers around? Is your head filled with snow? Qian Xiaoyi exclaimed as he released Bai Shui once the danger had passed. Bai Shui paused, contemplating. Wait a moment. You dare to insult me after taking liberties? When have I ever been touched by a man? Do you think you have the right to complain? She pouted, now too disinterested to argue further. Through this ordeal, she discovered that fleeing could indeed be quite exhilarating. Little did anyone know, beneath Bai Shui's frigid exterior lay a heart that yearned for playfulness. Days passed in a flurry of pursuit, and eventually, the beast tide descended upon Shuahan City. The arrival of this calamity struck Qian Xiaoyi as peculiar. It felt as though fate had conspired to aid them in their direst hour. Furthermore, their escape had proven much simpler than anticipated, as they had yet to encounter a soul master stronger than a soul emperor. It was as if the city lord were toying with them. Yet he was certainly not a fool. After all, the vendetta he harbored was profound. It was inconceivable that he would refrain from deploying soul emperors, yet here they were, without even a high-ranking soul master in sight. Could it be that the city lord was incapable of commanding such elite soul masters? Regardless, they had to prioritize their flight. The closer they approached the end, the more vigilant they had to be. As expected, when Qian Xiaoyi and Bai Shui neared the city wall, they beheld a row of formidable soul masters, 2 soul Douluos, several soul saints, a dozen soul emperors, and numerous soul kings. No matter the reason for their previous absence, a reckless charge would surely lead to death. Fortunately, the external beast tide was of considerable scale, exuding an aura of relentless determination to conquer Shuehan City, thus capturing the attention of many soul masters. The leading soul beasts were not weak, with one being a 100,000-year-old soul beast, a formidable entity comparable to a tidal Douluo. Should it attack, Shuehan City would face utter devastation. The city lord was not foolish. He understood that if he allowed Qian Xiaoyi and Bai Shui to escape, he would never encounter them again. Yet, to withstand the beast tide, he had no choice but to abandon the pursuit of Qian Xiaoyi, opening the city gates and redirecting all soul masters to the front lines. Though reluctant, he could do nothing else but focus intently on the battlefield, ensuring that Qian Xiaoyi and his companion did not flee. Positioned near the city gates, he was fully capable of delivering a fatal strike should they attempt to escape. Qian Xiaoyi and Bai Shui mingled within the ranks of the Soul Master team, engaging in a symbolic skirmish with the soul beasts. They fought and retreated, gradually finding themselves at the fringes of the battlefield. As Qian Xiaoyi sensed the opportune moment, he grasped Bai Shui's hand and turned to flee. The soul beasts, focused on their siege, paid no heed to the fleeing soldiers and continued with their mission. This provided a fortuitous chance for the duo initially. They believed they would need to further distance themselves from the pursuing beasts, yet it seemed unnecessary now, as they inadvertently delayed their pursuers. Overjoyed, Qian Xiaoyi urged Bai Shui to hasten their escape. The city lord, wielding a spear as his martial spirit, was embroiled in the chaos of battle, yet he remained vigilant, observing the battlefield. Naturally, Qian Xiaoyi's movements did not escape his notice. However, overwhelmed by the sheer number of soul beasts and unable to divide his attention, he gritted his teeth. In a flash, a dark soul ring appeared behind him, and with a swift release, his spear soared through the air like a shooting star, aimed directly at Qian Xiaoyi. This was his sixth soul skill, a desperate gamble. Feeling a chilling breeze, Qian Shaoi turned his head, only to see a spear darting towards him with alarming speed, causing a sudden chill to envelop his heart. The lord of the city had perfectly timed his throw. It was precisely at the moment when both were suspended in the air, unable to evade, that the spear was launched. Should it strike true, neither would survive. Observing Bai Shui standing there, seemingly in a stupor, her gaze vacant, Qian Shaoi muttered a soft rebuke, calling her a fool. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the dark soul ring behind him, which shimmered instantaneously, enveloping him in a faint black protective shield. Qian Shaoi's fourth soul skill, Land of Dust, is a formidable defensive technique derived from the ancient Yuzhe dragon beast, which has existed for 13 millennia. To obtain this soul ring, Qian Shaoi exerted considerable effort. The skill enables him to withstand attacks equivalent to twice his own offensive power, with its duration varying according to the intensity of the incoming strikes. The more potent the sensation of the attack, the shorter the duration. However, when confronted with the lethal blow of a soul Douluo, this soul skill appears rather inadequate. Qian Shaoi was acutely aware that the dustless realm could grant her only a fleeting moment, yet that was sufficient. At the very instant when the dustless realm shattered, Qian Shaoi summoned every ounce of her strength to hurl Bai Shui away. Qian Shaoi, Bai Shui had just emerged from her stupor, and what greeted her was the harrowing sight of a spear piercing through Qian Shaoi. At that moment, the city lord had returned to the city wall and, upon witnessing only one person struck, furrowed his brow in displeasure, shaking his head in evident dissatisfaction with the outcome. After being cast aside, Bai Shui fell to the ground and rushed towards Qian Shaoi, who bore a gaping wound in her left chest. Hearing the sound, Qian Shaoi slowly turned her head, her eyes barely able to open, rendering everything before her a blur. Yet, through the delicate outline and the current scene, she discerned that Bai Shui had arrived. And she was unharmed. Qian Shaoi opened her mouth, her voice barely a whisper, inaudible to Bai Shui unless she possessed considerable cultivation. It's a relief that you're all right. Initially intending to flee alone, her body betrayed her mind, and she lamented her meddling. What a fool I am. Before she could finish her thought, Qian Shaoi's head tilted, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Bai Shui recognized that Qian Shaoi had genuinely sought to rescue her. Her body responded not only to her conscious mind, but also to her subconscious, the true desires of her heart. Though her mind urged her to escape, her inner self yearned to save her. Bai Shui shook Qian Shaoi, her voice trembling. Unlike her usual demeanor, she felt a wavering within her. Why did you meddle? Why did you save me? I could have handled this on my own. You brought this upon yourself. Wake up. You must wake up. In her flustered state, Bai Shui unleashed her frosty aura, freezing Qian Shaoi's wounds to preserve a glimmer of life. Suddenly, a radiant light enveloped Qian Shaoi, and she vanished from sight under the astonished gaze of the city lord. After completing this act, Bai Shui turned her attention to the city lord, who now wielded a spear and charged toward her. Bai Shui took a moment to steady her turbulent emotions, her expression devoid of warmth as she faced the advancing city lord, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. For the first time, she felt an overwhelming desire to take a life. I will see you dead. Chapter 86, Azure Eye Shaoi, rest assured, I shall bring you back to life. Bai Shui's expression remained impassive as she trudged through the howling blizzard, cradling the lifeless body of Qian Shaoi. Strangely, the gales and snowflakes seemed to veer away from her presence, as if they recognized a formidable foe. The biting winds swirled around her, leaving her surrounded by an eerie calm. Qian Shaomian's complexion was pallid, devoid of any trace of blood, and the gaping wound on his left chest had been encased in a blanket of snow. Suddenly, Bai Shui furrowed her brow, casting a glance around before lowering her gaze to the lifeless Qian Shaoi in her arms, an expression of exhilaration illuminating her features. A heartbeat. Initially, Bai Shui thought she had misheard, yet there was no one else in sight. And the sound of a heartbeat could not be her own. It could only mean one thing. Qian Shaoi was still alive, albeit with a pulse so faint it was nearly imperceptible. After the initial thrill, a peculiar thought crossed Bai Shui's mind. The left side of Qian Shaoi's chest had been penetrated, so how could there be a heartbeat? Unless, perhaps, the heart possessed the ability to regenerate. With this thought, Bai Shui gently set Qian Shaoi down and began to investigate. Indeed, Qian Shaoi's heart had not regenerated. Rather, what left her both amused and bewildered was, Qian Shaoi is unlike anyone else. His heart resides on the right side of his chest. Due to excessive blood loss, he fainted. His breathing so faint it was nearly imperceptible. In her flustered concern, Bai Shui mistakenly believed he had perished. With a sigh of relief, she lightly struck him and chided. You scoundrel! You nearly frightened me to death. I thought you were gone. Just wait until I figure out how to deal with you. However, it is truly a blunder. With my capabilities, I cannot believe it took me this long to notice. For now, I shall begrudgingly take care of you. Upon regaining consciousness, Qian Xiaoyi found himself in a room that seemed to be crafted from ice and snow. The vast space was adorned with all manner of furnishings, resembling a grand palace. He lay upon a bed made of ice, yet it lacked the typical hardness and chill of ice. Instead, it was surprisingly comfortable. Bai Shui was dozing at the bedside, her breath fragrant like orchids, occasionally emitting peculiar sounds. It seemed she had exhausted herself caring for him during his unconsciousness. Qian Xiaoyi gently touched her delicate nose, while Bai Shui Tang also twitched her nostrils, appearing to be in a deep slumber. Hiki, you have worked hard, Shui. Qian Xiaoyi carefully adjusted the covers for Bai Shui and, having nothing else to do, decided to snuggle into the bed beside her. As she gazed at Bai Shui's serene profile in sleep, a surge of emotion welled up within Qian Xiaoyi. Her self-control faltered, and she leaned in to plant a soft kiss on Bai Shui's cheek. Truly beautiful, as pure and flawless as a snowflake. 17, not much difference in age between us. Is there? Qian Xiaoyi pursed her lips, her gaze darting around, and upon noticing the absence of onlookers, she boldly bestowed a gentle kiss upon Bai Shui's crimson lips. Yet, before Qian Xiaoyi could revel in her triumph, she sensed that she had been firmly ensnared. Any movement could lead to dire consequences. Bai Shui opened her eyes, her expression devoid of emotion as she pushed Qian Xiaoyi away, remarking, "You seem to have recovered quite swiftly. Your constitution is rather unique." Qian Xiaoyi replied awkwardly. At that moment, Bai Shui questioned, "Why are you so foolish? Could you not have run at that time? What compelled you to save me? Do you think me inferior to you?" Although Bai Shui's demeanor remained frigid, Qian Xiaoyi discerned a note of reproach in her tone, which stirred a flicker of warmth within her heart. It was not as if you, this foolish woman, were lost in thought at such a critical moment. Otherwise, I would not have needed to intervene, for you alone would suffice. You, dear lady, must have been pampered since childhood, I mused. Surprisingly, Bai Shui did not take offense at being called a foolish woman. Instead, she appeared somewhat remorseful. Should I reveal to her the reason behind my momentary stupor? Qian Xiaoyi noticed that Bai Shui's expression was off, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of softness in his heart. To shift the conversation, he asked, "Where are we?" Bai Shui glanced at him and replied, "This is my home, near the far north. Quite a nice place you've got, just by the location. It's clear you're not ordinary. By the way, do your parents know you brought me back? They won't force me to marry you, will they?" Bai Shui chuckled lightly. "You really think highly of yourself. My parents don't care about you at all. That aside, being in the far north, how much do you know about the three great kings of the north?" Bai Shui suddenly inquired. "The three great kings of the far north? The Titan Snow Demon King, the Ice Emperor, and the Snow Empress?" Bai Shui nodded, urging him to continue. "The three great kings of the far north are the most formidable soul beasts in that region, due to their inherent attributes. Their combat prowess is significantly heightened in the far north. However, the harsh environment means that there are few heavenly materials, leading to a shorter average lifespan for these soul beasts. The Titan Snow Demon King, ruler of the Titan Snow Demon Clan, boasts nearly 300,000 years of cultivation, towering at a height of 100 meters, and is among the strongest on the continent. Although its strength is formidable, it gives me a rather endearing yet foolish impression. As for the Ice Emperor, I despise scorpions. Just thinking about them makes me feel nauseous. Despite its nearly 400,000 years of cultivation, it cannot escape its repulsive nature, especially being female. I truly cannot fathom what merits that female scorpion possesses. As for the Snow Empress, Bai Shui felt a chill run down her spine. Her relationship with the Snow Empress was rather complicated. Little did she know, Qian Xiaoyi had a sharp tongue. She calls herself the Ice Queen, but honestly, she resembles a reclusive girl, lacking her own clan. If I weren't well-versed in encyclopedias, I wouldn't even know she existed, spending all her time idling in the far north, achieving nothing. What's wrong? Your face looks rather grim. Bai Shui suppressed her urge to retaliate and replied, "It's nothing. Big sister, your adorable little sister is here. Did you miss me?" At that moment, a charming figure dashed in, appearing around 14 years old, with long, emerald green hair styled in twin ponytails, dressed in a beautiful green gown, exuding a vibrant yet rebellious aura. She may not possess Bai Shui's cold elegance, but her cuteness far surpassed it, showcasing a playful smile with a hint of a tiger tooth, bouncing around like a child. "Your sister?" Qian Xiaoyi pointed at the girl who had just entered and asked Bai Shui. "Yes, my sister. Her name is Bai Bing. Isn't she adorable?" Bai Shui looked at Qian Xiaoyi and continued, Don't get any ideas about her. Qian Xiaoyi smirked and said, all right, since I cannot set my sights on your younger sister, I must turn my attention to her elder sister instead. Wouldn't you agree, Shui? Bai Shui showed no intention of letting Qian Xiaoyi gain the upper hand, retorting, fine. If you are not afraid of death, I have no objections. How did this become a matter of safety? Is there danger in harboring ill intentions towards you? Haha. Meanwhile, Bai Bing, feeling ignored, looked at Qian Xiaoyi, revealing a sharp canine tooth, and asked, Sister, I heard you captured a human. Is this the one? It has been ages since I feasted on a human, and today I might finally indulge. Should I steam it or braise it? You decide, sister. Your sister? Wait. What do you mean by human? Qian Xiaoyi inquired, perplexed by Bai Bing's words. Bai Shui sighed, glancing at Qian Xiaoyi with a teasing expression. I had hoped to keep it a secret a bit longer, but that girl has exposed everything. The otaku snow empress you speak of is indeed me. And the repugnant ice by Emperor Scorpion is my sister, right there. Bai Bing had unwavering faith in her sister. If she claimed this person called her distasteful, it must be true. Distasteful? You are the first to utter such a word about me, wretched human. Speak. Do you wish to be steamed or braised? Bai Bing retorted angrily, though her fury lacked any intimidation, rendering her utterly adorable instead. Enough. Do not lower yourself to her level. Engaging with her will only incite further anger. This individual is sharp-tongued. You must maintain your composure in his presence, Bai Shui advised, restraining the impulsive Bai Bing. Haha. You two dare impersonate the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress? They are souls of several 100,000 years. Just look at how adorable Bai Bing is. How could she possibly be a soul beast? As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled Bai Bing's hair, and given their similar heights, it felt quite natural. Bai Bing's expression hardened, her brow furrowed as she crossed her arms, revealing a striking green six-segmented scorpion tail behind her waist. Together with Bai Shui, they cast a mocking glance at the dazed Qian Xiaoyi. Do you believe me now? I am indeed the Ice Emperor. No sooner had the words left her lips than Qian Xiaoyi collapsed to the ground, weeping profusely. Please don't eat me. I am not delicious. Wubu 100,000-year soul beast, how terrifying. Bai Shui, her voice tinged with tremors as she struggled to suppress laughter, asked, why are you crying? Weren't you quite formidable before? I recall you faced a soul Douluo without flinching. Where has that audacious Qian Xiaoyi gone? You even dared to call me a foolish woman and spoke ill of them in front of the two great kings of the extreme north. You are truly one of a kind on this continent. I had no idea you were them. Besides, I am merely in my teens. Crying is perfectly normal. Unlike you two, who are hundreds of thousands of years old. My ancestors do not even span your generations. The Ice Emperor clenched her fists, her voice fierce. Are you seeking death? Do you not know that a woman as beautiful as me despises discussions of age? Qian Xiaoyi wiped away her tears, disdainfully pouting as she exclaimed. Humph, a repulsive scorpion, and yet you claim to be as beautiful as a flower? The mere thought is nauseating. Ugh, vomit? Do you dare to vomit? You wretch. I shall slay you. Sister, do not restrain me. This person must perish. To call me disgusting? To say I am old? This is the first time in my life that a creature has dared to speak to me so insolently. If I do not kill him, my heart's wrath shall remain unquenched. I have changed my mind. I shall not consume him. I desire to dismember him. I shall end his life. I shall pierce him to death. The Ice Empress, consumed by fury, transformed the sky into a vibrant green hue. A 10,000-year soul beast capable of inciting celestial upheaval. The soul beast of the extreme north trembled in terror upon the ground, bewildered by the ferocity of this second-in-command. Fully aware that whoever had provoked her was surely doomed. A soul beast nearing 400,000 years of age could unleash a wrath that few could withstand. Claiming to be old mistress yet refusing to acknowledge her own age, the Ice Empress's presence intensified. Qian Xiaoyi quickly sheltered behind the Snow Maiden. Only to ponder, since being is the Ice Empress, does that not make Bai Shui the Snow Empress? A soul beast of 700,000 years. Even my mother could not contend with her. With this thought, she retreated further into the corner. The Snow Empress glanced at Qian Xiaoyi, who was keeping her distance, and teased, what is the matter? Have you forgotten the moment you kissed me earlier? Now that you know I am a soul beast, do you still wish to pursue me? Haha. Today marks the happiest day for the Snow Empress in many years. Just think, that ice girl is about to approach. What shall you do? If I do not intervene, you may very well meet your end. Do you wish for my assistance? Qian Xiaoyi nodded in gratitude. Do you wish for me to intervene on your behalf? Qian Xiaoyi nodded slightly. Do you wish for her to spare your life? Qian Xiaoyi nodded slightly. Beg me. Oh, beg me. Just as Qian Xiaoyi was about to comply, her expression and movement suddenly froze. The Snow Empress, witnessing Qian Shaoi's struggle between life and dignity, urged her. Hurry, plead with your sister, and she shall assist you. How advantageous is that? A mere phrase or a life? The choice is yours. Oh dear. Bing'er is too powerful. I fear I cannot withstand her. Sister, could your acting be a tad more sophisticated? Your manner puts me in an awkward position. Is it not simply that if I do not beg you, you shall unleash scorpions upon me? Just say it plainly. For Qian Xiaoi, dignity far outweighed the value of life. In this existence, one should live with flair. Even without life, dignity remains. However, without dignity, life holds no significance. Furthermore, if the Snow Empress truly wished for her demise, it would not have come to this. Thus, upon witnessing the Snow Empress sending the Ice Emperor forth, Qian Shaoi made a resolute decision to safeguard her dignity. She would plead for mercy. Swear, help, murder. Qian Shaoi ruthlessly cast aside her dignity and begged for mercy. The Ice Emperor halted, scoffing. I had thought you possessed some spirit. Qian Shaoi retorted, what does this have to do with ambition? I did not kneel or anything of the sort. By the way, are you not going to kill me? With that, she cast a wary glance at the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor let out a delicate huff, replying, Humph. I know my sister all too well. As long as she is here, I would never slay you. However, do remain vigilant. She cannot protect you for eternity. I shall seek an opportunity to end your life. Do not even think about escaping. With your abilities, you would perish from the cold, for this is the very heart of the extreme northern region. Isn't this supposed to be the outskirts? Qian Shaoi inquired, turning her gaze toward the Snow Empress. The Snow Empress blinked, placing her index finger upon her lips, and said, Of course, I was just teasing you. Qian Shaoi felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. How could a soul beast that had lived for 700,000 years still masquerade as a 17-year-old girl? It was one thing when I was unaware, but now that I am enlightened, you still resort to such childish antics. Are you not aware of how old you truly are? What a lack of shame. The Snow Empress's expression instantly froze, and with a forced smile, she said, Ice. Strike him. Remember to put some strength into it. Just don't kill him. This fellow has a unique constitution and can take a beating. Qian Shaoi gazed at the slowly approaching Ice Emperor and made one final effort to resist. Hey, what are you planning to do? I warn you, don't come any closer. I am quite formidable and not afraid of you. Stay back. Swear, help me. Chapter 88. The chill of body tempering sister, I adore that phrase of yours. Qian Shaoi gazed at the approaching Ice Emperor, summoning her last vestiges of defiance. Hey, what do you intend to do? I warn you, do not come any closer. I am quite formidable. Stay back. Help. Shwe. The room echoed with a cacophony reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. Qian Shaoi, with a bruised and swollen face, gazed at the Ice Emperor, feeling a deep sense of discomfort within. Casting a glance at the Snow Emperor, who feigned interest in the scenery, his eyes were filled with unspoken grievances. The Ice Emperor flicked his tail at him once more, expressing discontent. Enough of that look directed at your sister. If it weren't for your sharp tongue, would you be in this predicament? Had I been in a foul mood, you would already be a lifeless body. Moreover, I have done more than enough to assist you. As a man, how can you frequently rely on a woman for help? Qian Shaoi murmured softly, what does often mean? It has tea really helped me much, has it? What did you say? After all, you are a soul beast that has existed for over 300,000 years. Even with diminished hearing, it is inconceivable that you would not catch Qian Shaoi's grievances. You foolish creature, how dare you call your sister foolish? Were it not for her, how many times would you have perished? In the city of Shiwehan, had your sister not unleashed her soul power to repel those formidable soul masters, would you have managed to escape? If she hadn't sent me the message to incite the beast tide, you would still be clinging to life in desperation. Though the situation began because of her, would you truly have avoided trouble without her? Your peculiar constitution, with your heart situated on the right side, would have led to your demise from excessive blood loss had your sister not intervened. Your safe passage has been secured solely through her discreet efforts to alleviate your burdens. Who do you think you are? If your sister were not present, I would have no hesitation in ending your life. The Snow Empress cast a reproachful glance at the Ice Emperor, chiding him for his overly harsh words. Qian Shaoi was momentarily taken aback, lowering her head with a hint of despondency. No wonder I have been of no assistance to her. Rather, she has been the one to resolve one predicament after another for me. Although those troubles were indeed caused by her, without her, I remain exceedingly feeble. Qian Shaoi gazed tenderly at the Snow Emperor, who averted his face, refusing to meet his gaze. Unperturbed, Qian Shaoi resolutely addressed the Ice Emperor, stating, by Bing, you are ancient soul beasts of 100,000 years, possessing far greater knowledge and experience than I. I yearned to understand how I might grow stronger. He could no longer bear to be a source of concern for others, nor did he wish to rely on their protection. He aspired to safeguard them instead. The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor exchanged astonished glances, and Qian Shaoi continued, I wish to become stronger. By being. Is there a way? After a moment of contemplation, the Ice Emperor smirked mischievously and replied, Indeed, there is. Qian Shaoi shuddered slightly, her throat constricting as she mustered the courage to speak. Take me there. The Ice Emperor nodded and replied, Follow me. The Snow Empress, noticing the Ice Emperor's smile, expressed her concern, Binger, you. The Ice Emperor turned, revealing a warm smile. Do not worry, sister. This human will not perish. I promise to return you a living one. The phrase will not perish is indeed a thought-provoking concept. Moreover, the Ice Emperor specified living, rather than whole. The Snow Empress waved her hand dismissively. You both go ahead. I shall remain indoors. Truly, she is a homebody. Once outside the chamber, the Ice Emperor's demeanor shifted dramatically, as he grinned mischievously. You are Qian Shaoi, correct? I indeed possess a method that can enhance your abilities, one that is uniquely suited for humans. Should you succeed, your combat prowess will soar. Are you willing to accept the challenge? Qian Shaoi, being rather cautious by nature, inquired, Does that mean we are destined to fail? Even if failure were to occur, it would not be of great consequence. Unlike other cultivation methods, this approach is exceedingly safe and devoid of mortal peril. Qian Shaoi nodded. All right, I shall accompany you. But could you refrain from laughing? It frightens me. It seems your ability to foresee danger is quite remarkable. It is not my prowess, but rather your thoughts are vividly etched upon your countenance. Speaking of which, I am on the verge of freezing to death. Would you dare to assist me? If I perish, how will you explain it to Shuer? Upon exiting the room, Qian Shaoi was immediately struck by a chilling gust. After all, they were at the heart of the frigid north. If he were to remain outdoors, with his soul-sect strength, he would undoubtedly not survive a minute. The Ice Emperor snorted dismissively, casually conjuring a shield of soul energy. Ignoring Qian Shaoi's protests, he lifted him into the air. The Ice Emperor was undoubtedly deliberate in his actions, as the biting cold wind occasionally penetrated the protective barrier, causing the exposed areas to freeze instantly. While a subtle smile played upon his lips, I have been utterly bored these past years. Finally, something to entertain me. Just the thought brings me joy. Hey, you there. Your intentions towards the Snow Empress are rather dubious, aren't they? Qian Shaoi trembled with cold, not daring to retort. For the Ice Emperor had indeed harbored murderous intent towards him. Before he could utter a word, the Ice Emperor continued, If you truly entertain any thoughts towards my sister, I advise you to relinquish them. Why? Qian Shaoi instinctively inquired. The Ice Emperor fixed his gaze upon Qian Shaoi for a long while before responding. Because my sister lacks a heart. Lacks a heart? The Ice Emperor nodded slightly. My sister was born to fulfill a purpose, yet she possesses no heart. This is why she ventures into the human realm for her trials. Though she has begun to develop some emotions during this phase with you, she harbors no romantic inclinations towards you, and she certainly will not in the future. Moreover, your races are fundamentally different, even if she were to accept you. Your family would never accept her. Additionally, consider the matter of lifespan. Even if a human cultivates to the pinnacle of Douluo, their lifespan barely reaches 300 years. To my sister, 300 years is merely the span of a single slumber. Imagine the anguish she would endure should she lose you after that brief time. If you truly care for her, then for her sake, let her go. Qian Shaoi focused her thoughts and then spoke. In comparison to the Ice Emperor and the Snow Empress, I prefer to call you Azure Ice and White Snow. For I hold a fondness for you both. You are right. My lifespan is but a fleeting moment compared to yours. However, there exists a method, becoming a deity. The Ice Emperor paused, then huffed lightly. Becoming a deity is not as simple as you presume. Such arrogance. Shall we make a pact? Qian Shaoi piqued the curiosity of the Ice Emperor, who inquired, What sort of pact? If I can indeed ascend to divinity, you shall not hinder our union. Agreed. But should you fail to achieve divinity, you must refrain from pursuing my sister. Deal. The Ice Emperor smirked. You possess quite a bit of confidence, don't you? Overconfidence can easily border on arrogance. Enough of this chatter. We have arrived at our destination. The Ice Emperor landed with Qian Shaoi atop a sheer cliff in the far north. Jump down. You wouldn't wish to see me perish, would you? Qian Shaoi pointed towards the unfathomable depths below, where the chilling winds howled. Impatient, the Ice Emperor urged, Stop dawdling. I shall follow shortly. You must leap first. Without awaiting Qian Shaoi's refusal, she pushed her off the edge. Is this wise, Binger? I fear he may not withstand the fall. The Snow Empress, having appeared beside the Ice Emperor, voiced her concern. Rest assured, sister, this is my domain, and below lies my kin. He shall come to no harm. I promise to return him to you unscathed. Now I'm off." The Snow Empress murmured as she watched the Ice Emperor plunge. "I was merely wondering if pushing him down might lead to his demise." Observing Qian Xiaoyi, who was now writhing in pain on the ground, the Ice Emperor grinned wickedly. Qian Xiaoyi, to show disrespect to this monarch will lead you to a life of suffering. Now, let us commence your training. We shall use the cold to temper your body, enhancing your physical strength. Though your strength is commendable for your level, it is still insufficient. Do not fear. Though it may be painful, enduring it will lead to growth. Additionally, training in such an environment serves to invigorate the spirit. I shall remain here with you, for should you encounter any misfortune, my sister would surely blame me. Chapter 89. 3 years later. Binger, are you not yet finished? Qian Xiaoyi gazed at the massive scorpion before her. This creature measured 1.5 meters in length, adorned in hues of icy blue and verdant green. Its forebody was layered in 4 segments, each slightly exceeding half a foot in length. With the head positioned atop the foremost layer, its silver mandibles glimmering with an ethereal cold light. The upper half of its segmented body was cloaked in scales reminiscent of diamonds, densely covering its front half and 6 long, powerful legs. Under the illumination of the snowy landscape, it radiated an unparalleled, resplendent brilliance, as if in this moment it has transformed into a radiant source of light, from which countless hues are refracted. Each of its 2 front claws measures nearly 1 meter in length, adorned with peculiar hexagonal protrusions reminiscent of diamond facets, while the foremost pincers and mouthparts gleam with a mirror-like silvery sheen. Its eyes, akin to 2 yellow diamonds embedded within, possess a hexagonal shape, radiating a crystalline yellow brilliance that evokes a sense of resplendent treasure. The elongated, arched tail at the rear of its body diverges from the multi-segmented tails of ordinary scorpions. The Ice Emperor's tail comprises only 6 segments. Each segment is an alluring shade of emerald green, shimmering with a vitality that is unmistakable. The colors of the 6 segments are uniform, with the segment closest to the upper body being the widest, tapering gracefully towards the rear. At the final segment, the tail stinger, adorned with diamond-like particles, is raised high, its tip also shining with a mirror-like silvery luster. Qian Xiaoyi harbored a profound aversion to vile creatures such as snakes and scorpions. When the Ice Emperor sought to revert to its true form, Qian Xiaoyi was utterly reluctant. However, upon witnessing the transformation, he found himself devoid of disgust, instead captivated by its beauty. Although the Ice Emperor's true form was that of a glacial emperor scorpion, Qian Xiaoyi had yet to encounter a spirit beast that rivaled its elegance. Over the course of 3 years, the Ice Emperor's murderous intent towards him had diminished significantly, to the point of vanishing entirely. Qian Xiaoyi affectionately referred to her as Binger, despite enduring various beatings during his initial attempts. However, he eventually grew accustomed to it. At this moment, the Ice Emperor's tail was coiled around his spine, channeling soul power to Qian Xiaoyi. Throughout these 3 years, he had endured countless tortures. From being frozen solid to experiencing excruciating pain that nearly rendered him unconscious, and even close encounters with death. Such trials had become commonplace. Qian Xiaoyi swore that the torment inflicted by the Ice Emperor during these 3 years would be indelibly etched in his memory. Yet he also acknowledged it as the most rewarding period of his life. Not only had he significantly enhanced his physical prowess, but his soul power had surged to level 56, a remarkable increase of over 10 levels in just 3 years, a feat that would incite envy in anyone. Moreover, the Judgment Sword now emanated an aura of ice and snow. Each swing sent a chilling sensation through opponents, evoking not merely the cold of death but an actual drop in temperature. In other words, the Judgment Sword had evolved, acquiring an icy attribute. Most exhilarating for Qian Xiaoyi was his achievement in this frigid environment, where, through the synthesis of sword intent, soul flow, and icy energy, under the Ice Emperor's guidance, he successfully developed his own unique soul skill, the Cold Sword style, Heaven and Earth Cold. In the past, when the Ice Emperor had used Qian Xiaoyi as a living target, this soul skill had caused her pain, albeit momentarily. It was worth noting that the Ice Emperor was a being comparable to a Super Douluo. In terms of physical resilience, even Super Douluo could not measure up. Yet Qian Xiaoyi had managed to inflict pain upon her, underscoring the formidable damage of this soul skill. During this period, the Snow Empress had visited Qian Xiaoyi, but upon merely casting a glance, she was swiftly chased away by the Ice Emperor, who cited the need for focused training. In truth, it was an attempt to minimize their encounters, allowing time to dilute their emotions. Currently, the Ice Emperor was transferring soul power through her tail to help Qian Xiaoyi acclimate to the icy energy and to enhance the cold intensity of the Judgment Sword. The Ice Emperor's intention was to explore the possibility of creating a weapon soul of unparalleled ice. Success was inconsequential, and failure held no significance. After all, it was merely a diversion. Retrieving her tail, the Ice Emperor transformed into human form and sighed, expressing her frustration. It appears insufficient. Your Judgment Sword seems to have reached its limit. No matter what, the cold aura cannot attain its pinnacle, remaining akin to that of an ordinary ice weapon soul. Qian Xiaoyi, ever the optimist, stretched lazily and smiled, saying, "It matters not. I have already surpassed others by a significant margin. And I have no aspirations to be the greatest of all time. This is sufficient for me. Binger, I appreciate your support during this time." The Ice Emperor scoffed, turning away as he remarked, "Isn't it simply a matter of keeping you away from my sister? Do you think I relish your company?" Qian Xiaoyi curled her lip and said, Your words are rather sharp today. If you can't bear to part with it, just say so. Can't bear to? How shameless. All right, let's tidy up and leave. Are you truly becoming addicted to lingering here?" Qian Xiaoyi nodded with excitement. To be honest, he feared remaining here the most. Although his strength was rapidly increasing, the pain was truly unbearable for any human. His survival was merely due to the leniency of the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor brought Qian Xiaoyi back to the palace of the Snow Emperor and said, "When you meet my sister, just greet her. And then I will take you away, understand? It is only a brief visit, for this is the territory of the soul beasts. And it is time for you to leave the extreme north. Do not forget your promise." Qian Xiaoyi disregarded her completely and entered directly. Leaving the Ice Emperor standing alone in the swirling snow, his face a deep shade of anger, Qian Xiaoyi gazed at the Snow Empress, who had her back turned to him, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "Swear, I must take my leave. Perhaps I shall return soon. Or perhaps this farewell is for eternity. Take care of yourself." The Snow Empress merely responded with a soft seemingly devoid of any emotion. However, the Ice Emperor, who had just entered, noticed the inconspicuous shards of ice on the ground. The Snow Empress's palace was immaculate. How could there possibly be ice fragments? Thus, these shards could only originate from the Snow Empress herself. "Sister, have you been weeping? Have you begun to feel emotions? I cannot discern whether this is a blessing or a curse. Sister, we shall depart now." After leading Qian Xiaoyi out of the far north, the Ice Emperor returned. Qian Xiaoyi cast a final glance into the depths of the far north before turning away from the place he had called home for 3 years. "Farewell, Shuer. And you too, Binger." Qian Xiaoyi departed from the extreme north, heading straight towards the Spirit Hall, uncertain of its current state. His friends from Shrek Academy were no ordinary individuals. Having them as adversaries was indeed a source of considerable distress. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, Qian Xiaoyi learned of the significant events unfolding there, aiming for the unification of the continent. The Pope, Bibi Dong, had resolutely embraced the principle that those who comply shall prosper, while those who resist shall perish, executing all dissenters without mercy. "Where have you been, Xiaoyi? Why did you take so long to return?" Bibi Dong inquired, her tone laced with deep concern. "Well, it's a long story. Mother, I've always wanted to ask, why is there a necessity to unify the continent?" Qian Xiaoyi posed the question to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong gently ruffled his hair and smiled. "I understand that your heart is heavy, but you must realize that nothing is ever perfect. With gain comes loss, and loss does not always lead to gain. This is the essence of the saying, fortune does not come in pairs. And calamity does not come alone. What I strive for is to restore peace to the continent. Although the two great empires are not engaged in large-scale wars, the petty skirmishes persist in the shadows. While these may seem trivial to them, for the common folk, they are akin to natural disasters. How many families have been torn apart by war? How many lives have been lost? Not everyone is as fortunate as Nar to encounter you. And I cannot possibly care for each individual. To halt the conflict, unification of the continent is imperative. If victorious, peace shall reign. If defeated, the two empires will learn the value of tranquility. Thus, regardless of the outcome, our objective will be achieved, though defeat may also lead to my demise. Moreover, I sense that calamity approaches the continent." Little did Bibi Dong know, the impending calamity was lurking right beside her. Calamity? Qian Xiaoyi pondered for a moment, sighing. The world is divided into dualities. Where there is good, there must be evil, a truth that remains constant throughout the ages. Mother, no matter what, I will stand by your side. Though I am not your biological son, I am nonetheless your child, and I shall support you, Qian Xiaoyi declared. Bibi Dong was not devoid of feelings and held a deep affection for this son. "Xiaoyi, rest assured, I will spare the leader and the deputy leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Bibi Dong expected Qian Xiaoyi to be elated, but he merely shook his head. Mother, I have my own convictions. That night, at the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, a figure cloaked in black drifted towards Ning Fingji's study. The cloak was voluminous, concealing the figure's form and visage from view. Ah, so it is here that I have wasted so much time, the figure thought. Stop. Who goes there? The study of the sect leader would certainly not be devoid of guards, especially with the leader present. Ning Fingji, who cherished reading, could only indulge in his passion during the quiet hours of the night due to his busy days. Inform your leader at once. I have urgent matters to report. Quickly. The cloaked man urged, his tone tinged with urgency. Step back. After dismissing the guards, Ning Fingji continued, Pray tell, esteemed guest. What brings you to visit Ning at such a late hour? At that moment, Ning Fingji stepped through the door, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His gaze as tranquil as a still pond, exhibiting not the slightest hint of disarray in the face of the unknown. As Qian Xiaoyi observed the surroundings devoid of any presence, she lowered her cloak and exclaimed, Uncle Ning, it is I. Xiaoyi? What brings you here? Ning Fengji regarded Qian Xiaoyi with a measure of caution, despite his fondness for the child, as she undeniably belonged to the opposing faction. Uncle Ning, the situation is dire. There is no time for explanations. We must flee at once. The Spirit Hall is attacking the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. No sooner had she uttered these words than a long, piercing siren resonated through the air, shattering the tranquility of the night. Is it too late? Qian Xiaoyi murmured to herself. An enemy attack? Ning Fingji gritted his teeth, his voice filled with indignation. Uncle Ning, we must discuss a matter urgently. Before long. A figure approached, soaring on a sword. Fingji, it appears your instincts were indeed correct. The Spirit Hall has, as expected, made its move. Uncle Jian? Master. The newcomer was Jian Douluo, Qian Xiaoyi's mentor. Chen Xian nodded, stating, I heard the alarm and came to check on you. Moreover, it seems I have stumbled upon an unexpected opportunity. Qian Xiaoyi let out a wry smile and shook his head. Master, I have merely come to deliver a message. Although I may be a tad late, must you regard me in such a manner? Young man, Rong now harbors a profound resentment towards you. Do you still dare to show your face? Qian Xiaoyi chuckled. It would be better if you truly hated me. Yet, this level of animosity is still insufficient. Chen Xian replied, You should just leave. After all, you are still my adversary, and your presence here is rather inappropriate. Qian Xiaoyi shook her head. No, if I leave, the 7 Treasures Glazed sect will perish. The title Douluo dispatched by my mother possesses considerable strength, and besides, the bone Douluo is absent, is he not? Even if my master is formidable, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. If they capture me as a hostage, perhaps the 7 Treasures Glazed sect may survive. Here they come. Chen Xian exclaimed, soaring into the sky on his sword, gazing into the distance. Oh, Chen Xian. Ha ha ha. As expected, you are alone. It appears today, the 7 Treasures Glazed sect is destined for demise. Soon, 2 figures emerged on the horizon, one of whom spoke. Chen Xian's expression grew grave as he focused his mental energy on the 2 individuals. Both were titled Douluo, each formidable in their own right. If he did not prepare adequately, he risked falling at any moment. Their presence signified that the first line of defense for the 7 Treasures Glazed sect had already been breached. Behind the 2 titled Douluo was a dense throng of soldiers from the Wuhuan Hall, steadily advancing towards the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Fire! Chen Xian commanded as the enemy approached. Each disciple on the city walls of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect wielded a Zhuge crossbow, unleashing a volley that inflicted significant casualties upon the Wuhuan Hall forces. However, for the might of the Wuhuan Hall army, such losses were negligible. Is that Tang San's Zhuge crossbow? Yet, at that moment, the bolts shot forth, swirling around Chen Xian. The 2 titled Douluo focused intently on him, having noticed his movements, which astonished them. Chen Xian manipulated the bolts to create a metallic storm amidst the Wuhuan Hall army, clearing a vast swath of enemies in an instant. He smiled. These bolts were crafted from special metals at great expense, intended to turn the tide in this dire situation. You can actually control those bolts? That is not your martial spirit. One of the titled Douluo shouted. Stop. Cease all actions. No matter how many there are, they cannot withstand a massacre. The 2 titled Douluo were incensed, realizing their miscalculation. If Chen Xian could command those bolts, his prowess combined with Ning Fingji, the strongest support, would render their confrontation a stalemate at best. Yet, as Chen Xian observed a faint smile curling at the corner of one titled Douluo's mouth, an ominous premonition washed over him. Swift resolution is imperative. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, who had been cultivating in her chamber, heard the alarm bells and frowned. She made her way to Ning Fingxi's study. The sounding of the alarm signified an impending attack on the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Her first instinct was to find her father and command alongside him at the front lines. The study was not nearby, and by the time she arrived, the battle had already commenced. Standing beside Ning Fingxi, she beheld the man she longed for, the one she loved to the depths of her being. All past grievances dissipated upon seeing him. Just as she contemplated embracing him, he extinguished the last flicker of hope in her heart. In the midst of Chen Xian's battle, Qian Xiao seized the opportunity to wield his martial soul, deftly slicing through Ning Fengxi's throat. Qian Xiao turned his head, feigning surprise at the sight of Ning Rongrong, and remarked with a sinister smile, "Ning Fengxi is indeed foolish. How could he trust me so completely?" "Ha ha." Ning Rongrong, her voice hoarse and filled with hatred, cried out. Why? Why? The love that had once been etched in her very bones had transformed into a profound loathing. Chen Xian, upon discovering Ning Rongrong at the scene of Ning Fengxi's demise, gritted his teeth and steadied his emotions. Aware that engaging in battle while consumed by feelings would lead to inevitable defeat, one of the titled Douluo shouted, "Protect the young master, retreat." A circle of soul Douluo surrounded Qian Xiao, pushing back the formidable experts one by one. As they passed Ning Rongrong, one of them attempted to dispose of her with a casual gesture, but Qian Xiao signaled for him to withdraw. He waved his hand, dispersing the soul rotation in Ning Rongrong's grasp, seized her by the throat, and lifted her effortlessly. Leaning close to her ear, he chuckled softly, "Years have passed, and you remain so weak. Do you hate me? Do you wish to kill me? Do you seek vengeance for your father? Then hurry and grow stronger. You have yet to unleash even a fraction of the soul rotation's potential. I have no interest in slaying the weak. Ha! Now go." With that, he cast Ning Rongrong aside. Seeing the enemy retreat, Chen Xian approached Ning Fengxi, meticulously checking for signs of life, and upon confirming his demise, he could not help but reveal a faint smile. Chapter 91. 5 years Ning Rongrong had never harbored such animosity towards anyone. The person she loved most was also the one she loathed the most. Time and again, he inflicted wounds upon her, causing her pain and despair. After this ordeal, Ning Rongrong truly matured. At the spirit hall, Bibi Dong remarked, "Xiaoi, I did not anticipate your ruthlessness. You showed no mercy whatsoever." "Qian Xiaoi, it's all right. How is the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect faring? I trust your judgment," deliberately allowing a few direct disciples to escape, along with those training outside, should sufficiently ensure the continuity of the legacy. After all, it is a form of culture, and to sever it completely would be rather cruel. However, I do harbor some concerns for their well-being. Qian Xiao smiled reassuringly. "Mother, do not worry. We shall incapacitate our adversaries. They are not guilty, merely obstructing our path. There is no need to bring them to ruin. Furthermore, there is no cause for concern regarding them, nor even the Haotian sect. The only individuals worthy of our apprehension are 7, including the Haotian Douluo, at most 8. You are still too soft-hearted." "Wait, 7? Are you referring to your friends?" Bibi Dong interjected. "I believe only Tang San will pose a challenge for us." "You are mistaken. Time will reveal the truth. They may seem weak now, but those who ultimately stand at the pinnacle of the continent will undoubtedly be them. I have grown alongside them and am acutely aware of the terrifying depths of their strength. Speaking of which, tomorrow marks the 5-year agreement, does it not?" The following day, at Shrek Academy, Qian Xiao strolled along the path, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction and pride as he observed the ever-thriving Shrek Academy. After all, he was an alumnus of this esteemed institution. Today, Shrek Academy has ascended to the status of the most prestigious academy on the continent. As he walked, no one recognized him. He was merely here to take in the sights. "Shui?" Upon hearing someone call his name, Qian Xiao momentarily paused, without turning around. He instinctively knew who it was. In the present Shrek Academy, apart from the dean, a few former teachers, and some friends, no one else recognized him. Qian Xiao turned her head and remarked, "Brother Dai, Sister Qing, it appears you have arrived earlier than expected for our 5-year agreement. It has been 5 years since we last met, and Sister Qing, you have grown even more beautiful. As for you, Brother Dai, it seems you can hardly keep up with her." Dai Mubai had undergone a significant transformation. The youthful innocence he once possessed had faded, and now, merely standing there, he exuded an air of superiority. "How can you speak so confidently? Besides, when did we arrive before you? The academy has changed remarkably since our time, far surpassing what we experienced. Ma Hongjun has a keen eye. He chose to remain as a teacher, making him the earliest among us to stay, haha. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her icy demeanor, speaking little. Her figure remained alluring, now possessing an air of a refined lady. Oh, are you all discussing me? What is going on? Brother Dai? Yu Qing? Shui? Why are you all here today? At that moment, Ma Hongjun and Shui Binger strolled over, pointing at the trio with curiosity. Qian Shaoi pressed his forehead, finally comprehending why Ma Hongjun remained at Shrek Academy. With such a mind, he would be oblivious to the possibility of being sold outside. Perhaps he was aware of his own mental sluggishness and chose to stay at the academy, allowing forgetfulness to be of little consequence. Ma Hongjun appeared much the same. Taller yet still adorned with ample flesh. Were he to succeed in losing weight, he could undoubtedly become a handsome young man. However, his fondness for food seemed to cater well to his belly, as he feared it might suffer from hunger. Shui Binger now blossomed into a stunning beauty. Found herself somewhat overshadowed by the fiery phoenix. Are you still together? Dai Mubai inquired. Zhu Zhiqing responded with a sharp slap to Dai Mubai. Showing him no mercy. What do you mean still together? Can't you articulate properly? That hurts. What significance does it hold to strike you? In front of Zhu Zhiqing. The once formidable Dai Mubai appeared as meek as a sickly cat, too intimidated to utter a word after the reprimand. Boss Dai is still so submissive to his partner. What a disappointment. Oscar remarked as he approached from behind Ma Hongjun. Since leaving the academy, Oscar had ventured out alone, shedding his previous timidity and now exuding a newfound confidence. Do you have a problem with his lack of ambition? Would you care for me to assess your own prospects? Well, I must admit, I lack ambition, so there is no need for your assistance. When did you arrive? Qian Shaoi asked. Yesterday. I even managed to treat the dean to a meal. Seeing his pitiful little eyes was simply delightful. Ha ha ha. Qian Shaoi? What brings you here? This seems unrelated to you. Upon hearing that voice, Qian Shaoi's previously cheerful mood shifted to one of heaviness. Qian Shaoi smirked and said, Is that you, Rongrong? What is the matter? Judging by the look in your eyes, it seems you've been crying for several days. Zhu Zhiqing, known for her keen insight among the group, also noticed the complexity in Qian Shaoi's gaze when he saw Ning Rongrong. However, he concealed it well, quickly adopting a mocking expression. Though she was not foolish enough to expose the truth, Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth, her eyes brimming with hatred. I may not be your match now, but one day, I will personally end your life. Now get out of my sight. Qian Shaoi walked over and brushed past Ning Rongrong, uttering, Kill me? With your own hands? Just based on you? Very well, I shall await that moment. However, do make haste. If I grow impatient, the 7-treasure glazed tile school may cease to exist. He continued, It seems you are faring well. I have little else to convey. I must take my leave before Tang-san returns. Perhaps our next encounter shall find us as adversaries. When that time comes, do not show any mercy. Zhu Zhiqing, observing his retreating figure, felt a jolt run through her. She heard Qian Shaoi's voice, conveyed through soul power, urging her, Take good care of Ning Rongrong. Do not allow her to veer down the misguided path of blind vengeance. After Qian Shaoi departed, Zhu Zhiqing patted Ning Rongrong and said, Rongrong, we have all heard about your predicament. Rest assured, we shall assist you in seeking justice. Ning Rongrong shook her head and replied, Thank you, but I wish to avenge myself. As Qian Shaoi exited the academy, she was greeted by the sight of a striking blue-haired man approaching her. In his arms, he cradled a fluffy pink rabbit, its eyes gently closed as if in slumber. How unfortunate I am today. The blue-haired man was none other than Tang-san, though he had undergone a remarkable transformation. His previously ordinary features had evolved to be even more handsome than those of Dai Mubai, and his demeanor had shifted significantly, no longer bearing the same naive expression. As Tang-san regarded Qian Shaoi, he did not slow his pace but brushed past her, casually remarking, Next time, we shall be adversaries. Qian Shaoi detected a sense of instability emanating from Tang-san, evidently indicating he had sustained injuries. Upon noticing the rabbit cradled in Tang-san's arms, Qian Shaoi grasped the entirety of the situation. It appears that you have not evaded this calamity, Xiao Wu. Chapter 92. The confrontation with Tang-san in the ensuing period. A formidable force known as the Tang sect emerged on the continent, which was divided into 5 halls, each overseen by a leader, with Tang-san himself serving as the head, opposing the Spirit Hall. Today marked a pivotal moment for Spirit Hall as they implemented their next strategic maneuver. A shocking piece of news reverberated throughout the entire continent. The emperor of the Tiando Empire, the Snowy Night Emperor, was gravely ill. To thwart any treacherous individuals from taking advantage of the situation, access to the imperial palace was strictly prohibited. Many regarded this as a commonplace occurrence, with only a select few sensing the underlying anomalies. How could the Snowy Night Emperor, who appeared to be in good health, suddenly find himself on the brink of death? Although he had entered the twilight of his years, it seemed reasonable to expect he could endure for a few more years. This scenario could stem from two possibilities. Either the Snowy Night Emperor had suffered an unexpected illness, or there were conspirators plotting rebellion. Should the latter be true, the instigator would undoubtedly be within the palace, wielding significant power. Otherwise, sealing off the entire palace would be implausible. Numerous conjectures surrounded the Snowy Night Emperor's condition, yet none ventured to investigate further, favoring a philosophy of avoiding unnecessary risks. For many, the priority was merely to live in peace, indifferent to who ascended the throne or the manner of governance, or even the existence of a sovereign. However, those who had discerned the truth of the matter, in a bid to thwart the ulterior motives at play, felt compelled to breach the palace, hoping to save the Snowy Night Emperor. Tang San was among these individuals, accompanied by two companions, one being the poisoned Douluo, Douluo, and the other, the leader of the medicine hall from the Tang sect, the sole Douluo Yongwudi. He advanced into the palace. Douluo, a guest elder of the Tiando Empire, wielded considerable influence. Upon reaching the sleeping quarters of the Snowy Night Emperor, they were halted. "Who are you?" inquired a soldier clad in full armor. Douluo produced a token, crafted from pure gold, engraved with two conspicuous characters, Imperial Presence. This signified that the Snowy Night Emperor had granted his audience. To bear the token was akin to standing before the Emperor himself. Yet, to their astonishment, the soldier remained unmoved, coldly stationed in place. At that moment, Tang San understood that the Emperor's ailment was surely orchestrated by human hands. Pointing to Yongwudi, Tang San declared, "We are here to treat His Majesty, particularly this esteemed Yongwudi, who is a veritable master in the field of medicine. Should time be squandered and the Emperor's condition worsen, the repercussions will be yours to bear." The lead soldier showed no inclination to relent, stating in a frosty tone, "His Majesty is resting, as per the orders of the Crown Prince. No one is permitted to disturb him. Those who defy this command will face dire consequences." Fearing that delays could lead to unforeseen calamities, Tang San exchanged a brief nod with Douluo, preparing to force their way inside. Just then, a voice echoed, "Brother Tang San, how delightful to see you. Your Highness, we pay our respects." The surrounding soldiers fell to their knees in unison. The newcomer was none other than the Crown Prince, Shuqinghe, accompanied by three individuals, two elders, and a familiar face, Qian Shaoi. Tang San gazed calmly at Qian Shaoi, suddenly letting out a long sigh. It appeared that the individuals stationed here were likely all from the Spirit Hall. "Your Highness," Shuqinghe said with a faint smile. She was well aware of Tang San's astuteness. Upon his arrival, she realized that concealment was futile. Thus, she opted for candor and brought Qian Shaoi along. "If I surmise correctly, Your Highness, you two are affiliated with the Spirit Hall, are you not? And Qian Shaoi has been aware of your true identity for 5 years now. Have you been conspiring together since then?" Tang San spoke in a composed manner. Shuqinghe smiled gently, raising a hand to delve into her attire. With a flick of her wrist, she swiftly revealed an unusual mass that had been intricately connected to her hair. Her skin was as white as snow, and her phoenix-like eyes held an air of authority. Compared to Shuqinghe's previously amiable demeanor, she now exuded a striking individuality. With a straightened nose and slightly delicate phoenix eyes, while she may not be the most beautiful, she undoubtedly belonged to the ranks of the exquisite. Qian Rinxue remarked, "Tang San, there is one point you have misjudged. Among those conspiring, Shaoi is not included. On the contrary, he is the one who seeks to thwart me, although his efforts proved futile." Tang San cast a complex glance at Qian Shaoi and let out a long sigh. "Shaoi? Such an affectionate address. I wonder how one of your stature in the Spirit Hall should be referred to. I am Qian Rinxue, and it is understandable that you have not heard of me, for I serve as the trump card of the Spirit Hall. As for Shaoi, he is my younger brother." With that, Qian Rinxue gently ruffled Qian Shaoi's hair, speaking with affectionate indulgence. "A biological brother? Yet lacking blood ties, much like your bond with Xiaowu." Tang San responded, "I offer you an opportunity to pledge allegiance to the Spirit Hall. Should you choose to align yourself with us, you will." Before he could complete his sentence, he was interrupted by Qian Shaoi. "Sister, please cease. He will not acquiesce. Such attempts at persuasion might please others, but for Tang San, it is merely an affront." Tang San smiled. "You speak truly. No wonder you are my rival. You understand me well. However, I am rather curious as to what led you to align with the Spirit Hall. It is a path that could lead to peril." "Enough, third brother. You lack the standing to judge me. Your opposition to the Spirit Hall is merely a means of avenging your loved ones, is it not? My alignment with the Spirit Hall is solely to protect my family and friends. In truth, we are evenly matched, and neither of us holds the moral high ground. Tang Xin shook his head. It is not the same. Should the Spirit Hall incite war, countless innocents would be rendered homeless. Qian Shaoi remarked, do not speak so grandiloquently. If the Spirit Hall withdraws its forces, would you be able to forsake your vengeance? No. Thus, all this talk is futile. Tang Xin sighed. Must you truly position yourself as my adversary? The Spirit Hall embodies malevolence. You are playing with fire. Qian Shaoi glanced at Qian Ruxue beside her and remarked, there is no absolute distinction between righteousness and evil. What constitutes righteousness and what constitutes evil? It is merely a matter of human judgment. I protect my friends and family, which I deem righteous. You seek vengeance for your family, which is also righteous. We are fundamentally the same. Qian Ruxue interrupted Tang San, who seemed poised to speak further, saying, enough. Since they are our adversaries, let us cease this verbal sparring. Uncles, engage them. They possess but a single title Douluo, and they are no match for us. Leave Tang San to me. Wait. Qian Shaoi called out to Qian Ruxue. Sister, do not underestimate anyone. Though he may merely be a soul Douluo, his aura is formidable. While our enemies may not rival the Serpent Spear Douluo, subduing him will not be an easy task. A fierce battle may attract unwelcome complications. Tang San, let us engage in a duel. Should you emerge victorious, we shall depart. If I prevail, you will leave. During this confrontation, no one is permitted to interfere. What do you say? We have yet to face each other, and I have long desired this clash. Tang San smiled confidently and replied, very well. I accept your challenge. Old monster. Yang Wudi, step back. Shaoi, my teacher once told me that if you ask to be an enemy, you will become my greatest foe. Initially, I was skeptical, but now I wish to see where your strength lies. Teacher, you imparted the same wisdom to me. Come, third brother. Let us discover who truly stands as the strongest graduate of Shrek Academy. Chapter 93. The Battle. Qian Shaoi and Tang San stepped towards the door, stating, many believe that Qian Shaoi is the weakest among this year's graduates of Shrek Academy. To be honest, I am also quite eager to discover where our disparities lie. Come on, Tang San. Whether the Emperor of Snowy Nights survives depends on you. With unwavering confidence, Tang San replied, this matter is of great significance, and I am certain I will not falter. Furthermore, I too am curious about the kind of challenges my greatest adversary can present. Moreover, you have yet to reach the realm of the Soul Emperor, have you? Qian Shaoi nodded, acknowledging the progress, just 2 levels short, yet it was almost within reach. Enough delay, let us begin. With that, Tang San charged forward, simultaneously unleashing his martial soul and soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 blue, and 3 black, totaling 6 soul rings of blue silver grass. He was undoubtedly a soul emperor. However, Qian Shaoi noted that Tang San's blue silver grass seemed markedly different. Imbued with greater strength, it appeared that the evolution of the martial soul extended beyond just himself, rather than an evolution. It would be more accurate to describe Tang San's martial soul as an awakening. His original martial soul was indeed blue silver grass, yet it lacked the deficiencies typically associated with it. Now, having awakened, it was referred to as Blue Silver Emperor, with the quality of his martial soul elevated to an entirely new level. Coupled with Tang San's status as a soul emperor, despite Qian Shaoi being close to that rank, he still faced a significant limitation in terms of realm, which was one of the reasons for Tang San's unwavering confidence. It could be said that victory would be a formidable challenge. As a black soul ring glowed behind Tang San, sharp spikes suddenly erupted from the ground beside Qian Shaoi. He recognized this as the evolution of Tang San's 4th soul skill, Blue-Silver Spike Array. Qian Shaoi did not anticipate that Tang San would commence with such earnestness, unleashing a soul skill that transcends millennia. With a deft point of his toes, he leapt into the air, evading the impending blue-silver thrust. I mean, Brother San, is it really necessary to go all out right from the onset? He mused, somewhat incredulous at the display of formidable power. Tang San chuckled softly. Despite his apparent confidence, he harbored no arrogance, well aware of the potential pitfalls that lay in wait. Against you, I cannot afford to be careless. Shaoi, do not let me down, he proclaimed, summoning a long spear, his 5th soul skill, the Blue-Silver Tyrant Spear. As the spear materialized, Tang San hurled it with great force, aiming it squarely at Qian Shaoi. His timing was impeccable, striking at the precise moment when Qian Shaoi reached the pinnacle of his ascent, utterly devoid of leverage. Qian Shaoi's gaze sharpened. The formidable power of the blue-silver Emperor's spear posed a significant threat, even to him. Yet, it was merely a threat, one that could be unraveled. Before Qian Shaoyi, a black circular barrier materialized. This was the manifestation of the fourth soul skill, the Dustless Realm. The Dustless Realm serves as a defense technique with a comprehensive 360-degree coverage. Having undergone rigorous training under the Ice Emperor, it is now capable of adapting to Qian Shaoyi's innermost thoughts, allowing for the selection of defense in a singular direction. After all, utilizing an all-encompassing defense against an attack from just one side would indeed be somewhat extravagant. By compressing it into a wall, not only is soul power conserved, but the defensive capability of the Dustless Realm is also significantly enhanced. With a resounding clash, the blue-silver tyrant spear struck the Dustless Realm, leading to a momentary stalemate between the two soul skills. Ultimately, the Dustless Realm shattered, as Tang San's blue-silver tyrant spear proved to be superior. Being his fifth soul skill and the most formidable offensive capability of his blue-silver Emperor martial soul. Chapter 94. A single strike determines victory or defeat. At this moment, Qian Shaoyi had already landed on the ground. He felt no surprise at Tang San's ability to break through his soul skill. If Tang San could not shatter this defense, then he was unworthy to be his opponent. His intention was merely to delay for a moment, not to rely on the Wachenzi to withstand the attack. The instant he touched the ground, his first and second soul rings glimmered, and supported by the second soul skill, a swift blade of energy shot towards Tang San. Following the trajectory of the energy, Qian Shaoyi charged at Tang San, fully aware that his first soul skill would be ineffective against him. Indeed, Tang San evaded the blade with a ghostly grace, and before long, Qian Shaoyi found himself in front of him. As Tang San's right hand made a faint grasp, Qian Shaoyi felt a sudden paralysis enveloping his body, as if he were covered in the blue-silver grass of the earth. Tang San's second soul skill, parasitism, took effect. Simultaneously, a wave of pressure surged within Qian Shaoyi's heart, making him feel diminished while Tang San grew stronger. A single word flashed in his mind: domain. Indeed, Tang San had activated his god of death domain, designed to disrupt the enemy's mental state, weaken them, and bolster his own strength. At this moment, Qian Shaoyi maintained his forward momentum. Should he continue his charge, he would undoubtedly lose his balance and fall. Even a mere second on the ground would allow Tang San to decisively determine the victor. Just as Tang San anticipated the outcome, a flash of purple from Qian Shaoyi's soul ring signaled the activation of his third soul skill, body enhancement. As the name implies, its purpose is to bolster one's physical prowess for a period of time. With this enhancement, Qian Shaoyi effortlessly disregarded the blue-silver grass binding him and the paralyzing effects. Even counteracting the influence of the god of death's domain, he surged toward Tang San, for he was indeed a close combat soul master. The sword energy of the judgment sword was reined in, the soul flow circulating. Should it pierce the flesh, it would surely result in severe injury, if not death. Seeing that Qian Shaoyi had countered his second soul skill and had locked onto him with no avenue for evasion, Tang San resolved to allow the judgment sword to strike him. As Qian Shaoyi observed that Tang San showed no inclination to evade, a sense of gravity enveloped him. The unusual circumstances hinted at hidden dangers. Tang San's lack of avoidance certainly suggested a concealed strategy. With this thought lingering in his mind, Qian Shaoyi remained vigilant, readying his fourth soul skill. Even if Tang San possessed some covert advantage, Qian Shaoyi harbored confidence in his ability to withstand the impending threat. Just as Qian Shaoyi's attack struck Tang San, the latter's form became ethereal, allowing Qian Shaoyi to pass through him effortlessly. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a dark, ominous hammer descended upon him with formidable force. Though Qian Shaoyi was startled, she remained composed and unleashed her long-prepared fourth soul skill, the Dustless Realm. Although the Dustless Realm shattered within moments, it granted Qian Shaoyi sufficient time to evade. Qian Shaoyi gazed at the hammer in Tang San's hand, recognizing it as the illustrious Haotian hammer, a pinnacle martial soul of the continent. Tang San, with an impassive expression, remarked, initially, "I had no intention of employing my sixth spirit skill. However, your strength is formidable, and I lack the confidence to evade your previous assault. Furthermore, your combat instinct is not to be underestimated. My attempt to catch you off guard proved utterly futile. Were you not my adversary, I could have spared myself considerable trouble." Qian Shaoyi smiled gently. "It is not solely you who is making progress, is it? Moreover, I could never stand in opposition to my mother, could I?" Tang nodded slightly. If a confrontation arose between his mother and his friends, he too would find it impossible to side with his companions. At most, He might show mercy in the heat of the moment. Ultimately, he recognized that he lacked the standing to criticize others. Shall we? Let us settle this with a single decisive blow. Continuing in this manner will surely lead to your soul power being exhausted, especially considering you are only at level 58. Qian Shaoi was acutely aware of his own situation. He nodded and declared, "Indeed, that is my intention. Third brother, unleash your most formidable technique." Chapter 95. A draw. Come on, third brother. Let us see to whom the ultimate victory belongs. Tang Sen nodded, gripping the Haotian hammer in his hand. He swung it through the air, conjuring a streak of dark energy that erupted with a powerful wave of soul power, marking the initiation of the chaotic storm hammer technique. The Death God domain inscribed upon the Haotian hammer could only unleash its full potential when wielded with the hammer itself, thus as the Haotian hammer manifested. The oppressive force of the Death God domain intensified, which had previously been mitigated by his formidable physique, despite the Haotian hammer lacking any additional soul rings. The inherent quality of the martial soul, combined with Tang San's formidable soul power at the 60th level in the engraved Death God domain, produced a remarkably potent effect. The devastating aura of the Death God domain harmonized perfectly with the overwhelming presence emanating from the Haotian hammer. With each swing of the hammer, Qian Shaoi felt the pressure mount incrementally. Was he harnessing the momentum? Utilizing the force of the previous strike to amplify the next was indeed an impressive self-created soul skill. He could not allow Tang San to continue this onslaught. Otherwise, it would spell great trouble. Just as Qian Shaoi prepared to act, a soul bone emerged from Tang San's right leg, propelling him into the air. Qian Shaoi was momentarily taken aback. Tang San's elevation undoubtedly minimized the threat he posed. Only the first soul skill was ranged, yet its power was insufficient to disrupt Tang San's momentum. Of course, Tang San did not allow himself to grow complacent simply because he hovered above. Although Qian Shaoi had expended considerable soul power, Tang San remained unyielding in his belief that Qian Shaoi possessed contingencies. He had witnessed Qian Shaoi defeat foes without relying on soul skills or soul bones, relying instead on the flow of soul energy. However, at this juncture, Qian Shaoi had scarcely utilized this flow, while his soul shock had reached a modest level of proficiency. Its potency still paled in comparison. Qian Shaoi glanced at Tang San, realizing that the distance between them was insurmountable, rendering any attempt to reach him futile. With no other choice, he steeled himself to confront Tang San's self-created soul technique. This technique, known as the chaotic cloak hammer method, is a skill passed down through generations of the Haotian sect, possessing immense power. However, the successful practitioners are few and far between, underscoring its formidable difficulty. Furthermore, when executing this technique, the user is rendered immobile. Tang San, relying on his soul bone, managed to hover in the air, but during the execution, the user becomes a living target, which deters many from pursuing its mastery. Qian Shaoi was constantly attentive to Tang San, whose gaze never strayed from her. As Tang San prepared for his final strike, Qian Shaoi was also gathering her strength. When Tang San swung his hammer for the 80th time, he descended from the heavens, channeling gravity and his hammer technique to deliver the ultimate blow. At this moment, Qian Shaoi was thoroughly prepared. The temperature around them plummeted rapidly, and the sword of judgment emanated a bluish glow, humming ominously. Tang San narrowed his eyes, feeling the sharp aura even in midair, as it caressed his skin like a blade, inflicting a stinging pain. Nevertheless, Tang San remained confident. While the hammer was a blunt weapon, the sword was a keen edge. In terms of destructive capability, the hammer undoubtedly surpassed, as the sword's advantage lay solely in its ability to breach defenses. When the two weapons clashed, the hammer held a slight superiority. Yet, at the very moment Tang San and Qian Shaoi collided, a radiant flash emanated from Qian Shaoi's fifth soul ring, causing her to instantaneously retreat a short distance. However, this slight distance rendered Tang San's attack futile, meaning his strike had missed its mark. Qian Shaoi's fifth soul skill, instantaneous movement, allows her to teleport to her desired location, enhancing her attack power upon arrival. Tang San suppressed the urge to spit blood. The sensation was more excruciating than colliding with a wall. However, Tang San was not one to be easily defeated. He summoned his remaining strength to deliver one final strike, though its power was significantly diminished compared to before. Bang! As Qian Shaoi and Tang San collided, a resounding crash echoed, stirring up a cloud of dust that obscured the vision of all onlookers. Shaoi, young master, sect leader, little monster, the four spectators exclaimed in unison, their expressions tense as they gazed into the mist shrouding the two figures. Gradually, the dust began to settle, revealing Qian Xiaoyi, who spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed, unconscious. Tang Sen fared little better. His entire body was encased in ice, his skin marred by countless wounds. The external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances on his back, was riddled with cracks, a testament to his desperate last effort to protect himself. Yet, the sword energy had still penetrated through the gaps, striking him down. Though he remained standing, he too succumbed to unconsciousness. This battle ended in a stalemate. Chapter 96. The sect leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Although the battle concluded in a draw, any discerning observer would recognize that, in terms of their confrontation, Tang Sen had lost. Qian Xiaoyi, whether in terms of age or soul power, was inferior to him. Thus, to achieve a draw under such circumstances signified that Qian Xiaoyi's effective combat prowess surpassed his own. However, in terms of the battle's outcome, it was Tang Sen who emerged victorious. Shortly after the fight concluded, the sword Douluo and the bone Douluo from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School arrived, accompanied by Flander, Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaojiang, and the Shrek 7 monsters. Upon witnessing the frozen Tang Sen and the fallen Qian Xiaoyi, they were momentarily stunned. They had hastened their pace after realizing a battle had taken place, only to discover that it was merely the 2 of them engaged in combat. A draw? Murmured the young master of the stabbing porcupine Douluo. Neither I nor the snake spear is a match for Chen Xian and Gu Rong. Moreover, with Douluo. Qian Rinxue waved her hand and strode forward. At that moment, Ning Fingji and the others finally recognized her, that their gazes towards her were tinged with unfamiliarity. Accompanying those 2 individuals, she must belong to the Spirit Hall, Demu Bai remarked. Yu Xiaojiang nodded in agreement, affirming, "You are indeed correct. She is certainly affiliated with the Spirit Hall, and her status is likely quite elevated." Shaosun speculated. It seems she has taken on the guise of the Crown Prince. Although they had their suspicions, verification was still necessary. "Excuse me, who are you?" Qian Rinxue appeared oblivious to the arrival of a multitude. As she gently lifted the unconscious Qian Xiaoyi, murmuring to herself, "You've truly grown. Even your sister struggles to carry you now. After several years apart, your strength has nearly matched mine. However, what need is there to flaunt such prowess? Just look at you. You've already sustained injuries." Qian Rinxue gazed at the assembly before her and remarked, "Tang Sen is indeed remarkable. He has cleverly leveraged Xiao Yi's past affections for you all to engage in a wager. The victor would be free to pursue their plans unimpeded by the other. Although he did not emerge victorious, he has afforded you ample time. Nevertheless, it matters not, for this scheme is merely an embellishment to our endeavors. Its failure holds little consequence." Qian Rinxue smiled, albeit her grin was frigid, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. "However, having harmed my brother, I shall not let this matter rest easily. Had it not been for Xiao Yi's restraint, that Tang Sen would have met his demise before your arrival. Choose your actions wisely. We shall take our leave now. By the way, my name is Qian Rinxue. Do remember it." Qian Rinxue, cradling Qian Xiaoyi, turned to leave when a voice called out to them. It belonged to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, who obstructed their path. "Qian Rinxue, you may depart. But you must leave Qian Xiaoyi behind." Chen Xian sighed upon hearing this voice and shook his head. Ning Rongrong's tone was somewhat hoarse, her eyes reddened, indicating she had likely been weeping. Following Ning Fengji's demise, with Chen Xian's support, Ning Rongrong ascended to the position of sect leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Although the process was brief, none could dispute her authority. Ning Rongrong's martial spirit, soul power, and innate talent commanded the respect and admiration of her subordinates. Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow. To speak candidly, she harbored a deep disdain for this woman. Were it not for her, Qian Xiaoyi would not be enduring such hardship. "Your threat to us is not insignificant, and I cannot fathom why Xiaoyi does not simply eliminate you." Glancing around at the encircling disciples of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Qian Rinxue offered a faint smile. "Truly, one cannot underestimate the second most powerful sect on the continent. Even after a war, they still boast such a formidable number of followers." That war left an indelible scar on Ning Rongrong. It not only inflicted severe losses upon her family, but also claimed the life of her most beloved father, while condemning the one she cherished most to a death sentence. Reflecting upon it now, her heart feels as though it is being rent asunder. "Qian Rinxue, you are quite the chatterbox. Were it not for your spirit hall, would my 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School find itself in such dire straits? Had your brother not taken my father's life, perhaps the situation would not be as it is. If you spare Qian Xiaoyi, I am willing to acquiesce to all your conditions." Qian Rinxue maintained her composure and remarked, "There is no need for that. The Spirit Hall will acquire what it desires on its own. However, You must allow my brother to remain. It seems rather inappropriate to speak such words in front of his sister. Moreover, what gives you the confidence to believe you can obstruct us? Qian Rinxue spoke wisely. As a titled Douluo, it is exceedingly difficult to perish unless one either seeks their own demise or encounters an insurmountable disparity in strength. If one cannot prevail, surely they can flee. Chapter 97, The Strength of Ning Rongrong. Qian Rinxue glanced at the child in her arms. Qian Shaoi sighed softly and said, Master Ning, although my brother and I seldom have the opportunity to meet, I am quite aware of the matters between you. You are indeed a pitiable soul. Even I did not anticipate that Shaoi would go to such lengths for the spirit hall. Ning Rongrong, taken aback, inquired, What do you mean? Qian Rinxue smiled and remarked, Do you understand why the spirit hall is reluctant to settle matters with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? After all, you are merely a fleeting presence in Xiaoyi's life. Parting will be beneficial for both you and him. Now, let us proceed. With her right hand poised, Ning Rongrong gradually manifested a swirling vortex, an eerie spectacle of dual-directional rotation displaying a kaleidoscope of colors. Under her command, the vortex began to morph, extending outward in a shape reminiscent of a rapidly spinning drill bit. I have declared, leave Xiaoyi. Today he must perish. Oscar gasped in astonishment, stammering, Is this the soul rotation? Rongrong has concealed her abilities so well. This marked the first occasion Ning Rongrong had employed the soul rotation in public. Not only Oscar, but the others of the seven monsters were equally dumbfounded, as none among them had surpassed Ning Rongrong in the application of soul power. Yu Xiaojiang smiled faintly and said, Oscar, while Ning Rongrong's innate soul power may not match yours, her comprehension far exceeds yours by a significant margin. With the same principles, she can grasp them more swiftly and profoundly. Furthermore, in light of the recent upheaval within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, her dedication to cultivation now rivals that of Tang San. This is also why her soul power level has surpassed yours. Qian Rinxue gazed at the soul power drill in Ning Rongrong's hand, furrowing her brow as she spoke. The soul rotation, is it? It seems that Xiaoyi has imparted this to you as well. I have dabbled in it, though I cannot compare to your prowess. You are indeed formidable. I now present you with an opportunity to pledge your loyalty to the Spirit Hall. What say you? Ning Rongrong sneered. It is too late. In the past, for the sake of Qian Shaoyi, I would have done anything, even subjugating the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to become a subsidiary of the Spirit Hall. However, now, my sole desire is to kill him. He has brought ruin to my family, and until I see him dead, my heart shall know no peace. Qian Rinxue smiled faintly and said, Do not mistake my words for affection. I merely speak in jest. If the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School were truly needed, then Xiaoyi would never have parted ways with you. Throughout history, your sect has upheld the principle of peace and would never ally with the Spirit Hall, which seeks to unify the continent. Even if such an alliance were to succeed, we would remain distrustful of you. Humph. No wonder you two are siblings. Your words are as sharp as ever. With that, Ning Rongrong propelled the soul power drill forward. No one attempted to hinder her attack, as both parties were eager to discern the true might of this notoriously challenging soul rotation technique. Spirit Douluo of the Stabbing Porcupine. Understood, young master. The Stabbing Porcupine Douluo stepped forward, extending his hand as a surge of soul power erupted, forming a protective barrier around him. Ning Rongrong maintained her trajectory, the drill piercing directly into the shield, producing a sizzling sound. After a prolonged moment, a resounding crash echoed through the arena as Ning Rongrong was sent flying back. Chen Xian soared into the air to catch her, and upon seeing her pale face but no significant injuries, he let out a sigh of relief. The Stabbing Porcupine Douluo, on the other hand, appeared quite disheveled, his garments riddled with numerous holes, resembling the attire of a beggar. All present were prodigies, adept in the application of soul power. However, in terms of sheer power, none could rival Ning Rongrong. It could be said that her mastery of soul rotation had reached an unparalleled level, even surpassing that of the original Xiaoyi. Ning Rongrong not only employed soul rotation but also utilized compression, transforming it into a drill that minimized the area of force, thereby enhancing its penetrating ability. It was evident that she had expended considerable effort to master this skill. How careless of me. I truly did not anticipate this. A level 60 auxiliary soul emperor can inflict damage comparable to that of a soul saint. If the soul saint does not utilize their martial spirit's true form, their attack power falls short of yours. Truly impressive for the former girlfriend of the young master. However, we have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. With that, they whisked away Qian Rinxue, Xiaoyi, and the snake spear Douluo, leaving the furious Ning Rongrong glaring in their wake. Chapter 98. In the depths of the abyss on Douluo continent, a palace looms within a cavernous abyss, its overall hue a deep crimson that exudes an oppressive atmosphere. Even from a distance, one can sense the ominous aura it radiates. The palace is eerily desolate, almost barren, given its location deep within the abyss. Inside, 12 towering human-like statues stand, each approximately 9 meters in height. These statues, kneeling reverently, exhibit a variety of armor and features, with not a single one resembling the other. They face the individual seated upon the central throne. Encircling the throne, which is also a humanoid sculpture, the air appears unobstructed yet conceals the figure's features. Despite being a statue, one can discern the unyielding spirit reflected in its eyes. Beneath each of the 12 statues lies a 2-meter elevated seat, occupied by individuals clad in black robes, their appearances and physiques obscured from view. Moreover, their presence was far from feeble. One individual spoke up, stating, after years of waiting, "Our Lord is finally awakening. In anticipation of our sovereign's emergence, we must make thorough preparations." Another interjected, "Initially, our king's ideology clashed with that of the gods, igniting a war. Though our king possessed immense power, he was ultimately overwhelmed by the sheer number of adversaries. The 5 divine monarchs united to defeat and slay our king. However, how could they possibly comprehend our king's true capabilities? Our sovereign has subtly infused his strength and will into the Douluo continent to safeguard our Lord. We have sealed our divine powers and come here, and through the passage of time, we have cultivated ourselves into titled Douluos. Now that our Lord has manifested and awakened, it is time to act." "Monkey, you chatter too much." "Rabbit, has our Lord been located?" inquired the initial speaker clad in a black robe. At that moment, a melodious voice emanated from a nearby seat, revealing itself to be feminine. "Yes, we have found him," she replied, though Rat interjected with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Oh? What is the matter? Has something occurred?" The woman hesitated before responding. "However, our Lord's demeanor is strikingly different from before. It seems his will has been lost." Even without seeing their faces, disbelief radiated from them. Rat asserted, "Enough. We are aware of our Lord's might, and his will cannot simply vanish. It must be suppressed by some force. Pig, I have a task for you." Brother, why must we use code names? It is rather absurd for us, the supreme deities, to bear the names of animals, and why am I the pig? Haha. Brother, don't let him go. Pig, my porcine comrade, this is ill-fated. Monkey, be quiet. Your tongue is as sharp as ever, and you prattle on incessantly. This is unlike you. You merely eat and sleep. To call you a pig is an insult to pigs themselves. Enough. Rat's thunderous voice interrupted the quarrel. You two hail from the same lineage. Yet your personalities are completely oppositional. You find fault with one another at every turn, bickering over trivial matters. And, pig, can't you use your brain? Surely. We cannot use our true names. Do you want the divine realm to discover us? You are the most foolish and indolent among us, making the codename pig quite fitting. Brother. Is it really appropriate for you to chastise me so sternly? I sense you are suppressing laughter. Ahem. By the way, where is Dragon? Why is he absent among our 12 siblings? Monkey replied, he has gone to the Star Doe forest to seek the Silver Dragon King, that disobedient fellow, who clearly promised to remain here for our Lord's awakening. Rat sighed. Well, if he chooses not to listen, then so be it. Dragon is also a pitiable soul. Although I am your elder brother, in terms of power, it is Dragon who remains the most formidable, remaining low-key. Had it not been for the divine realm targeting his master, the Dragon God, he would not be with us now. After the Dragon God perished, he split into the Gold and Silver Dragon Kings. The Gold Dragon King was sealed by the divine realm, while the Silver Dragon King fled, severely injured. It is only natural for Dragon, as the disciple of the Dragon God, to care for the wounded Silver Dragon King. Pig, your task will be discussed later, Rabbit. You stay behind, as I have matters to confer with you. Chapter 99 Negotiation. The 12 of them convened only for significant meetings. Otherwise, they practiced in their chambers or attended to their own affairs. Once everyone else departed, Mouse turned to Rabbit and remarked, among us 12, the majority hold a deep reverence for our leader and remain steadfastly loyal, with 2 notable exceptions, Long, the disciple of the Dragon God, and yourself. Mouse continued. The divine realm has consistently ostracized the divine beast under the Dragon God's leadership, which has incited Long's discontent, leading him to join our opposition against the divine realm. Although Long is one of us, our aims diverge. It can be said that the machinations of the gods have positioned him against them. As for you, Rabbit, while your goal is to resurrect our leader, I remain uncertain of your true motivations. I am convinced that your intentions are not rooted in adoration for our leader or alignment with his ideals. Pray, share your thoughts with me, daughter of the God King. At their level, they had mastered the art of concealing their inner turmoil, especially while cloaked in garments that obscured their forms. The rabbit's heart swelled with surprise. She maintained an expression of calm, as if nothing had transpired. My brother, Mouse continued, your prowess is merely average among our group, yet your intellect is undeniably commendable. Noticing Rabbit's lack of a definitive response, Mouse remained unfazed. If I were indeed as formidable as you suggest, that battle would not have ended in defeat. Rabbit nodded noncommittally. You speak the truth. I am indeed the daughter of the God King. As for which God King, I prefer not to disclose. The reasons for my allegiance to you all remain unspoken, but rest assured, I have no intention of betraying you. Our shared objective is the resurrection of your leader. And for whatever reason, I stand with you. Mouse nodded in acknowledgement. Your assurance brings me comfort. You may depart now. At their level, they held no disdain for honesty. Had Rabbit wished to deceive, she could have easily fabricated an excuse rather than remain reticent. After Rabbit withdrew, Mouse sat in contemplation, murmuring to himself. What does she intend to do with the resurrection of our leader? My brother, I have come to undertake a task, Pig announced reluctantly as he stepped forward. Mouse chuckled with a hint of resignation. This particular pig was the laziest among them, devoted solely to eating and sleeping, with only Monkey as his close companion. Although he could easily forego food without feeling hunger, he regarded eating as one of life's primary pursuits, often venturing out in search of delicacies. Which is why he was entrusted with this task. Pig, you possess greater familiarity with the continent than we do. This task I assign you is vital for the awakening of our leader. It must be completed without fail. At the heart of the starry forest lay a vast, crystalline lake, approximately 100 square kilometers in expanse, its depths unfathomable. The lake's surface remained shrouded in mist throughout the day, even at noon, rendering it an ethereal beauty. As night fell, the fog thickened further. Curiously, this dense haze did not obscure the starlight, causing the lake to resemble a polished mirror reflecting the resplendent galaxy. Towering trees, each over 100 meters high, surrounded the water, their robust trunks necessitating several individuals to encircle them. The only sounds were the melodious calls of birds, the gentle flow of the water, and the rustling of branches, creating an otherworldly ambience. At that moment, a figure emerged from the thicket, cloaked in a broad black robe that obscured his features. He stood by the lakeshore for a while, gazing at the water, and spoke, Emperor of Heaven, come forth. After a brief pause, seemingly attuned to something, he repeated, Emperor of Heaven, emerge. I seek your counsel. His voice, though soft, resonated across the lake. After a considerable time, the water remained tranquil, devoid of any response. Humph. Although his expression was concealed, the disdain in his scoff was palpable. Emperor of Heaven, do not feign absence. I am aware of your presence. Are you, the illustrious beast god, truly afraid? Human, your provocation is commendable. The dignity of the beast god cannot be sullied. Compelling me to appear. You have disrupted my tranquility. Do you wish to meet your demise? The voice emanated from beneath the water. After a prolonged silence, ripples spread across the surface, and a luminous barrier enveloped a man who ascended silently. Even the sound of flowing water ceased. What a subtle entrance, remarked the figure on the shore, unperturbed by the presence of the continent's most formidable beast god. The Emperor of Heaven, standing at 2 meters tall, clad in black, with dark hair interspersed with strands of gold, spoke with a grave expression. Human, you have gravely disturbed my peace. Provide me with a reason not to end your life, or remain here forever. The cloaked figure snorted dismissively, unfazed by the Emperor's demeanor. Emperor of Heaven, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. The strength of your soul beasts is largely determined by their bloodline. Thus, your over 700,000 years of cultivation does not fear even a million-year-old soul beast. You are indeed powerful. It is a pleasure to meet you. You may call me Long. The Emperor of Heaven curled his lips in disdain. Long? Very well. Your ability to arrive here without alarming the soul beast grants you the right to such a name. However, I am curious. How did you come to know of me? I believed I had remained dormant for several millennia. The outside world must think me dead. Long smiled, displaying no trace of trepidation in the presence of the continent's strongest. As for the happenings beyond, I am unaware. How I came to know of you, let us leave that for your master to explain. Even if she is gravely injured, she can still manage a few steps, can she not? The Emperor of Heaven's eyes narrowed. Realizing that only 2 types of individuals were aware of his master, the deities of the divine realm or the remnants of the dragon god. Was this figure before him a foe or an ally? In a low voice, the Emperor of Heaven inquired, It seems you possess considerable knowledge. Who exactly are you? As he spoke, the soul force within Emperor Tian surged, dispersing the lingering mist above the lake, with a formidable aura pressing down upon the dragon, suggesting an imminent clash. The dragon, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, "Do not worry. I am a friend, not a foe. Simply summon your master, and the truth will be revealed." Noticing the lingering skepticism in Emperor Tian's eyes, the dragon continued, "If I were your enemy, we would already be embroiled in battle. Although I have sealed my divine power and my strength has diminished, I still possess means to contend with you. Do you truly think I would arrive unprepared, knowing of your presence?" Before Emperor Tian could respond, another voice interrupted, "Emperor Tian, stand down. He is not an enemy." Upon hearing this voice, Emperor Tian gradually withdrew his imposing aura and took a few steps back, while the dragon displayed evident excitement. The voice was feminine, reminiscent of a lark's melodious song. Crisp and harmonious. "Master." A silver light floated above the lake, so radiant that it obscured the view within. "I never expected you to come. Has the divine realm begun to shun you as well?" No sooner had the words left the dragon's lips than he knelt on one knee before Emperor Tian, exclaiming, "Disciple pays respects to master." The response from within the silver light came with a tone of reluctance. "Alas, what qualifications do I have to be your master now? I am merely an embodiment of the will and spiritual power of the dragon god, while all other strength resides with the brawny golden dragon king. To reclaim the title of dragon god, I must first regain the golden dragon king's power. Moreover, I remain severely injured, unable even to leave this lake. Truly, it is a lamentable situation. Sealing my divine power has caused you much hardship." Rising to his feet, the dragon declared, "Once a disciple, forever a son. Besides, I was but an abandoned infant. It was you who nurtured me to adulthood. Your life-saving grace, your nurturing, and your teachings warrant my unwavering dedication. I would willingly lay down my life for you." Chapter 101. Secrets of the Divine Realm. The dragon was an infant saved from the jaws of a tiger by the dragon god when he descended to the mortal realm. To save yet not nurture would have been futile. Thus, the dragon god, with ample time at his disposal, chose to raise the dragon as his own. Shortly thereafter, the dragon god discovered the dragon's exceptional talent for cultivation and, moved by compassion, imparted every ability suitable for him. The dragon god was not only the dragon's savior, but also his parent and mentor, and the dragon admired him greatly. One of the reasons the dragon chose to cultivate was the dragon god's valiant demeanor in battle. The dragon did not disappoint the dragon god. Through his remarkable talent and relentless effort, he ascended to the divine realm at a young age. However, due to his rapid progress and unstable strength, he entered seclusion immediately upon arriving in the divine realm. It was during this period of seclusion that the dragon god, beset by mental instability and the exclusion from other deities, led a faction of divine beasts and gods into conflict. Despite the dragon god's formidable strength, he was ultimately outmatched and was torn asunder by the god of Azura. Thus, the golden dragon king, embodying the full might of the dragon god, and the silver dragon king, who inherited the thoughts and will of the dragon god, faced a dire situation. The deities sought to eradicate the dragon god entirely. However, the dragon god's strength prior to its fragmentation was formidable, leading to a costly victory over the dragon god. They barely managed to seal the golden dragon king, while the silver dragon king, gravely wounded, escaped through the void, the location of which remained unknown to the gods. Later, the evil god, in disagreement with the ideologies of the other deities, led his subordinates into battle against them. The gods suffered significant losses due to the dragon god's incident. Nearly facing defeat, they ultimately prevailed only by employing a special divine formation to eliminate the evil god, although the evil god's power rivaled that of the dragon god, and his will and strength stealthily descended upon the Douluo continent. The subordinates of the evil god were all first-tier divine heirs, who invited the dragon to join their ranks. Discontent with the injustices faced by the dragon god in the divine realm, the dragon acquiesced, but on the condition that the evil god would assist in locating and healing the silver dragon king upon his awakening. After sealing his divine powers and descending to the Douluo continent, the dragon heard tales of a silver light that had fallen in the Star Do forest many years prior. Drawing upon his knowledge of the dragon god, he deduced that the silver dragon king resided within that very forest. However, upon his descent, remnants of his divine strength, despite being sealed, were still evident, making concealment difficult. To avoid detection by the divine realm, he had to retreat to the depths of the abyss to cultivate. Now that he had mastered his powers, he felt emboldened to reveal himself. "Ah, the evil god. I had long suspected this individual would stir unrest. His troublesome nature was anticipated. Although he is not a divine king, His strength is on par with mine. The divine realm must be in disarray now. The dragon nodded and remarked, the current divine realm is indeed far from its former glory. Even the celestial realm master, your injuries. The voice of the Silver Dragon King was somewhat somber, tinged with despondence. The Golden Dragon King, a manifestation of strength and yang, represents vitality, while the Silver Dragon King embodies spirit and will, representing yin. Healing can only occur under the starlight and moonlight at night. Fortunately, this lake of life brims with vitality. Yet even so, full recovery would take no less than 100,000 years. If only the Golden Dragon King. The dragon furrowed his brow. 100,000 years is far too long. Ah, master, here, this might greatly aid your recovery. With that, the dragon produced a large vessel from seemingly nowhere, using his soul power to levitate it before the Silver Dragon King. The Silver Dragon King sensed its contents with surprise. Is this the essence of the Golden Dragon King? The dragon nodded, stating, this is some of the Golden Dragon King's blood drawn during his battle with the Azura god, obtained through a united effort with the subordinates of the evil god while he was unawares. I thought it might be of some use to you, master. Indeed. It is invaluable. Haha. The rare, with this, I shall be healed in nearly 20,000 years. Excellent. Truly, you are a worthy disciple of the dragon god. The emperor looked at the Silver Dragon King, who was laughing heartily, and a smile of contentment graced his face. It had been ages since he had heard his master laugh. The dragon said, I am glad to see you happy, master. It is my honor to alleviate your burdens. The Silver Dragon King was eager to absorb the essence. Dearest disciple, remember to repay the evil god for any debts incurred. Continue assisting in his awakening. After all, it brings no harm to us. Now, I must take my leave. You all continue your conversation. As the silvery orb vanished into thin air, so too did the enormous vessel. Dtion's expression remained rigid, rendering any attempt at conversation with him rather uninviting. Dtion, we shall converse again another time, Long remarked. Observing Dtion's impassive demeanor, no sooner had the words left his lips than he too disappeared. Dtion was on the verge of taking action when he seemed to hear something extraordinary, nodding in acknowledgement as he soared towards the outskirts of the Stardow forest. The words of the Silver Dragon King echoed in his ears. Dtion, there exists a dual-winged white tiger in the outer circle of the forest. It is a descendant of the divine beast, the white tiger. Do not disturb it, but you must ensure its safety. Otherwise, if that old fellow discovers that his progeny has encountered trouble while in my care, he will undoubtedly seek retribution. While I am not afraid, I have no desire to provoke him. Meanwhile, at the spirit hall, Qian Shaoi observed the bustling spirit masters around him, feeling a tinge of boredom. Mother, could you please assign me a task? Staying at home is utterly dull. Engaging in cultivation lacks any excitement. Absolutely not, Bibi Dong firmly replied. Look at you. You are on the brink of becoming a soul emperor, yet you lack the seriousness. How could I possibly allow you to venture out? You must remain here obediently. What? Mother, I implore you. If you don't let me go out, I shall wither away from boredom. No means no. Bibi Dong's stance was resolute. Please, mother. You are the best. I am on the verge of suffocating from monotony. Just grant me a task. Just as Bibi Dong was about to object, a voice echoed from outside. Bibi Dong, let Shaoi go. It would be beneficial for Shuer to accompany him and experience the world. Let them look out for one another. Keeping Shaoi tethered to you is not advisable. Qian Douluo entered with Qian Rinxue. Initially, Qian Rinxue was reluctant to undertake a mission. Yet she felt an undeniable concern for her capricious brother, especially during these turbulent times on the continent. Qian Daoliu's words were ones that Bibi Dong could not ignore. Qian Rinxue had already attained the rank of Soul Saint, and Qian Shaoi was on the verge of becoming a Soul Emperor. Since they would need to venture out to absorb soul rings at level 60, it seemed more prudent to allow them to do so directly. Moreover, a Soul Saint was regarded as a formidable figure in the Douluo continent, especially since Qian Rinxue was no ordinary Soul Saint. Under typical circumstances, she would have ample means for self-protection. Well then, no sooner had Bibi Dong's voice faded than Qian Shaoi leaped into her embrace, exclaiming with joy, Wonderful! I always knew mother was the best. Qian Shaoi is now in her teenage years, no longer a child. Her playful leap nearly toppled Bibi Dong to the ground. All right. You may go, but avoid causing any trouble. Remember, no matter what occurs, safety is paramount. Do you understand? After expressing her concern, Bibi Dong finally divulged the specifics of their mission. Your task this time takes you to Tianshi City, located in the southern part of the continent, by the sea, abundant with seafood and livestock. The name of the city alone hints at its highlights. On the bustling street, A young man and woman strolled together, their commendable appearances capturing the attention of many youths. The man, handsome with a gentle gaze, exuded an air of sophistication, while the woman, adorned with waist-length golden hair and clad in a white dress, resembled an angel descended from the heavens. Yet, the determination etched on her brow revealed her discontent. It was perplexing to her that they had been sent to such a remote place for their mission. They had been walking for quite some time and were growing weary. Qian Shaoi chuckled. You actually dare to declare fatigue? Sister, this is certainly not in line with your usual demeanor. With a shift in her gaze, Qian Rinxue glared at Qian Shaoi and demanded, What? Do you have an objection? And which of your ears heard me say I was tired? What I stated was that I could no longer proceed. Do you comprehend? Under the weight of Qian Rinxue's imposing presence, Qian Shaoi fervently nodded, affirming, Understood. Whatever my sister says is correct. I shall obey solely my sister's command. With that, he even offered a respectful bow. Such a declaration of allegiance. Humph. Let us move along. Our destination lies ahead. Seeing your bewildered expression, I genuinely fear you might lose your way. Yet, despite her words, Qian Rinxue exhibited no intention of pausing for Qian Shaoi. There was truly no sign of fatigue in her demeanor. Qian Shaoi gazed at the receding figure of Qian Rinxue and murmured, Why do I feel that my sister is different from before? Shaking her head, she added, Never mind. Wait for me, sister. Tianshi City truly lives up to its name, with streets bustling with vendors selling an array of delectable treats, seafood, barbecued meats, desserts, and a cornucopia of other delicacies. It resonates with the saying, There is nothing that cannot be found to eat. Sister, the name Tianshi City is quite charming. It echoes the sound of sweet treats and is reminiscent of your martial spirit, the angel. This city seems quite peaceful, leading me to seriously ponder whether our mother has brought us here for a vacation. As Qian Shaoi concluded her words, she noticed that Qian Rinxue remained silent, her attention intensely focused on something. Following her gaze, Qian Shaoi discovered a shop that specialized in an array of confections, the proprietor evidently a master of his craft. The display boasted an assortment of delicacies, including a dragon that seemed to command the heavens, a phoenix soaring through the skies, and numerous charming creatures, whether they flew above, scampered below, or swam within aquatic realms. Each sweet creation was rendered so vividly that one hesitated to consume them. The shop was divided into 3 sections, each distinctly labeled Flora, Fauna, and Precious. The Flora section was adorned with an array of flowers and herbs, such as reishi mushrooms, with relatively modest prices. The Fauna section featured delightful representations of cats, dogs, pigs, horses, and sheep, perhaps due to the intricacies of their craftsmanship. These confections were priced slightly higher than those in the Flora section. As for the legendary dragons and phoenixes, they were categorized under Precious, and the varied textures of their scales hinted at their considerable worth. At the rear of the shop stood a plump, middle-aged man, diligently crafting yet another piece of artistry. The form in his hands suggested it was a flower. Observing Qian Rinxue, whose eyes sparkled with desire yet hesitated to approach, Qian Shaoi found the situation amusing. Soul masters often refrained from indulging in trivial pursuits like shopping, maintaining an air of superiority. To them, engaging in such activities seemed beneath their dignity. A common trait among soul masters. Certainly, Qian Rinxue was no exception, despite the alluring appearance and flavor of the confections. She resolutely resisted the temptation to gaze or dwell upon them, forcing herself to redirect her focus and embody the persona of an aloof soul master, determined to maintain her individuality before her younger brother. Qian Shaoi smiled, disregarding Qian Rinxue's reprimands, and seized one of her hands as they made their way towards the shop. Good sir, how are your goods priced? Chapter 103. Sweet World. The establishment was aptly named Sweet World, offering a delightful array of desserts, complemented by a diverse selection of flora and fauna. Truly, the name was a perfect reflection of its offerings. Qian Shaoi led Qian Rinxue into the Sweet World and inquired, Good sir, how are your desserts priced? The rotund middle-aged man, upon noticing the arrival of patrons, paused his work and turned his gaze towards the 2 newcomers. Young brother, feel free to choose whatever delights your palate. Each creation is marked with its respective price. Due to the intricate craftsmanship involved, they are somewhat costly, yet still remain within an acceptable range for most. The middle-aged man, the proprietor of this establishment, possessed well-defined features and a kindly countenance, his tone gentle, suggesting he was quite amiable. Indeed, his creations were slightly pricier than the average desserts, yet the most expensive items were merely double the cost of standard confections. From a labor perspective, it seemed the proprietor was operating at a loss. Qian Shaoi picked up a dragon-shaped dessert, priced at a single silver coin. And after examining it for a moment, remarked, "Sir, with your remarkable skills, you could easily pursue other endeavors or even double your prices. The worth of these creations far exceeds their listed value. Why engage in such laborious and thankless tasks?" Upon hearing Qian Shaoi's inquiry, Qian Rushue couldn't help but perk up her ears, as she too was intrigued by this question. The shopkeeper managed a wry smile and replied, "Do you think I don't wish for that? However, life is quite challenging at present. Regardless of how exquisite the dessert may appear, it is ultimately still a dessert and not a decorative piece, thus it cannot be preserved for long. This realization diminishes its perceived value in the eyes of many, and raising the price further would deter potential buyers. Yet, life remains manageable. Therefore, I have little desire to change careers, as this is also my passion. I adore desserts and the art of sculpting. Fortunately, my martial spirit is sugar, which allows me to save on the cost of ingredients." Qian Shaoi nodded slightly, then retrieved a delicately crafted dessert shaped like a phoenix from the precious items section and offered it to Qian Rushue. "Uncle, we purchased these too," she said, presenting 2 gold soul coins. The desserts in the precious section were priced at a single silver soul coin each. So Xiaoi's choice to offer 2 gold coins was indeed astonishing to the shopkeeper. 1 gold soul coin equated to 100 silver soul coins, and 10 silver coins would suffice for an ordinary person to live for a month. Moreover, it was rare for common households to possess gold soul coins. Even if they did, it would be a meager amount, typically saved as a reserve. Thus, gold soul coins essentially served as the currency of the Soul Master world. "Young brother, this is quite extravagant," the shopkeeper remarked, visibly taken aback. Shaoi replied, "Uncle, work is arduous, and life is challenging. Your creations are, in my eyes, truly worthy of such expenditure. Young brother, this simply cannot be accepted. A gentleman cherishes wealth, but only through rightful means," the shopkeeper countered. At this moment, Qian Rinshue interjected, saying, "Do not refuse. This is neither stolen nor taken by force, but rather obtained through rightful means. Furthermore, we hope that when I return, you will have created even more remarkable works. You are soul masters, are you not? It seems that there are few soul masters who care about us, ordinary folk these days." The boss's tone was filled with a sense of nostalgia. Qian Shaoi replied with a thank you and pulled Qian Rushue to leave. However, after just a few steps, she was halted in her tracks by the boss's words. "Young man, your girlfriend is a wonderful person, cherish her well. I sincerely wish you both a harmonious union, and may you soon be blessed with children." Qian Shaoi swiftly released his grasp on Qian Rushue's hand, uncertain of the expression that adorned his face, though he could distinctly feel the heat rising to his cheeks, rendering him unable to meet her gaze. Unbeknownst to him, Qian Rushue was in an even more precarious state. Her entire body was rigid, her eyes vacant, and her fair complexion flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, with wisps of steam seemingly rising from her head. She was so engrossed in her own turmoil that she remained oblivious to Qian Shaoi's release of her hand. The proprietor observed the pair with a hint of perplexity, pondering that his previous remarks had been entirely reasonable, yet their behavior struck him as exceedingly peculiar. Qian Shaoi mechanically turned her head and offered a stiff smile. "That person is not my girlfriend," she stated. Expecting her boss to awkwardly apologize or erupt in laughter, Qian Shaoi was taken aback. Unfazed, her boss patted her shoulder and remarked, "Young man, who would have thought that a soul master could feel shy? I must say, your girlfriend seems quite lovely. Do not let her down." Qian Shaoi scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, "Actually, she is not my girlfriend. She is my sister." To his surprise, the boss erupted into laughter upon hearing Qian Shaoi's words. "Ha ha ha. Don't be ridiculous. What kind of siblings, at this age, still hold hands? Furthermore, you just bought yourself a dragon-shaped dessert and a phoenix-shaped one for your girlfriend. Isn't that a classic symbol of harmony? More like a topsy-turvy situation." Qian Shaoi found himself at a loss as his boss dismissed everything he said with skepticism. "Come on, young man, you don't harbor a sister complex, do you?" Upon hearing this, Qian Shaoi's lips curled into a smirk, his body shivering slightly, and beads of fine sweat began to appear on his forehead. Was such a statement made lightly? "Uncle, do you truly know how to communicate?" Chapter 104. Ambiguity. Qian Shaoi has come to realize that no matter how she explains herself, it would be futile. Stealing a glance at Qian Rushue, she noticed that the latter displayed no extreme reactions, prompting her to unconsciously breathe a sigh of relief. Qian Shaoi made a final attempt. "Sir, we truly are siblings. Her name is Qian Rinshue, and I am Qian Shaoi. You can tell by our surnames, can't you? They are not particularly renowned figures, and an ordinary person in this remote area certainly would not be aware of their identities. Surely you jest. Just look at the two of you. What commonality do you find? The only similarity lies in the harmonious pairing of talent and beauty. Moreover, what if we were siblings? Soul masters and ordinary individuals are inherently different. Even siblings can find resolution. Furthermore, it is the transcending of ethical boundaries that exemplifies true love. As she spoke, her employer struck a pose, commonly referred to as a POAICAIC pose. Qian Shaoi has now relinquished any attempts at explanation, pulling the still figure of Qian Rushui away from this place. Qian Rushui is not known for her temper, and should she become enraged, matters could escalate significantly. As they walked side by side down the street, Qian Shaoi and Qian Rushui did not hold hands as they had before. The silence between them was palpable. After a considerable time, unable to bear the quiet any longer, Qian Shaoi broke the silence, saying, "Sister, that uncle was just talking nonsense earlier. Don't take it to heart, haha." Qian Rushui remained silent, her delicate face still flushed with a rosy hue. After all, she was merely a young girl in her teens, experiencing the tender stirrings of her heart. Observing her silence in the deepening color of her cheeks, Qian Shaoi mistakenly assumed she was upset and impulsively declared, "I do not have a sister complex." No sooner had he uttered these words than he wished to chastise himself, realizing that such a statement was nothing more than an exercise in self-deception. Qian Rinshue's delicate face flushed even deeper. After a moment of silence, she trembled slightly and said, "Shaoi, I understand." "Understand what?" Skipping over this sensitive topic, Qian Shaoi asked, "Sister, do you have any other places you wish to visit? Or shall we proceed to fulfill our task?" "All right. However, before we do, I must inquire, sister, you clearly desire dessert just now. Why did you not simply go buy some? If I hadn't taken you, you would surely have missed out. Such a circumstance would inevitably leave a sense of regret. Wouldn't it? Mind your own business." "I relish it," she pouted defiantly. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. But the typically strong-willed Qian Rinshue now spoke with a hint of playful affection. Qian Shaoi smiled. Regardless of how Qian Rushui behaved, he harbored no disdain for her. Or rather, he held a certain fondness. Just as Qian Shaoi was about to speak, a voice echoed from behind. "Oh, what a lovely little girl. Come, bring her to me." Following the sound, he beheld a rather unsavory young man, probably in his 20s. Through his spiritual perception, Qian Shaoi discerned that the youth possessed a soul power exceeding level 40, clearly a soul master. Achieving such a rank at this age was indeed indicative of a prodigy. Yet he remained an ordinary individual. The two figures accompanying him exuded a far more formidable aura. Both were of the soul emperor level. Qian Shaoi instinctively shielded Qian Rushui behind her, smiling as she said, "I apologize, but my sister prefers not to accompany you. She has a cleanliness obsession and fears contamination." The young man's expression shifted, his jaw clenched as he retorted, "Are you implying that I am unclean?" With that, he gestured menacingly towards the two individuals behind him, exuding an unmistakable aura of threat. Qian Shaoi appeared oblivious to his actions. Knowing one's own uncleanliness, one should refrain from troubling my sister. Self-awareness is commendable, however. Willfully transgressing is not. Therefore, I bid you farewell. Hello. It's delightful to meet you. Do you know who I am? You are the first to speak to me in such a manner. The humble speaker claims to comprehend a modicum of canine speech, thus earning this unique title. Upon hearing Qian Shaoi's words, the young man was instantly engulfed in fury. Was she implying that he was akin to a dog? The young man, whose true name was Tian Yi, was a direct descendant of the Tian family, a lineage that even the city lord regarded with trepidation. The Tian family's stature in Tianshi City was akin to that of the spirit hall across the continent, second only to the lord's estate. The family patriarch, his grandfather Tian Zhe, was a soul Douluo and ranked among the top 3 masters in Tianshi City. In this remote locale, a soul Douluo represented the pinnacle of strength. One might not even find a soul Douluo were it not for the abundant resources here. Leveraging his grandfather's reputation and favor, Tian Yi often engaged in nefarious deeds, routinely bullying others. Anyone who encountered him would respectfully address him as young Master Tian. In this domain, his word was virtually law. Today, while meandering through the streets, his grandfather, fearing for his safety, dispatched 2 soul emperors to safeguard him, a gesture he accepted without resistance, for having servants in public was indeed a source of pride. Shortly thereafter, he caught sight of a graceful figure in the distance, her alluring silhouette captivating him, though he could not see her face. He imagined it to be equally enchanting. Upon her turning around, he was utterly astonished and silently vowed to win her over, disregarding the man accompanying her entirely. However, the very individual he had chosen to overlook audaciously likened him to a dog, in an infuriatingly insolent tone. Yet, to maintain a favorable impression before the lady, he suppressed the urge to retaliate. Cough, cough, my dear ladies, I am Tianze's grandson, the most gifted disciple of the Tian family in this generation. Would you consider becoming friends? I would not. Chapter 105, The Harasser I Would Not. Qian Shaoyi offered no opportunity for Tian Yi to ingratiate himself. Tian Yi quickly realized that conversing with this young rascal was futile and chose to disregard him. Instead addressing Qian Rushua, might I have the honor of inviting you to my humble abode for a discussion? Tian Yi's indifference toward Qian Shaoyi was his own affair. Whether Qian Shaoyi reciprocated was an entirely different matter. You are aware that your home is humble, yet you invite my sister? Are you intentionally making it difficult for her? You scoundrel? Tian Yi's lips twitched, his glare directed fiercely at Qian Shaoyi. Were it not for the desire to cultivate a grand image in the eyes of the lady, he would have resorted to force long ago. At this juncture, he was on the verge of losing control. Just as Tian Yi was about to act, he was interrupted by a soft chuckle. Ha 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 ha. Qian Rushua laughed heartily, tears of mirth welling in her eyes. Shaoyi, I must confess, all these years I have failed to recognize your sharp tongue. Your wit is indeed quite piercing. Qian Rushua bowed once more to the fields and said, Esteemed uncle, if my brother and I were not burdened by our circumstances, we would not have troubled your humble abode. Pardon me. Qian Shaoyi mused, Sister, were you just about to laugh? Surely you were, and your words are quite sharp. Calling someone uncle, look, his face has turned a shade of green. Tian Yi, now seething with anger, declared, Well, since you refuse to accept a drink in good faith, let us proceed with a punitive measure. You two, come forth. The man shall be eliminated, and the woman shall be captured. As his words echoed, the two individuals behind Tian Yi exchanged reluctant glances before advancing toward Qian Shaoyi and her companion. In all honesty, they harbored a disdain for this young master. His character left much to be desired. Listen, we have no desire to engage in conflict. It would be wise for you to yield to our master. One of the soul emperors proposed, as they activated their martial souls, 12 soul rings of various hues swirling in the air. The onlookers, witnessing the impending confrontation between soul masters, prudently retreated, eager to avoid becoming collateral damage. What? Are you truly going to strike? Let me assure you, I am unafraid. Qian Shaoyi began, only to be interrupted as one of the soul emperors landed a punch to her abdomen, propelling her backward into a nearby stall, scattering its contents in disarray. Considering you are merely an ordinary person, I shall refrain from inflicting severe harm, he remarked dismissively. In the realm of soul masters, the assessment of levels relies heavily on mental prowess, which tends to enhance with the growth of soul power. However, a higher-ranking soul master does not necessarily possess superior mental acuity. Some soul masters possess unique martial souls or have methods to cultivate their mental strength, thereby surpassing others in this regard. Mental prowess serves not only for detection but also for concealing one's true capabilities. To those with lesser mental fortitude, one may appear as an ordinary individual. Qian Shaoyi, due to the innate attributes of his martial soul, possesses mental strength comparable to that of a soul sage, rendering him imperceptible to even a soul emperor when concealed. He chuckled. This is the consequence of opposing me. Ha ha ha, beautiful lady, come with me. Meanwhile, Tian Yi, reveling in the current situation, believed that since the intention to engage in combat was established, there was no need for pretense. Qian Rinxue glanced at Qian Shaoyi, who had been sent flying by a single punch. At that moment, Qian Shaoyi appeared gravely injured, convulsing on the ground. Approaching him and crouching beside him, she said, Hey, stop pretending. Can a mere punch from a soul emperor really send you flying? Do you take me for a fool? How long do you intend to lie there? If you don't get up soon, I might just leave with him. As she spoke, Qian Rinxue pointed towards the fields. Seeing that Qian Rinxue was beginning to comply, Tian Yi was even more delighted. Don't joke around. If it weren't for my bodyguard showing mercy, he would have. At this point, he was rendered speechless. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qian Shaoyi slowly stood up and brushed off the dust from his pants. Sister, could you not cooperate a little? Besides, I certainly do not wish for such a person to be my brother-in-law. It would be utterly embarrassing. Oh? Then what kind of person do you think is suitable to be your brother-in-law? Qian Rinxue, intrigued, inquired. Qian Shaoyi pondered for a moment. Considering her appearance, something akin to mine would suffice. As for talent, it must not fall short of my own. Regarding strength, it should not be inferior to yours. If necessary, I could lower my expectations slightly. Someone like me would do. Now, sister, please keep your distance. A mere soul emperor dares to challenge me? Just watch as I bring you to your demise. Tianyi and the two bodyguards gazed in astonishment at Qian Shaoi, who was striding towards them with an air of confidence. Is this person unwell? One asked. I have no idea. Perhaps so, the other replied. This marked the first occasion the two reached a consensus with the young master. With a chuckle, Qian Rushua lightly tapped Qian Shaoi on the forehead, saying littly, Since I am here, allow me to handle these trifles. Anyone who dares to strike my beloved brother shall indeed pay a price. Although Qian Rinxue wore a smile, everyone except Qian Shaoi could distinctly sense the oppressive aura emanating from her. Unlike Qian Shaoi, she had directly or indirectly caused the demise of numerous individuals. And as a soul saint, she felt no fear in the presence of two ordinary soul emperors. Behind Qian Rinxue, 6 wings unfurled, and she resembled an angel bathed in divine light. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings floated ominously behind her. The terrifying aura rendered ordinary people breathless, while the 3 individuals under special scrutiny felt a suffocating pressure. Tianyi was now filled with regret. The person he sought to confront could effortlessly overpower 100 of him. She was a soul sage. First, she toyed with me, then bullied my younger brother. Such transgressions are unforgivable. Come, let us see if I can survive this. Chapter 106. Nana seeing Qian Rinxue preparing to strike. Qian Shaoi promptly sat down on the ground and smiled. It seems that after years of restraint, my sister is eager to unleash her might. I suppose she intends to play for a while longer? Should we perhaps find something else to occupy ourselves with? At this moment, Qian Rinxue had already cast a shadow in the hearts of the 2 men. Despite their advanced age, having trained their entire lives to reach the level of Soul Emperor, they were now faced with a girl who appeared no older than 20, yet possessed 7 soul rings with the optimal configuration. Indeed, the disparity between individuals can be disheartening. They were acutely aware that they were no match for Qian Rinxue, but they dared not flee. Should Tianyi perish, they would undoubtedly meet the same fate. Now, the 2 men had thoroughly cursed Tianyi's ancestors, lamenting that if it were not for his lust for beauty and penchant for trouble, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. Qian Ringshu fluttered her wings a few times and said, You two should come together. Or perhaps, shall I add you as well? She gestured towards Tianyi. At that moment, Tianyi was drenched in cold sweat, his legs trembling uncontrollably, and even the thought of fleeing seemed an unattainable luxury. Upon hearing Qian Ringshu's words, he immediately collapsed onto the ground, paralyzed by fear and unable to utter a sound. Although the Tian family had a few soul saints, they were merely elders, and none possessed an aura as formidable as that of the young girl before him. Tianyi felt that only his grandfather could possibly contend with her. Qian Ringshu, dismissing Tianyi's hesitation, turned to the 2 soul emperors and said, Come on, let's see how long you can endure under my command. Sister, you may play first. I shall take a stroll and return shortly, said Qian Shaoi, not waiting for Qian Ringshu's response before turning away. Qian Rinxue glanced at Qian Shaoi's departing figure and murmured, How impolite. Qian Shaoi strolled along the bustling street, which was far from desolate. It was filled with an array of food vendors. However, for him, who had already satiated his hunger, the allure of the culinary offerings held little appeal. Might I inquire if you are Master Qian Shaoi? Qian Shaoi turned around and beheld a woman clad in a maid's outfit, her head bowed and her posture slightly hunched as she stood there. I am Nana, sent to invite you to our residence. His Holiness the Pope should have informed you. Where is it? Qian Shaoi remained vigilant, aware that this was a sensitive time. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Her inquiry about the location was merely to ascertain the task's accuracy. The city lord's mansion. Why should I trust you? This is a handwritten letter from His Holiness. As she spoke, the maid produced an envelope from seemingly nowhere. Upon opening it, Qian Shaoi confirmed that it bore the unmistakable handwriting of Bibi Dong. Very well, follow me. She had intended to linger for a few more days. Are you going to seek the young master? You seem to know quite a lot. Wow. As Qian Shaoi returned, he chanced upon 2 soul emperors being sent flying. Qian Rinxue, wielding the angelic holy sword, stood resolutely, her golden hair billowing in the wind, and her 6 wings delicately fluttering, adding an air of nobility to her presence. Considering that you 2 still possess some semblance of conscience, I shall spare your lives. However, as for you, Qian Rinxue, she turned towards the fleeing Tianyi, who sought to insult me first and then harbored murderous intentions towards my brother. You shall face the consequences. With that, she unleashed a flash of sword light. Qian Renshue stands out among the soul saints, effortlessly dispatching a terrified soul master with ease. Young master, it is expected that T and I will be killed on the spot. However, apart from the two soul emperors, no one else perceives anything amiss with Qian Renshue. T and I has committed numerous misdeeds, and even his two attendants harbor discontent towards him. Yet should T and I meet his demise, they too would not survive long. Oh dear, my sister has committed murder. This is the first time witnessing such an event. Hey, are you scared? Qian Shaoi nudged the maid beside her. The maid remained silent, her expression as tranquil as a still pond, resembling a lifeless piece of wood. Nonetheless, Qian Shaoi paid this no heed. Qian Shaoi addressed the two soul emperors, stating, "If you wish to preserve your lives, make your way to the spirit hall. Surely, the treatment afforded to a soul emperor will be far superior to that of mere servants here." He presumed they would acquiesce, for their failure to safeguard the fields was indeed a dereliction of duty, and returning would yield no favorable outcome. However, contrary to his expectations, they shook their heads and replied, "Young master, you are affiliated with the spirit hall, are you not? We appreciate your kind offer, yet we cannot depart." It was Qian Renshue who posed the next query. "Though we harbor disdain for this young master, our master has shown us kindness, hence, out of loyalty and sentiment. We shall not abandon our post, even if it means facing death upon our return." Qian Shaoi nodded slightly, relinquishing her attempt to recruit the two. Unmoved by the allure of profit and valuing righteousness over gain, such individuals have become increasingly rare. To persist in her solicitation would be a disservice to them. It is no wonder that, despite being a soul emperor, she willingly assumes the role of a bodyguard. "Sister, let us depart. The city lord has extended an invitation to us." Qian Rengshu retracted her martial soul, which implies that my plan to indulge in a few days of leisure has been thwarted. It seems so. However, it should not take too long. Once I complete my task, shall I accompany you for a few days of enjoyment? You see, this young lady is still awaiting my presence. Qian Renshue glanced at the maid beside Qian Shaoi and said, "You need not accompany me." Chapter 107. The red striped spring fruit. The architecture of the Lord's residence was not as extravagant as one might envision. The entire estate was rather unremarkable. The only distinction from the common dwellings was its expansive area. It seemed that this lord was quite frugal, as this mansion paled in comparison to those of other Douluo. The maid patiently explained, "The lord is quite a decent man and treats the common folk well. Most of his funds are allocated to subsidizing the citizens or purchasing provisions. After all, the essence of Tianchi City lies in its culinary offerings." The maid escorted the two to the lord's residence, directly inviting them into the grand hall. Although the hall was simple, it was exceptionally spacious. At the secondary seat sat a portly gentleman, who was savoring a cup of tea. "The lord, the guests have arrived," the maid said softly, giving a slight bow. Upon hearing her voice, the lord turned to see Qian Renshue and her companion, his brow relaxing into a smile as he exclaimed, "Ah, two esteemed guests from afar. I apologize for not welcoming you sooner. Please forgive me. Please, take a seat." Zhu Xiaofeng gestured for them to sit at the main seats, stating, "Nana, you may begin." "Yes," the maid replied as she gradually withdrew. After a while, a line of maids appeared in an orderly fashion, each carrying a tray, and approached the table of the three, placing the trays down before retreating. The dishes were exquisite delicacies unseen in the streets, their aromas wafting from a distance. Once they had dined to their satisfaction, Zhu Xiaofeng introduced himself, saying, "I am Zhu Xiaofeng, the lord of Tianchi City. I have already learned of your intentions through His Holiness the Pope." Qian Shaoi set down the wine cup from which he had taken a small sip. Pondering the intentions of the city lord, Zhu Xiaofeng hesitated momentarily and remarked, "It is indeed an honor for me that the Spirit Hall values my presence. Yet I find it difficult to leave this place, for it is my homeland. Furthermore, I harbor a deep aversion to war and yearn for a peaceful existence. Thus, are you rejecting the overtures of the Spirit Hall?" As soon as Qian Renshue's words fell, the atmosphere in the grand hall grew palpably tense. Qian Shaoi remarked, "Sister, could you not temper your disposition so harshly? Be wary, or you may find yourself unwed." The lord of the city interjected, "Indeed. You seem to have misconstrued the intentions of the Spirit Hall. They merely wish for you not to become an adversary. Whether you choose to join them or remain a mere observer is of little consequence. However, you must provide us with proof that you are not an enemy. I trust the lord of the city understands how to proceed in this matter." Qian Renshue cast a piercing glance at Qian Shaoi, choosing silence, while Zhu Xiaofeng exhibited an extraordinary enthusiasm. "I extend my gratitude to both of you for your understanding. I, Zhu Xiaofeng, Solemnly swear by my martial soul that I shall never become an adversary of the spirit hall. Very well. That suffices. As night has fallen, and our mission is accomplished, we shall take our leave. Hold on. Zhu Xiaofeng called out to the departing Qian Rinxue and Qian Xiaoyi. Nana, please present the gift I have prepared for the esteemed guests. Nana nodded and soon returned, carrying an ornate box adorned with golden edges and embellished with gemstones at intervals. A treasure in its own right. Upon opening the box, they discovered a fruit resembling an apple, its surface a deep crimson hue, adorned with unique patterns. Strangely, this fruit radiated a soft pink glow. It was acquired during the trials of our ancestors, and despite searching through ancient texts, its origins remained elusive, leading to the name red vein spring fruit. Its precise purpose remains unknown, yet the spiritual energy it contains suggests it would be beneficial for soul masters. Our ancestors attempted to absorb it, but this peculiar item repelled foreign substances, and over the years, it has never been successfully assimilated. Qian Rinxue remarked. Can you truly speak of such matters? No one can absorb what you have returned. Zhu Xiaofeng, undeterred by the awkwardness, replied, Indeed, here, no one can absorb this substance. It is a divine fruit, and we mere mortals are not worthy of its recognition. However, young Master Qian Xiaoyi is a different case. He is a celestial being. What is beyond our reach, he shall undoubtedly accomplish. Truly, the city lord possesses a silver tongue. Zhu Xiaofeng continued with a smile. Since that is the case, I shall graciously accept it. I have already prepared accommodations for the two esteemed guests. You may reside here for the next few days and explore the surroundings at your leisure. Qian Xiaoyi gazed out at the darkened sky. Thank you, city lord. However, I am afraid of the dark. Sharing a room with my sister will suffice. A flicker of disbelief crossed Zhu Xiaofeng's eyes. Afraid of the dark? You, a soul master. Fear the darkness? What a jest. Clearly, you do not trust me. Moreover, this woman shows no reaction at all. Very well. As siblings, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. He turned to Nana. Take the two of them to see their quarters. Certainly. Please follow me. Once the three had departed, a wicked smile crept onto Zhu Xiaofeng's face. Young master, you are bound to absorb it. Otherwise, all my efforts would be in vain. Ha. Nana led them to a relatively secluded room, spacious enough, equipped with 2 beds, and offering a lovely view from the window. After signaling Nana to leave, Qian Rinxue said, Xiaoyi, do not absorb that fruit. It gives me an unsettling feeling. Qian Xiaoyi took out the red-striped spring fruit and smiled, saying, If my sister does not fancy it, then it shall belong to me. I sense that I am in need of it. Chapter 108. Side effects. I am now at level 59. And my sixth sense informs me that this is the opportunity for my breakthrough. Qian Rinxue curled her lips and remarked, Can you refrain from being foolish? Is your sixth sense truly reliable? Even without this object, you could still ascend to the Soul Emperor. My martial spirit renders me acutely sensitive to those ominous energies. This fruit may indeed be suitable for you. Yet why must you take such a risk? Upon seeing her sister's worried expression, Qian Xiaoyi felt a wave of warmth in her heart and replied, I am fully aware that this red-patterned spring fruit is perilous. However, for some inexplicable reason, its allure is overwhelming. I feel an innate compulsion to absorb it. Rest assured, sister, nothing in this world is without its flaws. With gain comes loss. Besides, I, Qian Xiaoyi, am not so easily undone by a mere fruit. Very well. However, I must remain by your side, for I cannot be at ease otherwise. With those words, it is settled. We shall share a room. If you are not beside me, where else could you be? With that, Qian Xiaoyi eagerly took hold of the red-patterned spring fruit and began the absorption process. From the moment she first laid eyes on the fruit, she felt an intrinsic connection, as if it were meant to complete a part of her that had long been missing. Thus, she could hardly contain her eagerness to absorb this extraordinary item as soon as she entered the room. Qian Rinxue sat nearby, her gaze fixed anxiously on Qian Xiaoyi. Fearful of any unforeseen occurrences, engaged in dual focus, she extended her mental prowess to probe the surroundings. Although the city lord appeared gentle, one could never truly know the depths of a person's heart. It was prudent to remain vigilant. Nevertheless, the absorption process proved less arduous than anticipated. Qian Xiaoyi experienced no adverse effects. On the contrary, it seemed rather pleasant. The absence of any disturbances outside further eased Qian Rinxue's tension. How do you feel? Qian Rinxue inquired. It feels wonderful, Qian Xiaoyi exclaimed. Moreover, I've reached level 60. Ha. The energy contained within this is immense. I estimate that after absorbing the soul ring, I might leap to level 65 in an instant. Qian Rinxue finally relaxed her tense heart, observing the rosy hue of his complexion. Now I can rest easy. I shall take a bath first. With that, she walked into another room to change clothes, which also served as the bathing area. Listening to the faint sound of Qian Rinxue disrobing, Qian Shaoi felt a slight flush rise within him. He touched his cheek. Rosy? No, it was far too warm. Upon hearing Qian Shaoi's voice, Qian Rinxue anxiously peered out, only to realize that something was amiss. She noticed that Qian Shaoi's complexion was not merely flushed. Her neck bore an unusual redness as well. Qian Rinxue hurried over, her voice laced with concern. Shaoi, are you all right? Your face is so red. Qian Shaoi's consciousness gradually faded away. Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's voice, she turned her head to look. To her surprise, this simple action evoked an irresistible desire to devour her. Qian Rinxue donned but a single garment, the subtle hues of spring tantalizing Qian Shaoi, whose gaze transformed into something wicked. As though recalling a distant memory, he vigorously shook his head, striving to regain a semblance of clarity in his mind. Sister, why are you not wearing any clothes? He exclaimed. Ah, the side effects are manifesting. I can scarcely endure any longer. We must leave at once. Qian Shaoi shook his head, attempting to maintain his lucidity. Yet, even in his clarity, the allure that Qian Rinxue held over him was undeniably potent. There was a time when he had fantasized about being with her. Now, his thoughts were consumed by an overwhelming desire to seek solace with a woman. In that moment, he recognized the side effects of the Hongwen Chun Guo, the spring toxin that heightened his cravings, for it was inconceivable that his desires would surge without cause. Qian Rinxue heard her brother urging her to flee, yet how could she abandon him in such uncertain circumstances? She approached Qian Shaoi and asked, Shaoi, what on earth is happening? Qian Shaoi's expression was one of profound anguish, as if his body were engulfed in flames, causing him unbearable pain. His consciousness was slipping away, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word. He merely gazed at Qian Rinxue with a pleading look, silently imploring her to knock him unconscious, to prevent him from acting in a way he would regret. Though he harbored unique feelings for Qian Rinxue, the urgency of the moment was far from what he desired. However, how could Qian Rinxue possibly fathom the turmoil within his heart? At this moment, she was at a loss, her usual composure replaced by a sense of frantic helplessness. As she anxiously watched Qian Shaoi, Qian Rinxue, both in figure and appearance, stands among the most striking individuals that Qian Shaoi has ever encountered. Approaching the tender age of 20, she exudes an additional allure. Draped merely in a single garment, coupled with the peculiar emotions stirred within Qian Shaoi. How could he possibly maintain his composure? The last vestige of clarity vanished from Qian Shaoi's eyes, which transformed into a sinister shade of red. Amidst Qian Rinxue's startled exclamation, she was forcefully brought to the ground, and the sole garment draped upon her slipped away. Shaoi, what are you doing? I am your sister, Qian Rinxue cried out, desperately attempting to awaken the lost consciousness of Qian Shaoi. Yet, her hopes were dashed as Qian Shaoi gazed at her form, gradually inching closer. Qian Rinxue contemplated using her soul power to repel him, yet inexplicably chose to forego her resistance. A bizarre thought emerged in her mind. Perhaps this way is not so bad after all. Chapter 109. Hulaina arrives. Qian Rinxue resignedly closed her eyes, a flicker of longing and yearning unexpectedly blossoming within her heart. Yet, she did not acknowledge it, attributing everything to her indulgence towards her younger brother. Witnessing Qian Shaoi's suffering, an indescribable ache unfurled within her, leaving her in a state of profound inner conflict. After a tumultuous battle between her thoughts, a preposterous idea emerged. Perhaps this outcome is not so bad after all. Qian Shaoi let out a peculiar laugh, shedding his garments as he pressed his entire body upon Qian Rinxue. Just as he was about to execute the final step, a muffled groan escaped his lips, and he collapsed unconscious atop Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue had initially closed her eyes in anticipation, but upon sensing something amiss, she opened her enchanting eyes to behold the fallen Qian Shaoi, whose gaze revealed a fleeting hint of disappointment. She then turned her gaze towards the maid standing before her. A sense of alarm surged within Qian Rinxue. She had presumed Nana to be an ordinary commoner, yet it appeared that the situation was far more complex. She could hardly believe that a mere commoner could incapacitate someone of Qian Shaoi's caliber, who was at the Spirit Emperor level. Even if Qian Shaoi were to stand still and allow an ordinary person to strike him, he would not succumb so easily, for the resilience of a Spirit Emperor's body, nourished by soul power, was formidable. What troubled Qian Rinxue the most was her inability to discern Nana's true strength. This maid was indeed the one who had led Qian Shaoi and her to this place. A mysterious anger simmered within Qian Rinxue as she glared at Nana, seemingly reproaching her. What ulterior motives do you harbor in approaching us? Nana smiled softly. Young master, my act of rendering young master Xiaoyi unconscious was unavoidable, after all. We must ensure a fair competition. Your actions would be tantamount to cheating. There was not a trace of the typical maid's demeanor in her words. It became evident that all the previous interactions had been mere pretense. What fair competition? Who exactly are you? Qian Rinxue's vigilance heightened significantly. She could not afford to trust someone whose strength remained unknown. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, she felt an uncanny familiarity with Nana. Fear not. It is I, young master. Nana declared as she raised her hand to peel away a layer of skin from her face, revealing it to be a human mask. Once the mask was removed, an exquisitely enchanting visage emerged. Hyena? It is you. Upon seeing this familiar face, Qian Rinxue breathed a sigh of relief, for at the very least, she was among allies. Qian Rinxue glanced at the unconscious Qian Xiaoyi and inquired, Is Xiaoyi all right? Did you strike too harshly? I fear you wish for the young master to continue. But I shall not allow you to succeed. Qian Rinxue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What are you talking about? By the way, how did you arrive here? Aren't you supposed to be commanding the war at the front lines? Heliana, unfazed by Qian Rinxue's attempt to change the subject, gently placed Qian Xiaoyi on the bed and remarked, There is no war at all, you know? We are currently in a period of peace before the battle. Master was concerned that you might struggle. So he sent me here as well. Speaking of which, I actually arrived before you too. I truly wonder what the two of you are up to on your way here. Qian Rinxue's complexion appeared somewhat unnatural as she nodded slightly, inquiring, Have you attained the Soul Sage rank? I find it difficult to see through you now. Hulaina provocatively replied, Although your innate talent surpasses mine. The difference between us is not insurmountable. Furthermore, my primary focus is on spiritual power, even though I am currently a Soul Emperor. There are instances where I hold the advantage, particularly when it comes to captivating the young master. Qian Rinxue raised an eyebrow and let out a dismissive hum. What purpose does that serve? By the way, young master, are you certain you wish to persist in this manner? As she spoke, Hulaina gestured toward Qian Rinxue's attire. It was only then that Qian Rinxue realized she had undressed for a bath, her discarded clothing lying quietly beside her due to Qian Xiaoyi's presence.